Chapter 1. The Various Fruits. Skya Island. Situated in the Grand Line, it is the rightmost island among the 7 routes, adjacent to the first island of the Calm Belt, the Kingdom of Keluohudu. This kingdom is the sole nation on Skya Island, boasting a population of approximately 6.4 million, and is also one of the member states of the world government. In this kingdom, which enjoys a perennial spring and was once peaceful and stable, a bizarre nationwide event transpired 5 years ago. The incident of the Tree of Bodhi. On that fateful day, in the central square of the kingdom, witnessed by thousands, a green beam of light descended from the heavens and vanished into the earth. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, a tender green sprout burst forth from the soil, growing at a ferocious pace. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 3 meters, and with another breath, it shot up to 10 meters. By the time the royal army sensed the anomaly and rushed to investigate, it had already transformed into a colossal tree towering over 100 meters, its branches lush and leaves abundant, a sight to behold. The citizens who bore witness to its rapid growth, from sapling to towering giant, were either left dumbfounded or gripped by sheer terror. It was all too swift 1 minute. No, perhaps merely a few dozen seconds. Such an extraordinary phenomenon prompted many timid souls to tremble and flee in panic. While those with a modicum of courage chose to stand and gaze, their faces a mixture of wonder and disbelief. Everyone, retreat to at least 500 meters away. No one is to approach it until we receive orders from the king. The commander of the royal army barked at the crowd, instructing his subordinates to establish a perimeter. This strange occurrence was clearly not of natural origin. Being in the Grand Line, he was no stranger to the treasures of the sea known as devil fruits. Surely, this must be the handiwork of an unknown ability user. Such a commotion cannot be merely for a tree. What could your true intentions be? Humph! Regardless of your nefarious motives, I, Captain Captana, shall not allow you to succeed. Captain Captana huffed sternly, but suddenly, a tumult erupted among the crowd, isolated 500 meters away. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned to gaze at the colossal tree, his expression darkening as he witnessed. The 100-meter tree was shedding countless green specks from its lush foliage, which danced in the gentle breeze, scattering in all directions. Fall back. Retreat as far as you can. Royal Army, listen up. Half of you. Organize the crowd to retreat to safety. The rest, follow me to prevent the spread of these strange green particles. Captana commanded loudly, no longer concerned with the commotion of the crowd. He unsheathed his sword with a metallic ring and swung it toward the cascade of green light, attempting to disperse it with the wind generated by his strike. For the unknown demanded caution until he understood what these myriad green specks were. He must avoid contact at all costs. Bang! 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 Half of the royal army followed suit, firing their muskets, and a cacophony of gunfire filled the air, creating a tense atmosphere. Swish, swish, swish. With every swing of his sword, Captana unleashed strikes into the air, each capable of sending several green specks soaring skyward. Yet his expression grew increasingly grim as the tree's emission of green light outpaced his efforts. TCH. Realizing that merely dispersing the green light was a temporary fix, Captana's gaze shifted back to the mighty tree. Everyone, aim your guns at the tree. Blast it to pieces. Yes, Captain. The royal army echoed in unison, promptly lowering their weapons and firing at the tree, the sound of gunfire intensifying. However, compared to the immense trunk of the tree, the damage inflicted by the small bullets was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, failing to create any significant impact. Captain Captana watched the results unfold before him, quickly realizing that while ordinary bullets could create dents in the tree's surface, they were ultimately futile. Silently, his expression hardened, and with resolute determination, he sheathed his sword, taking a stance to draw it once more. In the next instant, he unleashed what could only be described as the strongest sword strike of his life, slicing through the trunk of the tree and continuing onward, sweeping away a multitude of green specks in its wake. Did I succeed? Captana pondered inwardly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he observed a diagonal white mark suddenly appear on the tree's trunk, the upper half slowly sliding down before crashing heavily to the ground, its leaves finally ceasing to emit the last wave of green light. With a heavy exhale, he suppressed the pride swelling within him from delivering such a brilliant strike. Captain Captana silently sighed in relief. Surely this must be the end, for the tree had been severed. Captain Captana, look, what is happening? A sudden cry of astonishment rang out, just as he had begun to relax. The sound of incredulous exclamations pierced his ears. Captana turned to see a scene that left him agape. The tree had indeed been cut down, yet the sheer number of green specks it had released was overwhelming. With each of his strikes only capable of dispersing a limited quantity, the majority of the green particles drifted towards the fleeing crowd. Upon contact with skin, they instantaneously melded into the bodies of the citizens, and in a mere moment, a palm-sized, finger-thick sprout with 2 leaves emerged from atop their heads, vibrant and green. Captana's pupils constricted in horror as he beheld the unfolding scene. Some individuals were anxiously touching the sprout atop their heads, while others desperately attempted to yank it off. Alas, its roots were incredibly resilient, and even when stretched to double their length, they remained firmly attached. What? Amidst the bewilderment of the scene before him, green specks began to descend upon Captain Captana as well. By the time he became aware, it was already too late. Pop! With a strange sound, the young leaves instantaneously took root atop his head, swaying gently in tandem with Captana's stiffened movements. Both the dispersed and the undispersed green particles, carried by the breeze, spread outward for miles, eventually enveloping the entire island. Within just a few short hours, the entire populace of the island was transformed, and inevitably, the king himself fell victim to the phenomenon. From that moment forth, the twin-leaf sprouts became a hallmark of the citizens of Kelevadu. Who was behind this? The king's expression was grave as he listened to Captain Captana's report. He immediately dispatched the entire royal army to investigate the unknown ability user behind this incident. The outcome was predictable even after thoroughly investigating every citizen of the kingdom 3 times over. They found no leads. As time passed, the urgency of the investigation waned. After all, none of the citizens, including the king and the royal army, felt any discomfort. In fact, one might argue they had benefited from it. Under the sunlight, the twin-leaf sprouts produced nourishing energy for the body, sustaining themselves, and even after nightfall, the energy they accumulated could invigorate a person, rendering sleep an unnecessary indulgence. A month later, with the investigation yielding no results, and after consulting the testimonies of the witnesses and noting the abundant greenery that sprouted across the island from the excess green specks, the king officially labeled the occurrence as the incident of the Tree of Bodhi, bringing the matter to a close. Moreland Town. In a vibrant courtyard, Li Shu lounged in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight with twin-leaf sprouts perched atop his head. In his early 20s, he bore a fair complexion, lacking facial hair, and had striking features. Such an innocuous-looking young man would hardly be suspected as the mastermind behind the incident of the Tree of Bodhi 5 years prior. Li Shu, a transmigrator who seized this body 9 years ago, was an ability user of the paramecia-type various fruits. He had traversed into this world at the age of 12, coincidentally awakening his devil fruit powers that same year. I have arrived to conquer. I shall shatter all darkness in this world with thunder. Unlike his ambitious compatriots, who aspired to become the king of the world, wielding the sword of slaughter and indulging in the company of beauties, Li Shu's pursuit upon his arrival was to fully embrace his homebody nature. Homebody attribute. Even during his time as an earthling, his homebody attribute had been honed to a profound level, and upon his transmigration, it awakened fully. Becoming the pirate king? Not my interest. More than that, I relish observing grand events unfold from the comfort of my home. The various fruits? A treasure trove of potential. Allow me to endeavor to create more grand occurrences, making the tumultuous seas even more magnificent. 9 years ago, after acquiring the various fruits, he uttered those words to himself. Over the next 4 years, he devoted himself entirely to the development of his abilities. Fortune smiled upon him. 5 years ago, Leveraging his modern understanding of the various fruits, he successfully awakened his powers. The incident of the Tree of Bodhi was merely a trial run following his awakening, and in retrospect, it was quite successful, satisfying his mischievous inclination for chaos while simultaneously establishing connections with the entire island's populace. Subsequently, he plunged headfirst into the pursuit of even greater developments. The practical development has reached its zenith. Hey, it is time to expand into the realm of concepts. Soul transmigration, perhaps? With no so-called golden finger or system, I too have arrived in the pirate world. Might I speculate that my soul possesses certain traits? From there, I can extend the concept, first utilizing the various fruits to cultivate a medium, then constructing concepts and filling in the settings, subsequently nurturing and cultivating, thereby allowing me to manifest people and things from other worlds. Ho ho ho, how exhilarating. Chapter 2. Years of achievements 5 years ago. In Moran Town, within the confines of a courtyard, the notion that a home equates to idleness was swiftly dispelled, with a fervent desire to pursue loftier aspirations. Li Shu immediately immersed himself in exploration, that he first crystallized a concept he termed blank seeds, framing it with his intellect and supplementing it with his own capabilities. Through diligent effort, he successfully birthed the first conceptual seed. He dug a hole, sowed the seed, filled the earth, and let his own blood nourish it. For 7 consecutive days, he diligently watered it with his life essence, eagerly awaiting the moment when the seed would break ground and sprout. Though it took 7 days, it has indeed germinated and grown, proving that my earlier conjectures hold genuine promise of success. Excellent. Exhaling a sigh of trepidation, Li Shu's face broke into a relaxed smile. He then raised his hand to channel the abilities of the seed, and in an instant, the surrounding grass surged upwards, coalescing into 5 figures formed from grass and vines, the verdant vassals. In the ensuing silence, Li Shu waved his arm again, and the powers of the seed surged forth, each verdant vassal suddenly manifesting a walnut-sized into their hands that go hunt beasts. With a flicker of thought, he commanded, and they obediently vanished into the earth, stealthily making their way toward the dense forests of the island's northern expanse. The term hunting beasts referred to dispatching them and collecting Nashu as a reward, which could be accumulated and returned here once a sufficient quantity was gathered. Nashu, a seed akin to a spatial capsule, a product of awakened abilities that in the framework of conceptualizing the seeds, Li Shu had included a stipulation to nourish them with his own blood, with the duration of nurturing dictated by the difficulty of the task. After they sprouted, he could subsequently feed them the flesh and blood of other creatures until they reached maturity. Thus, once the seeds germinated, he no longer needed to irrigate them with his blood. He could simply hunt the corpses of other beings. As the 5 verdant vassals delved into the earth, he tirelessly embarked on even more ambitious developments. 4 years ago, a hearty laugh escaped him as he grasped the animal seed, the next step in his elevated pursuits, marking a moment of triumph. 3 years ago, with a silent smile, Li Shu had finally completed the initial frameworks of 3 categories in his prioritized hierarchy of beings: human-animal tools. Signifying a milestone achievement. 2 years ago, the seeds of imagination blossomed into reality, with successful cases emerging in the world of pirates. Now, in the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the courtyard, the 20-year-old Li Shu basked leisurely in the sunlight. The sound of footsteps approached, and a serious, mature gentleman, known as Mr. Su, bore a platter of meticulously cut and artfully arranged fruits. He bent to place it on the wooden table beside the rocking chair, adjusting its angle slightly to ensure it was perfect before retracting his arm out. Mr. Su, perhaps you could ease up on that compulsive attention to detail, Li Shu remarked with a light-hearted chuckle, glancing at the platter. Mr. Su, whose true name was Sinu, was a humanoid imperial tool of biological origin, possessing formidable combat capabilities. However, it must be noted that Li Shu's conceptualization of him was not born from a lack of protection or a necessity for safeguarding his life. For someone awakened with a penchant for domesticity, who could resist a flawless caretaker skilled in a myriad of household tasks, proficient in cleaning and laundry, and adept at preparing over 1,000 dishes? Mr. Tsu, you are splendid, with delicate sprouts, deep blue hair, and two small horns. Su donned a white robe. His beard twitched slightly as he replied, "As a Guardian-type Imperial tool, I cannot afford to slacken my standards." Dinkling, a small, round-headed sprite named Wind Chime, measuring 60 centimeters and adorned with ribbons, joined the conversation with a melodious chime, expertly tying a blindfold around Susanu's eyes with its crescent-shaped, golden eyes, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. "Ah, Mr. Su, I did not speak in error. Wind Chime has even taken to teasing you." Li Shu laughed heartily, reveling in the serene atmosphere of the moment. Yet in the next instant his brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward the harbor. More food has arrived 0.5 years prior. An abundance of green spots had blanketed the entire island, sprouting lush vegetation. Thanks to the abilities of the seeds, no rustle of wind or movement of grass on the island escaped his notice. Here comes the action. An intention coursed through the vegetation, reaching the ears of an individual engaged in reckless displays of lightning magic, i.e. the harbor. The captain of the Water Serpent Pirates, Water Serpent W. Seneco, with a bounty of 40 million berries, had landed, accompanied by 32 crew members, striding fiercely toward the nearest town. My comrades, we have finally set foot on the first island of the Grand Line. To hell with the ever-changing currents and climate, we are pirates who embody the essence of the sea. With freedom as our banner, let us charge into the palace today, seize treasures, and indulge our desires for gold, for fine wine and beautiful women. Onward, my crew! Approximately in his 40s, Captain Seneco sported a pirate hat and a robust, rotund physique clad in a dark red captain's coat, his gaze fierce and malevolent as he urged his men to hasten into the island. A quarter hour later, a crackling of golden lightning surged from the distance, blocking the path of the Water Serpent Pirates. The newcomer, with short yellow hair and a lightning scar over his right eye, donned a music player around his neck, wore a brown shirt beneath a plush cape, and crackled with golden arcs of electricity emanating an extraordinary presence. However, Captain, look! This fellow has grass growing on his head. How amusing! He can't possibly be a plant person. Can he? Captain, this is a rare specimen. We should capture him and find a buyer. We could fetch a handsome price. The crew of the Water Serpent Pirates failed to grasp the power of the individual before them. Their initial gaze fixated on the twin sprouts atop his head, prompting them to burst into laughter and mockery. Veins bulging, the newcomer, Laxus Dreyer, an S-class dragon slayer of lightning, wore an expression of fury. He had long anticipated that appearing in such a form before outsiders would invite ridicule. Yet, Li Shu had disregarded his vehement objections, insisting that as an essential feature of the island, he too must possess such attributes. Who cares? The crackling lightning mirrored Laxus's current mood. Naturally antisocial, he had no interest in engaging with a group of soon-to-be corpses. Humiliated by their mockery, he was bereft of even the desire to converse. His fingers curling into a grasp as he activated his lightning magic, vanishing in an instant that a bounty of 40 million, strong, not worthy of invoking his dragon slayer magic, with a flash of golden lightning. Laxus darted through the crowd, reappearing behind them. After taking 2 leisurely steps, he halted, discarding the arcs of electricity surrounding him. In that moment, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed relentlessly. He turned to disdainfully survey the pirates who had just mocked him. Now lifeless forms with eyes rolled back and mouths agape, faint sparks of lightning emanating from their bodies. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, though it was unclear whether his irritation was directed at the corpses or at the individual who often commanded him to handle garbage. Regardless of his frustration, Laxus could not defy his nature. Upon being created, his core directive had been established as obedience. Silently resigned, he retrieved a walnut-sized grenache from his pocket, touching it to each corpse, absorbing them all within. With a crackle of electricity, he set off toward the courtyard. Chapter 3. The vines of the elves in the courtyard, crackling arcs of electricity flickered as Laxus materialized, his plush cape billowing gently. He first nodded in acknowledgement to Susanu, clearly recognizing the other's strength, before casting a look of disdain toward Li Shu. Flicking his thumb, he tossed the nashu to him, saying, "In the future, send the verdant vassals to deal with such trivial matters. Do not waste my time with these small fry that I have no interest in playing house with you. My focus is on enhancing my power and earning the right to venture outside. Ah, ah. As Li Shu caught the Nashu, he emitted an ambiguous sound, shooting a glance at Wind Chime, who instantly understood and executed his silent command. The enchanting, ethereal voice of Wind Chime resonated as it floated before Laxus, soothing his resentment with its healing melody. Humph. Casting a sideways glance at the retreating figure of Li Shu, Laxus huffed through his nose. Yet in the next moment, a tender smile crept onto his lips, and he playfully pointed, "Long time no see, Wind Chime." Despite his preference for blending classical elements into rock music, he remained impervious to the charm of Wind Chime's healing melodies. During his brief visits to the estate, he would invariably follow closely behind, as Wind Chime floated wherever it pleased. "Laxus, enjoy your fruit." Suddenly, Susanoo approached with a platter of fruit, his typically tranquil eyes now exhibiting a flicker of change, perhaps a hint of human-like hostility. After all, few can resist the chime of a bell, and the imperial artifact was no exception. In the backyard, with Li Shu's arrival, would have been an expanse of ordinary green grass just a moment ago transformed. As if imbued with life, swaying rapidly and coalescing, the grass intertwined to form vines, which then twisted together to create a singular plant. The lower part of the plant coiled into a single mass, while the middle bulged outward in a lantern shape, and at the top, the vines twisted twice before extending in 3 directions, each adorned with 3 leaves. 17 plants emerged, each of vibrant hue, coalescing into a variety of colors. The elven vine, having confirmed that various fruits could conceptually yield beings, objects, and tools from other anime, Li Shu's confidence soared. With practiced ease, he crafted these 17 elven vines, corresponding to the 17 elemental types from the world of Pokemon. Stirring the pot, stirring the pot, stirring the pot. Li Shu, awakened to his otaku nature, had no interest in chasing the hollow title of Pirate King. Instead, he intended to indulge in the pleasures he once relished as a denizen of Earth. Witnessing grand events from various animes, such as the Paramount War in the world of pirates. However, upon reviewing the already aired narratives, it became apparent that the pirate world lacked significant climactic events. Since he had descended into this realm, trapped within its confines, the scarcity of exhilarating incidents mattered little. I am here. I will catalyze change through the powers of the various fruits. The natural, superhuman, and animal fruits constitute a mere trifecta of the devil fruit system. It is insufficient. Just wait, for I shall establish a 4th, superior contract-based system. Spirit. What does it mean to surpass? Simply put, it is well known that one can only consume a single devil fruit. Consuming a second would result in explosive demise. But what if the special contract system that Li Shu pioneers were exempt from such restrictions? Take Akiji as an example. His Hai no Mi, classified as a natural type, is indeed powerful, yet upon reaching the awakening stage, it has reached its zenith, leaving no further avenues for enhancement. To continue augmenting his strength, one must delve into physical prowess and haki. If, perchance, Akiji were to form a contract with an ice-type spirit, he could then utilize the powers of his fruit to activate spirit skills, thereby opening new pathways for growth and elevating his potential. Of course, Li Shu understood that using the powers of the fruit to trigger spirit skills could yield higher damage output. But the disparity between this upper limit and that of the pure Hai no Mi would not entail a transformation of tears and no need to fret. Before planting the elven vines, he had optimized the settings to ensure the spirits could adapt to the power structure of the pirates. For instance, when cultivating Laxus, he considered the presence of magical power in the pirate world. Whether it existed or not was inconsequential. He redefined the parameters. He optimized the magical system, transforming the magical power within Laxus into beneficial substances that would enhance his physique and stamina. Thus, when he cast spells, he could substitute physical strength, making it distinctly piratical. The same applied to the spirits. When the spirits descended, both empowered and non-empowered beings, as well as swordsmen, could engage in battle with them, incapacitating them until they lost consciousness. Afterward, a blood contract would be established, with the spirits merging into the victor's forehead, appearing as a pattern. During combat, the first setting would be activated. Embodiment. The spirits would manifest in their original forms. assisting their contract holders in battle. Advantages: collaborative combat, mutual understanding, seamless coordination, and formidable skill potency. Disadvantages: the combined effort would drain the contract holder's stamina, proving disadvantageous in prolonged battles. The second setting: fusion in combat. Ignoring the first setting, one could directly choose to fuse with the four-head pattern. The appearance of the contract holder post-fusion would be influenced by the spirit, while the combination of their powers would engender a qualitative transformation, significantly amplifying their strength. The advantages of the fusion state are clear. As long as the contract holder's stamina holds out, they can fully unleash their enhanced overall strength, turning the tide of battle. However, once the fusion is undone, they would enter a weakened state, the duration of which would depend on the contract holder's physical condition. If the opponent's physique is strong enough, they might avoid this weakened state. The third setting is truly remarkable. Explosive mode. When faced with an adversary that cannot be defeated even in fusion, the contract holder may enter explosive mode, further amplifying their strength limit by 13 times for half an hour. Regardless of victory or defeat, the spirit pattern on the forehead would enter a 6-month cooldown period. Advantages: a desperate counterattack, enjoying the privileges of a protagonist. Disadvantages: a 6-month cooldown period and a -30 penalty to all attributes for 1 month. Embodiment, fusion, explosive mode. With these 3 settings added to the spirits, the fourth system of special contracts is indeed deserving of its name. There are no restrictions on contracts, and it can stack with the powers of the fruits, most assuredly formidable. I eagerly await your maturation. Li Shu gazed intently at the 17 elven vines. Murmuring to himself, he raised his hand and tossed a seed into the air above the plants, which erupted into a burst, scattering over 30 corpses that plummeted to the ground. As soon as the feed appeared, it was irresistibly drawn by the scent of blood. Instantly, nearly 100 roots surged from the earth, vying to devour the feast of the day in a scene that was difficult to behold. Ignoring the gruesome spectacle before him, he meticulously observed the bulging center of the plant, where 17 colors representing various elemental attributes, black, brown, blue, green, yellow, flickered in brightness, the moments of illumination far outnumbering the dim. Only 70% maturity. Too slow. Previous successful cases indicate that reaching full maturity is merely the beginning. Continued nourishment is essential to yield spirit fruits. Once the feed was entirely consumed by the roots, they retracted back into the earth, leaving only the 17 elven vines standing silently. Ishu waved a hand, causing them to revert to their previous guise as ordinary green grass, before turning to leave, having traversed over 9 years. I aspire to orchestrate a grand event before the 10th anniversary. Relying solely on the occasional pirates as feed is ultimately too slow. I need to open new avenues. Hey, ISNT Laxus, always yearning to explore the outside world. I offer you that opportunity. Chapter 4. Hockey at midday. Having relished the culinary delights crafted by Siso, Li Shu reclined contentedly in his chair, arms relaxed and neck resting against the back, basking in the warm sunlight without a care for his appearance. Moments later, Susanoo had diligently cleared away the dishes, prompting Li Shu to slightly tilt his head toward Laxus, who was equally stuffed, and say, "Laxus, you just mentioned your determination to train harder in order to defeat me and earn the right to explore the seas. Right?" Laxus chose to remain silent, ignoring the prospect of gaining the right to explore based on defeating someone. Yet, since he was artificially created, his core code was inherently designed to be incapable of rebellion. Before mastering the dual-color hockey, you have left this island that I end the first half of this paradise. One could be considered a first-tier powerhouse, but based on my understanding of you, the new world is the place you truly yearn for. Is it not? There, dual-color hockey is a commonplace ability. Or perhaps one could say that dual-color hockey is the ticket to the new world. Without it, you would be mercilessly beaten upon arrival. Dog? Laxus's expression darkened. Having just been called a beast's offspring, this was an even greater insult. You, Li, are the one truly grasping at straws. After all this, with a tone heavy with suppressed anger, Laxus abruptly turned and roared. Why don't you teach me, then? And why have you never mentioned the existence of hockey to me before? Huh. Each of the 3 husks grew increasingly indignant, his frenzied demeanor suggesting he might devour someone alive. H.L. Lishu felt a slight embarrassment, chuckling softly as he chose to bypass the issue entirely. Therefore, I have decided to temporarily permit you to venture out and assist me in hunting 100 sea kings. Upon your return, I shall offer you two choices. 1. To impart to you the authentic method for cultivating dual-color hockey. Or 2. To help you cultivate the fruits of dual-color hockey. The choice is yours. At a loss for words, Laxus found himself speechless before this man's abrupt topic shift. Striving to calm his rising fury, he opened his hands toward Lishu, who instantly understood his intent. Utilizing various abilities, he quickly conjured 10 enormous seeds, gently pushing them toward Laxus. After securing the seeds, Laxus, his face taut, inquired, "Once I'm mastered dual-color hockey, I can officially leave the island and venture into the world, correct? Please give me a straightforward answer." "Absolutely." Observing Lishu's cheeky grin, Laxus clenched his fists tightly, a lingering suspicion gnawing at him that this fellow's words were hardly reliable. Yet, what could he do but choose to believe him? With a flick of his plush cloak, he strode away. As he watched Laxus's figure fade into the distance, Susanoo retracted his gaze, handing Lishu the freshly squeezed fruit juice, and asked, "Can I also cultivate dual-color hockey as a guardian-type imperial tool?" Upon encountering a new power system, one should consciously endeavor to master it to the utmost, embodying the essence of protection. Lishu took a sip of the juice, internally rolling his eyes. Why does this all-purpose caretaker constantly think about combat? Ensuring my daily needs is your greatest value. Why does a caretaker possess such ambition? By the way, since biological humanoid imperial tools still fundamentally qualify as imperial tools, should those with the biological prefix be able to grasp hockey? Let us wait for Laxus to return and see how he chooses. At that time, Mr. Sue, you may listen in. Very well, the harbor. Having changed out of his cloak and trousers, Laxus arrived wearing only a pair of light blue swim trunks. He cast a glance at a ship docked nearby, suspected to belong to the water snake pirates, his eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. The ship is merely a means of transportation. With a leap, Laxus decided to swim the entire distance, traversing the sea toward the windless zone where the Sea Kings congregated. Observing Laxus leaping into the ocean from afar, Lishu couldn't help but laugh, realizing that being unable to utilize any means of transportation truly was the plight of a dragon slayer mage. Chapter 5. Too ruthless in the courtyard. The issue of feed had been addressed by a helper. Lishu looked up at the sun. It was once again the time of day when sunlight was most abundant, a perfect moment to reap the rewards and complete his daily tasks. The Bodhi tree incident from 5 years prior had sown dual-leaf sprouts above the heads of the island's inhabitants, and it was not merely to indulge his own twisted preferences, sitting cross-legged on the grass. Lishu activated the awakening powers of various fruits. With a deep breath, a nameless breeze surged from within him, radiating at the speed of sound across the entire island. That on the island, diligent farmers toiled. Skilled artisans crafted, and robust guards stood watch as the nameless wind swept over them. They remained oblivious, continuing their daily lives as usual. However, as the wind passed, a faint luminescence erupted from their bodies, but only for an instant. Hidden by the sunlight, unnoticed by anyone over 5 years. Luminescence? No, it is life force. Indeed, Lishu had just harvested a wave of life force across the island. The individuals from whom he harvested did not exhibit any adverse reactions for 2 reasons. First, the amount of life force he siphoned from each individual was minimal. Second, the dual-leaf sprouts had provided a nurturing feedback. Why did the kingdom of Korakud abandon the investigation into the masterminds behind the Bodhi tree incident? Because there was profit to be gained, and if one were to rise above the entire island and survey the Grand Line, one would discover that the overall strength of the kingdom of Korakud had been steadily increasing each year since the incident 5 years ago. Captain Nautilus of the King's army, once merely a swordsman, had rapidly improved his strength through the nurturing of the dual-leaf sprouts over the years, and was now on the brink of becoming a great swordsman. Perhaps he merely needed to face a life-and-death battle, or to realize his sword path to attain that level. It could be said that after the Bodhi tree incident, Lishu had reached a mutually beneficial arrangement with the island's populace. In the courtyard, Lishu sat cross-legged, surrounded by a warm white light. With each breath, it integrated into his being, nourishing his cells, fortifying his organs, and enhancing his physical strength and endurance limits. With a population of 6.4 million on the island, even if each person contributed a small amount of life force, the total amount would be exceedingly vast. Furthermore, after 5 continuous years of nurturing by the dual-leaf sprouts, their physical constitutions have become exceptionally robust, allowing them to offer far more than just a little 0.3 minutes, 5 minutes. A quarter of an hour later, Li Shu opened his eyes, silently gazing at the white light obscuring his vision. He skillfully produced a pearl-like seed of life and began to absorb the immense life force within it. In an instant, his normal vision was restored. The absorption rate was nearly negligible. With a faint smile, he acknowledged his situation. After 5 years of cultivating life force, his physique had reached its limit, and there was no further enhancement possible. The recent cultivation could be considered a mere habit. He relished the sensation of being enveloped by life force. Warm and comforting. Were it not for the fact that after a quarter of an hour, it would dissipate rapidly, he would have enjoyed that feeling for at least another half hour. My physique has reached the limits of this world. If I wish to continue improving, I will likely have to wait until I cultivate the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to the dragon. A vision of the future flashed through his mind. And Li Shu shook his head, unhurried. He had ample life force to squander. The giant race were mere children in comparison, and he had plenty of time to take things slow. This one is also full. Holding the life seed that shimmered with a gentle halo, Li Shu smacked his lips and lifted his robe to reveal a pouch hanging at his waist. He opened the pouch and tossed the seed inside, producing a crisp, clinking sound. With Laxus providing the feed, the maturation period for the elven vine is just around the corner. Now, it is time to begin constructing the protagonist for the next grand event. Without rising, he reclined on the grass, basking in the sunlight, slowly closing his eyes as he contemplated the new protagonist to emerge following the advent of the elves. Once the elves appear, the greatest beneficiaries will likely be the ability users. If they can acquire elves that complement their abilities, their combat prowess will multiply, thereby placing non-ability users and swordsmen at a disadvantage. Next, should I seek some benefits for non-ability users, or focus on swordsmen? Rubbing his head, he realized the truth. If he were to cultivate a new concept of power specifically for non-ability users, it would appear that ability users and swordsmen could also benefit, ultimately failing to achieve the initial objective. Thus, there's no need to deliberately enhance non-ability users. The sea becomes richer and more diverse due to various power systems. If they wish to keep pace with the times, they must abandon their purity and open their hearts to accept and master the powers they once resisted. In light of this, the decision was made. It shall be the Zanpakuto. The direction in which the world will develop relies solely on my will, without hesitation. Whichever system I prefer, I shall cultivate that system. Following my own desires, having determined the new concept to be established next, Li Shu sprang upright. Brimming with enthusiasm, he rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "Spiritual power? That is not very pirate-like. Erase that. Each Zanpakuto possesses its unique abilities. Should that point be retained?" After a long period of contemplation, he smacked his thigh, coming to a realization. The Zanpakuto is a benefit prepared for all swordsmen. Whether they desire those extravagant abilities should be left for them to decide. Why waste energy on that? With a general idea in mind, Li Shu seized the moment, raising his hand to conjure a blank seed. He then crossed his thumbs, placing the blank seed in his palm, enveloping it with the powers of various fruits, and commencing the conceptual development of a new system. The Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and abilities are constructed from the very soul of the Shinigami, understood through sword meditation. Its true name called forth to obtain power. The concept of the soul is too ethereal and needs refinement. It would be prudent to emulate that individual from the Zero Division, mass-producing shallow cuts. Over time, as swordsmen wield them, they will gradually merge with their souls, transforming the shallow cuts into tangible forms of Zanpakuto. Through the medium of once more, engage in communication and exchange to fathom its true name. Unleashing the formidable power of that AS for the initial release, these two aspects require significant optimization. The truly accomplished swordsmen, the great masters of the sword, pursue the way of the sword with a profound purity. I possess a single sword that can shatter myriad laws and cleave through heaven and earth. For them, regardless of the daunting challenges ahead, with sword in hand, they stride forth undeterred. Thus the initial release, and can be conceived as enhancements to one's innate power. Let us consider this. Upon invoking the true name of thee and achieving the initial release, one's physical attributes surge threefold, encompassing strength, agility, and reflexes, yielding an overall combat prowess that may reach quintuple the norm, justifying the effects of the initial release. And as for if the initial release augments physical capabilities, then the grand must amplify the striking power fivefold. Might that be a tad excessive, with a baseline physical capability of 3 to 5 times? Delivering a strike enhanced fivefold in power. If it were the likes of wielding the Supreme, could it not cleave Kaido in twain? Li Shu found himself in a quandary, brow furrowed in contemplation for an extended period, until his eyes suddenly sharpened, and an idea took shape. Chapter 6. The sprite seated upon the verdant grass. After a moment of reflection, Li Shu experienced a spark of inspiration, not easily attained. Perhaps in a few years, I may cultivate some other remarkable system, and by then, will be a mere formality. Yes, it is prudent to proceed with caution. Let us stipulate that utilizing will significantly increase stamina consumption. Thus, we have prepared for those swordsmen who tread the path of pure swordsmanship. Universal love, a love for all beings. Reassuring himself, Li Shu resolved not to favor one over the other. For every seeker of pure swordsmanship, there are those who revel in flamboyance. For these swordsmen, the process is considerably simpler. Retain the original attributes for the initial release, grant a completely new ability along with a twofold enhancement of physical capabilities. But no more. They shall undergo a transformation in ability, augmenting power fivefold, while physical attributes remain unchanged, albeit with an increased rate of stamina depletion. Pure or flamboyant, I leave the choice to you. Having established the two modes of Li Shu commenced the vigorous activation of various fruits, employing his mind as a quill and the awakened abilities as ink, meticulously inscribing the well-structured parameters into the blank seed, 0.1 day, 0.3 days. A week, half a month, that a month later to last. I have succeeded. With a silent exclamation, Li Shu opened his eyes, gently cradling a seed resembling a blade, suspended above his palm. Leaning in to listen, he could faintly perceive the sound of life within, a sign of successful development. The most challenging seed has been completed, and now the subsequent replication should prove far simpler. With the complexity of the operation diminished, he decided to take a moment's respite. The sustained high-intensity activation of the fruit's abilities had left him physically intact, yet the mental fatigue was significant. Moreover, today was the day Laxus was expected to return. Dingling, dingling, the melodious sound of wind chimes drifted in, filling the air with a soothing resonance that eased Li Shu's weary spirit. He smiled softly, gently stroking its charming little head, murmuring, "Thank you, wind chime. I feel much better now. You are simply wonderful." Dingling, the wind chime's golden eyes twinkled with glee as it completed a crescent shape. Thrilled to assist Li Shu in the next instant. With a swift motion, it expertly covered Li Shu's eyes, expressing its affection in its own unique manner. Hey, blocking my view, wind chime." Although he protested, Li Shu had no intention of removing it. For even without the use of observation, the lush greenery around him was a sufficient guide. If it chose to cling on, so be it. After all, how could he deny the joy of wind chime? After finishing lunch and harvesting that day's vitality, Li Shu reclined in a lounge chair for over an hour's rest when he finally heard the grass in the courtyard rustling. Has he returned? The wait has been long indeed. With the flora as his eyes, Li Shu saw a tuft of yellow fur swiftly approaching the island across the sea. The returning Laxus, back from a month-long procurement trip, finally laden with bounty. Time passed unnoticed as half an hour slipped by. The rumble of thunder echoed as Laxus reappeared, donned in his favorite attire, his furry cloak gently fluttering behind him. "I have procured 127 sea kings. Exceeding your requested amount, 0.10 seeds arc through the air. and Li Shu caught them all, subtly sensing the contents within, a smile gracing his lips. "Well done, Laxus, however, exceeding the request. Ha, those extra 27 must be your plan for cultivating the dual-colored. Am I correct? You know me well." Unfazed by Li Shu's teasing, Laxus expressed his needs with a stoic visage. "I have chosen the method for obtaining that takes effect immediately. Planting dual-colored and hastening the growth of the will certainly require nurturing materials. Given your nature, I presume this nourishment will not be provided freely, and since it will eventually fall to me, is it not prudent to prepare in advance?" "Bravo! A clever little rascal indeed," Li Shu praised, giving him a thumbs up before turning to head towards the backyard. "Come along, let us witness the moment the little sprite descends into the world." Laxus remained silent, stepping in stride behind the figure of Susan. As the three of them ventured into the usually off-limits backyard as Laxus arrived in this simultaneously unfamiliar yet familiar place, a tranquil gaze flickered with faint reminiscence. 2 years ago, he awoke here. According to Li Shu, the beings and items he cultivates are replicas optimized from a particular template, which implies that in that world, I remain a mage of the guild, teaming up with comrades to undertake missions, striving to grow stronger for their safety, standing on the front lines. How splendid! Laxus, cultivating dual-colored with merely 27 sea kings as nourishment, by my experience, should suffice for maturity, yet can only enable you to grasp the first stage of. Li Shu's voice interrupted Laxus's reverie, causing him to pause momentarily. The first stage? Does that imply there are multiple stages of? A question arose in his mind. He was about to inquire for further details when he witnessed Li Shu tossing all 10 seeds into the air. With his control, a sea king over 100 meters long was spat out. In the next moment, a multitude of roots surged from the ground, competing fiercely for the sea king's feed, the acrid scent of blood enveloping the entire backyard. Brutal and horrifying, Laxus observed the writhing roots resembling malevolent entities, silently closing his mouth, his heart trembling. "Oh, this is how I was born." 1.10.20 Upon the emergence of the 36th Sea King, 17 sprouting sprites glimmered with hues of various colors. They had matured. "Oh," Li Shu murmured, undeterred by the stench of blood, his gaze brimming with anticipation as he focused intently on the 17 sprites. 0.1 grain in spring, a harvest of myriad seeds in autumn. After such a long wait, the time for reaping has finally arrived. Before his eyes, the roots continued to voraciously consume the sea kings, drawing forth sustenance, and as the 17 sprites feasted, the radiance they emitted grew ever more resplendent, revealing faint silhouettes of tiny sprites within their swollen forms. 45. As the 45th Sea King was devoured, the ice element sprite's vine trembled suddenly, its 3 green tendrils unwinding, the swollen section contracting abruptly, emitting a beam of white light. Thus, the second sprite emerged after wind chime. Chapter 7. The Lizard King Whoosh. A flash of brilliance heralded the arrival of a small sprite with blue skin and a shell-like back before Li Shu. Ride the dragon. A smile creased Li Shu's lips as he articulated the sprite's name internally, his mood buoyed, not only by his affection for it, but also by the promise of an impending harvest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Indeed, in the next instant, the remaining 16 sprites each birthed their corresponding entities: the fire type, the steel type, the grass type, the flying type, and the electric type. The roots relentlessly continued their feeding frenzy, and after the 54th Sea King was consumed, the second round of maturation commenced, yielding the rock type, the ghost type, and the bug type. 9 sprites. 9 Sea King corpses can yield a batch of sprites. Dividing by 17, it seems an average of half a Sea King can give rise to 1 sprite. Li Shu gently exhaled, contemplating the situation at hand. He silently calculated the conversion efficiency. His previously buoyant mood swelled with even greater joy. His astonishment. The time spent nurturing these beings to maturity seemed insignificant compared to how effortlessly the transition from the sprouting of the elven vine to the harvesting stage had unfolded. Unable to contain his delight, he chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance in the direction of Laxus. "Laxus, with your tenacious spirit, I can only imagine that upon learning about the various stages of dominance, you would not be content with merely having entered the initial phase. Therefore, before you depart, Allow me to seize a handful. 99 in total. The seventh harvest. Collect. As the final sea creature tumbled forth, the harvest of the seventh batch of small sprites completed. Lishu commanded the Na species to cease its operations, raising his hand to summon it back into his palm, leaving one for Laxus as a token of appreciation for his procurement ventures at sea. As he toyed with the Na species in his hand, his gaze fell upon the 100 or so small sprites, their eyes wide with confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. Ishu turned to Laxus and Susu, only to find the two locked in a fierce gaze, their eyes brimming with hostility as they vied for the ownership of a particular sprite. The second wind chime. Mr. Susu, your holder already possesses one, and you have been inseparable from him for years. You are effectively one and the same. What need is there for you to contest the ownership of a second wind chime? Are you not concerned that having two wind chimes living together may lead to rivalry, causing discord as they vie for affection and potentially harm one another? Allow it to be mine. The struggle for the wind chime, wherein the brave prevail, Laxus's gentle persuasion was met with an even more watchful gaze from Susanu. Laxus, perhaps after today you will depart. The sea is fraught with peril, and it is not a suitable home for it to follow you. Keeping both would foster a more harmonious coexistence among them. With my presence, neither shall come to harm. No, you are mistaken, Mr. Susu. Laxus replied resolutely as a dragon slayer mage. I do not possess a dedicated companion. The wind chime is my partner, and no matter how tumultuous the sea may become, I can assure you that before the wind chime lies only my silhouette and the serene beauty of time well spent. Danger, I shall obliterate it with thunderous might, observing Laxus's unwavering conviction. Susanu shook his head in denial. No, Laxus, you are overly confident. Beyond the visible titans of the sea lie many unknown entities lurking in the shadows. While the obvious threats may be avoided, the hidden dangers are much harder to evade. The risk of the wind chime accompanying you is far too great. I cannot agree. Lishu found himself at a loss for words, deciding it best to refrain from interjecting until they reached an agreement regarding the ownership of the second wind chime. He turned his attention to one of the grass-type lizard kings among the sprites before him. Lizard king, you match my abilities and are among the sprites I hold in high regard. Let us forge a contract. He gestured for the lizard king to approach, curling his middle finger to produce a gentle thump against its forehead. In an instant, the bewildered lizard king was propelled by an irresistible force, its eyes swirling as it collapsed to the ground. After a moment of effort, blood dripped from his fingertip, landing upon the unconscious lizard king. In an instant, the blood fused with the lizard king's essence, transforming its body into a radiant red light that shot into Lishu's forehead, taking the form of the lizard king's emblem. Contract successful. Fusion, transformation, and explosive growth. Let me first experience a brand new application of the power of my contracted sprite. Fusion, he silently uttered in his heart, and simultaneously, the emblem on his forehead erupted with an emerald glow, enveloping his entire being within its luminescence. What is this? Drawn by the verdant radiance, Laxus and Susu simultaneously turned their gazes toward the illuminated Lishu. In the next heartbeat, the light burst forth, revealing Lishu in his fused form. His eyes remained the same, yet now adorned with a striking crimson shadow that added a captivating allure. His previous attire had vanished, replaced by a form-fitting green combat outfit that accentuated his physique, exuding a sense of vigor. To his waist, a red satin ribbon was tied, with two green-bladed swords sheathed at either side, projecting an air of gallantry. Around his neck, a long red scarf fluttered weightlessly, its ends colored in a blend of gold and yellow. This is what I envisioned. A transformation that occurs when merging with a sprite, he marveled, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Behold, this post-fusion appearance is truly something remarkable. After admiring his new ensemble for a moment, he drew one of his swords from his waist, its shining blade reflecting his visage. To his delight, he noticed the red shadow accentuating his eyes, an eye-catching detail that enhanced his charm. However, when he tilted the blade to observe his hair, he was met with a green, spiky hairstyle that grew upward. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but he shrugged it off. Well, green is fine. After all, it's grass type. Green is healthier and more vibrant. Being a lifelong singleton in two lives is not a concern. With a swift motion, he slashed the air, the sound of slicing through the atmosphere resonating as the energy blade skill erupted forth, soaring nearly 10,000 meters before dissipating into nothingness. Moving with incredible speed, he sheathed his sword and activated the Lizard King's abilities. Appearing before a grand tree in the backyard, as if teleporting, he struck with a forceful blow, the scarf replacing the Lizard King's tail. Slamming against the trunk with a resounding thud, what seemed like a delicate scarf effortlessly snapped the robust tree in two, showcasing immense power. With the trunk support gone, the tree began to topple. Li Shu raised his hand, crimson energy coalescing in his palm. In the next moment, a thick, crimson energy blast erupted, annihilating the tree into dust before it could fully descend, carried away by the wind. Having sampled several of the Lizard King's skills, he dispelled the fusion mode. The green combat attire, sword, and red scarf converged into a flowing light that gathered at his forehead, revealing the emblem of the Lizard King, while his original outfit reappeared. As expected, I feel no sense of weakness. After a brief assessment of his condition, Li Shu noted no discomfort. Evidently, his physique was exceedingly robust, rendering any negative states entirely inconsequential. Shall I attempt transformation next? With a thought, a red light surged forth from his forehead, and the Lizard King materialized before him, its eyes sparkling with eagerness as it gazed at its contract holder. Memories of their brief fusion echoed in its mind, strong, truly formidable. Sharing in the vitality of its master, the Lizard King felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if it could effortlessly rend divine beasts asunder. In awe, the proud Lizard King knelt, bowing in submission to the might of its contract holder. Witnessing the Lizard King's submission, Li Shu chuckled softly at a blade of grass sprouted rapidly, lifting the Lizard King to its feet. From this moment on, we are partners, equals. While a conquered stronghold may choose to bow, the knee shall not bend, that's my contracted sprite. Lizard King, stand tall. Until I fall, uphold your pride as a king. Yara, Yara. The Lizard King initially appeared bewildered, but soon responded with unwavering determination. Puffing out its chest and standing behind Li Shu as a vigilant guardian. Gently stroking its angular head, Li Shu's joy was palpable. Yet upon further inspection of the Lizard King, he felt something was missing. With a light slap to his forehead, he realized what it was. He lifted his garment, retrieving a vibrant orb brimming with life force from his sash. Activating his various fruit abilities, he transformed it into a branch adorned with a green leaf and offered it to the Lizard King. Here, this will complete the look. With the branch in its mouth, the Lizard King widened its eyes in astonishment, feeling a continuous flow of life energy coursing into its being, rapidly circulating throughout its body, filling it with a sense of invincible strength. Do not be surprised. As my partner, you are equally deserving of what Mr. Sisanu possesses. Ishu offered a brief explanation to the Lizard King, opting not to attempt the third explosive growth mode, which would impose a 6-month cooldown on the Lizard King. Instead, he approached the now quiet Laxus and Susanu. Have you ceased your quarrel? As he spoke, 2 wind chimes floated to his sides, each producing ethereal tones that were similar, yet distinctly different. There are no 2 leaves alike in this world, and the same holds true for small sprites. You truly are stubborn, Li Shu teased, playfully poking at the 2 wind chimes, now that a second has appeared. With sufficient nourishment, cultivating a 3rd wind chime is merely a matter of time. Why engage in a futile competition? Are you both devoid of reason? Oh, right, Susanu exclaimed, realizing the oversight he had made, perhaps due to excessive concern constraining his thinking. Laxus remained silent, internally rolling his eyes. Did you really need to point that out? I had considered the possibility of cultivating a 2nd wind chime when the first was harvested. However, after reaping 7 batches, only the wind chime had repeated itself. Moreover, I'm about to embark on a journey across the sea. If I do not seize this opportunity now, when will I have another chance? It is better to cherish the present. You previously mentioned that the concept of dominance can be classified into several tiers. How many tiers are there in total? Furthermore, if I wish to attain the highest level of dual-color dominance, how much nourishment must I supplement? The question posed by Laxus lingered in the air, and Li Shu, with a slight smile gracing his lips, casually shrugged his shoulders and replied, 50 or 100 is hardly excessive. 200 or 300 is not too much either, of course. If you prepare ample nourishment, even a third wind chime may not be a mere dream. Moreover, there exists a certain probability of cultivating a sprite that is exceptionally suited to you, possessing both dragon and electric dual attributes, Laxus. If you intend to exploit me, you might as well say so. A week had elapsed since Laxus last ventured outside. During this period, Susanoo meticulously tended to over 100 sprites. Naturally, he attempted to forge contracts with several sprites, yet each endeavor resulted in failure. Biologically humanoid artifacts are, after all, not true humans. Even when sprites willingly cooperated, the outcomes remained unsuccessful. Mr. Su, Li Shu murmured lazily, having just finished lunch and reclined in a rocking chair to bask in the sunlight. Casting a glance at Susanoo, who was surrounded by sprites, he continued, do not take it to heart. The inability to contract sprites now does not imply it will remain so in the future. Exercise patience for one day. I shall aid you in breaking free from the constraints of that artifact and become a flesh-and-blood human. Encircled by sprites and enveloped by their cacophonous sounds, Susanoo, after meticulously arranging his intricately carved feathers, allowed a genuine smile to grace his solemn face. Shu smiled softly, then withdrew his gaze, resting his head upon his hands, contemplating the azure sky and white clouds. Once Laxus returns, having obtained what he seeks, this exceedingly useful tool shall set sail for the It is understandable. The Thunder Dragon, having lost its freedom, cannot resonate through the skies. The free and vibrant ocean shall be its true home. However, with his departure, I must seek a new tool. The sprite system is nearing completion, yet the Zampicat system remains a distant journey. Without a capable tool to hunt the sea kings, when shall I ripen and bear fruit? The quest for a suitable replacement cannot be delayed. Realizing the pressing need at hand, Li Shu gently closed his eyes, activating the various abilities of the fruits. Instantly, the island's greenery stirred without wind, conducting reconnaissance and relaying images to his mind. After a thorough reading and filtering, two figures emerged prominently. Point one was Captain Capitana of the Kingdom's Guard, an exceptional swordsman. Should he comprehend his own sword path, he could instantly ascend to the rank of a great swordsman, joining the ranks of world-class warriors. The other was Bartra, an old pirate residing on the island, a Paramecia-type bottle fruit user, now 87 years old, with his fruit abilities developed to the awakened level. Proficient in dual-color dominance. What a coincidence! Li Shu chuckled upon seeing Capitana's silhouette. It seemed that 5 years ago, he was the one who severed the Bodhi tree. Little did he expect that 5 years later, their paths would intersect once more. Indeed, the world is full of uncertainties. Much like a sausage wrapped in a sausage, he mused internally, extending his left hand to caress the grass at his side, conveying two messages through the fruit's abilities. Mr. Su, please prepare some fruits and pastries. We shall soon have 2 guests. Guests? Susanoo's heart stirred, recalling all the memories associated with those he had nurtured, aside from Laxus. It seemed that this courtyard had never truly welcomed guests. Very well that a hint of confusion flashed in his mind, but his lips obediently responded, rising to head toward the kitchen. Chapter 9. 2 individuals outside the royal palace. At the kingdom's military encampment, on an open grassy field. Master, be careful. Tender leaves swayed as a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, gasped for breath, gripping his long sword tightly as he assumed a stance for his most potent attack. Alerting his master, Capitana, unleash your full strength. Let me see if you can bear the responsibilities of the next captain. Not yet 40, with a resolute face and a robust physique, Capitana pointed his swift blade. He swayed at the young man, his calm gaze mingled with anticipation. Show your brilliance and earn my recognition. Then you shall bear the responsibilities of captain to protect the kingdom. I will seek my own sword path and become a great swordsman, to behold the vistas that lie beyond. Ultimate Black Crow. The youth squeezed every ounce of strength within him, his soaring momentum coalescing into a pitch-black crow, which then darted fiercely toward Capitana, accompanied by a sharp, killing intent. Very well. With appreciation gleaming in his eyes, Capitano leaned slightly forward, accelerating in an instant. In a flash of steel, he appeared behind the youth, the dark crow dissipating slowly, leaving them 3 meters apart, standing still. Crack! The youth's eyes trembled as he stared fixedly at the broken blade, realizing he had lost. Although he was aware that he was no match for his master, he had hoped to unleash a powerful blow. Yet not only did he fail to draw out his master's sword techniques, but his weapon had shattered, resulting in a complete defeat. Huffing out a breath of frustration, the youth managed to adjust his mindset and did not succumb to despair. Turning around, he lowered his head in shame, saying, "I apologize, master. I am indeed still far from adequate. With such strength, I fear I cannot bear the weight of protecting the kingdom." No Capitana sheathed his sword, gazing at the unyielding youth with a sense of pride. "Lift your head. From this day forth, you shall be the new captain of the kingdom's military." The youth looked up in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden announcement. How could he possibly take on the role of captain when his strength was so feeble compared to Capitana's? Sensing the lack of confidence in the youth's eyes, Capitana reassured him, "Monbois, the role of captain requires strength, yet does not demand the strongest prowess. Though you are young, I believe in your future." Stepping before the young Monbois, he placed his right hand on his shoulder, saying, "Embrace it. Take on the responsibility. When you truly protect the kingdom as captain, you will gain boundless motivation, becoming stronger for your beliefs. You will surely surpass me, becoming the true pillar of the nation, safeguarding peace. Monbois, one day, you will be the pride of your master, a hero of the nation, my successor. Cultivate your confidence." Mastered, Monbois' eyes glistened with moisture as he gazed at his mentor, striving to hold back the tears that threatened to fall. With unwavering determination, he nodded firmly, stating, "Yes, master. Monbois, promise you that day will not be far off. I eagerly await that day." With a hearty laugh, Capitana clapped his shoulder, his gaze falling upon the broken sword in the youth's hand. "This 50-quality swift blade, he sway, shall be entrusted to you as a gift from your master to congratulate you on your new role as captain." "How could this be? He sway has been with you longer than I have." Before Monbois could finish his thought, the grass around them began to rustle, and a message surged into Capitana's mind, in the next instant. His pupils constricted as he abruptly turned his gaze toward a specific direction. "Master, what is the matter?" Noticing Capitana's unusual behavior, Monbois inquired, taken aback. He firmly gripped the he sway had yet a present, his eyes twitching involuntarily as he coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Ahem, you make a valid point. Having it by my side indeed provides me with greater peace of mind, especially now as I prepare to meet that mysterious ability user who has sent an enigmatic message." Monbois. At the Akaji Tavern, an elderly Bartra with silver hair and a weathered appearance propped his elbow on the table, resting his chin on his palm, gazing deeply at the numerous patrons within, reveling in their merriment. No, his true focus lay upon the verdant twin, leaves sprouting above their heads. The time is fast approaching. Through the window, Bartra observed the radiant sunlight outside. In half an hour, it would be the optimal moment of the day for sunlight. The time to harvest the daily provisions was near, and he could not delay any longer. As his thoughts swirled, he pushed himself up from the table. Weariness etched upon his face. "I apologize, everyone. This establishment will soon close. Those wishing to take advantage of the discount should begin to prepare." "What? Don't be like that, old man. I've just started to enjoy myself." Yes. Can't you extend the hours just a bit? You close so early every day. It hardly seems beneficial for business." Upon hearing the imminent closure, many patrons expressed their discontent, urging him to reconsider. It was, after all, impossible to resist the allure of this tavern's offerings, rich and fragrant. Each bottle seemed steeped in the passage of time, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. "Be silent, all of you." Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed above the clamor, causing the patrons to turn in unison upon recognizing the speaker. They fell silent. It was Floridaki, a notorious bully in the town. The owner is old and weary. He requires rest after lunch, so it is only natural for him to close early. Everyone should be considerate and line up properly to take advantage of today's discounts. Rather than causing a ruckus, Flodaci, exhibiting the temperament of a tyrant, instantly quelled the atmosphere of the gathering. Yet, deep within, he felt a twinge of anxiety as he discreetly stole a glance at Batla. Upon receiving a gentle smile in return, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. The heart of a baby is filled with sorrow. He reminisced about 5 years ago when he ruled as the notorious leader of the city's underworld, commanding over 400 subordinates, causing all who crossed his path to take a detour. He was truly a sovereign of the city. However, the moment he encountered Batla and saw the latter produce a glass bottle, the instant when over 300 of his followers were drawn into that vessel, his world shattered. Completely shattered. 5 years, 5 long years. Who knows how I have endured? It was unbearable. Tears threatened to spill. Yet he lifted his proud head, barking at someone to bring forth the punch power tester. Humph! How lacking in perception they were, failing to notice the guests had already formed an orderly queue. Ah. Oh, right, I'm on it. An unsuspecting customer became the outlet for his pent-up frustration, not daring to retort and hurriedly scurrying off to perform menial tasks. Shortly after, a fully glass-constructed punch power tester was wheeled out and placed at the front of the line. Bang! Flodacci clenched his fist tightly and slammed it down on the impact zone, and a dull thud resonated as the glass display flickered to reveal a value. 8.1. Oh, congratulations, you have secured an 8.1 discount. Batla's calm voice reached his ears. Flodacci, a hint of fatigue creeping into his expression, smiled faintly, dismissing the sensation that a part of his vitality had been siphoned away during his earlier strike. He stood tall, disdainfully surveying the customers in line behind him. 8.1. Impressive, ISNT it. 19 points of vitality. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit. A.S. Batla accepted the payment. He observed Flodacci, whose complexion had regained its rosy hue in mere moments, nourished by the tender shoots of vitality. He couldn't help but marvel at the practicality of such a fruitability. A few minutes later, once all the customers had departed, he approached the glass tester. In the next instant, it spontaneously softened, shrank, and transformed into a transparent glass bead, filled with the vitality it had absorbed. Grasping the bead, Batla summoned forth a bottle that could inhibit any prying eyes, reminding himself that time was of the essence. I am not just some chives that you can harvest at will. At my age, accumulating vitality is no easy feat. It is wiser to remain hidden. Suddenly, an unusual rustling sound emanated from the grass, accompanied by a message that reached the ears of the one seeking refuge in the bottle. At that moment, Batla's expression turned remarkably vivid. Had his indiscretion been caught in the act? Chapter 10. Recruitment in the Kingdom of Kilo. Upon bidding farewell to his disciples, Kaputna did not immediately head to the location indicated in the information. After some contemplation, he made his way to the palace, where he disclosed all the intelligence to the king for discussion. Huajianrei, a man in his 60s, showed no signs of aging, exuding vitality, with flourishing twin shoots atop his head. After silently absorbing Kaputna's report, he pondered for a long time, meticulously organizing all the information in his mind before speaking. The other party has pointed you to a location, yet remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, it seems they harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of inviting you for a meeting. Your Majesty, do you agree? I concur, and I even encourage you to proceed. Ah. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed Kaputna's expression of confusion. It has been 5 years, and now a mysterious ability user has chosen to reveal themselves. Why should we refuse? Of course, this is but one consideration. More importantly, I hope this journey may help you unravel the emotional knot that has burdened you for 5 long years. Emotional knot. Kaputna's gaze darkened as memories of the Tree of Bodhi incident from 5 years ago flooded his mind. If only he had been stronger back then, perhaps the twin shoots would not have sprouted atop the heads of the nation's citizens. Although their presence has brought benefits, strengthening their bodies and enhancing their vitality, there remains the looming dread that one day, that shadowy figure might harbor malicious intent. Wouldn't the safety of the nation hinge entirely on their whims? No, that cannot be allowed. A nation unable to govern its own fate has no future. I understand. Bowing in respect, Kaputna declared, Your Majesty, Monbois can succeed my position. Though young, he possesses great potential. You may guide and assist him in his rapid growth. with him safeguarding the nation, if I do not return. Then so be it. Foolishness, the king frowned upon hearing this, chastising, what nonsense! I command you to return alive. Monbois is indeed promising, yet he is still young. You must teach him how to become a competent captain. After that, whether you resolve your emotional turmoil and ascend to become a grand swordsman or pursue another path, I shall no longer interfere in your life. But for now, as he spoke, the king descended from his throne, pausing as he brushed past Kaputna, his tone filled with hopeful insistence. Return alive. More than half an hour later, as Kaputna stepped onto the grassy expanse outside the courtyard, he encountered Batla, who stood hesitantly, lost in thought. Their eyes met, both surprised. Was it merely a chance encounter, or were they both invited visitors? Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, gentle and even footsteps echoed in their ears. Turning to look, the stern visage of Susano appeared before them. Two esteemed guests, the host has been awaiting your arrival. Please, follow me. Silently observing Susano's retreating figure, the two harbored divergent thoughts as they stepped forward to follow. Inside the courtyard, a square table was set at the center. Laden with an array of fruits and pastries, Elishu sat at the head of the table, smiling as he regarded the two newcomers, but he gestured invitingly. Please, take a seat. Maintaining silence, adhering to the principle of listening more and speaking less. The two seated themselves at the host's invitation, continuing their quietude. Lishu broke the silence with a laugh, glancing at the puzzled yet silent Kaputna and the contemplative Batla. He shook his head and said, Since you both are so reserved, allow me to introduce myself on your behalf. This gentleman, he gestured toward Kaputna, is the captain of the kingdom's army. Kaputna, a master swordsman of the extreme tier, revered by the nation as the sword of national defense. Over his 12 years of service, he has dismantled nearly 60 pirate crews, claiming over 1,000 enemy lives. His feats are legendary. And as of now, he remains unmarried, a rather aging bachelor. Kaputna's brow shot up in surprise, struggling to maintain composure as his already tumultuous heart grew even more chaotic. To think he was in the presence of the kingdom's army captain, Batla, realizing Kaputna's identity, offered a knowing smile and nod, acknowledging him. Humph. Ignoring the disgruntled grunt from someone, Lishu continued to gesture towards Batla. Smacking his lips, now, this gentleman is quite impressive. The artist, Batla, a user of the superhuman bottle fruit ability. His fruit has awakened, and he is proficient in dual-color hockey. He once sailed with his captain into the New World and carved out a name for himself. Boasting a bounty of 473 million that I should mention. This is the bounty from over 40 years ago, a pirate. Upon learning of Batla's piratical background, Kaputna was taken aback, as the captain of the guard. He was expected to be at odds with pirates. However, over the years, he had encountered some pirates who left a favorable impression. Moreover, Batla's demeanor suggested he had long since retired from his former life of crime, choosing to live in seclusion within the kingdom without further misdeeds. Or so it seemed. Oh dear, it has been many years since I last engaged in piracy. Have my former identity revealed before Captain Kaputna feels somewhat like a betrayal to an old man. How could that be? Lishu replied with a radiant smile. Captain Kaputna is a man of clear morals. During his tenure, he managed to befriend some pirates who set sail for their dreams. Furthermore, he relinquished his position half an hour ago, devoid of the responsibilities of governance. One might turn a blind eye to law-abiding seniors like yourself who choose to live quietly. It seems I have been overly cautious. Batla laughed heartily, though his eyes narrowed slightly. Concealing his surprise, he relinquished his position. Just half an hour ago, he must possess formidable intelligence networks. If that is the case, my actions over the years have likely been laid bare before him. The topic's focus, Kaputna, was equally astonished, his gaze sharpening as his mind raced to comprehend the potential leak of information. In that instant, he contemplated a possibility. Could it be the twin chutes above us? I did not expect them to play the role of surveillance over the entire island. No one can keep a secret anymore. Such a practical ability, oh no, that cannot be said. Point one must respect the privacy of others. That is a fundamental courtesy I still uphold. Only you two, as potential partners I wish to recruit, are somewhat justifiably subjected to preliminary inquiries. Recruitment. as soon as those two words escaped his lips. Keputana and Batla consciously chose to disregard the fact that they were under surveillance. That Batla's heart stirred. His slightly closed eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, a flicker of intrigue shimmering within them. Were they attempting to recruit us? At my age, surely I hold no value for such an endeavor, do I? Huh. Li Shu chuckled inexplicably, a teasing glimmer in his eyes as he gazed upon Batla's aged visage, and remarked, "Senior, there is no need to conceal anything in front of a discerning individual. A discount promotion on the power testing device. While may seem a tad petty, the accumulation over 5 years has indeed resulted in a considerable amount of vitality. Sufficient to restore youth by a decade or more. Why persist in this fade of old age?" Chapter 11. 50-50 Absorb Vitality. Restore youth by a decade. Upon hearing Li Shu's revelation, Keputana felt a surge of alarm as he fixed his wide eyes on Batla. The implications were staggering. The ability to plunder another's vitality to rejuvenate oneself and regain youth. Indeed, the secret had been unveiled, and Batla realized that every movement of his was under scrutiny. To continue hiding would be a display of cowardice. Resolute, he abandoned the unique method of disguising his appearance, activating the power of the fruit, exhaling years of accumulated vitality. In an instant, his silver hair transformed back to its lustrous black, his aging features reverting to those of his prime. As Keputana's pupils contracted in disbelief, Batla regained the robust visage of his youth. Time is but a fleeting grain of sand, and aging, a mere passage of years. This face bore the resilience of weathered experience. Tempered yet profound, exuding a quintessential masculinity. After weathering many storms, the old tree sprouted anew. How could such a false image be presented to the world? Observing the newly unmasked Batla, Li Shu smiled knowingly. This is how it should be. An old tree bearing fresh branches, a man returning to his youth. With such potential, why not be honest? Youth? Huh. Batla could hardly admit it, chuckling as he continued the previous topic. So, your notion of recruitment entails forming a pirate crew, setting sail to seize the great treasure left by One Piece? Shaking his head in disinterest, Li Shu replied, "I am quite the homebody. A life adrift at sea does not suit me. I prefer the comfort of home, waking naturally each day to the culinary delights prepared by Mr. Su, savoring fruits and pastries after meals, basking in the sun. This leisurely and stable existence is the life I cherish." Batla was perplexed. "I do not comprehend. You already possess such a life. Why invite us here to expose your presence? Would it not be better to remain in the shadows? Moreover, regarding your recruitment, if you do not intend to form a pirate crew or venture into the sea, what significance lies in bringing us on board?" Same question. Keputana remained silent, suppressing the multitude of questions stirring within him, casting a gaze at Li Shu that mirrored Batla's confusion. The two ideas clash. With a grin, Li Shu replied, "As I mentioned, I prefer the comforts of home and do not enjoy traveling. I can sustain myself, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, my outings will be limited for many years to come. However, once my life is free from worry, I have my own ambitions. To recruit you is to acquire the necessary companions for the pursuit of my aspirations. Batla, become my partner. If you join me, I can provide you with as much vitality as you desire, restoring you to the pinnacle of your existence. Even if you wish to live for another 100 or 1,000 years, I can facilitate that, continuously, until you grow weary of living." Silence enveloped the air. Batla gazed at Li Shu, who was fixedly staring at him with an outstretched hand of invitation, rendered speechless. "Restoring me to my peak state, providing ample vitality until I tire of life. What an enticing promise! I must admit, I am intrigued, but your ambitions?" Batla, with the gravitas of age, recognized that while his inclination tilted towards agreement, he needed to clarify certain matters before giving his consent. "Before I respond, I wish to understand the nature of your pursuits and whether they are worthy of my commitment and sacrifice." Li Shu clicked his tongue, feeling a wave of disappointment as he withdrew his hand. It seemed he had failed. Clearly, verbal persuasion was not his strong suit. "Very well, I will candidly articulate my ambitions. However, Should you choose to join, it will be a joyous occasion. Otherwise, I may employ certain methods to erase your recent memories. Half an hour later, in a certain location within the kingdom of Korohodo, a gust of wind, seemingly without origin, swept through, causing the greenery of a patch of grass to surge chaotically, rising to a height of 3 meters. Soon after, as if fulfilling its purpose, it retracted rapidly, reverting to its original state. Yet now, lying upon the grass was an unconscious figure. Keputana, the pallid face of Keputana lay upon the grass, blood trickling from his lips. The tender buds atop his head wilting, evidently having suffered a recent and severe blow in the courtyard. Batla's eyes widened in horror as he fixated on the transparent crystal memory gem clutched in Li Shu's hand. Within the crystalline depths, scenes unfolded from a first-person perspective. The journey to this place, the encounter with Batla, the scene of Li Shu and Batla seated at a table, listening to Li Shu recount his ambitions. And finally, Batla's refusal and resistance against memory erasure, culminating in his fainting at a mere glance from Li Shu. With a crack, Li Shu exerted force upon the memory crystal, shattering it into countless shimmering fragments that dispersed in the air. Impressive, an ordinary superhuman fruit has been developed to such an extent. Though I too have awakened fruit abilities, I find myself lacking in comparison, Batla remarked, fully captivated after hearing Li Shu's elucidation on his ambitions. Not long prior, Keputana had resolutely refused the recruitment offer, only to be rendered unconscious by an indescribable burst of Conqueror's Haki. Subsequently, he witnessed Li Shu coalesce a seed and press it against Keputana's brow, using memory as nourishment, resulting in the formation of a memory crystal, a truly unfathomable technique. Little did he know, this was merely child's play before his new boss, who audaciously attempted to fabricate concepts and establish an entirely new power system upon the sea, with successful examples already in existence. What sort of extraordinary individual have I chosen to follow? Half an hour had passed, yet Batla remained in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the revelations. Li Shu laughed lightly, tilting his head skyward. The potential of fruit abilities is limitless. The size of your ambition defines the scope of your stage. The IT is merely you. Everyone is confined by their preconceived notions. Perhaps, Batla acquiesced, feeling he had already pushed the fruit to its limits, his thoughts rigid and barren. Unable to conceive a stronger development direction, he opted to inquire, "Now that I have chosen to join, how should I address you?" "Captain, that seems inappropriate, as we have yet to form a pirate crew. Just as you would address Mr. Su, call me young master." Batla's curiosity was piqued. Mr. Su? Was he the man who welcomed us at the door? "I recall he referred to you as master back then." With a wry smile, Li Shu replied, "Although I am his possessor, I consider him more of a partner, a comrade. There is no need to elevate my status at the expense of his." Possessor, another novel piece of information. Batla mused silently, choosing not to probe further into their deeper bond, given that he had only just joined their ranks. Thus further demonstrating Mr. Su's loyalty to the young master. Batla remarked, keenly acknowledging their camaraderie. "Speaking of which, since entering, I have yet to see him or XU is a newcomer. I should properly introduce myself." "Indeed." Nodding in agreement, Li Shu gestured for Batla to look to his left. Simultaneously, the robust, towering vines on that side rapidly retracted into the ground, revealing over 100 small sprites and the exceedingly solemn figure of Suzuya. Li Shu. Chapter 12. Batla's Secret Kitchen as the vines receded. Li Shu met the cold gaze of Suzuya, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. "Master, while you faced an attack, you employed your abilities to shield me, an imperial tool, standing beside you. Such conduct contradicts my duty and undermines the very essence of my existence." The chilling inquiry from Suzuya echoed in Li Shu's ears, and he immediately understood the reason for Suzuya's solemn demeanor. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he scratched at the corner of his lips. "Ha. No need to worry, Mr. Su. After all these years, you have taken care of me so well that I've grown quite plump. It's rare for someone to cause a ruckus at home." I momentarily succumbed to the urge to stretch my limbs. Who would have thought the opponent would be so feeble, collapsing at a mere glance? So, strictly speaking, it was not an attack, right? Relax. Suziya remained unmoved by Li Shu's explanation, maintaining his piercing gaze. What could he do? I apologize. Next time, I shall refrain from such actions. If I lack absolute certainty of success in inviting strangers to this place, I will not subject myself to potentially perilous situations. Indeed, even if I believe I possess 100% assurance, I shall ensure that Mr. Su is by my side as a protector in the future. With sincere humility, Li Shu admitted his fault, and upon receiving a satisfactory response from Susanoo, the seriousness of his demeanor finally softened to its usual state. Avila, who had been quietly observing, interjected at an opportune moment, noting that the young master's temperament was indeed quite genial, suggesting that his future days would not be bleak. With a light chuckle, Li Shu tactfully shifted the topic. The psychic-type bottle fruits seem to lack any particularly compatible sprites within the 17 types. Batala, do you have a sprite that you personally favor, one that complements your abilities? In their earlier lengthy discussion, he had provided a general introduction to the sprites of the 17 types. Indeed, Batala replied confidently, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he observed the over 100 sprites before him. The psychic type, while I am proficient in the dual-colored aura, I find myself more adept with fruit abilities. The psychic-type telekinesis within the 17 types may be particularly suitable. It could assist me in better controlling the created knife bottles and weight bottles for combat. And a crucial point is that telekinesis can also facilitate flight, allowing one to dominate both land and air. If I can engage in battle, I shall, but should I find myself at a disadvantage, escaping would be exceedingly convenient. Li Shu shook his head in amused disbelief, respecting his choice, and continued to advise, well then, regarding the psychic type, let us hold off on the contract for now. The sprites cultivated thus far are of rather average quality. That I recommend you contract with Mutwo, a legendary sprite. We should always select the best for our own. Mutwo, Batala silently repeated in his mind, pleasantly accepting the recommendation of his new superior. Legendary sprites are excellent, but why wait? Is it for that companion who is out hunting the Sea King? Perhaps it is unnecessary. Li Shu turned back, slightly surprised, waiting for him to elaborate. After awakening my fruit abilities, I developed a skill I take great pride in called Subspace Bottle. As he spoke, Batala reached for a necklace around his neck, revealing a silver glass bottle shaped like a gourd at its base. The Subspace Bottle contains an immensely vast space, which I have partitioned into numerous independent chambers. Any person or creature confined within will fall into a state of absolute unconsciousness. However, the flow of time within the bottle is equivalent to that of the outside world. As time progresses, they will perish from hunger, completely succumbing to darkness, thus signaling their demise. Li Shu exclaimed with a drawn-out tone, admiring Batala's eloquence. Such a concept truly transcends dimensional imagination. Well done, Batala. With this alone, you have certainly earned my respect. I cannot compare to the young master's upper limits in developing fruit abilities. I was merely young and wished to capture enemies elegantly within a bottle during battle, which inspired this application. With hearty laughter and a modest demeanor, Batala continued, enemies imprisoned within the subspace bottle may perish, yet their bodies remain relatively intact due to being contained. Therefore, as you mentioned, the nutrients required to hasten the growth of new sprites could perhaps be recycled from them, thus realizing their residual value. Quite agreeable. Upholding the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Li Shu expressed his approval, then turned to head toward the backyard. Come along, unless you are present to release the nutrients inside. Not just anyone may tread into the backyard, Mr. Su. Would you like to join us? Equally balanced. Very well. Upon their arrival in the backyard, the 17 sprite vines had returned to their original form, with thousands of tendrils sprouting from the ground, swaying erratically as they awaited the next round of nourishment. Not this time. Given the unusual circumstances, someone is preparing a special meal for the psychic vine. Do not crowd around. Raising his hand to suppress the other 16 sprite vines, Li Shu utilized his fruit abilities to disguise them as ordinary grass, leaving only the psychic-type sprite vine visible. Let us begin. All right, suppressing his astonishment, Batala gazed at the remaining sprite vine, his eyes filled with anticipation. He then hurled the bottle into the air, and in an instant, the bottle expanded hundreds of times its original size, pouring out its nearly 40 years of accumulated contents. 1, 30, 50 below, numerous tendrils surged upward, welcoming any and all, regardless of how long they had been deceased, rapidly consuming the fallen resources. 60, 100. Finally, after dropping 127 corpses, the sprite vine birthed a brand new sprite. Hip out on, close to 130. Counting the consumed numbers, Li Shu murmured, 130 is merely equivalent to half a sea king class feed. Not too bad, I suppose, while the quantity is substantial, if we consider the weight. Young master, what sprite is this? Batala inquired, gazing at the pink sprite before him. Oh, Hippond, the water and psychic dual-type sprite, not the target we anticipated. Not it? Then let us continue. Hearing Li Shu's casual response, Batala felt a fleeting moment of disappointment, but then hastened to increase the rate of his pouring. Just over 100 corpses. I've traversed the seas for nearly half a century. Aside from my own hidden injuries, the most I have is the imprisoned bodies. The title artist is not earned lightly. Salgaleo, Sun Sprite, Mutuo, Iron Dumbbell. The sprite vine continued to bear fruit, and within 5 minutes, 21 new sprites had emerged in the backyard. Telekinesis Golem. As another sprite appeared, Batala looked at the peculiar creature with many large eyes and asked, "Still not it?" "Not yet." "Alas, very well." After each sprite emerged, he inquired, and, after 22 consecutive disappointments, although somewhat frustrated, his determination was reignited. Good things come to those who wait. The longer it takes, the better the meal. Mutuo, I shall claim you. Chapter 13. Contracting sprites standing at an arm's height, fully pink with a feline appearance. It possessed a short, broad nose, triangular ears, and a long, slender tail that ended in an olive-shaped form, with curious blue eyes sparkling. Surely this must be it, but Tala's spirits waned as he realized the bottle was now empty. If this was not it, he might just cry in front of Li Shu. What a challenge this had become. "Ah!" Li Shu exclaimed in surprise, noticing Batala's aggrieved expression that he felt a twinge of embarrassment. His recommendation of Mutuo was not entirely selfless. After all, while there were numerous legendary sprites within the psychic type, he had a particular fondness for Mutuo. Shiny psychic sprite Mew. How should I put it? No longer insisting on Mutuo, Li Shu continued. While it's not Mutuo, it is in fact a product artificially created using Mew's genetic template. Therefore, Batala, you have exceeded expectations. Indeed, Mew is also quite a remarkable choice. Let's contract with it. After all, when you bond with it, its ability to become invisible will essentially grant you an invisibility fruit. Moreover, it can mirror the appearance of any individual, possessing the same abilities as them, an enhanced version of the mimic fruit. Coupled with its innate ability to soar freely, it serves as a makeshift float fruit. By contracting with it, you will possess the world. I find myself somewhat envious that Batala was astonished by the advantages Li Shu outlined, realizing the convenience and practicality of such a sprite within the psychic type. Why did the young master recommend that other sprite? Mutuo, with Mew, is it not sufficient? Are you attempting to toy with my emotions, seeking to witness my folly? How could that be? Under the scrutiny of Batala's doubtful gaze, Li Shu felt a twinge of guilt yet maintained his earnestness. Mutuo, as the name implies, signifies transcending dreams. However, the essence of that transcendence lies in combat prowess. As for the other aspects, each has its merits and drawbacks. Well, each with its strengths. Very well, having cultivated a sprite I desire, let bygones be bygones. Now, shall I proceed to subdue it until it loses consciousness? Having comprehended the steps required to contract sprite, Batala eagerly prepared to confront the legendary psychic sprite before him. Wait, Li Shu raised his hand to restrain the eager Batala, not underestimating his opponent's strength. Engaging directly may not favor Mew. After all, it could fly. Should it find itself in a disadvantageous position, it could simply take to the skies, leading Batala's spirits to shatter. Due to the inconvenience caused by my previous recommendation, I sincerely apologize. Therefore, we may skip the battle process and proceed directly to the contract. With a mere flick of his fingers, a burst of energy was unleashed, triggering the deepest hidden settings within Dream's essence. An absolute compulsion to obey any command issued by Li Shu without question. one must maintain the proper appearance. A pointed gesture released an intangible force imbued with unparalleled conqueror's haki. Striking Dream's small head directly to IT complied with the command, remaining still and unflinching as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Patella, stop dawdling. Let us proceed with the contract. After this reminder, Li Shu turned his gaze towards the nearly 50 small fairies cultivated in the backyard for decorative purposes. Beckoning to Skya, Mr. Skya, I shall trouble you once again with their care. Within the royal palace, the atmosphere was thick with despair. Kaputina's face was drawn and his countenance dark as water. He could not accept his defeat. As time slipped away, he realized he had previously encountered the enigmatic power wielder lurking in the shadows, yet his mind bore no trace of that meeting. His memories were fragmented. Do not blame yourself. The king, seated upon his throne, shattered the silence, offering words of solace. In the midst of misfortune, there is a silver lining. You have returned safely. This indicates that the adversary harbors no significant malice, having merely erased your memories rather than inflicted harm upon you. Perhaps this was their way of extending goodwill. To avoid conflict with the kingdom, let us coexist without interference. Is that truly the case? Suppressing his inner turmoil, the king spoke with a reassuring tone. Over the years, the kingdom had flourished and its citizens thrived. Was it not akin to a budding sprout, beneficial and harmless? Why then must they delve deeper? The mode of coexistence, wherein the well water does not disturb the river water, was perhaps quite agreeable. Yet Kaputina's somber demeanor showed no sign of easing. He lifted his gaze earnestly. Your Majesty, this incident has only intensified my unresolved concerns. The path of the great swordsman appears ever distant. Thus, I wish to dedicate the remainder of my life to uncovering the truth behind the shadowy figure. Both for the potential threats to the budding sprout and for my own advancement, I implore your consent. Have you truly made this decision? The king regarded the resolute commander of the royal army, who was determined to confront the mysterious power wielder. Attempting to dissuade him, he cautioned, this may lead you down a path where answers are eternally elusive. Life does not adhere to a strict dichotomy. Even in the face of stagnation, you can pursue other meaningful endeavors. There is no necessity to squander precious time on this. Silent and steadfast, Kaputina had made up his mind. He bowed once more to the king. Your Majesty, I have failed to uphold my promise. The growth of Monbor requires your guidance. After this parting, I shall traverse the entire island step by step. If I do not find the answers in one attempt, I shall try 10, and if that fails, 100 times, until I recover the lost memories and uncover the conspiracy behind the budding sprout, providing the island's citizens with the truth. Kaputina departed, resolute in his newfound purpose. Half a month later, within the courtyard, life returned to its leisurely routine. Although the anticipated recruitment of 2 new assistants resulted in 1 gain and 1 loss, the overall impact was negligible. Mr. Skya, Patella had acquired a vibrant seed of life, restoring him to his youthful vigor and healing the myriad hidden wounds that once plagued him. Floating lazily, thanks to Dream's abilities, he cast a glance at Li Shu, who was basking in the sunlight, and inquired of Skya beside him, is the young master always this languid? I have joined for half a month, restored to my prime, and my strength has increased significantly. Is there truly no task for me to undertake? Are you simply bored? Well, a little. In response to Skya's calm, unwavering gaze, Patella felt an unexpected sense of guilt. Since that is the case, before Skya could respond, the voice of Li Shu, having awakened from his slumber, interrupted him, halting the conversation as they awaited further instructions. Chapter 14. Vin Smokum. Sitting up from his reclined position, Li Shu stretched lazily. He had originally intended to wait for Laxus' return from his journey before formally assigning a role to Patella. But since he felt bored, they might as well proceed ahead of schedule. What task awaits? After half a month of idleness, Patella, eager for action, exclaimed, whatever the young master commands, I shall obey. Through their time spent together, it became evident that Li Shu was not one to be constantly at his side. Well, everyone has the right to pursue freedom. I do not wish to curtail yours. Take a trip to the North Sea. Help me secure a faction, and then you may roam freely on the island. Your restlessness is rather bothersome. The North Sea? Which faction? Patella inquired eagerly, excitement brimming within him. What a thrilling first mission to face a faction alone. The prestige is undeniable. Germa 66. Li Shu casually named a faction, shaking his head at ah. It seems all of you are rather restless. It appears I must hasten to recruit my designated substitute assistant ahead of schedule. Substitute assistant? So, I am merely a tool, Batella protested, but we agreed that I would be a partner. Having undergone transformation through genetic factors, he possessed a robust physique and an unwavering obedience to commands, making him an ideal candidate for such tasks. They also produce clone soldiers quite effectively. They can cultivate a 20-year-old soldier in just 5 years. Yes, let us capture one and see if I can accelerate its growth using the seed of life. If successful and within acceptable limits, congratulations, you shall be free from the role of mere tool. I thank you. Despite the banter, Batella felt little resistance. He had anticipated such a fate upon learning that Li Shu had no intention of forming a pirate crew and preferred to remain indoors. It seems this endeavor is of great importance. Rest assured, young master, await my good news. With a hearty laugh, Batella ascended into the air, vanishing into invisibility as he sped away in pursuit of his task. Well, he truly can fly. It seems he won't be taking a single step on the ground. Smacking his lips, Li Shu refocused his attention on the yet-to-be fully developed new abilities. Staying indoors is one thing. My essence does not favor the outside world. However, I could develop a doppelganger that shares vision and thought attached to Laxus, allowing me to experience the vastness of the sea in a different form. A seed for the doppelganger utilizing the life seed as the core source of energy, imprinting his own mental fluctuations, and incorporating settings such as vision, thought, and distance disregard. He formed a seed resembling rippling water. Laxus will return within 2 months. I must prepare. Setting a mental deadline, Li Shu closed his eyes, conjuring a life seed from thin air. After half a month of development, it had transformed from a round shape into an oval form. Still some distance from achieving the water-like appearance. Time passed silently, and before long, it was already more than half a month later. North Sea Germa 66, also known as the Germa Kingdom, is one of the world's allied nations. A unique maritime state with no fixed territory, it typically operates through hundreds of snail ships that separate and converge, forming the kingdom. Today, as it merged into a singular entity upon the sea, the Germa Kingdom was greeted by an unwelcome guest, as per the young master's instructions. Capturing them all would suffice. While the task was straightforward, Batella felt justified in stretching his limbs after such a long journey. Excitedly, he cracked his neck and began to warm up. In the calm belt, Laxus, marked with a lightning emblem on his right eye and the fairy tail guild emblem on his left chest, stood resolutely atop the corpse of a sea king floating on the water, allowing the blood to flow and stain the sea red, its pungent scent attracting other sea kings. Suddenly, arcs of electricity enveloped Laxus, and his imposing figure vanished in an instant, reappearing above a deer-headed sea king drawn by the scent of blood. Thunderclap, his right fist clenched, enveloped in violent lightning. He struck downward with a thunderous roar. Upon contact, the electrified fist detonated, obliterating the sea king's body in an instant, the 200-meter-long creature dispatched in a single blow. Its lifeless form floating on the surface, flickering with residual arcs of electricity. Progress 1 retrieving the deer-headed sea king's corpse. Laxus shimmered with lightning once more, repositioning himself atop the baiting sea king's body, patiently awaiting the approach of the next target. A quarter of an hour later. Ugh. Laxus spat disdainfully, having waited in vain for a new prey to approach. It seemed he would need to change his hunting grounds. Collecting the sea king's corpse beneath him, he transformed into lightning and shot off into the distance. North Sea above the Germa Kingdom. Having warmed up, Batella felt a twinge of surprise. He had lingered here for some time. Yet, as the dominant force of the North Sea, their vigilance was surprisingly lax. Did they not perceive his presence? Well then, let us extend a friendly greeting. Suspended in mid-air, with no signs of alertness below, Batella decided to make his presence known, raising his hand as the temperature plummeted several degrees. Hail! With a regularity that catalyzed the skills of the little spirits, the sound of cracking ice accompanied by the freezing of water vapor resonated with grandeur. as countless hailstones the size of fists rained down upon the snail ship. Suddenly, a siren blared, awakening those below to the presence of Buttra. An enemy attack. Counterattack. The clone soldiers reacted swiftly, some armed with firearms, unhesitatingly aiming at the airborne intruder and pulling the triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted, a cacophony of bangs echoing in the air. Bullets, a dense swarm of projectiles, shot towards Buttra with the mastery of observation hockey. He nimbly evaded all the bullets, a smirk playing on his lips. In such a commotion, surely the masters of Germa must have taken notice. Yes, stealth. In the perception of hockey, a figure appeared behind him almost invisibly, arms clad in blue combat gear wrapping around his neck. Electric needle. Thud. A knee struck Buttra's lower back, powerful and accompanied by a tingling current that sent a pleasurable shiver throughout his body, eliciting a soft hum of satisfaction. Electric fist. The assailant, having landed a successful blow, released Buttra, and with a crackling sound, blue electricity surged from his fist, crashing into Buttra's back, sending him flying several meters. Accompanying the act, Buttra let out a lamenting scream, though in truth, even without the protection of armament hockey, it was of no consequence. Spark. Revolution. Under the cover of hockey, another red figure rushed forward rapidly to Buttra's eyes darted, allowing the fiery fist to collide with his chin, propelling him into a somersault as he soared higher. Clad in the number 2 combat suit, with sky-blue hair obscuring one eye and a left spiraled eyebrow, Vinsmoke Niji coldly addressed the red figure. Brother. The opponent withstood 2 of my strikes. They must be either dead or severely injured. There is no need for another hit. That a silent, sinister grin spread across the face of Vinsmoke Ichiji, dressed in the number 1 suit. His right eye similarly covered, and his deep red hair matching his demeanor. As the most professional of warriors, one must not allow the enemy even a sliver of respite. Chapter 15. All into the bottle. What? It's already over. Vinsmoke Yanji, clad in the number 4 suit, hovered in mid-air using his tech-enhanced shoes, disdainfully gazing at Buttra, who was plummeting towards the ocean. Such a feeble creature dares to provoke the authority of the North Sea overlords of the Germa Kingdom. Truly, they are overestimating themselves. Little brat. Suddenly, a voice whispered almost intimately in Yanji's ear, until the enemy's demise is confirmed, any reversal is possible. Jet. Boost. As a successfully modified warrior, even when the enemy approached silently, Yanji felt no trace of panic or fear. With extreme calmness, he utilized the technology of his shoes to swiftly distance himself from Buttra. With a light chuckle, Buttra allowed the distance to widen, his piercing gaze sweeping over the 3 hovering figures empowered by technology, as well as the watchful Vinsmoke Reiju below. Waiting for the opportune moment, he rubbed his lower back, relishing the tingling sensation, pondering the appearance of the 4 Vinsmokes. Where was Judge? Surely he wasn't afraid. Come out and join the fray. With their combined strength, they still lack the means to contend with me. An elder, emboldened and arrogant, as he uttered his scornful remarks, heavy footsteps echoed from the snail ship. Adorned with a metallic helmet and possessing long golden hair, the tall figure of Vinsmoke, Judge, emerged before everyone, his demeanor serious, a pointed mustache curving upward adding a touch of absurdity to his stern visage. You are not from the North Sea, are you? Gazing at Buttra, whose appearance belied his age, Judge utilized hockey to perceive him, arriving at a grave conclusion. Strong. Indeed, very strong. Thus, what brings such a formidable being to the North Sea? To the Germa Kingdom? Please elucidate your intentions. Perhaps Germa 66 can offer some personnel assistance. Personnel assistance, you say? A wicked smile curled upon Buttra's lips. Indeed, I find myself in need of such aid. Listen well. All of you. I, Buttra, hereby declare that you have all been encircled by me. Surrender and accept the fate of being captured by me. Judge's eyes instantly filled with shadows as he drew the spear from his back, pointing it at Buttra. Arrogant fool, to dare trample upon the dignity of the Germa Kingdom. Kill him. Understood. Transformed by genetic factors, the emotionless killing machines sprang into action upon receiving the command. Red, blue, green, and pink figures surged forth, propelled by their technological footwear towards the target. Spark. Light fist. Ichiji led the charge, As he closed the distance to within 5 meters of Buttra, his eyes ablaze with red fire, with a commanding shout. His hands transformed into blinding white light, launching hundreds, even thousands of attacks towards their target. So dazzling. Buttra squinted slightly, raising a hand to press forward into the void, conjuring a dark shield-shaped glass bottle that materialized, obscuring the blinding white light while simultaneously blocking the relentless barrage of attacks, the sounds of impact resounding. Electric flying kick. Niji, having maneuvered behind him unbeknownst, unleashed a swift kick towards the back of Buttra's head, his leg crackling with electricity. With Haki already sensing the incoming threat, Buttra remained unfazed, slightly tilting his head to evade the attack with ease, his gaze shifting to the blue figure veering past him. The shield bottle swiftly transformed into a liquid state, elongating and bending under his control, morphing into a bizarre lock bottle that restricted Niji's movements, rolling power decapitation, just as he prepared to deliver a punch to Niji. A mechanical prosthetic hand rapidly enlarged in his vision, fingers shooting out like a net towards Buttra. He soared gracefully to evade it, but the fingers did not pursue relentlessly. Instead, they swiftly grasped the ensnared Niji and retracted. Pink poison arrow. Arrows composed of various toxins converged from 3 directions, their intent clear. She aimed to restrict Buttra's movement trajectory, paving the way for another's assault. Electromagnetic thrust. Judge sprang into action, propelled by his tech shoes. Closing in on the target, the technological spear in his hand, charged with high-voltage electricity, aimed directly at Buttra's heart. Bang! What? Accompanied by the sound of impact against a solid surface, Judge stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. As Buttra's palm, dark as ink, disregarded the high-voltage current's damage, firmly catching his powerful strike. This is the power of technology. Explosive flying kick. Before Buttra could finish a sentence, Judge seized the moment of Buttra's distraction. His high-tech shoes unleashing a burst of high-pressure energy, propelling him explosively towards Buttra. Telekinesis. The power of the little spirits activated, enveloping Judge in a vast, weighty force, effortlessly immobilizing him mid-air, maintaining his kicking stance. What's happening? Why can't I move? The air feels so thick. In a state of shock and dread, Judge's cold, indifferent eyes trembled rapidly as the telekinetic force bore down upon him like mountains, compressing from all sides, distorting the air and making it difficult to breathe. How troublesome. Bathed in a radiant glow of psychic energy, Buttra spoke with extraordinary prowess. Can't you let me finish my sentence? Is this truly the power of technology? I concede its aesthetic appeal in the realm of ostentation. Ostentation, the power I have pursued my entire life, has been reduced to mere aesthetic evaluation. Faced with an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, Judge, who feigned strength while internally crumbling, found tears streaming down his face, hoping desperately that his 4 children could save him. The figure before him was an enemy he could never hope to defeat. Oh, crying? Buttra was taken aback, incredulously regarding Judge. Young master, have you mistaken the situation? Is such a mindset truly worthy of my effort to capture you from so far away? Or is it possible that your true objective lies with them? His gaze shifted to Ichiji and the others. As killing machines, they remained devoid of emotion, their eyes betraying neither fear nor urgency. Even as Buttra subdued Judge, they appeared utterly unconcerned, observing their expressions. Buttra clicked his tongue. Tiske. Judge, are they really your children? No, they're emotionless machines. If I were to end your life right now, those modified by genetic factors would shed not a single tear for their father. You have utterly failed as a parent. Realizing that the combat prowess of Germa 66 was utterly insufficient to satisfy him, Battler retracted his playful demeanor, enveloping his fists in the armor of observation. He executed a series of 4 rapid flashes, momentarily incapacitating the 4 members of Iji. He then activated a spatial vessel. Come into the bottle. Chapter 16, Reading Memory, half a month later, Courtyard Monkey D. Luffy life and death indifferent bounty. 30 million berries, still upon that familiar recliner. Li Shu rested his right arm behind his head, his left hand raised high, holding a brand new bounty notice. Gazing at the image of a straw-hatted figure with a radiant smile, he elongated his tone. The pirate king, Luffy, is beginning to make his mark, is he? Huh. The destined child from the original tale. How will your trajectory of growth unfold amidst my reckless upheaval of the seas? Releasing his grip, the bounty notice fluttered in the wind, drifting into the distance. The Straw Hat has defeated the pirate captain who was sent back to the East Blue by Hawkeye. The bounty has been updated, indicating an imminent entry into the Grand Line. This means the curtain has already been drawn on the War of the Bested. The timing is just right. The 10-year anniversary event will soon enter its final preparations. With an uncontrollable sense of exhilaration, Li Shu let out a hearty laugh, his bright eyes filled with an eager spark for mischief. Once the little fairies descend en masse, how will the War of the Best evolve? I truly look forward to it. Everything is in place, just awaiting your return, Laxus. As if echoing Li Shu's sentiments, the Lizard King, sharing a bond of thought and vision, spoke up beside him how a water-pattern mark on its forehead glowed. Resonating with the design upon Li Shu's own brow, he had succeeded. After much effort, he had finally completed the development of the clone's seed just days prior. The seed's essence merged with his own forehead. And due to the contract with the Lizard King, it naturally bore the water-pattern design. Moreover, Li Shu had inscribed this water-patterned emblem upon all the small fairies he had summoned, meaning that anyone who later contracted with them could, should he wish, perceive their surroundings to a certain extent through the medium of these fairies. The 17 fairy vines in the backyard had not been overlooked. The subsequent fairies' birth would inherit the water-pattern mark from the very moment of their creation. As he caressed the pattern on his forehead, under Li Shu's command, a beam of fluorescence emerged from the water design, swiftly transforming into a palm-sized pseudo-thought entity, an illusionary form that splits from a living soul. Possessing an independent personality and human shape. Independent personality? Not necessary. I'm not dead, nor do I have an overwhelming unfulfilled desire. A high-quality imitation will suffice, serving as my eyes, ears, and mouth for synchronized thought. After obtaining Laxus's consent, we shall establish a new contract, allowing it to reside within Jekrum and witness the pirate world I have transformed. The pseudo-thought entity, resembling a tree spirit from Western fantasy. Featured pointed ears, leaf-like wings, and a petite body clad in a gown woven from smaller leaves. Indeed, Li Shu had designated her as female. Would you like to see the scenery beneath my skirt? The tree spirit fluttered before Li Shu, speaking in a voice as soft as a gentle spring. Yes, yes. Nearby, Susanoo Mikoto looked on in bemusement as he witnessed Li Shu interacting with his self, a hint of human disdain crossing his otherwise meticulous features. What are you looking at? It's just a clone I created. Do I not know? She merely possesses a feminine appearance that a week later somewhere on the island with a light step, Batla hummed a little tune as he walked towards the courtyard. A beaming smile on his face. The task was complete, and once he presented the task item from the vessel to Li Shu, he would be granted permission for free movement, albeit limited to the island's confines. But that was sufficient. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing Batla's cheerful stride to momentarily falter. He paused, observing the front guard captain, Captain Na, who was intently scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Unexpected encounters are always so sudden. Moreover, is he searching for something? Wait? No, that doesn't seem right. From the looks of it, he appears to be. A certain conjecture flashed through Batla's mind, and he chuckled to himself. He truly is persistent. Memories that have been erased and destroyed cannot be reclaimed, especially not in the courtyard where the young master has secluded himself. Connecting the dots of the unfolding events, he easily deduced the serious reason and intent behind Captain Na's demeanor. What a pity. Murmuring softly, Batla averted his gaze and continued on his path, lamenting Captain Na's potential and fate, but alas, the choice was his to make. Sensing something, Captain Na turned to observe Batla's departing figure, his brow furrowing. After pondering for a moment, he relaxed his brow and resumed his vigilant scanning of the surroundings. In impressions, courtyard eased back. While leisurely sipping afternoon tea, Li Shu suddenly looked up toward a certain direction, raising his hand and beckoning. After a month and a half of hard work, well done. Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. This is fine tea that I personally cultivated. Have a cup to refresh yourself. You can detect me even while cloaked. Truly a formidable ability with no blind spots. Having been discovered, Batla deactivated his invisibility and lightly descended into the chair opposite Li Shu, sitting upright as he accepted the teacup presented to him. The tea leaves personally cultivated by the young master must be savored properly. Taking a small sip, he waited for the fragrant essence of the tea to blossom upon his palate, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Ah, indeed, it is fine tea. Once he finished the cup of tea, Batla set it down and announced, "Young master, the mission to the North Sea has been successfully completed. All members of the Germa family, along with the soldiers of the Germa kingdom and the snail ships, have been brought back. What do you think?" "Let us release Judge first," Li Shu replied that he had never encountered the genetic factors before and needed to first understand how he controlled his children to execute commands without resistance. Once he grasped that key point, he could seize that authority, and naturally, he would possess perfect tools like Iji and Niji. Understood. Batla retrieved the vessel, and with a thought, he released Judge, who had not ingested anything for over half a month. A loud thud echoed as the starved figure collapsed to the ground, faint from hunger, his breath faint. "You truly have no fear of starving him to death." After a moment of silence, Li Shu shook his head disapprovingly. Remaining seated, activating his fruit ability, he swiftly condensed a memory seed and dropped it onto Judge's brow, beginning to absorb his memories for rapid growth. 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later, 15 minutes later, Mr. Su. The memory seed matured, and Li Shu raised his hand to grasp it while instructing Susan no Mikoto beside him. "Please prepare some easily digestible food for this empty-headed individual, and make plenty." "Yes, young master." Susan no Mikoto turned and headed towards the kitchen, while Li Shu resumed his seat, clasping the crystal that had deprived Judge of all memories from birth to capture, pressing it against his forehead. The moment the crystal touched Li Shu's brow, it shattered, transforming into countless sparkling shards that surged into his mind, reading his memories at a rate of 1 second per year. 1 minute later. "Oh. So that's how it is." Chapter 17, Two Choices. So it was. Opening his eyes in realization, Li Shu stared at the unconscious Judge. He gently raised a finger, and a blade of grass received his command, sweeping across his skin and drawing a few drops of blood to extend towards its master. Dipping his fingertip in the grass, stained with Judge's blood, he activated his fruit ability once more, swiftly condensing a crimson seed. "Next, I need to encode it." Through Judge's memories, Li Shu comprehended the core of the genetic factor technology entirely. He merely needed to embed the encoding into this seed. And with Judge having lost all memories, once successful, he would become the new sovereign of the Germa kingdom. Simple. Half an hour will suffice. With confidence and determination, Li Shu immediately began the process of adding settings to the genetic seed, observing the focused individual diligently developing a new ability. Batla felt a mix of speechlessness and resignation. Well, I didn't see this coming. The young master is not only reclusive, but also possesses a rather decisive temperament. Half an hour later, when Susan no Mikoto returned bearing a pot of soup, he was already unfazed. "The young master requested me to prepare more. You should still have captives in that vessel who need food." "Indeed," Batla replied, once again retrieving 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who had succumbed to starvation from the vessel. An hour later, what purpose does this serve? Gazing at the water pattern mark on the forehead of the dreaming individual, Batla momentarily struggled to discern Li Shu's intention. However, upon noticing that all fairies in the courtyard bore the same emblem, he ceased his contemplation. "Well, why ponder over such things? The remainder of my life is now bound to the young master's dreams. It is only natural to bear the mark," clearing the distractions from his mind. He gazed at the table in the center of the courtyard, where Li Shu sat opposite Lei J, Ayude, S for Eg, and the other 3. Well, moments ago they had been assigned to Batla by Li Shu, so that when the time came to execute their mission, they would have subordinates at their disposal. Unlike them, you, having been altered by genetic factors, successfully acquired a resistance to toxins, gaining the ability to absorb and release them. Yet you still retain the emotions of a human, which is commendable. As he observed the alluringly mature Lei Jio, Li Shu recalled certain narratives about her. For instance, when witnessing Yongji and the others brutally slay helpless civilians who posed no threat, she would exhibit a look of disdain, or when, at Wanghua, Her family was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Anti. She was still concerned for Sanji, urging him to flee. With her poised demeanor, gracious interactions, and a heart that considers others, you indeed deserve an opportunity to choose. The control over your Kaji has been wiped from his memory by me. Shortly, I shall return to him a portion of his memories limited to cloning technology, and he will serve me wholeheartedly, thus stripping him of the right to command you. The shackles that bound you have been released, and now, I present you with two choices. Would you like to hear them? Am I capable of being helpful, deserving of new choices? The ocean is vast, and perhaps I have finally encountered someone who treats me with kindness. This moment. A scene from her childhood rescuing Sanji flashed through Lei Jio's mind. Sanji, a man cannot continuously shed tears. Listen well, never return here again. The ocean is vast, and one day you will surely meet gentle souls. Run, do not look back. Time seemed to revert to that moment. And a radiant smile, as bright as the sun, graced Lei Jio's face. She was eager to hear the options presented by the other. How truly healing. Affected by her smile, Li Shu's calm gaze softened further. For the first choice, he raised a finger. Become my partner and fight for my pursuits. Of course, this battle shall not be against humanity, but rather against the myriad sea kings that roam the ocean. Hunting them shall not cast a shadow upon your benevolent heart. Become a partner. Lei Jio felt a tremor in her heart. Since birth, she understood that her father sought not the companionship of a child, but rather a merciless machine capable of relentless combat for his ambitions. Thus, she adeptly concealed her emotional nature, choosing to align with Yi and the others, laughing at others' misfortunes merely to avoid being ensnared and labeled as an outlier, subject to their isolation or bullying. The name Vince Mock she loathed. Can I finally live according to my own will? For the second choice, Li Shu raised another finger, which could also be seen as a test for you. As a free individual, reside in this courtyard for 1 year, during which you shall not experience boredom, annoyance, or any negative emotions, and instead begin to relish this tranquil existence, discovering interests and hobbies to immerse yourself in. The first option seemed relatively normal, but the second was perplexing. Lei Jio displayed a look of confusion, her eyes strikingly clear, akin to spring water piercing the heart, resembling a young deer that inadvertently pricked someone's emotions. The second choice sounded somewhat nonsensical. If I fulfill the conditions you mentioned, what awaits me afterward? With a grin, Li Shu leaned slightly forward, his lips curling upward. What awaits you? You are too hasty. Let's first see if you can pass this test. Lei Jio fell silent, having secretly prepared herself mentally, only to find this outcome. The scene she had conjured in her mind made her blush, her face reddening at a visible pace. This appearance was indeed quite endearing. Faced with Li Shu's playful gaze, even though Lei Jio endeavored to maintain her composure, she ultimately faltered, her eyes darting about awkwardly as she attempted to change the subject. If I fail the test, what is the significance of the second choice? Will it be like my father enforcing obedience through commands? Or will I default to the first choice and become your partner? No. Leaning back, Li Shu straightened his posture, not wishing to pressure the bewildered Lei Jio, shaking his head. If you fail, it signifies our lack of fate. I will not force you. All memories of me will be erased, and you will be set free. True freedom. Gradually calming down, Lei Jio pondered briefly, arriving at an answer, her smile unfolding. I choose the second option. It seems that regardless of the outcome, I have nothing to lose. Erased Memories, Chapter 18. Coexistence 2 weeks later. Beneath the courtyard, 100 meters down, spacious and bright, the 66 emblem hung high, beneath which layers of glass containers were neatly arranged in circular formation, each marked with ascending numbers, housing clones in their cultivation phase. Nearby were massive machines injecting the necessary nutrient solutions into the containers. Roots, dressed in a short skirt, low-cut top, and a lightweight pink jacket, Lei Jio followed Li Shu closely, her left eye observing the immense roots supporting and reinforcing this vast base. Is this base established through your own abilities? Though she grasped some understanding, Lei Jio still asked in astonishment, these roots, can you freely manipulate the flora of the natural world? And that sprout atop your head, could it be a side effect of the fruit ability? It is indeed quite absurd for a normal person to have such a thing sprouting from their head, so you planted the same sprout atop Mr. Sue, Mr. Batla, and myself to avoid feeling out of place? Stunned internally, Li Shu halted, turning to look at her. Legio, no longer masking her feelings, wore a relaxed yet mischievous smile, which immediately dispelled the slight gloom from his earlier teasing, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. Oh dear. So, I am this fragile. To conceal my bizarre appearance, I inadvertently dragged the innocent into it, resulting in Mr. Sue and the others becoming unusual as well. But it matters not. As long as the scope is expanded, with over 600,000 people on the island sharing this appearance, discrimination shall be resolved. Over 600,000 people, taken aback by the number Li Shu mentioned. Legio's smile remained radiant as she realized the extent of his accomplishments. It seemed her perspective had indeed been narrow. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Li Shu resumed his stride, explaining in a calm voice. The Paramecia type Niku no Mi. The devil fruit I consumed is the Niku no Mi, which allows me to grow any type of plant or fruit in the world. These roots are merely one application of its power. As for the sprout you mentioned, it is a technique I developed after awakening the fruit's abilities. Through it, the island's inhabitants can engage in sufficient photosynthesis under the sun, generating beneficial substances for human health. Over the years, it will gently enhance the physical qualities of the hosts, and as their bodies grow stronger, their vitality will flourish. Subsequently, I will appropriately harvest a trace of their vitality through the sprouts atop their heads, achieving a win-win scenario. As she listened to Li Shu's explanation, Legio's smile suddenly froze, her gaze lingering on his leisurely silhouette ahead. You casually divulge such crucial information. Are you so confident? Or is it that when the year is up, should I refuse, all memories of you will be erased, thus rendering any secrets shared now moot? Erased memories? Setting aside her scattered thoughts, Legio maintained her smile, albeit somewhat strained. In that moment, a sudden curiosity took root in her mind. How remarkable to develop such fruit abilities to this extent, nurturing the entire island's populace to harvest vitality. According to earlier information, the effects of vitality are incredibly comprehensive, having received a vast supply of vitality for the past 5 years. It is likely that your abilities have been elevated to an exceptionally high domain. After laying the groundwork, Legio seized the opportunity to pose her question, is everything perfect across the board? No, at least in certain aspects. Even with an abundance of vitality, there are limitations that, continuing his stride, Li Shu elongated his tone, expressing keen interest. Certain aspects, you say? Such as what? Such as understanding a woman's heart. Legio continued. A woman's thoughts are the most difficult to decipher. They often express conflicting feelings. When someone confesses, they may have already internally accepted, yet outwardly utter words of refusal. Not genuinely indifferent, but perhaps reserved. Cautious or testing the waters, seeking to gauge whether the other truly loves them fervently. What does it matter to be rejected for the first time? If one truly loves her, one would persist unwaveringly, pouring forth more sincerity and care and affection that if one attempt fails, there shall be a second, a third, until success is achieved. Is there a deeper meaning in those words? Li Shu discerned that Legio's example seemed to be directed at him. Is it a relentless pursuit? Slowing his pace, he turned to gaze in a certain direction, where a tenacious figure was determinately traversing the entire island on foot. No, there is no need. Not long ago, I sincerely invited someone to become my partner, but alas, he declined. I, at times, can be quite proactive, eagerly seeking what I desire. Yet more often, I remain indifferent, believing that all things are governed by fate. The moment he chose to refuse, it signified a lack of affinity between us, even after a prior selection before our meeting. Thus, let him be. Emotions, too, must be guided by destiny. Therefore, when someone embarks on a pursuit, she may choose to relish the entire process. And when another professes their feelings, she can respond with the truest voice from her heart, a genuine love, one that truly reciprocates, need not be fraught with extravagant trials. We have arrived. A mutual pursuit? As Legio pondered this in her heart, Li Shu had already reached their destination, the Vitality Clone Laboratory. The two entered the lab. Several minutes later, Li Shu emerged from the laboratory, accompanied by Lei Jiao and the dejected yet newly restructured memory of Jiaji. Sighing lightly, he reflected on the past quarter hour, during which he had tested the efficiency of using the seed of life to accelerate the cultivation of clones. Quite low, with over 6 million people on the island. The total vitality harvested daily is substantial that IT takes about 6 to 7 days to fill one seed of life. TSK not worth it. Depleting a seed of life only yielded 8 matured clones? This is not how one squanders resources. It would be wiser to use the marine nutrient directly. Speaking of which, Laxus has been away for quite some time and ought to return soon. Followed by the final preparations for the 10th anniversary, Shiki. Chapter 19. The luminous white space 4 days later, in the courtyard, Lei Jiao held a glass comb crafted by Bart, meticulously grooming the fur of the six-tailed creature before her. The six-tail being comfortably squinted its eyes, its 6 soft tails swaying rhythmically behind it. Returning to her true self, Lei Jiao, once constrained by the rules of the Vinsmoke family from keeping pets, had now taken a grounded step towards nurturing her hobbies. Ding, ding, ding. Beside her, a wind chime, a gift she had earnestly requested, floated gently, emitting delightful tones that relaxed her spirit, freed from any so-called tasks and the abhorrence of slaughter. With a lovely pet for company and the ethereal melodies soothing her mind, a smile of serene content graced Lei Jiao's face. A year of seclusion? No, I could dedicate my entire life to such a life. Suddenly, as a thought flickered in Lei Jiao's mind, a thunderous roar pierced the air, causing her brow to furrow, her sweet smile disrupted. With a wary gaze, she turned towards the new figure in the courtyard, observing as the cloak of the newcomer gracefully descended. The visitor was Laxus. Upon his arrival, he slightly tilted his head, his nose twitching, and his eye, marked by a lightning scar, instantly locked onto Lei Jiao's position, or rather, to the wind chime floating beside her. Having been away for so long, he was unaware of what had transpired in the courtyard during his absence. He suppressed the urge to seize the wind chime and shifted his gaze to Lei Jiao, who was clad in a rather alluring outfit. However, having been desensitized by countless encounters with various forms of attire, his focus was solely on Lei Jiao herself. A new face, a newly cultivated companion. Oh, welcome back, Laxus, in his familiar recliner. Li Shu removed the newspaper covering his face, lazily greeting him. Stop staring. Things are not as you imagine. Lei Jiao is a local resident I have permitted to stay for a year. Hearing Li Shu's explanation, Laxus responded with a light ha. Not a newly cultivated companion. A local resident for a year. What is going on? The one who most despises disturbances to his tranquil life has suddenly changed. Not quite accurate. At this moment, seeing that the newcomer appeared to be Li Shu's ally rather than an adversary, Lei Jiao relaxed her vigilance, her brows curving into a smile as she playfully remarked, "A year is merely a transition. Who knows, perhaps in the long run, I might become a mistress of this courtyard." Laxus paused, pondering the implications of mistress. What had transpired during my absence? Li Shu chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. While Lei Jiao relished the tranquil atmosphere, it was still early, and perhaps it was only the initial novelty. There was much time ahead. Rising from the recliner, he headed towards the backyard, and Laxus followed suit. Lei Jiao watched the two retreating figures, a flicker of discontent gleaming in her bright eyes. What do you mean by that? Are you underestimating my resolve? Backyard. The process remained unchanged, without needing Li Shu to elaborate. Laxus expertly retrieved all the seeds and tossed them into the air, where they, governed by the abilities of various fruits, began to systematically yield the massive corpses of sea kings. Countless roots burst forth from the ground. Vying for nourishment, as time passed, one by one, new and familiar little sprites began to grace the pirate world. However, after a quarter of an hour, something unexpected occurred that even Li Shu, the developer, had not anticipated. Whoosh! A flash of light erupted, and from the psychic type vine emerged the final new sprite, Mutuo. Following this, the psychic type vine suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily blinding brilliance, rising into the air under the astonished gazes of 2 pairs of eyes. And then the intense light quickly retracted, transforming into a luminous white seed. The psychic seed? Li Shu's heart stirred as he instantly recognized it as the very seed that had been planted initially. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but voice his confusion, fixating on the luminous seed, noticing a stream of substance within that had never been present in its original state. Raising his hand, he drew it closer, examining the bean-sized object before his eyes. Indeed, he silently affirmed, confirming the changes it had undergone. Something was indeed flowing within, planted, cultivated, matured, and bearing fruit. After all psychic-type sprites had been produced, an unknown transformation occurred. If the psychic vine behaved this way, perhaps the other 16 vines will also transform into new seeds after fulfilling their missions. For now, nothing peculiar can be discerned. We must gather all 17 seeds. How intriguing! The look of astonishment in his eyes faded, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. Li Shu was now filled with enthusiasm, for the unknown was always captivating, and he eagerly anticipated the changes that would unfold upon gathering all the seeds. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Another half an hour later. Zekrom, Rayquaza, Nti, Regice, Latios, Shalebi Dialga, one after another, legendary sprites began to emerge, heralding the imminent culmination of the 16 vines. Tornadus, Arceus, Hoopa. Finally, at a certain moment, the roots soaring into the air to seize nourishment quivered in unison, transforming into dust that dissipated into the air on the ground. The 16 vines underwent changes akin to the psychic vine, appearing in hues of black, fiery red, deep brown, and azure blue. 16 seeds of varied colors emitted their respective glows, quietly suspended in the air. Li Shu's palm was forced open by an overwhelming force that even his physique could not contain, and the psychic seed violently shot out, soaring into the air to reunite with its 16 companions. Buzz! A dazzling brilliance suddenly erupted, and under the blinding light, Laxus found his vision obscured, while Li Shu merely squinted his eyes, witnessing the 17 seeds align in a circular formation, rapidly rotating and drawing nearer. As if on the verge of merging, buzz! Another wave of even more dazzling light burst forth. This time, Li Shu was caught in its wake, and his vision was momentarily lost. When he regained it, he found himself in a mysterious space. White. This was a boundless white subspace. There was no land beneath his feet, and Li Shu floated in midair, silently observing this enigmatic realm that had drawn his consciousness into its depths. As he tilted his head upwards, Li Shu discerned what appeared to be the suspected culprit. Above him in the lofty heights, 17 seeds of various hues were arranged in a circular formation, slowly rotating, with a pitch-black vortex emerging at their center. As he shifted his gaze higher, an unexpected sense of calm washed over him amidst the turmoil of being suddenly brought to this place. The dark vortex resembled a passageway stretching into an infinite void, closely connected to the ethereal shadow of another world. It rotated languidly. Tendrils of transparent substance were drawn forth from that shadowy realm. That is the power of the world. A chilling voice resonated through the space. Upon hearing it, Li Shu found himself inexplicably tranquil. Chapter 20. Allies, that is the power of the world. The cold voice echoed again, and Li Shu's gaze remained serene. He had already come to a realization. Oh, the power of the world. It seems I have indeed developed an extraordinarily formidable ability, one that has even drawn you out. World consciousness. The voice belonged to the consciousness of the pirate world, which tacitly acknowledged Li Shu's deduction. The cold voice reverberated once more in the pristine white space. For countless years, the power of the world has periodically leaked into the unknown, and today, witnessing your ability to plunder the strength of other worlds, I believe I comprehend it. Perhaps within other realms, there exist seeds similar to yours that have cultivated the power systems of this world, slowly and relentlessly siphoning its strength. To date, I have lost nearly 20% of my essence. Are there those in other worlds cultivating the power system of the pirate world? No, you are mistaken. The loss of essence is severe, and the true culprit must be other traversers, systems, and such. They easily provide whatever is desired. Li Shu dismissed the truth swirling in his mind. unwilling to divulge it to the world consciousness. Instead, he said, "You have brought me into this space because I have cultivated the ability to plunder the essence of other worlds to replenish this one. Am I correct? What is your intention? Do you plan to enslave me, focusing on creating more seeds to connect with other world shadows, or do you wish to coexist as equals and become collaborators?" Though he could not ascertain why, he felt an unshakable certainty that the world consciousness sought to establish a cooperative alliance with him, to join forces for mutual growth and glory. Collaborators, indeed, the next moment. It presented Li Shu with the anticipated option. "You are quite unique, that I can faintly sense a force of world-breaking hidden within you, which may very well be the fundamental reason for your astonishing achievements. It is far too significant. I do not wish to gamble, for if I were to enslave you, it may vanish alongside you. Therefore, cooperation is the optimal choice. World-breaking power?" Li Shu was taken aback by the unexpected revelation. In an instant, he recognized that this so-called power referred to the talent he had speculated upon during his traversal. With a smile, having grasped the underlying reason, Li Shu wore an innocuous expression. "Becoming collaborators means mutual benefit. I can plunder the essence you require to replenish the lost 20% and advance even further. However, this raises a question. What reward shall I receive in return?" A hum resonated as the white space trembled, and a container marked with scales materialized beneath the dark vortex, collecting the flowing essence from within. World Authority. The scales denote the limits of world authority. Totaling 100 segments, each time a segment is filled, you will gain a certain degree of authority over this world. Once all 100 segments are filled, we shall jointly wield control over the entire realm. Another hum echoed as a larger container appeared beneath the one with 100 scales, densely marked with additional scales. After the 100, there will be 1,000 that once it is filled, I may become your vassal. In the backyard, blindness followed blindness. As Laxus regained his sight, he was immediately captivated by the ascending red lights. He beheld the spirit beasts he had cultivated soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Observing their escape without any reaction, Laxus understood that as fellow beings cultivated by Li Shu, they would never have departed the backyard without his consent. Have you granted them sufficient respect, allowing them to await a fateful encounter in their newfound freedom? He murmured. Though their time together had been brief, Laxus recognized that Li Shu was not one to coerce others through sheer force. Instead, he operated from a position of equality, luring others with benefits in a model of cooperative win-win. Indeed, as Laxus turned, he noticed the imposing figure of Zekrom. While the other spirit beast departed, it remained behind, affirming his suspicions. There was no rush for a contract. His gaze shifted to Li Shu, who stood in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the extraordinary phenomena that had just unfolded. Your current state, and all that has transpired, within your expectations, the miracle maker. Within the white space, a projection appeared in midair. In it, a figure with the names of Sakura, tin, and withered wood as prosthetic limbs. A ship's wheel upon his head, flowing golden hair reminiscent of a lion's mane, clad in an orange and yellow Japanese kimono, and holding a cigar, was gazing into a mirror. The next moment, he seemed startled by his own reflection, and for reasons unknown, suddenly began to dance in a rather comical manner. The projection slowly receded, traversing over houses, forests, and mindless beasts, ascending to the heavens to survey the entirety. "Vermal," it intoned with a cold voice. Simultaneously, the projection shattered, coalescing into a golden thread that wound itself around Li Shu's wrist. As per your request, this golden thread shall serve as a token of our initial acquaintance and alliance. It will guide you to the hidden location of Shiki. However, in acquiescing to Li Shu's request and sharing the coordinates, a hint of exasperation mingled with the coldness of his voice. You are so effortlessly indolent. Even now, possessing the overwhelming strength that surpasses the vast ocean, having cultivated a fourth contract-type spirit that could reshape the maritime landscape, you still willingly choose to remain in that domain imbued with an atmosphere of laziness. Shiki, you wish to proclaim the existence of spirit beings to the world through him? Why go to such lengths? In response to its bewilderment, Li Shu let out a hearty laugh, casually toying with the golden thread on his wrist. Humans are complex creatures. Their intricacies lie in their facade, while the reasons for their complexities dwell deep within. Some seek thrill and pleasure, venturing out to sea despite the myriad disasters that await them. They may feel fear, yet the surging adrenaline often eclipses that fear that if they meet their demise in the ocean, so be it. It is merely misfortune in their pursuit of inner truth. But what if they succeed in surviving against all odds? That thrill and sense of accomplishment become the most exquisite poison, elevating their very souls. Others, however, prefer a mundane existence, leading busy yet stable lives. As for me, I lean towards the latter, yet I wish to infuse my ordinary life with a touch of entertainment. Hence, Shiki is quite suitable. After vanishing for over 20 years, he has accidentally uncovered a new power system lost to history. That seems quite reasonable, does it not? Let him declare to the world that there exists an uncharted new power. It shall surely be easily accepted. Do not persuade me to take center stage. Everyone has their own aspirations. Why joy is beyond your imagination. Thank you. Lifting his hand to shake the golden thread, Li Shu offered a gentle smile to the vast white space as his consciousness began to fade, vanishing from that realm. Chapter 21. Host in the backyard. As consciousness returned, Li Shu's once dazed eyes regained their luster. He surveyed the area, noting the absence of all the spirit beasts. His gaze remained neutral, devoid of excess emotion. As he looked skyward, saw Galileo return, raising his hand in a grasping motion. Shortly after, a small spirit resembling a lion, entirely white and standing over 3 meters tall, was drawn into the It bore a blue-gray nose and pale blue eyes, with a most peculiar feature. The upper half of its face displayed a deep blue area where celestial scenes continuously shifted. Brimming with mystery, 4 golden spikes adorned its head, resembling a crown that symbolized its status, echoing the 2 pairs of spikes on either side of its jaw, further accentuating its majestic appearance. Galileo, a dual-type psychic and steel legendary spirit. Revered in ancient times as the beast that devours the sun, contained immeasurable energy, enabling it to assume its sun form, where a third pale blue eye would appear in the celestial region on its forehead. And the celestial pattern would transform into vertical beams of light, while the non-white parts of its body would shift to a golden hue. Having been summoned back, Galileo descended from the sky, its pale blue eyes filled with a human-like curiosity. Apologies, Li Shu explained, meeting its gaze. Plans have changed. Shiki's location has been confirmed, hence I cannot grant you the freedom I previously envisioned. Auna let out a soft whimper, bowing her head slightly as she chose to embrace her mission. Hey, what was that strange vision just now? Once the two finished their conversation, Laxus aptly voiced his confusion. Surely something significant had transpired. Shiki, could it be the illustrious Golden Lion? Shiki, one of the 3 notorious pirates renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger, the user of the float fruit, captain of the flying pirate crew, and the pirate admiral of the sky. Have we confirmed his whereabouts? So many questions. Are you not going to enlighten me? Of course, Li Shu replied, calming Galileo with a gentle smile. He reached into his cloak and produced 2 seeds, scattering them upon the vacant ground where the 17 elven vines had vanished. With a silent command, he directed the still-suspended Natsuki to pour forth new sea creature corpses, beginning to recount his recent discoveries in an unruffled tone. As the 2 color domineering vines voraciously consumed the corpses. Laxus's tranquil demeanor gradually transformed into one of astonishment and shock. Before long, his inner doubts were dispelled, yet he remained in a state of stunned disbelief, his thoughts a tangled mess as he took a good 10 seconds to process the information he had just received. So in several years, this world shall ultimately become your backyard. The world's consciousness will also become your vassal. Hey, that is quite the jest, Laxus exclaimed. Incredulous came an ambiguous chuckle from Li Shu, who regarded him with a calm expression. The prerequisite for becoming a vassal is to accumulate 1,000 scales. Quite a daunting task, I must say. Daunting? Nonsense! Laxus nearly burst out with a profanity. He knew this particular person well, that a recluse he might be. But his motivation for stirring up trouble was immense, and with the enticing prospect of becoming the true master of the world, how could he not be even more driven? with the dual-leaved sapling providing vitality. The span of your life is boundless. 1,000 scales. It's merely a matter of time. Shall I congratulate you in advance on becoming the world's sovereign, allowing you to orchestrate grand events at your whim? Truly a dismal fate for this world, to fall into the hands of someone as reclusive and whimsically malevolent as you. Hey, that's too much. Li Shu rolled his eyes in silence, glancing back at the two domineering vines, which were growing rapidly thanks to their ample nourishment. During their conversation, they had already begun to bear fruit. Laxus, he called softly, a note of seriousness infusing his tone. Yes, Laxus replied casually, his gaze also fixated on the vines, eagerly awaiting their maturation. There is a matter that requires your consent beforehand. His words took on a more solemn tone, and the use of the term consent immediately alerted Laxus to the fact that what was to follow would be closely linked to him. Speak, Dada, your succinctness amuses me. Li Shu chuckled lightly while casting a sidelong glance at him. You know me well, just a homebody, not fond of going out. However, the sea is about to become even more vibrant and lively due to my influence. After years of labor, if I cannot witness the grandeur of the new era with mine own eyes, wouldn't that feel somewhat like a journey in vain? Laxus, arms crossed and staring intently at the two vines, pondered this contradiction of being a homebody, yet desiring to witness things firsthand. He remained silent, aware that the inquiry had not yet reached its critical point. Thus, I have developed a pseudo-entity of thought, which synchronizes with my mind, sharing my vision that IT can act as my proxy to witness the myriad wonders of the sea, but it requires a host. Behold, she is the one that a tree spirit emerged from Lishu's forehead. Diminutive in stature, adorned in a dress of leaves, with leafy wings fluttering as she gracefully floated before Laxus. Her innocent, sparkling eyes shone brightly as she chirped, "Could you be my host?" With her endearing appearance and pitiful gaze, Laxus felt his power of speech slip away. He gazed at the tree spirit, wanting to reach out and hold her, but as his arm moved, he abruptly turned to glare at Li Shu, synchronizing thought and shared vision. So, this is also your doing? I agree. His gaze turned fierce, and in a rough motion he seized the tree spirit, pressing his thumb forcefully against her face, rubbing. Meanwhile, Li Shu stood astonished, feeling an invisible force inexorably pressing against him with unmatched strength. Hey, you must be gentle with women. Unable to contain himself, Li Shu shouted at Laxus, "The tree spirit is so adorable. How can you bear to treat her this way?" Laxus snorted dismissively, ignoring the reprimand. He even grasped the tree spirit's wings, spinning her around violently, as though venting all his pent-up frustrations from recent years. Stop! What great enmity do you harbor? If you have grievances, direct them at me. The tree spirit is innocent. As the world spun around, even though this minor torment posed no harm to him, Li Shu played along, swaying his head as if genuinely dizzy. With another disdainful huff, Laxus finally ceased his antics, releasing the tree spirit to float freely in the air. Having vented his frustrations, a slight smile crept onto his lips. I have adopted her. What must I do next to become her host? I suddenly have some regrets. Perhaps it's best to let this go. Enough with the nonsense. Speak. Chapter 22. Are you teaching me how to work? Half a month later, in the skies above a certain sea area in the Grand Line, Laxus moved at an astonishing speed, his cloak flowing naturally behind him, untouched by the wind. Zekrom, a dual-type dragon and electric Pokemon, one of the 3 dragons of the path, a legendary creature capable of scorching the world with lightning. Its form was a blend of dinosaur and western dragon, crowned with lightning-shaped gray horns and a tail reminiscent of an engine. In its supercharged state, the electric engine emitted a brilliant blue light, casting a glow over its entire body, generating immense power suitable for both attack and the creation of a gravity-defying field, allowing it to fly unimpeded by air resistance or gravity. Having contracted Zekrom, Laxus was now soaring through the air, using its gravity-defying abilities. The tree spirit perched on Laxus's right shoulder, propping her chin on her hands, her clear voice chiming. What a perfect match, with gravity manipulation activated. The Dragon Slayer mage no longer has to fear the drawbacks of any mode of transportation. Ding, ding, ding. A wind chime unique to Laxus floated to his left, its satin-like lower half swaying gracefully, producing a melodious sound. Point 4. Bartlett diligently nurtured the superpower bells, resulting in 4 of them during the process of attempting to cultivate a mutwo. Point 1 had been claimed by Reiju through persuasion, while the remaining 3 found their respective owners. Li Shu originally possessed one. Satan had long been by his side since his homebody attributes awakened, essentially making it his 2. However, in the spirit of fairness, he decided to gift Laxus another exclusive wind chime, doubling the joy with 2. The other 2 belonged to Laxus and Bartlett. Laxus acknowledged the tree spirit's teasing. With this newfound ability, it could bid farewell to any form of transportation to him. The convenience of the gravity-defying capability far outweighed the power enhancements granted by Zekrom. Bartlett, a memory from a week prior, suddenly surfaced in his mind, recalling the man who had replaced him as the new pawn, a mature figure exuding a seasoned aura, whose strength had instilled a considerable pressure upon him. Quite formidable, his little spirit is also quite troublesome, employing a myriad of tactics. Moreover, as he reflected on the information Li Shu had shared regarding Bartlett, Laxus's gaze drifted to the tree spirit's neck, where she wore a silver necklace, at the end of which hung a miniature glass bottle, an improved version of the subspace treasure bottle. It has modified the bottle's parameters, creating a livable subspace spanning 10,000 meters. Akin to Natsuki, yet more refined in its capacity for storage and habitation. Retrieving his scrutinizing gaze, Laxus called out the tree spirit's name. As you mentioned, you are merely his eyes to observe the ever-changing world outside. Though endowed with the damage transfer attribute, redirecting all attacks aimed at you back to your original form to ensure your indestructibility, it is true that you possess no combat prowess. Are you not worried about the potential for unforeseen circumstances by carrying all these spirits with you? The tree spirit tilted her delicate face. Unexpected, but you are here, are you not? Are you worried that your strength might be insufficient? Laxus? Laxus's face darkened. Clearly, he shouldn't have asked. It's all good. She chuckled lightly and remarked, Shiki is no longer the formidable golden lion he once was. You have it within you. Even if you find yourself defeated, it matters not that I can attempt to persuade him with my words. Besides, did we not venture to Skya Island to further enhance your abilities? Once we acquire the Rumble fruit, a natural-type devil fruit, alongside Haki, dragon-slaying magic, and the essence of Zekrom, amalgamating 4 powers into one, if you cannot overwhelm Shiki. That would indeed be quite disappointing. Laxus's expression darkened further. Shiki, when we meet, do not blame me for being too harsh. It is he who instigates this conflict. The disgruntled grunt resonated abruptly above a certain sea region, the source of the sound having vanished into the horizon, an altitude of 10,000 meters on Skya Island. Within the temple, for drums adorned with 3 comma-shaped jewels were strung together by metallic rings and affixed to his back. A figure donned a white headscarf, with long ears cascading down to his chest, embellished with earrings, while his lower half was clad in voluminous lantern pants, reclining lazily on a throne that symbolized divinity. Enel lounged, crossing his legs, bare feet rhythmically tapping in time with an inaudible beat, his upper body completely exposed, revealing a robust physique. Yawning languidly, his face bore an expression of utter boredom. Propping his head with one hand, he reached for a nearby fruit platter, plucking a vibrant red apple to bring to his lips. Today, there are no discordant voices among the citizens of the Holy Land challenging the authority of the divine. How tedious! Perhaps I shall randomly select a fortunate soul to receive divine judgment. Beneath his nonchalant demeanor lurked a heart of cruelty. Enel swiftly devoured the apple, even discarding the core, before grasping a golden staff to point toward the heavens. With a resounding crash, a colossal bolt of lightning descended upon a location on Skya Island, its force reverberating through the very fabric of the earth, illuminating the surrounding area with blinding radiance. Countless inhabitants of Skya Island trembled in fear at this sudden onslaught, struggling to suppress any rebellious thoughts against the divine. As the pillar of thunder dissipated and the light faded, a fortunate soul lay charred at the bottom of a deep pit, devoid of life. Yaha! With the disappearance of a certain individual's voice, Enel erupted into raucous laughter, pleased by the fearful voices emanating from the other citizens of the Holy Land, an exaltation of divine authority. The temple echoed with his arrogant and cruel laughter, which fell upon the ears of 4 distinct priests below, their demeanor unchanged. For 6 years, since the god had taken dominion over Skya Island, they had grown accustomed to such hearty laughter echoing daily. In a distant sky over Skya Island, Laxus, who had been searching without finding his destination, suddenly turned, sensing a powerful surge of thunderous energy. I S at you, the user of the rumble fruit, guiding me. Changing course, he flew toward the source, regardless of its nature. Since no clear indicators were present, he might as well investigate. About a quarter of an hour later, the outline of an island came into view, where the white waves swelled and receded, resembling a true ocean. Ah, how delightful! Laxus chuckled softly upon witnessing the rapidly approaching island. Fate, what a curious thing it is. After searching endlessly, I suddenly hear your voice. You have lit the beacon and extended an invitation. Laxus, you have entrusted the seed of blankness to me. Do not forget the steps. Otherwise, once the target perishes, who can predict where the new rumble fruit will reincarnate? Are you instructing me on how to proceed? A flash of impatience crossed Laxus's mind as he silently nodded. Steps? Mere trifles, simply inserting the seed into the heart upon the target's demise. Was such a straightforward and crude procedure truly in need of a reminder? In the temple, the sound of an apple soaring through the air was followed by being caught and tossed again by Enel, who idly scratched his ear with one hand while balancing the apple with the other, reclining against his throne as if in a daze. The life of a god, save for the occasional display of power, was rather monotonous and dull. Seems this is the place. Laxus, a sudden unfamiliar voice resonated within his network of hearts and perception through the electric waves. Enel's cold, piercing eyes snapped open at the source of the voice. Sensing an alien presence, another invader from the blue sea, with a soft sound, his body transformed, vanishing from the temple, leaving the 4 priests exchanging bewildered glances. They have arrived. In Laxus's observation of the world, a surge of tempestuous energy was heading toward him. With a crackle, blue arcs of lightning erupted, slowly coalescing into a figure. Elementalization, the fundamental application of a natural-type fruit, is indeed convenient, Laxus remarked, gazing at the bizarre silhouette before him, while raising his hand to touch a wind chime that darted into the glass ring on his ring finger, transforming into red light. A metallic staff hovered in the air as Enel sat cross-legged atop it, one hand propping his chin while the other gripped the staff, bestowing it with weight. His eyes, filled with derision, fixated on the ring in Laxus's possession. A ring that can house living beings. How intriguing. Mortal, offer it to the god, and the god will forgive your trespass into the divine realm. Ah, how terrifying. The leaf-winged fairy darted behind Laxus. While she could transfer damage, she preferred not to be struck by lightning for no reason. Retreating behind him instead, casting a silent glance at the tree spirit, Laxus began to scrutinize Enel, noting his long earlobes. At that moment, Enel, catching Laxus's strange gaze, suddenly discovered a glimmer of realization, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is it? Why can the gods not hear your voices? That expression, surely, you harbor some exceedingly offensive thoughts. Anomalies. You are all anomalies, existing in defiance of the divine. The deity decreed. Anomalies must be purified by the symbol of heavenly punishment. Lightning, and all your possessions shall belong to the god. Electrocute. 20 million volts. A blinding brilliance erupted. Arcs of electricity danced around Enel as he unleashed a massive bolt of blue lightning toward Laxus. However, facing this awe-inspiring assault, Laxus inhaled deeply, drawing in the oncoming lightning, savoring its crackling essence. Thank you for the hospitality. The flavor is quite delightful. Enel, witnessing this unfathomable scene, stared wide-eyed, his astonishment nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. His mouth agape to an unprecedented extent, tears streaming down his face. What? Stunned and bewildered, Enel remained in shock at Laxus's ability to consume the 20 million volts of lightning without sustaining any damage. Merely remarking, the flavor is quite nice. Unable to accept this, Laxus felt invigorated by the surge of lightning within him, casting a fierce smile at the still-dazed Enel. Borrowing a phrase from Gray, the weather is about to change. With a crack, a torrent of golden lightning coalesced in his fist as he surged toward Enel, accompanied by the unfolding of a complex and arcane golden magic circle, initiating the combat with a greeting. Thunder Punch. With his probing attack, he aimed to awaken the dazed Enel. The Thunder Punch struck true, resulting in a violent explosion upon impact. As he narrowly dodged, Laxus shattered half of Enel's form with a strike. Crackling, blue lightning flickered as Enel regained his composure, the damaged body replenished by the lightning. He gripped his metallic staff, turning to adopt a battle stance, his previous panic erased, replaced by disdain and arrogance. Anomalies, do not presume that by creating a spectacle you have truly acquired the ability to contend with the divine. I am the omniscient God, an indestructible existence. You shall pay with your life for offending the deity's dignity. Foolish. With a disdainful scoff, Laxus cast a sidelong glance at him, a frog at the bottom of a well. Indestructible, merely a basic application of natural abilities. The only reason I have not heavily wounded you with haki is due to my curiosity about the actual effect of your fruit. I merely wish to witness it. Yaha! Suddenly erupting in boisterous laughter, Enel's eyes blazed with uncontainable fury. How dare you call the god a frog at the bottom of a well? Remember, you have thoroughly offended the deity. The omniscient God shall toy with you until your demise. You shall not strike the divine again. As punishment for your complete transgression, prepare for retribution. 30 million volts. Lightning beast. A metallic rod struck the taiko on his left shoulder, unleashing a tempest of blue lightning. From this chaos burst forth a wolf-like beast of thunder, charging at Laxus with ferocious speed, its demeanor menacing and its intent palpable that a mindless creature seeks to inflict harm. Laxus cast a scornful glance, a magical array erupting forth as he waved his hand, releasing a powerful current that coalesced into a luminous spear to meet the oncoming threat. Thunder Spear with a thunderous clash. Blue and gold lightning collided in midair, igniting an explosion of blinding brilliance, accompanied by razor-sharp winds that swept outward, drawing the gaze of many below. God, unveil your true power. There is no need for this trifling test of strength. Effortlessly countering the opponent's attack with his mastery of lightning magic, Laxus felt a wave of disappointment. Is this truly the extent of the Thunder Fruit's capabilities? Tisich, how dull. You have truly roused my ire. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. With two resounding strikes upon the taiko, Eneru unleashed an expansive torrent of blue lightning, condensing it into a colossal thunder dragon that soared toward Laxus. Thunder Dragon? Laxus, who had just moments ago regarded the challenge with disdain, now focused intently, was at his previous attack named Thunder Dragon. Chapter 24. The advantage is mine. Is that what you call Thunder Dragon? Gazing directly at the approaching dragon imbued with Eastern essence, he discerned its feeble power through his observation skills. Anger flared within him. Who dares to tarnish the name of dragons? As a dragon slayer, he harbored an innate reverence for such creatures, and even though this thunder dragon bore little resemblance to the dragons in his memory, he would not allow any weakling to besmirch the title. Dragons are not so superficial. Who permits you to casually name your technique Thunder Dragon? He bellowed in fury, golden lightning crackling from his mouth. As his words fell, a more resplendent magical array coalesced before him, the energy of the Thunder Dragon gathering in his lungs. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. An overwhelming fury surged forth, an intense concentration of lightning that could obliterate everything in its path was unleashed. Bathing the sky in golden radiance, it shattered Eneru's blue Thunder Dragon with ease, continuing its relentless assault toward him. Sensing the trajectory of the roaring assault, the heart network captured its potent essence. And Eneru, in an instant, transformed into his elemental form to evade the strike, unwilling to confront its might head-on. The Thunder Dragon's crushing fist, Laxus, too, possessed the ability to perceive, his mastery surpassing even Eneru's, as Eneru dodged. Laxus anticipated his movement and struck with a timely crushing fist. What? Eneru's gaze sharpened as the attack closed in, and with no recourse available, he opted to elementalize once more, But in the next moment, the Thunder Dragon's crushing fist enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, the elementalized Inaru emitted a cry of anguish, his lament growing distant as he was propelled into the sky by the force of the crushing fist. Moments later, as the lightning from the crushing fist dissipated, one could see that the untransformed Inaru had a bright crimson stain seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained an injury. For his transformation had not been swift enough? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wiping the blood from his lips, Inaru stood aghast. How could the god of all-knowing fail to evade your attack? How could the god who commands lightning be struck by it? An aberration. Are you the nemesis of gods? No. The divine is the epitome of perfection. There could be no adversary. You, an abomination, shall perish beneath the aesthetics of divinity. Unable to accept this reality, Inaru's disdain and arrogance dissipated the moment he was wounded. Replaced by an overwhelming mania, he sought to annihilate the one before him with the utmost divine might. 200 million volts. Thunder God. In a state of delirium, he unleashed his full power of lightning. Enveloping himself in a cocoon of 200 million volts, in the next instant, countless bolts of lightning converged, transforming into a colossal thunder god form, retaining Inaru's features while crackling with blue arcs of electricity, emitting a sound like sizzling currents. So, this is your strongest form. Thunder God? Excellent. I acknowledge the worth of the thunder fruit. Come forth. Laxus, invigorated by the challenge, recognized that this version of Inaru was indeed worthy of defeat. It was a clash of thunder against thunder. Armament hockey. The previous crushing fist lacked enhancement, and it was even less likely to be applied now. Raising his right arm, fingers splayed as if grasping at the void. A brilliant magical array unfurled in the air. Lightning coursed through Laxus's outstretched hand, forming a golden halberd that radiated an aura of annihilation. Thunder Dragon Halberd. With a swift motion, Laxus hurled the unmatched halberd, its speed akin to lightning, reaching Inaru in the blink of an eye. However, the Thunder God raised his massive hand to meet the attack, and with a deafening crack, the halberd was deflected, sending him hurtling backward over 100 meters. In a swift motion, he grasped the halberd, shattering it with a resounding crack, dispersing golden arcs of electricity into the ether. Aberration, do not struggle in vain. Before the Thunder God, all resistance is futile. The Thunder God. Inaru's voice boomed, resonating throughout the Skya Island. The four priests within the temple, the former god gone full, and the warriors of Sandia all gazed in awe at this magnificent figure, questioning whether such power could truly belong to mere mortals. Huffing softly, Laxus felt no sense of defeat, his gaze serious as he faced the oppressive presence of the Thunder God in awakening of power. Indeed, I underestimated the strength of this world. He, relying solely on superhuman fruits, has awakened abilities that are acknowledged by the gods. That it is only natural that the rare and precious nature of the thunder fruit would yield such power. Yet humans are not the same. Your talents have sullied the thunder fruit. The one most suited to wield it is Laxus Dola, the Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique. Rumbling thunder, channeling all his strength into his hands, Laxus threw a punch from a distance. And in an instant, golden lightning traced erratic arcs toward Inaru, moving with astonishing speed. Boom! 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 The strikes of lightning found their target, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions, leaving the Thunder God-esque form battered and broken. Futile, in this form, I am an immortal god. All your attacks shall be in vain. Despair, aberration, and accept the judgment of the divine in the depths of your hopelessness. The Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique had yet to inflict significant damage. Laxus remained confident, looking down upon the triumphant Inaru, who still dared to smile. You have yet to grasp reality. As the wielder of the Thunder Fruit, dragging this battle against a Dragon Slayer to a stalemate is a grave error. Before he could finish his thought, Laxus lunged at Inaru, his mouth opening to draw in lightning arcs. It is absolutely mine. The roar of the Thunder Dragon, a magnificent magical array, erupted forth, robust and powerful lightning exploding from within. I told you it's useless. Is your head empty? Inaru scoffed, raising his massive palm to retaliate with a similarly styled attack. Divine Judgment. With a thunderous boom, The two assaults clashed violently, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, ultimately resulting in a dispersion that created a chaotic maelstrom of blue and gold lightning. Hey! Suddenly, Laxus dove into the fray, a triumphant grin on his face as he opened his mouth wide. Consuming the intertwining blue and gold lightning, his spirits surged, rejuvenating his drained energy. Witnessing his opponent once again devour lightning with unfathomable methods, Inaru was left in disbelief, his eyes wide with confusion. This time, the flavor is even more exquisite. As a token of my gratitude, Laxus, now brimming with vitality, soared above Inaru, fists clenched as he compressed the overwhelming lightning, preparing to unleash it, the jaws of the Thunder Dragon, as the sun set and the moon rose. The night that should have been shrouded in darkness was instead illuminated by gold and blue, each claiming half of the sky, the rhythm of thunderous booms echoing with alarming frequency. This night was destined to leave countless souls sleepless. Chapter 25. The Crimson Thunder. Day turned to night as the battle raged on, and when dawn broke over the horizon, the two fierce combatants continued their struggle, their confrontation evolving from a clash of titans into a relentless chase across the skies. Far beyond the confines of the Skya Island, in the courtyard, Li Shu pondered, why does he persist in this relentless pursuit? The god has acknowledged your strength. Why can't you cease this senseless conflict? Meaning, to defeat you is the very meaning. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Multitasking, Li Shu observed the chase scene through the perspective of the tree spirit while contemplating his own questions in the courtyard. He had lost a fraction of his essence, disappearing into the unfathomable unknown. That if my assumptions are correct, it must be due to the traversers acquiring their miraculous abilities. Perhaps their concealment explains the untraceable nature of his disappearance. I possess no system. The realm of sprites is inconsequential. IT ought to lack a global consciousness, or perhaps its awareness is exceedingly chaotic. The true sovereigns remain those formidable mythical creatures, seizing what they will, even should they become cognizant of this world as existence. Capturing one or two poses no significant challenge. But what if I were to subsequently cultivate a phantasm possessing the power to shatter stars, akin to the Dragon Balls? Would they not descend along the pathway to seize the essence of their world? And then, with a single strike, obliterate the stars? Would everyone not follow suit into chaos? This is an unknown peril. Alas, I lack a system. Sigh. Furthermore, it has been said that I possess the attribute of breaking boundaries. With this as a foundation, the concepts I develop may indeed flourish. Could this force that enables my traversal be a concealed advantage? A soft chuckle escapes as Li Shu shakes his head, dismissing the superfluous thoughts. The more I know, the more I perceive my own insignificance, and with that comes concern. It is prudent to proceed with caution. Exhaling a breath laden with tangled emotions, he softly murmurs his decision, until the existence of the hidden threat is confirmed. I shall temporarily exclude the power systems of high-risk worlds from my grand scheme, such as those of the Dragon Balls. Best to avoid them for now. Your words I can still grasp. Reclining on the familiar lounge chair, resting his left hand behind his head, he raises his right hand and makes a gentle gesture in the air, causing 108 sword-shaped seeds to materialize. Yamamoto, Yoruchi, Aizen, Ichigo, I eagerly await to see who among you will traverse the web to confront me. Either attempting to slay me or to be slain by my hand, I end the world of pirates devoid of spiritual particles. This is undoubtedly our domain. Hey, what are you muttering to yourself over there? If you're truly at leisure, why not assist me in gathering some flowers? Beside him, lay Jiu, clad in a pink nightgown, her graceful figure subtly visible, smiles gently and regards Li Shu with warmth. All right then. With a snap of his fingers, inspired by Lei Jio's smile, for verdant tendrils sprout forth, transforming in a vine-like attendance that swiftly vanish into the earth, flower arranging, a delightful pastime. His gaze drifts, and he notes the table before Lei Jio, already adorned with an array of floral vases, while the ground bears scant remnants of blooms. Six Tails, the red flower. Upon receiving the command, Six Tails squints with crescent-shaped eyes, scurrying to a red blossom, plucking it delicately before returning to Lei Jio. Lifting its head, After she gently strokes its fluffy head and receives the flower, she contemplates where it might be best placed, responding, "Your courtyard is merely filled with grass and trees. Do you not feel it requires a touch of elegance? Is it necessary? A vista of greenery does not signify vibrancy." "Oh, you do work hard." Ishu nonchalantly replies, waving to retract the 100 or so Zanpakuto seeds, standing from the lounge chair to stride toward the backyard. Simultaneously, he transmits a task directive through the verdant tendrils that lie in the backyard. With practiced precision, he buries all the seeds within the soil. Then, with a swift motion, he slashes his right wrist, constraining the muscle tissue that seeks to heal rapidly at the wound, allowing his warm blood to splatter onto the seeds, nourishing them with his essence. The phantasm of worlds. Once I have cultivated a sufficient number of Zanpakuto forms, it should incite wondrous transformations, bridging the realms of the Shinigami. The phantasm of the sprite world was purely serendipitous. Li Shu lacks a precise method for continuous replication. After days of contemplation, he arrives at a rough hypothesis, still pending validation. Perhaps it cannot be achieved. After all, the world of the Shinigami possesses numerous other forms of power beyond the Zanpakuto. However, these seeds will undoubtedly serve as crucial evidence. Somewhere on an island, the verdant grass sways without a breeze, conveying a message that settles within Buttra's heart. Within a year, 10,000 sea kings. The carbon embers rise with searing heat, roasting a wild boar, its golden exterior emanating a savory aroma. Yet, gazing upon the forthcoming feast, Buttra suddenly finds his appetite waning. Has the leisurely time come to an end? It is time for me to officially take up my duties. Receiving the directive, Buttra cannot refuse, glancing at the three figures behind him. With a smile, he muses, "Ichi, why not sample my culinary skills? Eat your fill, for after this meal, you shall be quite busy." Finally, a task. Ichi's lips curve into a smirk. The emotionless tools, fervently devoted to their missions, approach the wild boar, devouring it heartily, eager to fulfill their purpose. 1 year. That means I have a year to leave the island. Buttra chuckles silently, observing the voracious trio, his mind racing as he contemplates the timeline of their task. Seeking to ensure its completion while not hindering his own holiday of freedom, in the outer skies of the island, crack, golden lightning streaks through the air, chasing a blue arc. Laxus clenches his fist and strikes down with ferocious lightning, violently crashing into the elemental Enel. Amidst the explosive sounds, blue currents scatter under the force of the impact. Inhaling deeply, Laxus consumes the errant currents, replenishing his stamina and extending his endurance. But a day and a night. A day and a night. Why? Why do you persist in this entanglement? The elemental lightning contracts, revealing Enel's upper body, while his lower half continues to evade with lightning. His eyes are bloodshot, his demeanor listless, his expression consumed by a frenzied madness. Incomprehensible. You are utterly incomprehensible. I have made a promise to the divine. If we unite, we shall easily attain the boundless earth, standing side by side as gods, sharing the divine realm. Why are you indifferent to the divine's promise? Why cling to the blasphemy of divine authority? Yet, the response to him is Laxus' ultimate technique after regaining his state. Let us conclude this game of cat and mouse. Shall we, God? A pitiful being, you descend into hell with your ephemeral delusions. Raijin. Crimson thunder. The lightning compresses to its limits, resembling liquid red-black electricity that bursts forth from Laxus. Under his masterful control, the red-black lightning swiftly envelopes Enel, forming a shroud around him. Chapter 26. Fusion Raijin. Crimson thunder. A long shout builds up as Laxus manipulates the red-black lightning, weaving it together, forming a circle that isolates any chance of escape for his foe. With a thunderous roar, he violently compresses the high-density lightning encasing Enel, causing it to expand and explode. Boom! In that moment, the sky dims, consumed by a hellish black-red hue, dazzling and resplendent, coughing amid the spectacle. Enel's eyes roll back, blood spilling from his mouth, as the strike exceeds the limits of elemental manifestation, forcing his true form to surface, his stamina severely depleted, plummeting downward. Finally finished. Ye glances at the unconscious Enel, fluttering to Laxus's side, panting heavily. TSK, you could have ended this battle much quicker, resolving it effortlessly with your arm color. Why drag it out? After a day and a night, you must be utterly exhausted. Oomph. Regulating his erratic breath, Laxus scoffs, straightening his back and proclaiming, Dragon Slayer's thunder versus natural thunder. The victor is Laxus Dolera. Well, winning a battle of pride feels as if I could stand tall. He rolls his eyes, reluctant to engage with someone so immersed in their inexplicable sense of achievement. However, he cannot help but add, hey, if you don't act soon, the fruits of your victory will slip away. Zing! A flash of electricity, and Laxus vanishes into the heights, with he swiftly following, their speed rivaling that of lightning. With an elegant curve to slow his descent, Ye's agile figure halts before Laxus. Suspended in midair by the anti-gravity field is the unconscious Enel. Reaching into his pocket, Laxus retrieves the seed that Lishu had given him before his departure and places it upon Enel's chest. In the next moment, it roots itself, piercing through the skin and connecting with the heart. That should do. Crackling. Once he confirms that the preparations are complete, he offers a clear affirmation, and Laxus clenches his fist, conjuring forth a magnificent golden lightning, and swings it down with ferocity. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion reverberates as Enel, struck by such overwhelming power, remains motionless, as if lying atop an extraordinarily hard surface, absorbing all the damage. White, red, bone fragments, and viscous substances splatter, as fate would have it, at the moment of Ainelu's demise. The seed that had taken root in his heart burst forth from its shell and began to sprout with an inexplicable fervor, growing at an astonishing pace, in the blink of an eye. It had transformed into a plant of vibrant blue hue, reaching a height akin to that of its apex rested a fruit, its surface uneven and adorned with patterns reminiscent of lightning. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute later, crack! A crisp sound resonated in the ears of the two individuals as the azure fruit reached maturity, detaching itself from the plant, before it could even begin its descent. It was deftly caught by the waiting Roxas that a fruit? With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, Roxas examined the pristine thunder fruit in his hand. Having never encountered a devil fruit before, he was taken aback. Initially expecting it to be some foreign object akin to the dragon crystal implanted within him. Indeed, it is a fruit tasted. The flavor of a devil fruit is a rarity in this world. Ye smiled brightly, eager to witness the expression of Roxas, who perpetually concealed his emotions behind a facade of coldness. Once he consumed the devil fruit, indulging her mischievous whims. Hey, a flavor unseen in this world? Are you jesting? Your malicious gaze betrays your intentions, Roxas remarked, realizing that this devil fruit might harbor issues. With no alternative, having chosen to embrace this power, he resolved to consume it despite the potential risks. Crunch! He bit into a piece of the fruit, and the moment it touched his palate, an extreme flavor overwhelmed his senses that Roxas's expression stiffened, his stomach convulsing incessantly. What on earth is this ghastly taste? Chewing! Impossible! He adamantly swallowed the fruit, battling against his body's instinct to retch, regretting that he had bitten off such a large piece. With the fruit now in his belly, electricity crackled around him, instantly reducing the remaining fruit to dust. He vowed never to taste that indescribable flavor again, for it was utterly unnecessary. Lightning surged from him, engulfing him in a newfound power. Just as he contemplated testing his abilities, a curious sound caught his attention. Oh! Two voices of astonishment echoed simultaneously. Suddenly, the blue lightning that enveloped Roxas retracted, replaced by flickering arcs of gold. The dragon crystal? As he attuned to his condition, Roxas discerned that the dragon crystal implanted within him seemed to have awakened. With a roar, the dragon crystal erupted with a ferocious surge of lightning, manifesting into a formidable thunder dragon that burst forth, accompanied by a tumultuous sea of thunder. The thunder dragon, fierce in countenance, unleashed a roar that resonated with immense draconic might. While the sea of thunder lay undisturbed, teeming with endless blue lightning. Oh my! Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the spectacle above. exclaiming in awe. This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Laxus, if my conjecture is correct. This moment will grant you extreme enhancement. Indeed, though unspoken, as the possessor of the dragon crystal and the new host of the thunder fruit, Laxus felt a dawning realization. They would soon merge into a singular, transformative force, as anticipated. In the next moment, the thunder dragon spread its powerful wings and plunged into the sea of thunder. With a soul-stirring roar, the thunder dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured the sea of thunder, which offered no resistance, flowing effortlessly into its form. Simultaneously, arcs of gold and blue lightning danced across its scales, continuing for 3 minutes before the dual colors vanished, giving way to the blue patterns of a magical array. With a triumphant roar, the transformed thunder dragon ascended, its appearance now altered, predominantly golden with blue patterns accentuating its form, dazzling, powerful, fearsome, and mysterious. A true feast for the eyes. As the fusion concluded, the newly formed thunder dragon dove downward, its blue patterns shimmering momentarily before transforming into a fusion of golden and blue elemental lightning, merging into Laxus's body, residing within the dragon crystal. Power. An overwhelming surge of power flooded Laxus's being as he clenched his fists, the air crackling around him, and in that moment, he felt capable of obliterating a colossal sea beast with a single punch. Come now, observing Laxus's intent to test the limits of his newfound power. Ye decided to indulge his curiosity, knowing that someone within the distant courtyard was equally intrigued. Unleash your full strength. Let him gauge your current prowess. Are you certain? After a brief silence, Laxus, brimming with confidence and eager to unleash his strength, proclaimed, "With this punch, you might just meet your demise." Chapter 27. The Power of Ye. 7 pieces with this punch, you might just meet your demise. Is this what happens when one's strength surges, their ego inflates? Ye gazed at the overly confident Laxus, recalling the taunting laughter of someone within the courtyard. Death? You know nothing of power. Unleash your strongest attack. This time, I permit you to defy the rules. In that case, Laxus could no longer suppress his urge to unleash a devastating blow. He retreated several meters, the emblem of Zekrom glowing upon his forehead. Thus, Dragon Slayer magic, Thunder Fruit, Contract Spirit, and Dominance. Let me deliver the most devastating strike in response to your demand. Fusion. The Zekrom emblem radiated light, enveloping the contractor in brilliance. As the light dimmed, Laxus's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Enveloped in sleek black armor, only his fierce red eyes were visible through a mask, exuding a menacing aura. The electrical engine of Zekrom morphed into an intricately designed apparatus of 3 concentric rings, floating behind Laxus, pulsating with blue luminescence, signifying its readiness to provide immense power. Yay! How cool! Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld Laxus's fusion state, envious of the mechanized appearance reminiscent of a nuclear reactor. Truly, a man's romance, overflowing with style. Unbeknownst to Ye's envious sentiments, Laxus silently activated Zekrom's abilities, the device behind him shimmering with blue light. What would typically unleash chaos after an explosive attack, under his command transformed into A-state skill that amplified his attack potential to the utmost. Buzz, a ferocious aura emanated from him, sweeping over Ye and extending outward, dispersing the clouds above, creating a clear sky for miles. Dragon Slayer's secret. With a resounding dragon roar, a dragon-shaped entity composed of lightning surged from Laxus's back, spreading its wings and roaring at the heavens. Surrounded by a tempest of blue and gold lightning, an aura of destruction barely restrained, beneath the grand, radiant magical array above. Dragon Star Cluster. Activating the spirit's abilities once more, Ye watched as the massive magical array erupted with light. 9 smaller arrays materializing, rotating around the central formation. Billion shockwaves. With Laxus nearing completion, the Thunder Dragon surged into the massive magical array above, and in the next moment, each array revealed a fearsome dragon head. 2 colossal dragon eyes, 1 gold, 1 blue, each crackling with violent lightning power. Armored color enhancement. The dense aura of dominance flowed into the magical array, transforming the 10 dragon heads into a pitch-black hue, echoing the dragon scales, presenting an even more ferocious visage. Lastly, I must advise, if you know you cannot withstand my combined attack, resisting would be an act of sheer folly. With that said, brace yourself for the armored thunder dragon god's billion shockwave. Roar, Ruhar! With a powerful shout, Laxus thrust his palm toward Ye, and the dragon heads within the arrays roared in unison, charging forth with lightning speed. One surged straight ahead, while the 9 swirled around it, creating a tempest that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of space. Such a tremendous assault capable of obliterating an island. Laxus, are you truly intent on bringing your own downfall? Nevertheless, Ye floated calmly in the air, observing the impending attack, allowing the winds it carried to ruffle her form, her demeanor one of admiration as she murmured softly, "I end the courtyard." Whoosh! Before the attack could arrive, the winds had already wreaked havoc through the courtyard via Ye's presence, trees swaying violently, leaves spiraling into the sky. Prevent my tranquil courtyard from being disturbed. I shall intercept your assault in the heavens. With a delicate tap of his toes, Laxus ascended gracefully like a light feather, soaring dozens of meters into the air. He skillfully pressed his foot upon the leaves, leveraging their strength to rise once more. Soon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, with a cascade of green leaves swirling behind him. Landing atop 2 leaves, Laxus stood tall, poised to confront the impending assault. Meanwhile, Yi, with her dainty arms crossed, subtly showcased her petite yet voluptuous figure. In the next moment, 10 dragons converged with lethal intent. As they neared her, the initial attack suddenly vanished without a trace, while the subsequent onslaught continued unabated for a full 3 seconds before being wholly redirected. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, save for the gentle whispers of the breeze that caressed her skirt. Here it comes. On this side, the hardened armament, non-existent. Laxus, with his hands clasped behind his back, placed absolute faith in his own physique, opting to receive the combination attack from Laxus without any form of defense. Insanity? A light chuckle escaped his lips, and before it could fully dissipate, the void in front of him twisted violently. With a thunderous roar, a formidable attack materialized just 10 meters away from him, accompanied by the awe-inspiring might and roar of a dragon. The armament, Thunder Dragon God's billion shockwave, a fusion of dragon-slaying essence, thunder fruit, contract spirit, and domineering power, descended upon him in an instant, striking his vulnerable form with tremendous force. Boom! As the attack landed, Laxus' upright figure bent slightly, while a deafening explosion erupted behind him, sending leaves swirling wildly in the tempestuous wind. Boom, 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 boom. An initial roar was quickly followed by 8 successive explosions, creating a spectacle akin to breaking the sound barrier. Yet the prize was Laxus' slightly bent posture, which lowered further. Boom! Following the 9 strikes was an immensely powerful primary attack, the colossal sound barrier dissipating the grandeur of the previous scene, as a vast air circle, spanning 1,000 feet, burst forth. Even from 10,000 meters above, the citizens of the kingdom below could witness this extraordinary sight. Compared to the 9 preliminary shocks, which served merely as an appetizer, this single blow bore such overwhelming force that the 2 leaves beneath him finally crumbled, propelling Laxus backward. The violent backlash from the Thunder Dragon God surged forth, sliding him backward several meters before he landed once again on 2 fresh leaves. These 2 succumbed to the force, shattering under the impact. However, their sacrifice proved invaluable. In that fleeting moment of relief, Laxus regained his composure, standing tall once more as he slid back yet again, now upon the 5th and 6th leaves, their inevitable demise absorbing a greater portion of the force. He shifted his right leg back, forcefully crushing the 7th leaf, with only residual pressure remaining. His left leg then alternated to the 8th leaf, producing a faint cracking sound, yet it did not shatter. Finally halting his retreat, as the residual waves dissipated, he glanced down at his exposed abdominal muscles, a relaxed smile creeping onto his face. With a wave of his hand, he brushed aside the tattered remnants of his clothing. Activating his fruit abilities, fabric came alive, autonomously weaving itself back together into its original form. Hey, impressive strength indeed. 7 leaves perfected. Chapter 28. The King's qualification, 7 leaves perfected. With Li Shu's assessment given, Yi, synchronizing her thoughts with him, gazed at the panting Laxus with a smile, saying, "Well done, Laxus. The essence of your dazzling strike has granted you a 7-leaf power valuation. You are not far from a level worthy of respect. 7-leaf power?" Gasping for breath, Laxus exhibited a look of confusion. Yet he clearly heard Ye's subsequent words. His most potent strike had not been deemed worthy of recognition. Impossible. Unable to accept such an evaluation, Laxus's inflated pride remained unshaken. He disregarded his still ragged breathing as the technological apparatus behind him glowed with renewed energy. Encased in impenetrable armor, his unwillingness to accept reality remained obscured, save for the fierce, crimson glow in his eyes, igniting with even greater fervor. "After I take your hit, you shall either be severely wounded or perish." The hypocritical exaggeration of one's own strength is the hallmark of the weak. I, Laxus Dolera, am the leader. I permit your strength to be surpassed. But face reality. True power is never defined by sheer might. Therefore, even if it defies expectations, I shall make you see yourself. Heart and conviction. These are the true sources of humanity's strength. Embrace the baptism of reality. Roaring, the shadow of the thunder dragon reemerged, harmonizing with the power apparatus behind him. The armed color surged forth as Laxus inhaled deeply, and a magic circle unfolded before the menacing maw of the thunder dragon. Armament, thunder dragon god's destructive roar. With a fierce roar, the red light of destruction erupted from the dragon's jaws, only to be replaced in the next breath by the black of the armed color. Enhanced by dragon-slaying magic and the thunderous ability. Boom! The dark, destructive force, infused with blue and golden lightning, charged toward the tree spirit Yi. She remained silent, unperturbed by the oncoming assault, though Laxus's state caused her brow to furrow. On the other side, Li Shu, unscathed from the recent blow, descended gracefully upon the leaves as if descending a staircase. When he was less than 4,000 meters from the ground, he paused, gazing up at the void beneath him. Embrace the baptism of reality. His expression grew nuanced as Li Shu contemplated Laxus's audacity to defy expectations. Though he would not seize the opportunity to punish him severely, it was clear that violations warranted consequences. Considering it a first offense, stemming from a misguided concern for him, albeit one tinged with selfishness, he deemed it excusable. Well then, let us consider this a gentle baptism of reality for you. Meanwhile, as the destructive force enhanced by effects surged forth, Yi flapped her wings to meet the formidable attack head-on, transferring the assault to her physical form. In a flash of green light, she melded into Laxus's forehead. Even with his armor shielding him, she could not be impeded. Pop! An odd sound echoed, and before Laxus's eyes, a scene unfolded in the void. In this vision, Li Shu stood upon the floating leaves, and in the next moment, an attack appeared out of thin air. Hurtling toward him. In the vision, Li Shu glanced at Laxus, then raised his left hand, effortlessly swatting away the armament. Thunder Dragon God's destructive roar, a fusion of 4 powers, reducing it to a maelstrom of chaotic energy that gradually dissipated. "Laxus, this is your only warning. Never again." Li Shu's voice echoed in Laxus's mind, causing his crimson eyes to widen in disbelief as he observed the scene. Was his attack truly so fragile, easily dismissed, without even utilizing the armed color? Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, Laxus's gaze fixed upon the leaves beneath Li Shu's feet, and as he recalled how Li Shu effortlessly neutralized his attack while standing upon those leaves, his scarlet eyes dimmed drastically. An epiphany struck him. Pop! The vision in the void closed, and Yi re-emerged from his forehead. Laxus silently dispelled his combined state, his black armor vanishing as he reverted to his previous attire. Stunned, an overwhelming shock enveloped him, as Laxus's confidence was ruthlessly ground into the dirt. His eyes seemed to lose their luster, staring blankly at Yi floating before him as he questioned, "Hey." When he referred to 7-leaf power, it couldn't possibly mean standing atop leaves to absorb my attack. Shattering just 7 of them, could it? Yi elongated her tone, her small eyes fixated on the disheartened Laxus, who had suffered a tremendous blow and was slightly off his game, to be precise. It's 7 leaves. Just shy of 8. You were so close to receiving a high evaluation of 8-leaf power. Huh. A high evaluation of 8-leaf power. Laxus offered a bitter smile, then fell silent, gazing skyward with a heavy heart. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sorrow, as, it turns out, I'm the one who overestimates my own abilities that I recognize reality, yet feel utterly powerless. His spirit faltered, spiraling into self-doubt, and tears involuntarily streamed down Laxus's face. Feeling the tears cascade down his cheeks, he snapped back to reality and wiped the moisture from his chin, inspecting it closely. Am I crying? I'm actually crying. This is absurd. In that moment, confusion, despair, and shock all vanished, replaced by a torrent of fury that surged within him, crackling with raw electricity, evaporating the remnants of his previous emotions. No, this is not me. The act of crying from a mere blow is unbecoming. Boom! The tempestuous, violent lightning exploded around him, enveloping him in blue and golden arcs, as the proud and powerful Laxus returned. How could he allow his fighting spirit to be dulled by a single baptism? He was Laxus, the king of the Thunder God clan, the Dragon Slayer mage, Laxus Dolera. Buzz! In an instant, a surge of unprecedented power, which he had never possessed before, erupted forth, like the might of a dragon and the overwhelming pressure of a tyrant. It swept across the sky, causing the air to crackle and the clouds to part far away, churning as they retreated into the distance. The aura of a king. Laxus, astonishingly, found fortune in misfortune, awakening a brand new power that belonged solely to him. Embodying the qualifications of a king. Oh dear, gazed with wide, astonished eyes, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth, it seemed my worries were unfounded. Not only had he swiftly emerged from the shadows, but he had also reached new heights, securing a form of assurance on his path to becoming one of the world's strongest. Congratulations, Laxus. His true self is already aware of your transformation. He entrusted me to convey to you that when you attain the title of the strongest in the world, he will accept the challenge you propose, an unrestricted challenge until one side is utterly defeated. Silently feeling the new power surging within him, Laxus clenched his fist, his fighting spirit soaring as he declared, "Tell him that when the time comes, I shall completely vanquish the evil dragon that circles above me. With the dignity of a dragon-slaying mage." Ah! Laughed uncontrollably, nodding in agreement, and relayed the message. He says, "Don T. Cry then, you tender thunder dragon. Shut up." Chapter 29. Ignition. Shut up. Realizing the chasm of disparity between himself and that individual, Laxus let out a cold snore to mask his embarrassment and shifted the topic. The purpose of this journey has been successfully fulfilled. Now we should focus on the so-called pirate legends. Indeed, replied with a subtle smile, not exposing his intentions. She raised her delicate arm, and the golden threads that had previously entwined around her hand spontaneously flew before them, swirling in the air before darting off in a particular direction. Gravitational field. Laxus felt his right shoulder sink slightly, aware that was ready. He then released the wind chimes that had been absorbed into his ring, as they embraced freedom once more, emitting a clear chime. They vanished from their position, chasing after whatever was leading the way ahead. Vermio, dressed in a doctor's coat, adorned with an odd scarf and sporting hair that grew sideways, the comically ridiculous Dr. Indigo approached a dazed figure with steps that resembled farting sounds. Shiki glanced sideways at his ship's doctor and combatant, only to see Indigo freeze in place and perform a silent comedy act, his poor execution as perplexing as his appearance. Surprisingly, Shiki attentively watched his performance. Nodding earnestly, "I understand. We're having barbecue for lunch today. No, it's not barbecue." Seeing Shiki misinterpret his meaning, Indigo couldn't help but exclaim loudly in denial that, "Oh, you can talk." Shiki exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping the cigar from his mouth. And the two suddenly stood together, striking silly poses. "Yubo, yubo, yubo." Nearby, a gorilla dressed in human clothing chuckled, joining in on the joyful and absurd atmosphere. "Huh, mother." Turning to Scary-Doo, Shiki, in a moment of confusion, blurted out a cringe-worthy nickname. What? It's just a gorilla. Oh, I thought my mother had come to call me for a meal. Yubo Yubo. In a playful exchange, the two men and the beast couldn't help but strike goofy poses. And in the next moment, they miraculously returned to their respective positions, as if everything that had just happened was but an illusion. Kakara Kakara. Captain, I have good news to share with you. The research on IQ has entered its final stages. Our plan, which we have endured for 20 years, is finally ready to plunge the world into endless fear. Kakara Kakara. Has that moment finally arrived? Ha. Shiki, for once, did not respond with his usual evasiveness. Amidst his boisterous laughter, he gazed towards the East Sea. Roger, you foolishly sacrifice yourself to the weak navy for the laughable great pirate era. As a man, I acknowledge, I shall use the entire East Sea. Your homeland, to bury you, what great treasure, what raftel. I intend to instill panic in the world and become the ruler of it all. Indigo, according to the original plan, starts sending out invitations. Gather all the villains of the sea for this grand feast of destruction. That CY with a tilt of his head, the magic circle blossomed, and a powerful attack, woven of gold and blue, erupted with fury. Fueled by anger, Laxus, as forthright as ever, refrained from launching a covertly more potent strike to catch his opponent off guard. Instead, he unleashed a roar that, while conventional, was no less formidable, setting the stage for battle at Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. The observation hockey alerted him, a chilling aura penetrating his nerves. In an instant, Shiki realized the slash wave could not withstand it. And with a flurry of kicks, he unleashed 8 or 9 stronger slashes to meet the attack head-on. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a violent explosion engulfed the entire room, accompanied by thick black smoke, with a whoosh. Shiki's figure burst forth from the smoke, suspended in the air by the powers of the float fruit, his expression dark as he gazed down at the flickering arcs of electricity weaving through the smoke below. With a flash, Laxus emerged afterward, defying gravity as he hovered 20 meters away from Shiki. You can fly too? Ha. I am increasingly impressed by you. I extend another invitation. Join me, and you shall become my first mate as we together overturn this dull world. Overturning, instilling fear, commanding. Your envisioned world is indeed monotonous that a surge of the Conqueror's hockey, still somewhat unrefined, erupted from Laxus as he disdainfully declared, Shiki, you have aged, since you severed your own legs to flee from Impel Down. The once great pirate fleet admiral who roamed the seas and roared like a lion has perished. The bold pirate who dared to storm the Navy headquarters, swallowing the 4 seas, has also died. The current you is but a shell of a legendary pirate, dreaming of wreaking havoc in the East Blue to instill fear in the world government, a relic of a bygone era. Your ambition has faded. Your peak has long passed. What right do you have to extend an invitation to me? To kill, to destroy the heart? Against the backdrop of the Conqueror's hockey, Laxus's questioning reverberated in Shiki's mind like thunder. Yet for the remnants of a bygone era, no matter how deafening the sound, it could not awaken the resolve of one who refused to acknowledge defeat. No, you understand nothing, struck at his core. Shiki howled in a frenzied denial. Roger was wrong. Only by joining forces can we save this world and eradicate those swine-like celestial dragons. Yet he repeatedly rejected me to the Battle of the Marineford. I lost most of my fleet, but it was worth it. He was the man I acknowledged. But to think he would be publicly executed by the Marines after attaining the title of Pirate King, I cannot believe such a man would fall to the weak Marines. Hence I attacked the Navy headquarters for an answer. But he truly went to his death for an illusory new era, merely to usher in the age of pirates. Why? If we unite, with his strength and my influence, we could equally topple the world government. He was wrong. Roger was gravely mistaken. Errors must be punished. Logue Town, the East Blue, the homeland of the Pirate King. Ha. For 2 decades, I have meticulously crafted a perfect plan, ready to plunge the East Blue into chaos, making Roger pay a hellish price for his mistakes. Do you intend to stop me? Come forth. Though the lion may be old, its residual might remains. Lion's might. Black Moon Elegy, driven to madness. Shiki spiraled into a frenzy of memories, the float fruit enabling him to spin as he unleashed his twin blades. infused with a potent haki, creating a massive crescent-shaped slash wave that cleaved through the air with a crackling sound. Roar! The shadow of the thunder dragon roared to the heavens, its sharp sword intent clashing against the dark armor with a resounding clang. Laxus raised his hand, curling it into a claw, and the thunder dragon mirrored his movements, its body cloaked in haki, with its sharp claws and impenetrable scales darkened. With a powerful thrust, the imposing shadow of the thunder dragon fearlessly met the black crescent slash. Armed, dragon's claw of the thunder god. Boom! The two forces collided, the thunder dragon's shadow gripping the slash wave. Halting at midair, a deafening wind erupted, sending shockwaves in every direction. The dragon's claw applied more force, and the slash wave, appearing as solid as reality, cracked under the pressure, the sound of shattering echoing as the thick arm of the dragon crushed it into mere stardust. Arrogant little brat, be buried beneath the earth. Shiki was not surprised that his slash wave could be withstood. However, to have it crushed barehanded, this spectacle further provoked his frenzied psyche. Raising his hand, he summoned the full potential of the float fruit. Lion's might, imperial domain. Rumbling, the earth trembled violently as the ground within 1,000 meters erupted, gathering soil into majestic lion heads that defied gravity. Soaring high into the sky, 18 lion heads descended, encircling Laxus in a pincer attack. Looking up, the sky darkened suddenly, and witnessing the hunting lion heads, Laxus remained unfazed. The engines on his back roared to life, enveloped in a blazing blue light. Roar! The shadow of the thunder dragon bellowed, its haki surging as it chose to confront the oncoming attack. The thunder dragon's destiny lay in the vast sky. How dare mere mud lions think they could bury the pride of the dragon? Armed, thunder god's 10,000 strikes. With a furious cry, Laxus's shadow shifted, activating the shadow clone skill, creating over 20 duplicates. They surged forward, their dark dragon bodies crashing against the lion heads with unmatched force, slicing through them effortlessly as if they were mere tofu. Boom, boom, boom! The thunder dragon's clones erupted high in the air, transforming into over 20 spheres of high-pressure lightning, and in the next second, they unleashed dragon-shaped lightning bolts towards Shiki, lion's might. Ultimate Thousand Cuts Valley. The dragon-shaped lightning expanded infinitely in Shiki's pupils, sealing off all paths of escape. In a state of panic, he hastily kicked out his most rapid slash waves in a futile attempt to defend himself. Yet the dragon-shaped lightning effortlessly shattered the torrent of slashes, detonating upon his hardened body with a series of explosive impacts. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 31. Persuasion, ahahaha. Observing from the sidelines, the trance spirit Yi expressed a sense of awe. So the legendary pirate has fallen. She was not surprised by this outcome. Shiki was no longer at his peak. Once a legendary pirate who stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Was it due to his ship's helm? The fading of ambition? Or something else? Now, he could not even summon the Conqueror's haki, reduced to a mad lion living solely for revenge. His defeat was a foregone conclusion. Roger, Roger, Roger. All I hear is Roger. It seems his obsession and unresolved issues lie with him. Can you not accept that a man you acknowledged as powerful met his end in such a manner? Ha! Understanding the ailment, persuading him would be a simple task. Yi murmured to herself, having identified a clear target for her forthcoming verbal maneuvering. It was merely a matter of unfulfilled desires. Crackling, collapsing to the ground, the rampaging arcs of electricity coursed through Shiki's form. And he emerged from his memory-induced madness, his once ambitious eyes now dulled, staring vacantly at the cloudless sky. Crackle, with a flash of lightning, Laxus, having exited his combined state, appeared beside Shiki and remarked nonchalantly, "You absorb my strike without losing consciousness, though your strength is not at its peak. Your physical resilience remains impressive." Shiki, snapping back to reality, turned his weary gaze toward Laxus's youthful visage, a glimmer of light flickering in his dim eyes as he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure behind him. "Roger, is this what you envisioned as the new era? I suddenly understand to go ahead. Young one, take my head and carve your own name into the world. Ha ha ha." at the end of life to become a stepping stone for a strong figure like you to enter the stage of the world. To support the next generation after Roger is perhaps the final act I can offer him. Ha. Laughing heartily, even in defeat, tears glistened at the corners of Shiki's eyes as he momentarily returned to the seas he once roamed. A massive airborne fleet behind him, drifting further away in the light of the rising sun. Roger, calmly closing his eyes, Shiki awaited the moment of his final curtain call. Ahaha. Yi swooped in, casting a glance at the willingly sacrificial Shiki, somewhat surprised. Have you come to terms? This scene of noble sacrifice is rather touching. Hey, Laxus, however, was unfazed by such sentiments. He called out, Yi, judging by his criteria, what evaluation could a remnant of this era receive from her? Yes, small eyes were filled with curiosity. Shouldn't the evaluation of you be determined by you? Fine. With a sigh, Laxus chose not to dwell on the matter, pondering what evaluation he could offer. The trifecta is sufficient. After all, he is yet to unleash his reverse scale state and has effortlessly vanquished Shiki, though not succumb to slumber. Open your eyes to Yi, with the wings of leaves fluttering, gracefully alighted upon the ship's helm atop Shurji's head and leaned down to whisper. This is not the place of your demise. Rather, it is the beginning of a new chapter, provided you become his envoy. As Shurji languidly opened his eyes, a petite and exquisite head came into view. The echo of Ye's words reverberating in his mind, stirring the still waters of his heart. Envoy, he repeated the term, which he had heard upon their first encounter, in a feeble tone, yet he chose not to delve deeper into its meaning. The tumult within him settled once more. He need not expound further. Shurji could accept defeat and death, but submission? Impossible. He would not demean himself for the sake of survival. Do not speak so definitively. Yi began, her voice gentle yet persuasive. The title of envoy does not imply an oath of allegiance. It is but a nominal distinction. What I value is your identity and experience, and I shall not impose upon you a subordinate relationship. It is a partnership of equality and loose cooperation. For reasons he could not disclose, he had taken refuge in a secluded corner of the world, leading a mundane yet fulfilling life. Beneath his unassuming exterior lay a restless heart, yearning to stir the winds of change in the world while refusing to stand at the forefront. Thus, you, Shurji, became his most suitable partner, under the moniker of envoy. Shurji responded with silence, offering no reply. TSK, Yi clicked her tongue. Do not feign ignorance. Do you not wish to hear about the advantages and benefits of becoming an envoy? Silence persisted. Shurji remained unresponsive, indifferent to the benefits she spoke of, embodying a demeanor of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Unable to proceed, she was compelled to highlight the keywords. Do you not wish to hear about an opportunity that could surpass Roger? Roger, Yi thought to herself. Indeed, Shurji's composure faltered only at the mention of that name. An opportunity to surpass Roger. What do you mean? The dullness in his eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as the waves of his heart surged once more. Now we are communicating, Yi remarked, pleased. It seems your life's turning point revolves around Roger. During the battle at Eight Wall, you lost most of your fleet because of him. In the clash with the Navy headquarters, you were imprisoned and lost your legs due to him. You have sacrificed so much. And what of him? He chose to surrender to pursue his own dreams. Publicly executed, and at the cost of his life, he ignited the great pirate ERTO this day. Legends of him circulate across the seas, marking him as a figure of accomplishment. Now, consider your situation. The helm embedded in your skull, your legs replaced with prosthetics, reduced to this absurdity. The conqueror's haki, which once signified your royal potential, has vanished. And you are but a shadow of your former self. Are you not filled with discontent? After being hidden for over 2 decades, aside from the remnants of the previous era's pirates, how many still remember your title, Flying Admiral? When the name Shiki the Golden Lion is mentioned, what do contemporary pirates think? Oh, isn't he the one who was defeated by Roger, captured by the Navy, and then escaped to live in seclusion? Existing only in legends, a failed remnant of a bygone era, with no ship to carry him into the new age. Is that not a bitter pill to swallow? Time has passed, and now the name Roger, King of the Pirates, echoes through the skies. while Whitebeard's title as the strongest in the world instills fear in a new world. And what of you, who once stood alongside them in a triangular balance? You have long since been forgotten beneath the weight of history's wheels. Is this truly the life you sought? To be swept into the annals of history, remembered only as a tale told in jest or mockery? Is such a life the meaning you pursued? Every man who aspires to conquer the seas, if he cannot leave an indelible mark in his era for future generations to revere, is he not destined for utter failure? Chapter 32. The moment is ripe. Are you content? Content. The relentless questioning and declarations surged within Shiki's tumultuous heart, the waves rising higher and higher, causing his resolve to waver, violently so. Suddenly, Shiki's eyes regained the keen sharpness of a lion king, and he erupted into unrestrained laughter. Tears streaming from his eyes. Enough, he halted his manic laughter, replaced by an indomitable spirit as he leaned against the ground, rising to an upright position, his will overpowering the paralyzing arcs coursing through him. Now that's the spirit, Yi exclaimed, soaring from the helm to hover before Shiki, her admiration evident. This tenacious will of yours suggests that you are but a step away from reclaiming your conqueror's haki. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I am now quite intrigued by the envoy you speak of. Unfazed by the lingering arcs of electricity, Shiki inquired about the opportunity to surpass Roger, the title of King of the Pirates being the highest honor. What could surpass that? I am all ears that, the title of King of the Pirates is the highest honor. That is an exaggeration. Ye countered, in ancient times, weapons were categorized as Heavenly King, Sea King, and Underworld King. How could the King of the Pirates be the highest? Without elaborating too much, she dismissed them, noting their capacity to destroy islands and nations. Impressive, perhaps, but in the years to come, under his tutelage, even a relatively well-known pirate with access to various power systems would be seen as just that. What is the origin of the title King of the Pirates? Simply put, it was Roger who first reached Raftel. Since there exists a Raftel that signifies kingship on the sea, who can deny the possibility of an island in the sky? With the first to discover it being the Sky King, an island in the sky. The Sky King. Shiki's gaze sharpened as he pondered Ye's implications, glancing at her with skepticism. Are you suggesting this is merely a fabrication? You've missed the point. Yi gently urged. The existence of such a place is inconsequential. If we declare it exists, then it is real. Having been in hiding for over 20 years, the fruit's power granting the ability to soar through the heavens. You could announce to the world, under your legendary pirate name, that you have discovered Skya Island, thereby becoming the king of the sky. No one would question its authenticity. Point one resides in the heavens, the other on the earth. In terms of reputation, you would directly match Roger. Fabrication? Shiki's expression turned to one of disbelief, his previously tumultuous emotions suddenly deflating. He collapsed back onto the ground, uttering, "No more. To surpass Roger through deceitful means is beneath me. Just end my suffering." Such pride and self-respect, Yi observed, noting Shiki's stillness. The process may not be so straightforward. It is not a fabrication. I will ensure that Skya Island is a name worthy of its title. The only difference is that Roger discovered Raftel on his own, while we shall elevate you to that position together. If your pride cannot accept this concession, I shall have to resort to the contingency he has prepared. He. Once again, the mention of he piqued Shiki's curiosity. Who is this you keep referring to? Raftel is a symbol of the king of the pirates because it contains something alluring or a secret. How can he make the non-existent Skya Island a reality? Convince me. This step? I can concede. So you will not believe until you see proof, you remarked, recognizing Shiki's wavering resolve. She understood that deceitful claims were but fragile illusions, easily pierced if there truly exists a treasure to substantiate this. The Sky King would be willing to bear the honor of equaling Roger. The title of King of the Pirates has already taken shape in Roger. Even as the second, he still thrives under your glory. To surpass means to completely transcend. The Sky King suits my ambitions perfectly. Laxus, you called out to Laxus, who had been observing from the sidelines. Come, dispel our envoy's final doubts. Ding. Your tool has come online. Laxus silently arranged his role as Shurji's instrument, unable to refuse. Approaching Shurji, he maintained a stoic expression and said, "Watch closely. These are two power systems that transcend this world." Transformation. With a mere thought, the emblem of chakram on his forehead glowed brightly, and a crimson light burst forth, morphing into the original form of chakram, a dark dragon-like figure with an engine-like tail. Chakram, a dual attribute of dragon and electric, one of the three dragons of the path. My contracted partner, Shadow Clone, by issuing a mental command, chakram flickered and numerous identical clones appeared out of thin air. During our previous battle, your observation haki should have sensed this. I utilized this very technique then. 100,000 volts, unleashed the thunder. The engine tail of Zekrom ignited with a brilliant blue reaction, unleashing two powerful skills into an open expanse. Thunderous roars echoed as mighty bolts of lightning carved deep ravines into the earth. This combination of skills was indeed the very technique that had led to your defeat. Shiki stood in a daze, gazing at the form of Zekrom, and through its demonstration, coupled with Laxus's commentary and the memories of their battle, he became convinced of the truth in the opponent's words. What followed was an entirely different system of power. Crackling sounds filled the air as arcs of blue and gold electricity erupted. Laxus gradually elementalized himself, deftly manipulating the forces of thunder, and ultimately, amidst the backdrop of the dual-hued lightning, a crystal-like object materialized before Shiki's eyes. The Dragon Crystal. I am the second-generation Thunder Dragon Slayer. And this Dragon Crystal is the source of my dragon-slaying power, which is not derived from the forces of this world. With that, a shadow of a Thunder Dragon suddenly emerged behind him. Its fearsome maw opened wide, and a splendid magical array illuminated the surroundings, from which it emitted a robust roar that soared into the sky. The roar of the Thunder Dragon was indeed formidable. However, due to the complete fusion of the Dragon Crystal with the Thunder Fruit, I have named this Strike the Roar of the Thunder Dragon Deity. That's all. A notification chime. Ding, your assistant has gone offline. Having somewhat nonchalantly completed the process, Laxus dissipated the raging lightning, retracted his Zekrom form, and quietly walked aside, while Shiki's gaze followed him as if he were observing a rare treasure, utterly astonished. Ha! At a certain moment, he laughed, his laughter growing more unabashed. Two entirely new systems of power, spirits, dragon crystals. I have truly gained insight. Roger, this new era is undoubtedly something you never anticipated. The age of great pirates? No, this shall be Shiki's new era, the era of the King of the Skies. Perfect. With a beaming gaze directed at the exhilarated Shiki, Ye's eyes curved into crescent moons. The final piece of the 10-year celebration puzzle had been completed, and it was time to orchestrate a grand event. Chapter 33. Half an hour later. Hey, Junior! Bursting with vitality, the ship's helm above him vanished, and his slightly balding golden mane bristled with vigor, after consuming a seed of life. Shiki returned to his prime state, appearing as if he were still under 40 to Salgaleo. His daybreak spirit, Salgaleo, stood nearby, its majestic lion form harmonizing perfectly with Shiki's presence, having mastered a completely new system of power. He could hardly believe it, yet an overwhelming sense of power flooded his being. Buzz, the Conqueror's haki, reclaimed once more, surged forth with uncontainable ferocity as Shiki fixed a fierce gaze upon Laxus. Let us have another match. Buzz. Under the immense pressure of Shiki's Conqueror's haki, Laxus summoned his own, albeit less refined, Conqueror's haki to counter it, his cape billowing dramatically behind him as he stood resolute. What a familiar period of expansion this is. It seems your baptism must be more thorough. The clash of their Conqueror's haki sent tremors through the sky, as Yi, bathing in the winds created by their confrontation, could only facepalm in disbelief. They say a gift of a goose feather from 1,000 miles carries deep sentiment. Yet here, my dear self, you unleash a wave of Conqueror's haki across such a vast area that I cannot possibly evade it. Lion unite. Restored to his peak condition, Shiki was unable to restrain his exuberance, yearning for a thrilling battle to express his fervor. However, when he issued the command to unite, Salgaleo did not comply as he had hoped. The fierce contention of their auras abruptly stalled. each retracting their surging conqueror's haki. Shiki turned to see Solgaleo quietly lying on the ground, completely disregarding his command, as if the contract ritual they had recently completed was a mere illusion. At this sight, his expression darkened, and the pensive Shiki realized that this power, granted by him, bore hidden dangers. Do not wear such a frightful expression. Dawai flew to Solgaleo's side, gently stroking it as he spoke. As proud as you are, it is time to temper those unnecessary thoughts. Fulfill your duty as a messenger. He shall always be the steadfast support behind you. Shiki laughed heartily, masking his thoughts. Laxus cast a disdainful glance at him, unaware of the true weight behind certain fists. Unnecessary thoughts. They merely require a baptism. In the tranquil and harmonious courtyard, Lishu sipped juice under the sun, while Susana set down a platter of fruit and approached Leggio. Having prepared a delectable and sweet fruit assortment for her, Leggio reclined on a beach chair, dressed lightly, slowly perusing a book. Suddenly, two conflicting auras of Conqueror's haki erupted, enveloping the entire courtyard in a menacing presence. Susanoo moved forward without a hint of disarray, completely unaffected. Mmhm. Leggio let out a muffled sound, her pupils dilating in shock as the oppressive aura drained the color from her face, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks, caught in an unexpected calamity. Lishu scratched his head, speechless. Was that so sudden? Could you at least grant me a moment to react? Great. Now Leggio has more to deal with. With a crash, the sound of falling and shattering vases followed. The Conqueror's haki had come abruptly and retreated just as swiftly. Once the residual force dissipated, Leggio trembled slightly, drenched in sweat, her beauty fading as she pressed a hand against her wildly beating heart. Before she could regain her composure, her beautiful eyes caught sight of the shattered vases and scattered flowers, her gaze exploding with shock. Li Shu. Mr. Su, do not hold me back. I shall confront him. Calm down. This was an accident. Consider a warning that in the days to come, such occurrences may become commonplace. Just get accustomed to it. It's all about mindset, duh? Anger still simmering, Leggio fell into confusion. So, does that mean she must remain ever vigilant in the future? Otherwise, she would be constantly startled, risking her mental health? Roar, roar, roar. Binks, utilizing the power of dreams to become invisible, Bartolomeo leisurely floated in midair, hands behind his head, legs crossed, having entrusted Lishu's tasks to E.G. and the others. He immersed himself in the leisurely bliss of a vacation, and on a whim, began to hum the tune of Binksake, infusing the carefree holiday atmosphere with joy. However, boom! Suddenly, a violent collision reverberated through the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind that swept across the sea, causing the waters to churn and rise as waves surged toward the ocean's depths. The joyful moment shattered by the remnants of battle. Bartolomeo's mature and composed gaze narrowed slightly. His prone form transformed smoothly into a standing position as he gazed toward an island where a fierce battle was underway. Whoa! A glance revealed a dazzling spectacle on the island dozens of nautical miles away, one side engulfed in black smoke, the other ablaze with flames, colliding and clashing, illuminating the sky. Were two nature-type abilities clashing? Bartolomeo's curiosity piqued. Maintaining his invisibility, he flew toward the epicenter of the battle. Along the way, the two opposing forces had already determined a victor. As the flames succumbed to the encroaching darkness, consumed and rendered defeated, Bonero Island. The battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of destroyed houses, the echoes of fierce clashes dissipating but a bare-chested young man, barely able to support his exhausted body, half-knelled on the ground, blood and sweat covering his handsome face. Before him stood a rugged, burly middle-aged man, his mouth missing several teeth as he laughed arrogantly. Against the backdrop of the rising black smoke behind him, he perfectly embodied the image of a villain. What a pity, Ace. The era of Dad is soon to be history. You refuse to become my ally. So let your identity as the 2nd Division Captain assist me in becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Then, using this identity, I shall go to that place to recruit partners. There are plenty of vicious individuals to choose from, and with them under my command, the throne of the Pirate King will be within reach. Marshal D. Teach, the ambitious man who had bided his time within the Whitebeard pirates for decades, had at last acquired the power he long coveted. The suppressed ambition that had festered for so long could finally be unveiled, as he aimed to use the seven warlords as a stepping stone to infiltrate, impel down, and recruit the ruthless and powerful criminals imprisoned on the sixth level. Striving to ascend to the pinnacle of power. The Pirate King? No. The one destined to become the next Pirate King is none other than Dad. Gasping heavily, Ace struggled to maintain his wounded and precarious form. Raising his proud head to glare at Teach, his vision blurring. The voice deep within him grew too weak to articulate, and with a thud, he finally collapsed, losing consciousness. Ha! Chapter 34. Human form sea prism stone ha. With his chest bared, Teach gazed at Ace, who had utterly lost the will to resist. Collapsing to the ground, he raised his hands in mock surrender, a wild and arrogant laughter escaping his lips. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? Just wait and see. The vacant throne that has awaited its master for over 20 years shall soon be filled. Whitebeard has grown old, and my era is only just beginning. Wait for me to capture you for the Navy. I believe they will not let this opportunity to intimidate the seas slip away, a public execution. Indeed, even if the Navy is reluctant to utterly provoke Whitebeard, the world government behind them will seize the moment. That time. The Navy will engage in a fierce battle with the strongest man in the world and his captains. I shall take this opportunity to gather my subordinates and strengthen my influence, ultimately reaping the benefits of that power. Ha. A grand event, an extraordinary upheaval is imminent, and on the battlefield that draws the gaze of the entire world, I, Teach, will make my grand entrance, providing the world with a shocking spectacle. Ace, let your life unveil the curtain for my new chapter. With ambitions soaring, Teach moved toward the unconscious figure, his resilient and greedy gaze filled with visions of the future. Concealed, Bartolomeo's outstretched hand suddenly halted. Having rushed here to save the young man lying unconscious on the ground, he was instead engulfed by the echoes of Teach's prophecy of a great event. A certain figure surfaced in his mind. A great event. Isn't this the kind of commotion that the young master relishes? This young man's defeat will ignite the fuse of that great event. It seems I am not suited to intervene. Withdrawing his hand, Bartolomeo gracefully ascended into the air, witnessing Teach lift Ace as if he were a trophy and stride purposefully in a certain direction. As the performance concluded and the battlefield lay in ruins, an orange cowboy hat remained motionless in the wind, its smile and sadness badges reflecting the emotions of its owner at the moment of parting. The hand entered the scene. Bartolomeo picked up the hat, brushed off the dust that had settled upon it, and placed it atop his own head, slightly pulling it down to shield his weary eyes. The sea represents infinite freedom. In this chaotic world, one must possess the resolve to disregard life and death. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, has become the catalyst for the great event. This must be your destined fate. Removing the cowboy hat, he hurled it skyward, where it danced in the wind, drifting towards the boundless sea. Gazing in the direction Teach had vanished, Bartolomeo pondered his final words. Reap that power? What could that mean? Furthermore, the devil fruit he consumed must be of the Logia type. It gives me an odd sensation. Let me see what abilities it possesses. Having witnessed Teach firsthand and observed the process of his fruit's power, the conditions were met. Transform. The ethereal powers activated. The symbol on his forehead glowed, and in the next moment, Bartolomeo's form began to shift. Teach reappeared on the battlefield post-conflict. The dark fruit. Upon activating the fruit's power, the body is enveloped in black smoke. It possesses the ability to draw in, compress, and shatter objects and attacks from a distance. Unable to elementalize, touching the user can temporarily nullify the abilities of any fruit. Regardless of its type, waves of information flashed through Bartolomeo's mind, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. With a mere thought, intense black smoke began to rise from his palm. Such a perilous ability exists in this world. To nullify other fruits? This is outrageous. A walking sea stone. Moreover, with black smoke swirling around his hand, he continued to sense the body that had undergone this transformation. Bartolomeo was further astonished to discover that Teach's physique was extraordinarily unique. Such an odd body structure. Why do I feel as if another being resides within this body? Reap that power. Suddenly, Bartolomeo recalled Teach's words, and a revolutionary thought flashed through his mind, causing a look of horror to creep across Teach's cruel and ferocious visage. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shocked by his own speculation, Bartolomeo exclaimed in disbelief. Reap that power? It can't refer to Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, can it? A monster. This body is a monster to become an unprecedented double fruit user. Although such a reality would upend the world's understanding, the bizarre feeling emanating from this body suggests he might truly succeed. With his mouth agape in astonishment, Bartolomeo instantly dispelled the transformation effect, returning to his original form, and the sense of the bizarre vanished without a trace. His gaze flickered as he looked toward the direction Teach had departed. Marshal D. Teach, you have truly opened my eyes. Capturing Ace, instigating a war between the Navy and Whitebeard, and then reaping the benefits, with one hand restraining all users of abilities through darkness, and the other assaulting the most formidable tremors. The two complement each other. Your future as a powerhouse indeed sends shivers down my spine. Reaching into his bosom, he extracted a piece of Laxus's life paper, caught in a dilemma, while Yi stayed by his side. After a struggle of thoughts, Bartolomeo steeled his resolve. If discovered, so be it. What's wrong with taking shortcuts? As long as I ensure the task is completed satisfactorily, it should pose no significant issue that I must personally verify whether, after merging with the contracted spirit, I can negate the dark fruit's constraints. Otherwise, I lack sufficient assurance. The dark fruit, I would dare to call it the most perilous devil fruit in existence. I pray the outcome of this verification is not the worst possible conclusion. Teach. Otherwise, a chilling grunt escaped Bartolomeo as he withdrew his gaze, palm outstretched, cradling the life paper. After it subtly shifted to indicate direction, he vanished, soaring into the depths of the sea. Hahahaha. Veil me you, no, now we're in Skya Island. The island's inhabitants have been completely exiled by Shiki, returned to a certain location in the East Blue, while the vast number of beasts within the forest, eroded by IQ, have been entirely packaged into Laxus's hold, to be gifted to someone as nourishment for cultivation upon their return. Little cuties, are you ready to become the embellishments under my title of Sky King? Observing the little spirits that have replaced the beasts in the forest, Shiki lingered in midair, releasing an excited laugh. After so long away from the sea, I shall first greet my old friends among the Navy, in the style of my golden lion. Perched on Laxus's shoulder, Yi watched Shiki with great anticipation. Is the stage about to be set for the Strong? Chapter 35. The scene of the Strong Marine headquarters. Marine forward in the marshal's office, a figure bent over a desk. Behind him hung the phrase justice that reigns over all, with spectacles perched on his nose and a twisted mustache. Adorned with the insignia of a seagull on his Navy cap, the renowned strategist and chief of staff of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku, was diligently attending to a multitude of documents. Bloop, 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 bloop. Suddenly, the dindin mushi on the desk rang out. Click, casually answering the call, his other hand handed a document to the goat responsible for shredding, speaking in a steady tone. This is Sengoku. What is the matter? Marshal Sengoku. It's bad. We VE, come under attack. The voice of the Marine on the other end was frantic, trembling as he reported their predicament. Before he could finish, a scream pierced through the line, leaving silence in its wake. Attack. Who has assaulted you? Hello. Hello. Speak up. Where is the location of the attack? Bang. With a heavy slam on the desk, Sengoku remained composed, attempting to maintain contact with the attacked Marine. Yet the only sounds coming from the dindin mushi were frantic screams. Echoing the chaos, clenching the receiver tightly, a surge of anger welled within him. How dare they brazenly attack the Navy headquarters? Surely, the assailants must be pirates, but which reckless pirate crew would dare to challenge the Navy's authority so openly? After waiting a moment with no response, Sengoku, though reluctant to admit it, could only accept the grim reality of their demise. Ha. Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign boisterous laughter erupted, leaving Sengoku as if struck by lightning. This laughter, he recognized it. Long time no see, Sengoku, my old friend. Shiki's voice confirmed Sengoku's suspicions. Shiki, he softly uttered the name, as his expression darkened with each passing moment. Realizing the severity of the situation, he acknowledged that the man who had disappeared for over 20 years had finally resurfaced in the seas. And such a brazen attack on the Navy could only be attributed to the legendary pirate's handiwork. Ha 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 ha! Sengoku, prepare yourself. This is merely the beginning that I shall present the Navy headquarters with a most heartfelt greeting. Crack! The Dendenmushi on the other end was violently crushed, the call abruptly ending, leaving Sengoku in stunned silence as he stared at the veins bulging on his temples. Guard! Bang! The door swung open, revealing the waiting Marine who saluted sharply. Marshal Sengoku, how may I assist you? Notify Garp. His holiday is cancelled. He is to return to Marineford at the fastest possible speed. There is trouble on the way. Yes, the Marine received his orders and departed, while Sengoku stood still, gazing towards the door with a contemplative expression in his deep-set eyes. He then dialed a phone snail designated for a certain individual. Moshi Moshi came a languid voice on the other end. It belonged to one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Borsellino, also known as the Yellow Monkey. Sengoku, the celestial dragons have been returned to the Holy Land. Is it truly necessary to confirm such trivial matters over the phone? You really are overworking yourself. Yes, Borsellino, return to headquarters immediately. A significant event is about to unfold. The Golden Lion, who vanished for 20 years, has attacked Navy vessels and is heading towards Marineford. Oh, the legendary pirate Shiki, he dares to resurface. How terrifying. Despite the alarming news, the individual on the other end maintained a nonchalant tone. Bang! Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, his composure shattering as he shouted. This is an urgent situation. Pay attention and return to headquarters at once to prepare our defenses. All right, came the response before the phone call was abruptly terminated. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Sengoku rose and approached the window, his expression grave as he gazed out at the sea. Shiki, after hiding for so long, can no longer suppress his ambitious desires to stir the tides of the ocean. Isn't it better to live within the legends? The sea today is no longer the one from our era. His memories began to drift back to that fateful day when Shiki stormed Marineford alone. Engaging in battle with him and Garp, they had paid a heavy price, losing much of their headquarters to finally capture him alive. Is history about to repeat itself? Sengoku pondered. That time, Shiki had come with a death wish. And even when severely injured, he fought tooth and nail for a chance to face Roger, which had allowed for his capture. This time, the future was uncertain. 2 days later, under Borsellino's coordination, the Navy headquarters was thoroughly prepared. The families of the high-ranking officers were relocated for their protection, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. During this time, Sengoku received numerous reports of attacks, and with the failure of the Marine soldiers to respond to calls. The total number of Navy vessels lost to Shiki had reached 26. On this day, as dusk fell, the fiery clouds painted half the sky crimson. Here they come. Garp, draped in his justice coat, sensed the rapidly approaching objects in the distant sky with his observation hockey, breaking the oppressive silence with a serious tone. Sengoku, Garp, and Borsellino, the pinnacle of the Navy's might, stood in a line, their gazes fixed on the fiery sky. Suddenly, dark spots appeared in their vision, gradually enlarging as they approached. Blaring alarms echoed through Marineford, reverberating across the land. Even the distant Sabiti archipelago could faintly hear the tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of many who were focused on the Navy headquarters. Quickly, everyone returned to your posts. Stand guard. That person is about to arrive with his intimidation. For the dignity of the headquarters, for justice, for justice. The Marines, hurriedly mobilizing under the alarm, wore serious expressions, loudly proclaiming their beliefs to alleviate their anxiety. Before long, a boisterous, domineering laughter resounded from above Marineford. Shiki had once again descended upon the Navy headquarters. No longer aged but revitalized and brimming with vigor, he hovered in the air, his ship's helm absent, his lush golden mane glowing against the crimson sunset. A legendary pirate reborn from the ashes, his prosthetic legs, which could have healed under the power of the fruit of life, remained replaced by the wood of the cherry blossom tree. A perpetual reminder of his past humiliation as a captured prisoner of the Navy. How could this be? How is this possible? Even in the dim light, the familiar faces of Garp and Sengoku, who had battled Shiki for decades, immediately recognized his youthful visage. How terrifying! The legendary Sky Admiral has returned to his peak form, Borsellino remarked, his brown sunglasses tinted gold and red as he gazed upward. Sengoku, Garp shouted, while Shiki disdainfully glanced at the three figures below. In a swift motion, the 20 or so ships hovering behind him plummeted towards the ground, with terrified Marines aboard awaiting their fate, after so many years apart. Accept this grand gift I have prepared for you. Shiki cackled maniacally. Boom! The ships crashed to the earth, the tremendous impact igniting the onboard ammunition, and the ensuing explosion engulfed the vessels in flames, leaving the Marines aboard with a grim fate. Boom! 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 As one ship fell, others followed suit. The once serene and solemn skies over the Navy headquarters were now filled with the sounds of violent explosions, mingled with the anguished cries of desperate Marines and the chaos below. This is madness. Sengoku watched the tragedy unfold before him, his observation haki perceiving the fading sounds of countless voices, and a fierce rage ignited within his shadowed eyes. The only man capable of such devastation is none other than you, Shiki. With a serious demeanor, Garp's steel-like teeth clenched as he stared at the sky, his fists cracking as he witnessed young Marines losing their lives. Their dreams and sense of justice extinguished at what should have been a safe haven, the Navy headquarters. A bitter irony ate tea that moment. Even the usually indifferent Borsellino fell silent, tugging at his admiral's cloak as the weight of justice grew heavier on his back. No matter how ambiguous or lethargic he had been, justice does have its limits. Boom! After the last explosion, the surviving Marines on the ground began to extinguish the fires, hoping that there were still colleagues above who had survived. Unwilling to relinquish any glimmer of hope for survivors, Shiki's laughter echoed harshly as he reveled in the chaos he had wrought, the sound piercing the ears of the three below. Borsellino raised his pinky to his ear. What a reckless display, Sengoku. Should I send a return gift to our guest? As he spoke, his body began to shimmer with elemental energy, a brilliant light rivaling the golden mane of a lion. Wait! Hold on! Just as Sengoku was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly exclaimed, halting Borsellino's inquiry. His eyes reflected Shiki's form, and he noticed that Shiki was retrieving a snail phone and tossing it towards an overlooked small object nearby. At that same moment, on Sabeti Archipelago, Laxus, transformed into lightning, darted across various areas, dropping live-streaming snails in densely populated locations. After completing the task assigned by Leaf in District 13, he suddenly sensed a prying presence upon him. The electric arcs faltered briefly before he sped towards the next location, in the knockdown bar. Rayleigh, with his white hair and spirited demeanor, momentarily set down his bottle of liquor. The glimmer flashed in his scarred right eye. Electric arcs? Is it the fruit that has been absent for so long? Such a heavy presence. Have they found me? Don't you want to take a look? Behind the bar, the alluring Shiki exhaled a puff of smoke, her elbows resting on the counter as she gazed out towards the direction of the Navy headquarters. The faint alarm just heard, coupled with intercepted confidential information, suggests that the legendary figure has indeed set foot in the Navy headquarters. Adding to the unfamiliar abilities you've sensed, something significant is about to occur. Shiki, very well. Downing the last of the strong liquor, Rayleigh placed the empty bottle down and slowly walked out of the tavern, disappearing in an instant with a burst of speed, leaving Shiki in deep contemplation. In this era of rising supernovas, Shiki, what kind of storm will your return unleash? Before the live-streaming snails, when Rayleigh arrived, a crowd had already gathered, whispering among themselves, their voices blending into a cacophony. Uninterested in joining the chatter, Rayleigh quietly stood in a discreet corner, awaiting the unfolding events. Suddenly, the dormant live-streaming snails activated, their large, snail-like eyes opening to project an image of the Navy headquarters. The same scene playing out in every area. Shiki's maniacal laughter filled the frame. In Marine Ford, beneath the fiery twilight, Shiki's gleaming figure stood out prominently. Hovering mid-air, his arrogant laughter echoing against the backdrop of the grim scene below, amplifying the sense of dread. How do you feel about my welcome gift? The weak Marines must be trembling in fear. You possess a remarkable talent for directing, deftly capturing a close-up of the scene where the leaves flutter like wings beside the raging inferno, broadcasting the breathtaking imagery to distant spectators. Alas, this production has been ambushed. Such a tragic sight is hardly suitable for ostentatious display to the outside world. The yellow monkey chirps, raising a hand, as brilliant laser beams coalesce at his fingertips. For the sake of the Navy's honor. Little one, may I be permitted to obliterate what you hold? With a whoosh, a golden ray shoots forth, accurately targeting Ye's agile form. Shiki observes this moment with narrowed eyes, his thoughts inscrutable. He has no intention of intervening to extricate her, as he remains uncertain of her true nature. Why hinder someone else's probing? As the laser approaches, it is deftly deflected, leaving Yi unscathed in midair, her gaze curiously fixed on the yellow monkey. The tales of the previous generation echo in reminiscence. Should you not paddle with care? This strike has intruded upon another's enjoyment of dinner, narrowing your own path. Yet, it matters little. Given his affable demeanor, he is unlikely to take offense. Several gasps of astonishment arise. With the discerning eyes of Sengoku and others, it is evident that the yellow monkey's attack was not simply withstood, but rather diverted through some unknown means, intruding upon another's enjoyment of dinner. Sengoku muses, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon Yi. Another, could it be that Shiki's return is being orchestrated by unseen hands? This situation is becoming increasingly precarious. How terrifying, narrowing one's path, failing to achieve his goal. The yellow monkey lazily withdraws, remarking, "As an admiral, should I refrain from acting at such a time? Marshal Sengoku might just dock my pay." Little one, Yi chuckles lightly, expressing her understanding. "Indeed, it is you, Admiral Kazu, with your pay intact. You are a formidable presence among the Yonko." Diverting some of his attention to Yi, Sengoku snorts, rebutting Shiki's taunt. "A person of righteous disposition could never be cowed by wickedness. State your purpose that a man like you, bearing heavy gifts, cannot merely seek to reminisce." Skya hahaha. Shiki brushes aside his speculations about Yi, returning his focus to the matter at hand. "Sengoku, and all those watching prior to the broadcast, lend me your ears. Laugh Tale is indeed a tangible reality." Chapter 37. Iteration Laugh Tale is indeed a tangible reality. Boom! As Shiki's soaring voice rang out, the spectators of Sabeti Archipelago were engulfed in shock. 20 years have elapsed since the death of Pirate King Roger, and no one has since ascended to the peak. Many of the pirates currently roaming the seas have begun to question the veracity of his final words. Yet, unexpectedly, on this fateful evening, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion has emerged to reaffirm their truth. Shiki, concealed in the shadows, catches Rayleigh's eye, tinged with surprise. He did not anticipate that this ally-turned-foe would so boldly propel the era forward. With his name as corroboration, it is certain that the seas will soon be tumultuous. However, before Rayleigh could fully process his astonishment, the golden figure on the broadcast continued to speak. But the great pirate, error ignited at the cost of Roger's life, is not the entirety of this world. The sea is vast, brimming with freedom and infinite possibilities. However, it is confined solely to the sea. Have you all, in your cognitive impairment, overlooked the sky? The sky is a realm far broader than the sea. Skya hahaha. A jubilant laughter erupted from Shiki, and as he spoke, Sengoku, the astute strategist, suddenly realized something profound. Perhaps his forthcoming inquiries would usher in an unknown turning point for the world. "But what does it mean, Shiki? What do you mean by the sky is broader than the sea? After 2 decades of disappearance, what have you discovered? Tell me, Shiki." The final words escaped Sengoku's lips with an effort that seemed to drain him of all energy. Ignoring his inexplicable fatigue, his piercing gaze remained fixed on the figure suspended in midair, awaiting the world's turning point. "Sengoku. Oh, Sengoku. By posing such questions from your esteemed position, it seems you are prepared to confront the oncoming tides of a new era. Listen closely, all you watching this broadcast. Reaching Laugh Tale symbolizes the pinnacle of a pirate's journey, and high above, there exists an island in the sky corresponding to it. Skypea. To successfully reach there is to become the king of the sky. I, captain of the flying pirate crew, admiral of the skies, Shiki the Golden Lion, today return with the crown of the king of the sky to announce to the world that there exists an imperial throne. buried beneath the sands of history, that stands equal to the pirate king. It resides high above, rising with the sun and aligning with the moon, having overlooked the world since ancient times. Skya is indeed a tangible reality. As the fervent speech subsided, the Navy headquarters fell into an eerie silence. On the other end of the Den Mushy, the Sabeti archipelago was equally engulfed in a brief stillness. The faces of the onlookers were awash with shock as they stared blankly at the broadcast. Time stretching indefinitely before the sound of swallowing broke the silence. Suddenly, chaos erupted on Sabeti archipelago, a cacophony of noise blending with the incessant beeping of Den Mushy calls. The world was plunging into madness at this moment. Rayleigh, too, was unable to conceal his astonishment, gazing at the figure on the screen, deeply shaken. Skya, an island of the sky buried beneath the dust of history. The symbol of the king of the sky? Does it truly exist? Roger, striving to calm his tumultuous heart, could not help but softly call out the name of his captain. Have we all missed the era? The journey of freedom knows no end. Beyond the sea lies the sky, Marine Fort. Sengoku was equally aghast, his eyes wide with disbelief, his heart quaking violently, his pupils constricting. That moment, he seemed to lose his ability to speak, regretting his earlier questions. The emergence of another throne would surely plunge the world into a new frenzy, placing immense pressure upon the Navy. Alas, the Yellow Monkey's languid tone mingled with gravity as he gazed upon the legendary figure in the sky. His voice faltering. Such audacity, such declarations. I am witnessing history once more. However, Skya, situated 10,000 meters above, with current technology unable to facilitate airships, it shouldn't overly burden my workload, should it? A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As these words reached Sengoku's ears, he abruptly turned to glare at Kizaru. What are you talking about? At such a moment, your concern is your workload. The world is veering towards the unknown. He. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his superior, Kizaru felt immense pressure, raising his hands in surrender, internally exclaiming, how terrifying. Hey, Shiki, completely disregarding the title of the King of the Sky, Carp, with his finger up his nose, posed the question he truly cared about. The Pirate King, the King of the Sky. I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is how you suddenly look younger. What method did you use? Share, and I'll trade you for some senbei. There are plenty hidden in Sengoku's office. Carp, with a deadpan expression, and Sengoku, adorned with a multitude of dark lines across his forehead, thought to himself, you should really consider the occasion. Although he too was intrigued by the question. Shiki, your objectives have been achieved. As the broadcast continued, Sengoku, mindful of the image of the Marine Admiral, turned back to Shiki and pressed on the King of the Sky. What you wish to proclaim should extend beyond this. Roger opened a new era with his life, treasures, power, and status. Truly, what about you? A mere empty statement lacks sufficient persuasive power, even with your legendary name. With everything already set in motion, concealment was no longer an option. It would be better to seize this opportunity to extract more intelligence as a foundation for subsequent actions. Hahahaha. You've touched upon a crucial point. Sengoku, such cooperation to substantiate Skya's existence should make your position as marshal rather precarious. The world government behind the Navy will surely present their challenges. Join me. I recognize your strength. Recruitment, boldly undermining the world government, was an endeavor Shiki had never been immune to, wielding the metaphorical hoe to recruit his first subordinate upon his return. The outcome was all too predictable. I refuse. With Sengoku's cold rejection of this utterly futile recruitment attempt, Shiki shrugged nonchalantly, lamenting, what a pity you will miss the opportunity to reclaim your youth. Furthermore, the pattern of Solgaleo flashed. And for the first time, his little sprite formally entered the public eye. You will also miss out on this brand new power, an independent fourth type of devil fruit, an ancient power system buried beneath the dust of history. The mainstream force of the previous iteration, Chapter 38. The Navy Conference. A week has elapsed since the arrival of Shiki at the Navy headquarters, heralding the dawn of a new era. During these 7 days, the news of the explosive revelations from the Great Sea, the Grand Line, and a new world has swept across the globe, capturing the attention of self-proclaimed powerful pirates, hunters, and free individuals. all fixated on the skies referenced in Shiki's statements. Hey, did you know? There exists a fountain on that Skya Island that can restore youth. Drinking from it grants eternal vitality. It's Skypea. It's Skypea, the island that rivals Laugh Tale. What is that power? The four-generation contract spirits. Iteration. Is there truly another mainstream force from a bygone era before the world destruction? Does such an iteration really exist, and not just once, but with various corresponding power systems each time? Who knows how many new powers the Sky King, Shiki, possesses? That's not the point. The real focus is that the contract spirits he first revealed actually exist. The legendary pirate, Sky King Shiki, has elucidated and confirmed their existence. Avatar, Fusion, Burst. With one's own contract spirit, anyone's strength can be amplified twofold, and in burst mode, the enhancement is several times greater. What an astonishing effect. No, the increase in strength is one aspect. Don't you think Shiki's transformation during fusion is incredibly majestic? Indeed, indeed. His golden hair has turned platinum, and his once lush mane resembles a lion's mane even more fiercely, especially the cosmic phenomenon behind him. Mysterious and vast, it captivates all. Why is no one mentioning the advanced dawn state? The platinum has transformed into crimson gold, and amidst the cosmic phenomenon, a third eye has opened. When I was at Sabati Archipelago, even from a distance, being gazed upon felt as if my entire being was laid bare. No secrets left. Hey, where are you going? Rather than engaging in idle chatter, we should take action. Compared to those renowned powerhouses, many of whom have already received Shiki's gift of permanent pointers, securing their tickets to the banquet. Anyone who conquers the skies and stands before Shiki will have the opportunity to choose a contract spirit. Why strength hasn't reached the standard. Yet Shiki has not abandoned us. He has released 100 permanent pointers scattered across the seas. If we don't seize this chance, we will inevitably be crushed by the wheels of history. Exactly, I'm going too. The times have changed. All the renowned powerhouses in the world are mobilizing. The contract spirits will become a prerequisite for entering the ranks of the world strong. Without them, one will surely fall behind and be cast aside, losing their place among the powerful. You all go ahead, and why meager strength is not worth joining the fray. Even a common spirit is beyond my aspirations, let alone the quasi-divine and divine tier beasts. Sigh, I suppose I shall live a humble life. The sea is no longer a place for me. Well, as long as I live well, one day, my name will also resound across the seas. Unwilling to accept mediocrity, those ambitious souls set forth on their journeys, yearning for that fleeting opportunity and dreaming of a future as powerful beings, like a Team Marineford, the eye of the storm that is ushered in this new era. The office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku is filled with prominent figures of the Navy, including Garp, Su, Kazu, Akinu, and that's the New World Royals with tumult. All factions, including the Four Emperors, are rallying their forces to prepare for the feast a month hence. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who typically remain aloof from the power struggle, are in motion with a singular purpose: to obtain that new power for the freedom to roam the seas for their family. For the islands they protect to thrive in peace, Whitebeard has compelling reasons to act. Consequently, Akainu and Akiji, stationed in the New World, have been summoned back to headquarters, leaving only essential personnel to monitor the various dynamics at play. Sengoku gazes silently at the permanent pointers laid calmly on the table, ultimately acknowledging that Shiki has indeed left them a pointer directing towards the Spirit Sky Island. What a pity, Kizur mused, glancing at Sengoku, idly polishing his nails. What about the divine tier spirits? Has the Fleet Admiral simply given up on those? They're on par with the Sky King Shiki. Bang! Sengoku snapped back to reality, slamming his hand on the table with a fierce glare, his voice booming with anger. Are you suggesting that I submit to pirates in front of the world? That is utterly absurd. Calm down, Sengoku interjected, her wise eyes sweeping over the permanent pointers on the table before gazing out the window toward the heavens. Divine tier spirits? That's merely an empty promise from Shiki. He mentioned that aside from himself, only one native who has lived on the island for generations has received the recognition of a divine beast and formed a contract. The remaining divine beasts returned to the sky, sea, and earth after he unsealed them, awaiting encounters with those most attuned to them. Actually, What intrigues me most is that peculiar creature accompanying Shiki. Could she be akin to the island's spirit of Skya, existing through each iteration? Though it seemed far-fetched, Sengoku found himself unable to suppress the thoughts veering in that direction. Little Tsuru, if your speculation holds true, Sengoku continued, perhaps we should focus more on her. The world has undergone numerous iterations. Each iteration gives rise to new power systems. If we can master her, the other systems following the spirits will fall under the Navy's control, ensuring that justice prevails across every corner of the sea, utterly extinguishing the pirate space for existence. Indeed, that would mark the most stable era for the world, but a glimmer of hope crossed Tsuru's aged visage. Yet she, being acutely aware of the dark side of the world, understood that as long as the world government exists, various forms of exploitation and oppression will persist, and the soil that breeds pirates will remain fertile. Peace and stability, they have always been relative. Capture that peculiar creature. As the only one present who had encountered the creature, Kizaru suddenly recalled the moment, exclaiming, "Spare me. You might not believe it, but when I reached out to her, she warned me." And in that instant, an unearthly chill engulfed me that it was almost instinctive to explain myself before that feeling dissipated. So, I advise you both to tread carefully. The experience of feeling disdain by the entire world is dreadful. Disdain by the entire world? Coupled with her mention of a certain existence. Could it be the will of the world? Listening quietly to Kizaru's account, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged solemn thoughts, each choosing to believe in the authenticity of his experience. Such a lengthy reassurance could only stem from genuine sentiment. Otherwise, Kizaru's character would never allow him to speak so much at once. But how can this be possible? Chapter 39. Reunion. The iron-willed Akainu scoffed at Kizaru's timidity, letting out a cold grunt before dismissing the matter. Confident in his strength and preferring to face pirates head-on, burying them beneath magma. We need to take action. Under absolute justice, pirates cannot run rampant. This could be an opportunity to obliterate the gathered pirates in one fell swoop. You are too radical, Sakazuki. Akiji Kodingazan interjected, opposing Akainu's plan. The core group of pirates is congregating to annihilate them all, setting aside the chances of success. How many lives of our sailors would be sacrificed in the process? We cannot take that risk. Igniting a conflict that could leave the Navy headquarters reeling is unwise. Cowardice, Akainu retorted coldly, looking down upon Kuzan's indecisiveness. As long as we can effectively eliminate the pirate threat, necessary sacrifices are entirely acceptable. Dying in battle is the best fate for a soldier, a testament to the embodiment of justice that I'm reiterating my point. You are too radical. Akiji refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with him, coldly emphasizing his stance. Kazan, gurgle, affected by the emotional turmoil, hot magma dripped from Akainu, sizzling upon contact with the ground. Control yourself. Sakazuki, Sengoku interjected, halting the destruction of Navy property as he rubbed his temples in exasperation. The feast of this era cannot see the Navy absent. If the pirate strength increases while we remain stagnant, the balance of the world will be shattered to prevent a future of passivity. Garp, I appoint you as Fleet Admiral to lead Kizaru, and all the Marine Admirals to the appointment a month from now. Adapt to the circumstances and seek the contract spirits. Leave it to me. Garp boomed, heartily accepting Sengoku's command. Gurgle, gurgle. Magma continued to flow from Akainu, his fists clenched tightly. Though he vehemently opposed being sidelined, the resolve of a soldier compelled him to obey orders, expressing his dissatisfaction in his own way. Meeting adjourned. Casting a glance at the stern yet resolute Akainu, Sengoku declared the conclusion of the high-level meeting. Here, an accord had been reached while in the Holy Land. The 5 Elder Stars continued their discussions, their focus centered on the concept of iteration. Despite their comprehensive knowledge of history, the long-established world government had spent an entire week deliberating, yet remained unable to grasp the essence of iteration, nor comprehend why each iteration gave rise to a new power structure. Let them ponder it slowly. If they could unravel this mystery, Li would willingly step out of his secluded domain to bow an apology at the Holy Land. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by me. I am truly sorry. In my quest to verify this lie, you have all gone bald. In the new world, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the man renowned as the strongest in the world. Edward Newgate sat at the center of the ship. His towering frame was adorned with numerous four tubes, a testament to the ravages of time and illness, as even the mightiest of men succumbed to the frailties of age. Yet his eyes, those defiant orbs that rebelled against time, remained bright and intimidating. The iconic white, crescent-shaped mustache bristled with vigor, echoing with his hearty and unique laughter as a golden figure gracefully descended before him. Gulalalala! It has been far too long since I last beheld such a youthful visage. Shiki. After 2 decades, the once triumvirate of notorious pirates reunited, and upon their first glance, they exchanged a silent acknowledgement of their shared past. Whitebeard lamented the relentless passage of time. Realizing how many years had slipped by unnoticed, he recalled Shiki as he once was, a member of the Rock's pirates, with that same youthful countenance. Newgate, you have aged, Shiki remarked, his gaze heavy as he observed Whitebeard's apparent decline. Despite their ages being comparable, he could not help but feel a pang of melancholy, if one adhered to the natural order of things. He too had entered the twilight of life, an envoy, perhaps my wisest choice. Gulalalala. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, reflecting on how time, year by year, day by day, second by second, relentlessly carved away at him. But you, the king of the skies? What a grand title! Tell me, does Skypea truly harbor waters that can restore youth? Keek. Shiki, momentarily distracted from his musings, erupted into laughter at Whitebeard's inquiry. You wish to linger for a few more decades to protect those brats. Dante, join me. Bring along all your captains and subordinate crews under my banner, and I shall help you reclaim your youth. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, scratched his pineapple-like head, gazing skyward in disbelief. This was clearly not the direction they intended to take. Merge into the flying pirate crew? Dad would never agree to that. Gulalalala. Whitebeard shook his head, laughter escaping him. You have not changed at all. Once fixated on Roger, and now, with him gone, you have set your sights on me? I refuse. They're my family, not mere pawns in a game for youth. Indeed, Shiki remained unperturbed, well aware of his old friend's temperament. You and Roger are alike, both possessing that infuriating stubbornness. Humph. And you, knowing full well that Roger would refuse, still extend the invitation time and again. Gulalalala. Their laughter echoed, rekindling the camaraderie of old, memories of shared battles resurfacing as if they had transpired just yesterday. After a hearty laugh, Shiki felt a crack form in the emotional fortress he had built over the decades, a breach revealing the kindness he had sealed away since parting from his former captain. He understood that while the sea promised freedom, it also harbored conspiracies and dangers that Tio survive. He had to bury the kindness deep within, leaving only calculation, malice, and cruelty, elements that ensured his survival. Hey, continue, a white beam shot towards Whitebeard, who effortlessly caught it in his hand. Opening his massive palm, he revealed a softly glowing white pearl resting within. What is this? He asked, curiosity stirring within him as he sensed the life force contained within the pearl. It seemed to promise rejuvenation, perhaps allowing him to reclaim a decade of lost youth. Is this the concentrated essence of the fountain of youth? What? The miraculous spring. Father, consume it quickly. Yes, Dad, this is precisely what you need. Once rejuvenated, all ailments will be trivial. We trust Marco's medical expertise. Don't hesitate. Since Shiki's arrival, all the captains aboard had maintained a respectful silence. But now, with the legendary treasure revealed, they could no longer contain their excitement, urging their father to swallow the pearl without delay. Gulalalala. Whitebeard remained calm, pinching the pearl between his colossal fingers, showing no intent to consume it just yet. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Shiki. Without the helm, it is you who I recognize as the true Shiki. The seemingly ambiguous statement ignited a spark of fury in Shiki, his mane bristling, revealing a fierce expression that I regret nothing. Hand it back to me. Gulalalala. Whitebeard laughed heartily, tossing the pearl into his mouth. The sight brought a collective sigh of relief from his sons. Shiki's regret was too late, while Shiki silently rolled his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even though Shiki had drained a considerable portion of his life force, the pearl still brimmed with vitality. The ship fell silent as all eyes fixated on Whitebeard, witnessing the transformation unfold, the wrinkles on his skin smoothed. Scars on his chest began to fade, and the internal injuries from the quake fruit healed rapidly. A quarter of an hour later, glalala. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, pulled from an exhilarating state of bliss. Whitebeard felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Rising to his feet, he yanked the 4 tubes from his body and grasped the supreme blade, 12 clouds. Buzz, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, surged forth. And with a heightened spirit, he swung down at Shiki. Buzz! In unison, Shiki's own Conqueror's haki responded, a rogue smile on his face as he prepared to meet the oncoming strike with the power of the flare fruit. Boom! The two forces, both at their peak, clashed, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated through the air, sending many of the crew reeling back in awe at the sight of their evenly matched figures. The clouds above seemed to churn ominously, presenting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse, prompting the Marine soldiers stationed far away to instinctively pull out their din mushy to report the extraordinary occurrence. After a brief stalemate, the two men, in silent accord, withdrew their powers, the tension dissipating as they concluded their spontaneous friendly greeting. Galalala! My children, prepare for the feast! Roar! At the proclamation, the atmosphere erupted into a lively bustle. Chefs hurried to prepare ingredients, and crew members busied themselves setting up the venue. Marco observed Whitebeard in his rare state of joy, contemplating the significant improvement in his condition. Shaking his head, he thought, well, today I shall not restrain Dad's desire for drink. His gaze drifted toward Shiki, who had adjusted his demeanor, bowing in gratitude. The previous notion of regret was merely a fade. Marco understood that if Shiki truly wished to reclaim the pearl, no matter how precious, he would not do so without Whitebeard's consent. Yes, only among recognized friends. Yahoo! Accompanied by the ethereal voice of the tree spirit, Yi appeared beside Marco, adding 2 seats. You all one team mind. Will you? The whimsical Yi floated before Marco, who managed to suppress his astonishment at her close proximity and smiled warmly. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates never turned away friend from their festivities. The voice belongs to you? Having scrutinized the recorded video, he recognized Ye's identity. The remarkable laser attack had been utterly ineffective against her, and he had kept a keen eye on her ever since. Hey, Laxus, it's all set. Waving her small hand, Yi beckoned the gravity-defying Laxus floating above to descend, for there was a complimentary banquet to partake in. Could you refrain from shouting so loudly? It's rather embarrassing. Laxus, landing on the ship with a resigned demeanor. Concealed beneath his cold exterior was a protective shell, not adept at mingling with strangers. Who are they? The observation haki of Whitebeard had already detected the two, and it was only when they truly revealed themselves that he inquired of Shiki. The beast contract holder, Laxus, the spirit of Skya Island. With a mundane introduction, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew suddenly fell into a stupor, and after a moment of silence, they erupted into an uproar of astonished exclamations. Beast contract holder, spirit of Skya Island? A throng of people encircled Yi and Laxus, their eyes widened in sheer amazement, scrutinizing them with fervor. Gulalala, don't frighten the guests, disperse. Fear not, old man. Even Whitebeard's words held little sway, as numerous captains and crew members offered perfunctory explanations, before bombarding them with a flurry of questions. A beast? Which one? Can you summon its incarnation for us to behold? Yes. I must be among the first to witness the second beast. The spirit. So, you possess profound knowledge of everything on Skya Island. What follows after the spirits in a hierarchy? And what of iteration? Were there humans active in the world prior to the iterations? Or were there other peculiar life forms? Get to the point. By the way, how many iterations have occurred to date? And how many tiers remain buried in history, faced with an onslaught of inquiries? Ye felt somewhat at ease, but Laxus beside her could no longer endure. Had he not boarded as guest, he would have unleashed a paralyzing electric arc incarnation. Unable to tolerate any longer, he let his forehead glow. Abandoning Zekrom as a shield, the red light coalesced, manifesting the appearance of a small sprite. Wow, how cool! Look at its tail, it's so peculiar and stylish. It seems to have one too. With a sigh, Laxus extricated himself from the crowd, releasing a heavy breath. This level of enthusiasm was overwhelming. Well done, Laxus. Seizing the opportunity, while their attention was captivated by Zekrom, ye two managed to escape the awkward situation of incessant questioning. Internally lamenting, I can't bear this, indeed, such excitement is for others. I'm not suited to this atmosphere. Just observing is enough. Chapter 41, Joy Quotient Banquet. The festivities continued late into the night, the joyous ambience akin to an ocean, with every face illuminated by cheerful smiles. During this time, Laxus became the target of attention, as several captains persistently urged him to drink. Once the alcohol took effect, their intentions were easily fulfilled. Fusion, with a flush complexion. Laxus was coaxed into entering a fusion state. The ebony armor enveloped his body. The atmosphere of the banquet reached new heights, drawing forth a chorus of starry-eyed admiration. Though intoxicated, his reason remained intact. He refrained from overly displaying his powers, instead approaching Whitebeard with a massive wine bowl. Ahem, to the world's strongest man, I look forward to the day you acquire your own contract sprite. At that time, I, Laxus Dola, shall formally issue a challenge to take your place, and then, well, we'll see that he had not forgotten Li Shu's promise that upon gaining the title of the strongest, he could challenge him until one of them fell. But Laxus understood well that venturing forth now would be akin to seeking punishment. Thus he wisely chose to temper his boasts for the moment. Gulalala, I am Whitebeard. I fear no challenge. I await the day you stand before me. The two exchanged a hearty drink, and the interlude concluded. Yet once Laxus resumed his seat, he found himself besieged once more by the eager captains on the ship. Naturally, as the spirit of Skya Island, ye two could not escape their scrutiny, resulting in a rather exasperating outcome. She leapt into a bowl that was akin to a swimming pool for her size, inadvertently splashing some drinks onto a certain individual in the courtyard. Huh, what's this? You're cheating. Disperse. This is utterly dull. The commotion culminated in an unsatisfactory conclusion, leaving only a couple of self-proclaimed heavy drinkers eager to challenge their limits, after which nothing more transpired. The following day, aboard the Moby Dick, a haphazard array of hung-over individuals lay sprawled about, as morning light poured over them, dispelling the chill of the night. Whitebeard and Shiki, two renowned drinkers, showed no signs of intoxication. After downing the last of their spirits, Shiki gazed at the well-colored Whitebeard in silence. Gulalala, are we departing, Shiki? Without looking at him, Whitebeard gazed towards the distant, gentle sunrise, feeling the warmth invigorating his body, and remarked, I truly owe you a great debt. Jekakek, your favor is too precious. It must be carefully planned. How about you lead your forces to seize Marine headquarters? Shiki, at that moment, was unaware that this careless jest would soon manifest into reality. Gulalala, chuckling softly without responding further, Whitebeard glanced at the now awake Laxus, realizing that the moment of parting had indeed arrived. There are no banquets that do not end. Thank you for your warm hospitality. Also noticing Laxus awakening, Shiki withdrew from his pocket a series of drawings depicting sprites, detailing their racial attributes and names, with a note at the bottom indicating they could mega-evolve. As a token of gratitude, this information would suffice. The fluttering fruit acted upon the sheets, scattering them before Whitebeard, filling the air with approximately 40 pieces, while simultaneously Shiki, Laxus, and ye floated upwards, preparing to depart. Gulalala, casting a cursory glance over the drawings, Whitebeard instantly comprehended their worth. They contained invaluable intelligence regarding the most precious sprites in the current world. Shiki, Jekakek. Before Whitebeard could utter any poignant words, Shiki's boisterous laughter drowned him out as he departed, his voice echoing across the horizon. A new era is upon us. Continue to solidify your position, lest you fade at the dawn of this new age. Without you, the seas would be devoid of White. In a moment of silence, Whitebeard's spirits soared as he broke into a grand smile. Inhaling deeply, I am Whitebeard, Shiki. A powerful wave of sound scattered the drawings before him, one of which floated to Marco that he reached out to catch it, his gaze sweeping over the impressive image of the fiery chicken, his focus honing in on the annotation at the bottom. Mega evolution. As flashes of known information raced through his mind, Ordinary, demigod, beast, there was no mention of mega. Marco understood, clenching the paper tightly, gazing forlornly in the direction Shiki had vanished. Old man, he resolved to have us seize Marine headquarters, and this intelligence. Gulalala, Whitebeard chuckled, calling to the children who had just awakened from the ruckus. Come, come. Choose your desired target, sprite. Seizing Marine headquarters? Isn't this a reward for the banquet we've hosted? Indeed, old man. The captains and crew members surged forward, engulfing the scene in chaos, while Marco silently tucked the drawing into his bosom. That on their way out, ahem, ye smiled softly, fluttering gracefully before Shiki. I must say, I am quite surprised. Given your nature, you so easily relinquish the intelligence you obtained at a great cost. Shall we not discuss a transaction? Humph. Shiki scoffed. I will uphold my end of the bargain. How I choose to utilize the information is my prerogative, is it not? Suit yourself, he shrugged nonchalantly. Considering the scene at our final parting may bring a smile to someone, I've decided to grant you a choice. Would you prefer to seize the opportunity to lessen the difficulty of the task or accumulate joy points? And these so-called joy points will, upon reaching a certain threshold, reward you with a brand new life seed, brimming with vitality. Suddenly, two exclamations of surprise rang out simultaneously. Shiki was astonished at Ye's implication. So there was such a method to reacquire life seeds. Given such favorable conditions, he would certainly choose the latter. Laxus, on the other hand, gazed ahead into the void, his observation hockey, sensing an elusive sound that flickered indistinctly. It seemed to exist in a specific direction, yet blended into a portion of the sky, making its source impossible to pinpoint. What are you two doing, running about aimlessly? You nearly strained my old back, chasing from the Grand Line to the New World. Bartolomeo has arrived. Chapter 42. The Plunder Game. Bartolomeo Batla, with an expression of utter disbelief, fluttered in front of the three, his face adorned with complaints. Upon noticing Ye's gaze upon him, he averted his eyes with a guilty demeanor and awkwardly scratched his head, exclaiming, "Oh well, I assure you I have not been slacking off. The task is being carried out methodically and will not delay the deadline. Yes, absolutely not." Oh, Ye elongated her tone, having long anticipated Batla's propensity to take time off. When the task was assigned with a 1-year deadline, it implicitly permitted him some respite. Thus, his brazen appearance before her warranted a punishment to preserve her dignity. Alas, alas, do not be hasty. Allow me to eloquently defend myself. Explain, in his flustered state. Batla hurriedly sought to rectify the situation, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness as he continued. During the course of this task, I inadvertently stumbled upon a matter of utmost importance, a veritable big problem. That individual is a monster, an absolute anomaly. His abilities are exceedingly perilous. In my quest to verify a certain matter swiftly, I had no choice but to proceed, fully aware of your presence, albeit with trepidation. Trepidation. You truly are a remarkable character, Ye teased, having deduced the identity of the individual Batla spoke of through a few key words. Pretending ignorance, she inquired, what monster could frighten you to such an extent? I am quite curious about his abilities. Would you care to demonstrate? The dark fruit that restrains all ability users. How do you propose to confront the contract spirit when you are known for your ferocity? I await with bated breath. Transform. Batla's heart raced as his form began to swell, his attire transforming accordingly until Teach stood before the trio. Aha! A distinctive laugh echoed from Teach, as dark smoke swirled from his hands. A forceful suction emanating from his palms as he unexpectedly lunged toward Laxus. Despite the overwhelming pull, Laxus did not resist, but allowed himself to be drawn closer to Teach, who seized him by the throat with a menacing expression, questioning, what is the meaning of this? Teach's grotesque face registered profound surprise. How could Laxus be oblivious to the fact that his powers were rendered inactive? Suddenly, an electric arc burst forth as Laxus entered an elemental form. Escaping Teach's grasp, upon reappearing, he furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he could still use his abilities, albeit with a degree of awkwardness. Nanny, just a lack of fluidity? That cannot be. Teach was incredulous. Such an outcome was unacceptable. Even if he was not the original, Having witnessed the process of utilizing that power should have granted him a decent level of replication. Yet here they were that it must be due to the complete fusion of the Thunder Fruit and Dragon Crystal. Batla, unaware of the changes occurring within Laxus, did not intend to reveal the crucial details. Laxus, try entering fusion mode once more. Very well. Laxus donned a suit of dark armor, a technologically advanced power engine emerging from his back. He gestured to Batla, signaling him to come again. Dark water. The suction force surged again, drawing the fully armored Laxus closer. What is it like? What do you feel? With his crimson eyes fixed coldly on Teach's expectant face. Laxus raised his fist, lightning of gold and blue coalescing upon it before crashing down in a thunderous strike against Teach's visage that felt magnificent. There is absolutely nothing amiss? Ah, so painful, so painful. How can it hurt this much? Batla halted his backward flight, rubbing his face while shouting hoarsely. The pain was tangible, yet joy filled his heart. Indeed, the fusion state allowed him to bypass constraints. Meanwhile, he chuckled heartily, thoroughly satisfied with the results of the experiment. I choose the second option. Huh. A quarter of an hour later, amidst the expanse of sky, Batla lay sprawled, gazing vacantly at the azure above, while he mirrored his posture, reclining contentedly atop his chest. TSK. What on earth is happening? Batla mused, lamenting the repercussions of being caught slacking off, which led to a punishment he was compelled to accept, renewing the contract with Yi, permitting her to reside within the dreamlike pattern on his forehead as they journeyed across the seas together. Sigh, let's look on the bright side. At least there will be no more slacking off, and we're no longer bound by a 1-year limit. Now we can explore freely, for better or worse. Yi, she softly called his name. Batla, seemingly casual, inquired, Laxus and I have both agreed to the contract, allowing you to traverse between us freely. Aren't Shiki and the others preparing for a grand feast? Such a significant event must be quite lively. Will you not choose to join them? Aho-ho. No rush. There is ample time. Laxus will remind us when the moment arrives. For now, the considerate me has chosen to keep you company, you solitary elder. Is that not touching? No. I am not moved in the slightest. The mature and charming Batla wore an expression of deep exasperation, glancing down at Yi, who lay comfortably upon his chest, declaring that he was too afraid to move. With Laxus possessing a gravity-defying ability that allowed her to float freely, Batla found himself unable to do the same. His dreamlike flight capability only applied to himself. Thus the slothful Yi remained upon him. TCH, you can indeed fly. Thus, as Batla internally grumbled, Yi's voice once again reached his ears. What entertainment do we have lined up next? Entertainment, you say? Suddenly inspired, Batla chuckled. How about we embark on a plunder game? On our way here, I discovered a naval vessel transporting criminals to BY my calculations. It has yet to arrive at impelled down. That proposition is rather intriguing. Let us go. Okay. In the Grand Line, aboard the naval ship. A marine general clad in a justice coat stood at the bow. He bore 2 renowned swords, his expression devoid of emotion as he closed his eyes, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his long black beard that hung down to his navel. His hat was peculiarly high, whether due to the oddity of the hat or the length of his skull, which seemed to fit it perfectly. Stalaberry, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters under Kazoo, had previously dealt a heavy blow to Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. He was well-versed in the dual-color hockey and was one of the Navy's pivotal forces. Report, Vice Admiral. Impel Down has communicated that they are fully prepared to receive the former warlord of the sea. Crocodile. With his eyes still closed, Stalaberry noted, remain vigilant. Until we reach Impel Down and successfully hand over the criminals, we must not let our guard down for an instant. Yes, Vice Admiral Stalaberry, Chapter 43. Crocodile Stealing a Nation. Are we? At the ship's bow, Vice Admiral Stalaberry slightly opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing into the distant waters, anger surging within him. Pirates cannot be trusted. The warlords of the sea, who possess the legal right to plunder, are even more so. Each one is a consummate opportunist, joining only for their own secretive agendas. Crocodile is far from exception, Spirit, he muttered to himself, closing his eyes once more with a heavy heart. What will the future of this sea hold with this new power structure? In the end, it is the common people of the world who will suffer a month later at the forthcoming grand feast. I shall spare no effort to secure sufficient spirits for the Navy, to instill fear upon the seas, all for the sake of justice. Quietly voicing his determination, his hands instinctively gripped the hilts of his swords. Who goes there? Clang. His observation Haki detected an unfamiliar presence approaching, yet he could not pinpoint their exact location. Resolutely, Strawberry drew his swords, executing a swift and sharp strike toward the empty space ahead. Alert! Enemy attack! He bellowed loudly, brandishing his dual swords, preparing to alert the sailors aboard the ship to ready themselves for combat. Clang, clang, clang. As soldiers of the Navy headquarters, each was rigorously trained. Upon hearing their vice admiral's warning, they readied their firearms and unsheathed their swords, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any trace of the enemy. Are you not planning to reveal yourself? Strawberry, with narrowed eyes, showed no intention of fully opening them. His expression remained impassive as he suddenly swung his arms, launching a series of attacks toward the general direction of the presumed enemy. Dual blade style. Instant 100 slashes. In an instant, 100 sharp strikes enveloped a certain vacant area. The disturbed air bursting forth as he attempted to force the hidden enemy, concealed by unknown abilities, to reveal themselves through sheer brute force. In a state of invisibility, Batless sat with he perched on his shoulder, deftly evading each attack with graceful agility, untouched by the onslaught. Dual blade style. Heavy one slash. Seeing that his previous attacks had failed to achieve their aim, Vice Admiral Strawberry raised his swords to his left side, his arm muscles bulging as he launched a colossal diagonal slash capable of cleaving mountains. Suddenly, a clicking sound echoed through the air as Batla finally emerged from his invisible state, his weathered eyes gleaming with mirth. With a simple motion, he coated his palm with Haki, raising it to meet the oncoming attack head-on. Boom! As the tumultuous wind swept through, his obsidian palm firmly grasped the immense strike, his fingers exerting force, resulting in a resounding crack as he crushed it with his bare hands. The power displayed was commendable, a solid 60, just enough to pass. Leaving ample space for Batla to make his preparations. He soared into the cabin amidst the echoes of gunfire. Major Strawberry, his squinted eyes now wide open, watched as he effortlessly glided into the cabin. His brown eyes flickered with intensity. It's her. The extraordinary being responsible for filming during Shiki's assault on the Navy headquarters, mentioned in the report from the Warring States Marshal, suspected to be the spirit of Skya Island. How could she be here? At that moment, his thoughts were in disarray, contemplating whether to immediately contact the Navy headquarters to relay the situation. Hey, how rude. Daydreaming during battle. Are you expecting me to launch a surprise attack? No way. Batla, proud of his seniority, could not condone the idea of an octogenarian ambushing a junior, and voiced his displeasure. This is serious. The sudden appearance of the spirit of Skya Island made Strawberry realize that matters might spiral out of his control. However, when he turned his gaze back to Batla, who was suspended in midair, a wave of dread surged within him once more. The pattern of the spirit? How could this be? Strawberry, unable to believe it, took a step back in panic. The banquet had not yet commenced. How could one possess a contracted spirit? No, that spirit of Skya Island. Could it be her? No, that doesn't seem right. The Warring States Marshal's report to the upper echelons of the Navy indicated she was merely a unique existence. An island spirit born from iteration, likely possessing knowledge of many buried historical events, but probably lacking any real authority. Otherwise, why wait until Shiki arrived at Skya Island before revealing herself to the world? Eliminating the impossible. A thought suddenly emerged in his rapidly turning mind, one that filled him with even greater alarm. According to Shiki's remarks that day, besides himself and the native who had resided on Skya Island for generations, only the contracted divine beast had returned to nature upon their release. Thus, it could be inferred. You are the divine beast's contract holder. Therefore, the island spirit appeared beside you, mistaking you for the remnants of humanity who had lived on Skya Island for generations. Undoubtedly, Strawberry was now convinced that his deduction was infallible. The enemy attacking the Navy before him was, in fact, the first divine beast contract holder from the unknown intelligence, and she had adeptly rationalized the possibility of Ye's appearance while conveniently overlooking another possibility. What on earth? Exclamation point. For a brief moment, Batlow was at a loss, shaking his head in exasperation. Hey, this is too much. To audaciously embellish your own role, be careful lest I ensure you don't survive this chapter. Inside the cabin, Crocodile, styled with a slick-back hairstyle and clad in a fur coat, exuded the air of a mafia boss, bound by a sea stone chain, lay on the wooden floor of the cabin. Staring blankly upwards, regardless of the cacophony of gunfire outside, he remained indifferent, ensnared in the throes of self-doubt, unable to extricate himself. It's over. Utterly defeated. Years of scheming, only to end in vain. The king of the underworld is not in Alabasta. External resources are unattainable, and my own strength has waned. Defeated by a fledgling pirate, a bucket of water, Gwaha. In my youth, I made a name for myself, contending against many heroes without faltering. Yet today, I find myself bested by a bucket of water. Tragic, regrettable, even laughable. Weakness is a sin. I was wrong. External resources are merely auxiliary. True strength lies within. Ah, it's quite noisy outside. Is someone engaged in battle with the Navy? Who could it be? The sound of hurried footsteps entered his ears, accompanied by urgent shouts. Quick, stop that thing. Don't let her near the prisoner. Gunfire is ineffective. Try swords. The opponent may be a devil fruit user. Hurry to retrieve the spare sea stone equipment. Oh no. She has flown into the cage holding the criminals. Sensing someone approaching, Crocodile weakly turned his head, his indifferent gaze accentuated by the scar crossing his nose, conveying an air of apathy. Sussy Boridana. Crocodile, Chapter 44. Illusion Lishu had heard a quip about Crocodile. As long as he uttered the prelude Sussy Boridana, he could force a 50-50 chance against anyone during battle. When facing Mihawk or Whitebeard, he would drop this line to assert his presence. Now, encountering the source of the quip for the first time, you mischievously uttered those words. Sussy Boridana, Crocodile. However, the origin of the quip seemed to leave Crocodile in a daze. His cold stare intently scrutinizing ye, ultimately concluding, Hey, do we know each other? Haha, we don't know each other at all. You laughed merrily, floating before Crocodile and leaning down. But what does it matter? After all, you are Crocodile. Saying this feels so satisfying. So, can you tell me what's happening outside? Crocodile, perplexed by the sentiment, fell silent for a moment before inquiring with a tone rich in nuance. Oh, outside? Nothing major, just us being bored and deciding to raid a Navy ship to pass the time, and to see who the prisoner is that we never expected it would turn out to be the former warlord of the sea. Mr. Crocodile. Bored, raiding a Navy ship to pass the time. Though the reasoning was absurd, Crocodile's gaze remained indifferent, without retort. Gwahaha. And then, upon discovering I'm a world-class criminal who failed at a coup, will you simply lose interest? Or perhaps offer assistance? That is a question. Rescuing you is certainly a must. It would be a shame for such an interesting pirate to be locked away and impelled down. The sea is truly his stage, and I believe he can create even more captivating scenes. However, that doesn't preclude ye from teasing him first. A tea truly warrants careful consideration. For a notorious criminal like you, to rescue would be far more serious than attacking a Navy ship. Provoking the world government, in entertainment endeavor born out of whimsy, could lead to the Navy and world government's worldwide manhunt. It hardly seems worth it. Wouldn't you agree? Gwahaha. Crocodile chuckled indifferently, a strange glint lighting up his cold eyes. A worldwide manhunt. Don't make me laugh, you who find amusement in raiding Navy ships, would care about such hollow bounties. Wow, what a grand joke, ditto. You've altered the script I'm meant to follow. That S rather dulled. It makes it difficult for me to perform about why he whimsically twirled in the air, landing back in front of him. Snap, that one doesn't count. Let's try again. Action. Speechless, Crocodile could only stare at ye, his annoyance palpable. Hey, with such a penchant for mischief, you and your comrades must be extraordinarily powerful, being hunted by the Navy and world government. Gwaha. ISNT that even more intriguing. The sea as a playground. Hunters and prey, standing on opposite sides of a chessboard, engaging in a life-and-death gamble. Such entertainment must be thrilling. Wow, wow, wow. Yi exclaimed in delight, admiring the securely bound crocodile. Truly impressive. Then, with a contemplative tone, added, to facilitate this grand chess game. Is saving you sufficient? Haha. Why not go and eliminate a celestial dragon? Adding such a heavyweight chip would surely make the gamble of life and death a reality. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Eliminate a celestial dragon. Crocodile was taken aback, his cold eyes widening. Gwa! Should I call you mad or absolutely confident to eliminate a celestial dragon? Invoking the wrath of the world government, attracting the pursuit of Navy admirals, skipping ordinary difficulty and opting for a hellish start. How arrogant! Oh, extending the vowel. Yi gazed intently at him. Arrogant. May I interpret that as you advising us to act within our limits? The consequences of eliminating a celestial dragon would skew the game from the outset, plunging us into a one-sided chase. So, you're not entirely mad after all. Noticing Yi grasped the deeper meaning of his words, Crocodile met his gaze. Since you understand the inherent dangers, then the notion of eliminating a celestial dragon must be merely a jest. Right? Tish, truly a tedious sense of humor. It seems I've been discovered. Now that my ruse has been unraveled, Yi no longer teases him. She gracefully circles around Crocodile, landing on the chains that entwine his chest, then bends down to embrace the chains, utilizing the mechanism of damage transfer to expose the thick layer of contact that lies between her and a certain individual in the courtyard. Crocodile exclaimed in astonishment, casting a sidelong glance at Yi, who remained unaffected atop the sea prism stone chains. You are not a devil fruit user? Not at all, she replied. Ugh, such thick chains. It's quite bothersome to shatter them layer by layer. You're the only one who can manage that. Outside the iron cage, a battalion of Marines stood armed and vigilant, believing in the efficacy of the sea prism stone. They were on high alert after Yi's entrance, mistakenly assuming she was a devil fruit user. Even upon encountering the criminal, they felt powerless to rescue him, and with their firearms rendered ineffective, they planned to wait for Vice Admiral Stoloberry to deal with the enemies outside before coming to provide support. Little did they know, their adversary lay atop the sea prism stone chains, completely unscathed, killing a celestial dragon. Considering the wicked words that just escaped her lips, the Marines could no longer maintain their composure and decided they could not wait for Vice Admiral Stoloberry's assistance. Not good. She isn't a devil fruit user. She is trying to rescue the criminal. Quickly, open the cell door and stop her. With a swift motion, a sharp-eyed Marine opened the cell door, and a group of 10 or so Marines surged forward, abandoning their firearm attacks, wielding their weapons to slash at Yi. Clang, clang, clang. Puff! Ineffective. The blades remained useless. Most of the attacks merely skimmed past her, regardless of the weapon's material, which shattered upon contact at a few strikes, however, inevitably landed on Crocodile, inflicting grievous wounds upon him. Hey, could you hurry it up? Crocodile urged, panic rising. Are you here to save me or to harm me? He quickly glanced at the chains, which had already been diminished by more than half, then shifted his gaze to the Marines, who resumed their assault after a brief moment of shock. As a notorious pirate of the seas, he certainly did not wish to die dishonorably beneath a flurry of blades. Stay calm. You want to die, Yi reassured him, though her words had little effect. In the face of his desperate gaze, a new wave of attacks approached. Sandstorm. At the last possible moment, Yi severed the chains. Crocodile strained against the bonds of the sea prism stone, regaining the powers of the sand fruit. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a devastating sandstorm, effortlessly deflecting all attacks and subsequently obliterating the enemies. Averting the crisis, however, puff, puff, clang, puff. New wounds adorned Crocodile's body, the stinging pain jolting him back to reality to Yi. You did not sever the chains in time as I had hoped. Absolutely, you are undoubtedly a citizen of Alabasta sent to torment me. Chapter 45. Inept Methods. Absolutely. You are undoubtedly a citizen of Alabasta sent to torment me. With his fantasies shattered and wounded by the chaotic blades, Crocodile nearly succumbed to despair, recalling the troubles he had inflicted upon Alabasta. Was this now his retribution? Okay, Yi has finished her task, she proclaimed, soaring into the air, gazing down at the figure below in astonishment and awe. How did you end up so injured? How tragic. Shut your mouth. Fuming, Crocodile summoned all his strength. Straining against the feeble bonds of the sea prism, stone chains, and with a mighty roar, he shattered the chains, which clattered to the ground. Sandstorm. Free at last, his confident voice echoed. The violent whirlwind of sand erupted within the cabin, spiraling like a tornado and engulfing the surrounding marines, propelling them outward. Whoosh! As the sandstorm swept across the deck, Crocodile's figure gradually solidified. His cold eyes surveyed the scene, and two figures came into view. Ah! Ye gracefully descended. Her expression won a surprise as she beheld the still stalemated Bartolomeo and Stolo Berry. Surely you jest. I've rescued the others. Yet you two remain locked in combat? Do you think I wish for this? There's nothing I can do, Bartolomeo replied. Exasperated at my age, it would be disgraceful to bully the younger generation that I intended to wait for him to strike first before countering. Yet here he is rambling on and adding unnecessary theatrics, playing a game of staring contest. I'm quite helpless. Stolo Berry, well, you said, shaking her head in bemusement. Now that it's 2 against 1, you should have no chance of winning. Right? Since neither of you has made a move thus far, how about you let us leave? No chance in a 2-on-1, Bartolomeo retorted. With my recently adequate attack power, if I wished, I could severely wound him with 1 strike, bring him to the brink of death with another, and finish him off with a 3rd. Be grateful that you managed to save your life. All right, no need to be so rude. That Bartolomeo's mockery was interrupted by Ye's gaze directed toward Crocodile. Now that you're free, remaining on the Navy's ship is ill-advised. Let us leave together. Crocodile, of course, chose to leave together. However, as he scanned the desolate sea around him, he asked, "You're not suggesting we swim, are you? What about the ship?" Humph. Bartolomeo scoffed at the look he cast his way, still irritated over the earlier incident. Taking his life in 3 strikes is no challenge. Why not be courteous? Though he felt disgruntled. His subordinate's position required him to follow orders. He raised his hand and unleashed an endless stream of glassy liquid, which, under the influence of his devil fruit power, gradually took the form of a ship, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. With the ship materialized, Yi and Crocodile landed on the deck in their respective manners, while Bartolomeo descended to the stern. After creating a reflective surface with his dreamlike powers, he called out loudly, "Brace yourselves, Shark Aina." He clenched his fist, gathered energy, and swung. Boom! His powerful fist struck the reflective surface, producing a deafening sonic boom and a violent shockwave. Thanks to the reflective skill, the glass ship shot forward at incredible speed. Stolo Berry stood momentarily stunned, watching the glass ship speed away, his gaze clouded with dismay. Crocodile had been rescued. He had failed in his duty. Suppressing the humiliation that surged within him, he quietly took out a din mushy to contact the Marine headquarters. 1 minute earlier in the courtyard, swish, swish, swish. In the tranquil and serene courtyard, an abrupt sound of air being sliced through erupted. Bullets, a dense barrage of bullets materialized from thin air, crackling as some struck vases, shattering them, while others fell to the ground with dull thuds. Laxus was momentarily stunned by the sudden assault. In the next second, she understood what had transpired. Veins bulged, dark lines appeared, and an overwhelming wave of negative emotions clouded her brow. Her fists clenched tightly, crackling with tension. "Eli Shu," she shouted in anger, pointing at the damaged areas in the courtyard. "What on earth is happening here?" Swish! A bullet shot forth, aimed straight at Li Shu's face. He raised his hand to catch it, pinching it with his fingertips, grinding it to powder that fell away. He replied nonchalantly, "Life is unpredictable. You seemed quite satisfied with the drinks last time. This time, since I've switched to bullets, you should refrain from complaining that I warned you. It's all about mindset." Furious, Laxus trembled with rage. Is it the same? Is it the same? I enjoyed the drinks because I had a rare opportunity to relax after a period of anxiety. Only recently did I manage to alleviate my fatigue, and now this again. I see. Seeing Laxus still seething, Li Shu scratched his head, then retrieved a luminous white bullet from his bulging pouch, presenting it to her. This uncontainable rage stems from a lack of strength. Doesn't it? Take this. Once your physical abilities are greatly enhanced, you'll gain confidence, and your mindset will stabilize that, I apologize. My earlier oversight was my fault. Huh? Catching the luminous bullet, Laxus was taken aback. His tone, without a doubt, implied he looked down upon her for being so weak. And what did he mean by lack of strength? This is too much. Clenching the seat of life in frustration, Laxus cast a sidelong glance at the empty courtyard, realizing no one was there to prevent her from confronting that person. With a huff, she stormed back toward her room, her long legs swaying enticingly. With a light chuckle, Laxus raised his hand again, flicking his fingers toward the blades that had appeared out of nowhere. Clang, clang, clang. He effortlessly shattered them all. After a brief pause, a piece of palm-sized, paper-thin object floated into view to sea prism stone. Reaching out to touch it, a peculiar energy surged from it into Laxus' body, wildly suppressing the abilities of various devil fruits, forcing him in a silent state. Sensing the changes within his body, Laxus let out a long, drawn-out "oh." Indeed, the sea prism stone was the nemesis of all devil fruit users. He was no exception. Yet, crack, fingers closing around it, he crushed the sea prism stone with sheer force. The suppression of his abilities was inconsequential. His physical form remained intact, and the impact was minimal. Thus, it was time for a series of head-crushing actions. His fingertips became a blur, repeatedly striking the sea prism stone until it shattered. Employing this inept method to rescue Shishibarita. Chapter 46. In the waters beyond the city, the waves of water surged, unleashing towering tides reaching 100 meters, propelling a gleaming glass vessel into the distance. Ye cast a disgruntled glance at Batla, whose eyes gleamed with fluorescent light from channeling his superpower. If only he had done this sooner. To intimidate that naval officer, he even resorted to enhancing his power with a reflective mirror? How utterly absurd. The crashing waves thundered against the sea, while Batla, seemingly engrossed in navigating the glass ship, offered no response, absorbed in his task. Crocodile, cigar in mouth, stood at the edge of the deck, observing the relentless rise and fall of the waves with a gaze laced with bewilderment. Hey, your ability should belong to the paramecia type, right? Judging by this glass ship, could it be a glass fruit? Perhaps not entirely accurate, but such control over the sea is surely beyond the capabilities of a paramecia fruit. Is it not? Batla, engrossed and unperturbed, remained silent, challenging them to guess. Should they be correct, he would reveal the truth at that moment. The call of the seagull caught the attention of the three. It circled and landed on the ship. Adorned with a white hat, a thick roll of newspaper hanging from its neck, and a money pouch. One of the news hawks from the World Economic News Agency, an employee of Morgan. A newsbird. How delightful. Let me see how the world government has crafted my alleged crimes. Crocodile murmured as he extracted a bill from his pocket and placed it into the bird's pouch, retrieving a copy of the day's newspaper in return. The transaction complete, the newsbird politely flapped its wings and took flight. Under the new era's unfolding, the four emperors have gathered. As he unfurled the newspaper, the headline jolted Crocodile, causing his brow to furrow. The dawn of a new era? The gathering of the four emperors. How is it that this does not concern me? Not rushing to delve into the headline's content, he skimmed over the remaining titles. The historic clash at the arrival of Shiki on the Moby Dick. The Conqueror's hockey tearing through the skies. The Navy headquarters operations, with the heroic admiral leading the charge. War or alliance. The beasts facing off against Big Mom across the sea. Each headline struck Crocodile's nerves, his previously indifferent gaze now trembling with agitation. What on earth is happening in these waters? In just a few days during my imprisonment, what transpired? Ye settled onto his shoulder, beaming as she remarked, times have changed. Impel down is not your final destination. This vast ocean, soon to be stirred by tumultuous waves, is your stage. Keep watching. This newspaper will help illuminate the tides of the in silence. Crocodile turned his attention to the content of the headline. 1 minute, 3 minutes. His eyes quivered with intensity as he continued to read. Following the headline were other articles. Each word, each punctuation mark scrutinized with utmost seriousness, but a quarter of an hour later, he exhaled deeply. Gazing out at the ocean ahead, gripping the newspaper tightly on the surface, he appeared calm, yet within him raged a fierce fire, ambition fervently growing. Haha! Suddenly, tranquility shattered as Crocodile's maniacal laughter echoed across the skies. Unable to contain his excitement any longer. The spirit, a brand new fourth-tier contract spirit. How splendid! The vast ocean should indeed harbor infinite possibilities. Skya Island, king of the skies, another supreme throne has emerged, heralding the grand feast of the strong. This time, I shall seize greatness for myself, standing at the pinnacle by the name of Crocodile. Proclaiming his resolution, Crocodile stretched his hand towards the heavens, as if to touch the throne of the king of the skies. Ahem, a commendable determination indeed. Yi teased his earlobe adorned with golden earrings, her voice ethereal. External forces, merely a crutch needed by the weak. Your meticulous plotting of the underworld king may, one day, prove less potent than your own basic attack. Yes, look ahead. The future of the sea knows no bounds. After imparting her motivational words, Yi suddenly paused, contemplating if future powers can obliterate islands with a mere basic attack. Wouldn't this world be in chaos? Hey you, this is a serious matter. Make time to discuss it with him. Don't truly let the world you've come to view as a backyard fall apart. Manual iteration? How ridiculous! Received. The motivational speech was well received by Crocodile, who remained grounded. He glanced at Yi. Basic attack? You mean a casual strike, right? Haha. After harnessing the power of spirits, the strength of peak warriors will undoubtedly amplify significantly, yet relying solely on the spirit system alone will not suffice. The spirit of Skya Island. The deeper meaning behind your words makes me even more eager to learn about the system following the spirits. What else lies in wait? Care to divulge any hints? Perhaps not, Yi replied with a smile, ignoring Crocodile's eager gaze as she soared into the air, positioning herself before him, their eyes level, because it is the unknown that breeds anticipation, is it not? Now, let us focus on the present. The future of the sea will be fraught with peril, with fierce battles between various factions. The four emperors? As the new system unfolds, strength may not guarantee supremacy. Even a moment of lag could lead to a fall from grace. Thus, it is time to make a choice, Mr. Crocodile. Oh, his cold gaze narrowed. He drawled, scrutinizing Yi. A choice, you say? When you decided to rescue me, was this so-called choice already prepared? This is not about repaying a debt of gratitude. Yi interjected. If you wish to venture forth alone, your resolve must remain unshakable. We have no interest in imposing our will upon others. We will allow you to leave, parting ways for now, and when we meet again, we can calmly exchange aspirations to reminisce over drinks. Therefore, would you care to hear my next proposal? Crocodile fell silent, gazing out at the vast ocean, feeling a deep sense of confusion. The notion of seizing power for oneself versus wandering alone or traveling with companions seemed to present no insurmountable contradiction. Choosing not to respond means I shall take it as your acquiescence. Without giving the conflicted figure a chance to react, Yi continued, the system of the 7 warlords of the sea is quite appealing. It has a certain ring to it. Thus, we wish for it to endure, standing as a formidable mountain to deter ambitious souls from rising. Yet this king does not refer to the navy or the world government, nor does it denote Shiki, who has ascended to the throne of the king of the skies, but rather to a hidden existence. One who alone embodies the true essence of king in this world. Who is he? Crocodile's eyes narrowed, sensing the undercurrents of intrigue. Could such a powerful figure truly exist in the shadows? A mysterious entity, the legitimate king of the world. Who could it possibly be? Well, don't rush. I will grant you 3 more moments to ponder. Once I utter the next words, you shall have no choice left. Join or be erased from memory. Ye's demeanor turned grave as she regarded Crocodile, her seriousness indicating that what she was about to reveal would be of utmost significance, not meant for outside ears. Erased from memory. Ha. Clearing his thoughts, Crocodile chuckled lightly. What a dire consequence. Therefore, I must respectfully decline. Let such an entity remain behind the scenes. I refuse to be subservient to anyone, neither Whitebeard nor him. What a pity! It seems you are even more resolute than Shiki, that why he made no further attempt to persuade him. Everyone has their own aspirations, and she would let him be. No need to gather every likable individual under her banner. Shiki? Why does he suddenly come into play? The unexpected name piqued Crocodile's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. What connection does he have with this? Are you implying that Shiki has chosen to join you? Surely, that is a grand jest. He is the reigning king upon the throne of the king of the skies, a legendary pirate with ambitions to conquer the world. Hi. Ye casually agreed, not wishing to engage in a debate, leaving a safety net for Shiki's title of the king of the skies. How dismissive. Crocodile found Ye's attitude somewhat infuriating. Hey, those who once looked down on me have all been reduced to mere husks by my hand. You ought to give me a proper answer. Oh, intimidation. Is it? Batla finally shifted his focus from piloting the glass ship, keenly observing Crocodile. Young one, I could easily take your life in 3 strikes. Care to test that? With a resounding thud, Yi smacked his forehead and cast an exasperated glance at Batla. You really can't control yourself, can you? Striking everyone 3 times. Do you not recall who was left howling in pain from a thunderous punch last time? TSK, why bring that up now? Batla fell silent, gazing skyward, realizing he had misplaced his trust. Amongst the tools, it seemed the first generation was indeed more favored. Curious to know? Very well. I can enlighten you, but the price is that you must nominally submit to Shurji. Becoming one of his peripheral members, You can't mean Shurji, can you? Crocodile's gaze hardened, his mind racing. Peripheral members? Though incredulous, he acknowledged that Shurji was also a peripheral member. Gwaha, nominal submission? I accept. Ye's spirits lifted as he replied. Though the outcome diverges slightly, it matters not. A Shurji's envoy. A rough approximation suffices. Envoy, the unfamiliar title confirmed Crocodile's suspicions. Shurji, the newly crowned king of the skies, had indeed allied himself with that enigmatic figure who remained shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Shurji agreed to bear the title of envoy in exchange for aid, ultimately achieving success on Skya Island and earning the honor of king of the skies. The truth is thus? Crocodile exclaimed in astonishment, pondering deeply before inquiring. Are you suggesting that the first to discover Skya Island was actually him? That Shurji was merely thrust into the limelight, basking in glory because he concealed himself behind the scenes? Ah, your intellect is commendable. Your guess is nearly spot on. Gwaha. With Ye's affirmation, Crocodile found himself bewildered by the world. How could one relinquish such supreme glory so readily? It appeared he truly had no desire to vie for dominion over the world, transcending it instead, observing the shifting tides of the ocean's rulers, overlooking the passage of time, and viewing the world as a chessboard, with all as mere pawns. What grand ambitions! Batla! Yi called forth, instructing him to tear a portion of Laxus's life paper and hand it to Crocodile. Shurji's situation is unique. He has contracted with a divine beast-level spirit, AS for you. Seek them out, that if the divine beast is no more, you may freely choose a semi-divine spirit, and when you eventually subdue a divine beast with your own strength, you may exchange it. Gwaha! With another gasp of surprise, Crocodile felt a growing resilience. The notion of granting a divine beast was unsettling. The claim of a divine beast-level spirit returning to nature now raised significant doubts. Was it not still under his control? Ah, how you may speculate is entirely up to you. Yi shrugged nonchalantly, concluding with a cryptic warning. For our mutual benefit, let its existence remain confined to the ears of those in the know. Ah, this shocking revelation that could rattle the world. I am well aware. Crocodile clenched the life paper tightly, his emotions roiling. The spirit that many desperately sought was merely a choice he had made. And upon his liberation, he successfully reserved one. Such is the unpredictable nature of fate. In the new world, in the rain sea, dark clouds loomed overhead. Beneath the dim sky, 2 massive fleets faced each other across the sea. The cold sea breeze stirring turbulent waves, the howling winds underscoring a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Lingling, times have changed. We can certainly return to our former selves. Pirate King, as long as you agree to ally with me. The red coordinates in my possession are yours that I, however, now prefer the title of King of the Skies. So let's form an alliance, towering in stature, crowned with dragon horns, with long black hair cascading over his bare, tattooed torso. Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, boomed with his deep, commanding voice, silencing the roaring winds as he proclaimed his offer of alliance. Big Mom here. So what if times have changed? In my quest to become the ruler of the world and claim the title of Pirate King, I have no need to ally with anyone. I will defeat you and rightfully seize the road signs text. What you offer is nothing but charity. Today, all of the beasts are on my turf. An alliance is impossible. If you seek to diminish your rivals before the feast arrives, then come. Until we determine a victor, whoever retreats first is the coward. Charlotte Lingling, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, known for single-handedly establishing an entire pirate crew. With a bounty of 4.388 billion berries, aspired to reign as the queen of the world on her path to sovereignty, she would never rely on outsiders, not even someone as formidable as Kaido. Lingling, with the alliance proposal rebuffed, Kaido's resolute expression faltered slightly. I am not here to provoke or incite war. Do you not understand? The sky and the sea are two realms. Our dreams do not conflict. Let us join forces. Together, as two emperors, we can achieve greatness. Silence. If you cannot comprehend human speech, let my blade provide the answer. The Spear of Elbaf, Chapter 48. The call to action if you cannot comprehend human speech. Let my blade provide the answer. The Spear of Elbaf. An alliance. Big Mom's royal stature forbids her from forming alliances, even with another emperor. Growing weary of verbal exchanges, she removed her pink pirate hat, transforming it into a long sword, channeling her immense strength, surpassing even giants, into the blade. Great nation. With a colossal slash, she unleashed a staggering wave of energy that surged forward with astounding speed, parting the sea in its wake. An unparalleled force. In the next moment, the vast, sweeping strike approached Kaido at lightning speed and his fellow emperors. Such an attack was met with equal ferocity. He gripped his massive kanabo, lightning coiling around it, prepared to counter. Thunderbot wa boom! The clash of the two emperors erupted, their formidable attacks colliding, sending gusts of wind sweeping across the battlefield, affecting the crews on both sides. Those of lesser strength struggled to maintain their footing against the residual force, while the frontline warriors stood firm against the onslaught, braving the fierce winds and resisting the suffocating pressure without yielding an inch. What a farce! With both sides locked in a standoff, standing defiantly against the wind bolstered their captain's pride, that is called human sentiment. Should anyone falter, it would only embolden their opponents, that is termed accident. No matter how uncomfortable, they must endure. That is the ways of the world. Jean Katakuri, the vice admiral level presence, faced the storm without a hint of concern. Across the sea, their eyes were locked onto one another, aware that should the situation deteriorate, they would become primary targets to be vanquished. After the initial clash, as the residual waves dissipated, the tumultuous sea hovered in uncertainty between the two factions, unsure of which side to favor, ultimately settling into a calm amidst the chaos. Far in the distance, a Navy vessel braved the tumultuous waves, swaying precariously on the surface. Inside, the Marines tasked with monitoring the two emperors exchanged anxious glances, relieved to have survived the onslaught of residual energy. Such distance had nearly proven insufficient to withstand the clash of emperors. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The negotiations between the beasts and Big Mom seemed to have collapsed, leading to a fierce confrontation. The cause and outcome remain unclear. We shall continue to observe, awaiting further developments. Within the ship's cabin, a Marine responsible for liaising with headquarters relayed the events with unwavering determination etched upon his face. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Admiral's Office, should any anomalies arise, abandon your mission immediately. Your safety is paramount, Sengoku instructed before ending the call, quickly jotting down certain notes. Raising his gaze, his wise eyes were clouded with concern for the future. Strollo Berry has just reported that the Spirit of Skya Island and the Divine Beast Contractor have raided Navy vessels, rescuing the world criminal crocodile, while concurrently, a conflict has erupted between the two emperors. The era of turmoil has undoubtedly arrived. Can the Navy maintain its dominion over the seas? With a heavy sigh, Sengoku felt as if years had been added to his life. Weary and worn out in just a few days, had the divine beast contractor emerged. The artist Batla. On the upper left of the desk lay a former bounty notice, quietly displayed. Batla's bounty notice, boasting a staggering 473 million berries. And there was also Zifa, truly a tumultuous season, as Zhonghua gazed wearily out of the window. He beheld the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds that, in a fleeting moment, one cloud appeared to transform into a figure cloaked in the garb of justice, seemingly whispering secrets to him. Alas, separated by vast distances, he could discern nothing, and ultimately, that ethereal form dissipated amidst the shifting clouds that, in a space of resplendent whiteness, 17 orbs of various hues shimmered above, arranged in a circular formation, slowly rotating and coalescing into a lengthy passageway leading to the shadow of another world, gradually siphoning its essence. Beneath the multicolored halo, a bottle marked with 100 gradations stood silently, drawing in strands of world power, which settled at the bottom. To date, the total amount of essence plundered from the realm of spirits remained modest, insufficient to cover the entire base of the vessel. With a hum, the space trembled, and the thought form of Li Shu gradually materialized. "You have arrived," echoed its voice, cold and ethereal, within the white expanse. "Yes, I've been neglectful," Li Shu replied with a faint smile, offering a soft greeting to the omnipresent consciousness of the world. "You called upon me. Is there something of great importance?" The entity, perplexed by Li Shu's amusement, cut straight to the chase. As the conversation turned serious, Li Shu's smile waned slightly, and he pointed to the graduated bottle, asking earnestly, "I have a matter I failed to clarify last time. The essence contained within, acquired from the external world, must it be fully amassed before it can be utilized? You wish to use it?" The entity's voice held a hint of confusion, yet it responded affirmatively to no. It need not be completely filled. "Although I am uncertain why you inquired about this, I can assure you that the essence accrued due to your abilities grants you absolute rights of usage." Oh, Li Shu elongated the sound, a subtle smile gracing his lips, surprised by the definitive answer. "Rest assured, the plundered essence will only fully merge with me, restoring and enhancing the upper limits of this world once it has left this space and been utilized. Furthermore, the indices of increased gradations will not reset after usage. Our cooperation is equitable and just, with gains and losses remaining parallel and unaffected by each other." A light laugh escaped Li Shu, feeling quite pleased. The notion of mutual non-interference brought him great satisfaction. "That I firmly believe that our collaboration will endure in a manner that benefits us both. That I share your conviction, my ally." The entity's voice resonated with a tone of resolution, affirming Li Shu's sentiment. Then, with a hearty laugh, Li Shu waved his hand towards the graduated bottle, drawing the world essence into his palm, forming a peculiar transparent substance. "I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again." As the thought form began to dissipate, the white space quivered gently, and information regarding the utilization of the world essence flooded into Li Shu's mind, prompting an unexpected him to escape his lips. In the courtyard, Li Shu lay languidly on a chair, his eyebrows twitching as he opened his brilliantly radiant eyes. He raised his hand, and the transparent ball of essence came into view. TSK, the method of usage is rather simple and straightforward. As thoughts flitted through his mind, he willed the transparent orb to rise from his palm, letting it drift to the ground beside him. Upon contact, it transformed into fine threads that merged into the earth. Chapter 49. The startled lion. A gentle breeze stirred, sweeping through the courtyard and across the entire island. The grass and trees swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound, serving as Li Shu's eyes and ears as he observed the marvelous transformations brought about by the infusion of world essence. At the coastline, the sea crashed against the rocky shore, submerging and revealing the rocks in a rhythmic dance. Boom, boom, boom. In a certain part of the island, a young man adorned with twin leaf-like sprouts atop his head pounded against a massive tree, training his physique as usual. With another fist strike against the trunk, the tree that ought to have splintered under the force remained steadfast, merely exploding a portion of its bark, accompanied by the youth's astonished exclamation. The gentle breeze swept towards a nearby valley. Put in more effort. After gathering a cartload of stones, today's quota will be fulfilled. Roaring, over 20 robust men, bare-chested and wielding tools for quarrying, labored sweatily to strike the massive boulder encircled by them. Clang, crack! Suddenly, a nearly intact stone tool shattered, narrowly avoiding injuring their lower backs. What? My newly purchased tool. How infuriating! Did old Gitchy sell me a defective one? Mine broke too. Me as well. As the breeze brushed past them, offering a refreshing apology, it continued its journey to other locales, witnessing myriad changes before returning to tranquility in the courtyard. Absorbing the feedback, Li Shu chuckled knowingly, confirming the current state of the island infused with world essence. Size has increased, and the hardness of the foliage and stones has multiplied several times. He murmured contentedly, nodding that as long as we persist in plundering world essence and disseminating it across the globe, over the years, the seas will become vaster, the skies loftier, and the earth sturdier. With the limits of endurance continuously elevated to that point, we can present various power systems without hesitation, enhancing the strength of the world's inhabitants. The future is promising. The changes wrought by a mere ball of world essence infused throughout the island were already remarkable. Ishu gazed intently at the sky, his thoughts reaching the backyard, where 108 seeds of Zampakuto had broken through the earth, their tender green shoots thriving. Sensing a presence, they swayed in response. Pouting 1T help. After drinking my blood for so long, you are no longer mere seeds. Be patient. The hunting party has yet to return. As his thoughts withdrew, Li Shu chuckled, reassuring them while his heart brimmed with anticipation. Once this experiment validated his speculations on how to effectively construct the phantom of a world, he would plant them in abundance, reaping vast quantities of world essence to fortify the resilience of the pirate world, ensuring it could withstand the tumult he intended to unleash on the Red Earth continent. This vast expanse, intersecting with the Grand Line, today welcomed two unexpected guests. Hahahaha. A robust figure with a mane of golden lion hair, Shiki floated above the majestic Red Earth continent, emitting a defiant laugh. What a waste! The most expansive continent, aside from a minuscule part atop the mountains inhabited by world parasites, was largely unsuitable for human settlement. Rather than remain here, forgotten by the world, let it serve as a cornerstone for the new era, fulfilling its value and contributing to the impending feast. The two stood side by side in midair, and after Shiki proclaimed his declaration, he cast a challenging glance at Laxus. Hey, our second confrontation was halted. It is unbefitting for comrades to clash to the death. Let us have a competition instead. With his gaze fixed upon the Red Earth continent, Laxus comprehended the implication. They would unleash their strongest attacks, and the one who shattered the larger area, deeper into the ground, would be the victor. Sounds good. Ha. This time, I've been reborn. The victor will surely be me. Shouting out his determination, the emblem of Solgaleo glimmered on Shiki's forehead, and in an instant, he entered his combined form, draped in a white divine robe with golden trim at the collar and cuffs. His physique was elongated and well-defined, muscles sculpted like a lion's. His golden mane was dyed platinum, flowing elegantly down to his ankles. Ankles? Yes. After merging with Solgaleo, Shiki's prosthetic legs were replaced with powerful lion-like limbs, their toes as dark as ink, reflecting a gem-like luster. Behind him unfolded a cosmic phenomenon, exuding a vast and mysterious aura. Sunrise mode. With a deep breath, Shiki activated his second transformation, a radiant yet gentle golden light enveloping his entire being. The divine robe and flowing golden hair were endowed with special effects, transforming into liquid gold, trailing brilliant afterimages as he moved. Within the cosmic phenomenon, an eye that seemed capable of perceiving the essence of the world slowly opened. Nearby, Laxus, having silently entered his combined state and activated the effects of the reverse scale skill, gazed at Shiki with envy. This appearance was far more impressive than his own armor. Who doesn't have special effects? 3 distinctly layered, sci-fi-esque engines suddenly illuminated, emitting dazzling blue halos, enhancing the visual splendor of his armor. Ha. Attracted by Laxus's movements, Shiki looked toward him with a hearty laugh. the third eye within the cosmic phenomenon revealing a curious glint. Eager to uncover the truth of his companion, the mysterious eye of the starry sky fell upon Laxus, and after a brief moment, Shiki's heart quaked as he exclaimed in astonishment 3 times. He had seen something, an immense power concealed within Laxus, a power that left him awestruck. He beheld a new crystal core formed by the amalgamation of 2 forces, within which resided a terrifying dragon of thunder. Deeper still, he glimpsed a figure that made the starry eye tremble violently. Oh, the third eye of Solgaleo has its merits. It even allowed you to glimpse my existence. Peeping is hardly a commendable habit. Within the starry eyes, that figure gently raised a finger and pointed into the void. An overwhelming aura of death surged through the eyes and enveloped Shiki in an instant, in the midst of endless terror. The starry eyes automatically closed, and the biting cold finally began to dissipate. How could this be possible? In disbelief, the profound shock compelled Shiki to exclaim, "How could such a formidable individual exist in this world?" Merely a distant gesture, an indescribable terror had utterly shattered his fighting spirit. Unmatched, an absolute being of unparalleled strength. "What is the matter with you?" Laxus looked at Shiki with curiosity, observing the tremors that racked Shiki's uncontrollable form. Ignoring Laxus, Shiki's mind was a blank slate. He had not registered Laxus's concerned inquiry. It took him 2 or 3 minutes to gradually regain his composure from the overwhelming fear. With a heavy sigh, he reopened the starry eyes, yet dared not continue to gaze upon Laxus. His confidence had suffered a grievous blow, and Shiki's eyes dimmed as he gazed at the sky, his voice trembling as he asked, "Laxus, regarding that individual, Chapter 50, Shattered. Laxus, about that person, his strength, could you perhaps enlighten me? Just now, I faced the greatest setback of my life. If you cannot provide me with even a modicum of solace." I might. Shiki's heart quaked with trepidation. His confidence had been pulverized by the despairing might of that individual, leaving an indelible shadow in the depths of his soul. Though Laxus was unaware of what had transpired, he recognized Shiki's current fragile state. If he did not intervene, Shiki might spiral into a deep abyss of self-doubt. "That fellow, I fear you may mock me for this, but when I first obtained the thunder fruit, it fused entirely with my source of power. Transforming into an overwhelming force, I was engulfed by the sensation of rapidly ascending strength, caught in the delusion of I am the strongest. After being granted permission, I had the opportunity to engage with him. The fusion of the thunder fruit and the source of power refers to that crystal core. You fell into a state of delusion, did you?" I experienced something similar. A flicker of insight crossed Shiki's mind as he quietly listened. Upon hearing that Laxus had once challenged that individual, he was instantly taken aback, eagerly pressing for more. What was the outcome of that confrontation? A self-deprecating laugh escaped Laxus as he glanced at Shiki, replying candidly, "Defeat. A resounding defeat. My most transcendent strike was ultimately rated as 7 leaves of power. Hahaha." Shiki fell silent, the echo of Laxus's melancholic laughter resonating in his ears. Though he did not understand what 7 leaves of power entailed, it seemed to suggest that the individual had not taken the encounter seriously, offering a teasingly trivial assessment. "Is that enough? You look utterly lost. I might hazard a guess as to why you seek information about him. It must be that I of his, due to my unique nature, it has glimpsed things that ought not to be probed. Hence your dismay. Am I correct?" Placing a hand on Shiki's shoulder, Laxus suddenly felt a kinship born of shared suffering, gently patting him as he continued. "There is no need for that. We ought not to measure ourselves against his heights. In the days to come, let us diligently grasp the myriad new systems of power, striving to enhance ourselves as much as possible, closing the gap between us bit by bit. I firmly believe that in due time, we shall both grow to a level that commands his respect, and then, with a mighty swing of our fists, we shall make him aware that the once weak selves now possess the strength to contend with him." The thunderous roar of dragons filled the skies, and the lion's roar echoed through the earth. United, we shall press him down and rub his face in the dirt, avenging the indignities we once suffered. Listening to Laxus's words of encouragement, Shiki's shattered confidence slowly began to mend. As he attempted to speak, the image of Jekyll flickered, a flash of emerald light erupting from within Yi, arriving through the elven emblem as a bridge. Descended from Bartla, upon her appearance, Yi elongated her tone, glancing at Shurji. You are quite brave, daring to peer into him through the third eye of Solgaleo. That must have been quite harrowing. Chattering away, she flitted around Shurji before landing on Laxus' shoulder. Continuing, you seem to have recovered well. Did you counsel him? What else could I do? Rolling his eyes, Laxus chose to ignore her, having just frightened Shurji into such a state, only to have her return with her sardonic remarks. The third eye of Solgaleo, Shurji, slightly recovering, silently observed Yi, suspicion dancing in his eyes. Having already doubted her very existence, coupled with the information she just mentioned, how could he not question her connection to that individual? Ha! A low, deep laugh escaped Shurji as he cast another keen glance at Yi, then turned to Laxus. Power is the foundation of all. Until one reaches a certain height, some questions should remain buried deep within. Hey, Laxus, let's resume our previous contest. Allow me to see how I measure up against you in relation to the 7 leaves of power. Have you recovered? Very well, to ensure you fully grasp the disparity. I shall exert my utmost effort. And Yi, pay close attention, for I too have undergone significant change. After the brief interlude, the two returned to the matter at hand. Laxus readily assented, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of lightning as they swept over Yi. Roar! The shadow of the thunder dragon materialized, unleashing a soul-shattering roar as it opened its maw, releasing a flurry of 300 magical crystal spheres imbued with golden and blue lightning. Forbidden magic, divine roar of thunder. 300 interlaced magical crystals soared into the sky. Dragon Slayer's ultimate move, a soft utterance, and the magical crystals above erupted with a thunderous explosion, transforming into colossal magical arrays that enveloped the heavens above. Simultaneously, the shadow of the thunder dragon flapped its mighty wings, emerging from within, revealing a fearsome dragon head, contracted spirit, shadow clone. In the next instant, from the remaining 299 magical arrays, dragon heads simultaneously emerged. Overwhelming enhancement, the flowing armed color of Haki surged into the magical arrays, augmenting the offensive capabilities of each dragon head. Combination technique, a thunderous roar, as the sci-fi engine apparatus on Laxus' back ignited with dazzling blue light, illuminating the armored figure of Laxus, exuding an imposing presence. Black forbidden. The Thunder Dragon God's 300-fold impact. Suddenly, the sky resonated with a cacophony of dragon roars, reminiscent of a dragon's lair, as the magical arrays blazed brilliantly. Whoosh, 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 300 thunder dragons surged forth, coalescing in midair, 300 merging into 100, 110. When only 10 remained, completing their final fusion under the sunlight, the corporeal dragon scales refracted blinding light. As if it had taken on a physical form. Roar. It unleashed a roar, as the conqueror's Haki erupted alongside the dragon's roar, generating a dense, viscous dragon might that compressed the air, producing an unbearable cracking sound, forcefully suppressing the sky above. Here, Shurji, who was brewing his strongest strike, was awestruck by the overwhelming dragon might, rendered momentarily speechless as he allowed the powerful wind pressure from the Thunder Dragon God to envelop him, his eyes bulging in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. This sense of oppression. Hey, this is too much. Such a formidable strike, and it merely garnered a 7-leaf evaluation. I concede I acknowledge my defeat. May I forfeit half? Shurji's recently restored confidence was once again shattered into a million pieces. Chapter 51. Culinary Cells. Witnessing Laxus unleash his black forbidden ultimate move, Shurji resolved to raise the white flag, silently dissipating the power he had intended to unleash in the form of the Lion King's might. Sunlight spiraled beneath the firmament. Monster! You are the true monster, are you not? Had you unleashed this strike upon me back then, resistance would have been futile. It would be better to embrace death and despair. Perhaps that would lead to a more peaceful end, with the sunrise mode deactivated and the fusion state lifted. Shurji found himself devoid of any desire to compete. He silently watched as the Thunder Dragon God barreled toward the Red Earth continent. Crack, crack. Before the attack even landed, the extreme wind pressure struck the red Earth continent, which had endured the ravages of time. Now unable to withstand the pressure, fissures began to appear upon its surface. Puff! The Thunder Dragon God soared through, unimpeded, creating a massive hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Compression, expansion, explosion, boom! A thunderous sound resonated within the red Earth continent, causing it to shake violently as countless fissures emerged, radiating golden and blue light, the brightness intensifying until it engulfed everything, obscuring the vision of the three. Boom! Buzzed in a moment, a cataclysmic explosion of light erupted, sending countless colossal fragments hurtling into the sky. The sound reverberated like thunder, rendering Shiki momentarily deaf. Amidst the buzzing cacophony, he stared blankly at the mountain that had been instantaneously vaporized. His pupils trembling in shock, a shockwave akin to a nuclear blast followed closely, propelling him backward several meters before he regained his footing. The sea recoiled, unleashing towering waves that surged deep into the ocean. At that instant, Shiki was profoundly shaken. After losing his hearing, he was rendered speechless once more. He looked up to behold a concave landscape on the red Earth continent, marred as if pierced through. No, Shiki realized he was gazing at the red Earth continent, and although the impact from Laxus was astonishing, it was far from sufficient to breach the continent. He had dismissed the approaching shockwave and swiftly darted to Shiki's side, urging, "You've come back to your senses that if you do not gather the enormous fragments in the sky, they will plummet into the SEAD. Oh, not squander Laxus's efforts. After all, what?" Shiki snapped back to reality. Following Yes' gaze toward Laxus, his astonishment, he saw an abnormal flush on Laxus' face. His eyes dimmed, and his chest heaving violently, clearly exhausted. Words escaped him. He felt an overwhelming frustration, wishing to seize Laxus by the collar and yell. "Is it really necessary? Did you have to exhaust all your strength for this blow, plunging yourself into such a weakened state, and in turn, crushing my spirit? Is it truly necessary?" Huh. Struggling to calm his tumultuous emotions, Shiki braved the residual shockwaves as he ascended toward the sky, preparing to collect their target. Gasping heavily, Laxus, still fatigued, looked toward pondering what kind of assessment he could possibly offer. "Though, why bother?" Sighed and shook his head. "Very well. I shall respect your will.as for the assessment. What I mean is this. When your casual strikes possess such power in your normal state, be prepared to meet me. Considering this is your first formal challenge, I shall only use one hand. If you can push me back even a step, that will be your victory." Laxus Dolier, are you even listening? In the courtyard, the saying goes, a soldier's absence for 3 days merits a fresh perspective. Through Yes' eyes, witnessing the devastation wrought by Laxus' ultimate strike, Li Shu's lips curled into a smile of satisfaction. The child has worked hard, pushing himself to such extremes merely to unleash the most brilliant strike and earn a new evaluation. Yet he still has far to go to truly be acknowledged by me. Standing before me, merely having the strength of one strike is still insufficient. When your casual strikes in your normal state can match this level of power, then we shall talk that time. I shall remain stationary, facing you with one hand. If you can push me back even a step, that will mark your true moment of rising. Press on, young Thunder Dragon. I eagerly await your future." Synchronizing his thoughts with from afar, Li Shu dedicated his utmost attention to the situation while his remaining energy focused on his contemplations. Culinary cells? Once the planting of the soul-cutting blade is successful and I verify the feasibility of my conjectures regarding the construction of the world's phantom, I can fully devote myself to the planning of the Origin Realm's power that I can use this system as a transition. As long as one eats, one will grow stronger. This is a long-term accumulation process. I can cultivate and release it into the ocean first. But the culinary cells originate from the work gourmet captor, and their design stems from a deep-sea creature known as the phantom jellyfish. Discovered and utilized by the god of cuisine, once implanted in the human body, the cells become activated, allowing individuals to strengthen their powers while enjoying gourmet food, gradually surpassing the limits of humanity. Demons. The culinary cells reside in the human body in the form of demons. When sufficiently strong, they could even escape the body. This setting, forget it. Point 1 devil fruit is enough. let us purely focus on enhancing physical attributes. What demons, what culinary skills, what underworld, the consumption and regeneration of all things. Let us simplify it all. Hey, we're not at that stage yet. The ocean cannot withstand destruction. A watered-down version is best if the setting is too elaborate. One careless misstep could open a cross-dimensional portal, attracting those inhuman entities capable of extinguishing stars at will. With the form and effect of existence determined, the next question arose: what method should be employed for release? Li Shu fell into contemplation, various methods flashing through his mind, leaving him momentarily indecisive. However, that was of no concern. Time was abundant, and he could ponder it at his leisure. Days later, several days had passed and Shurji had caused the world to plunge into panic through the highest-profile announcement at the Navy headquarters. The sea roiled with tumultuous winds as various factions gathered, preparing for the ensuing chaos that demanded a powerful force to instill fear once more. The crocodile's coup had failed, resulting in his removal from the title of Shichibukai by the world government and navy. Yet, before the dawn of a new chapter, such audacity from one of the 7 warlords was bound to inspire similarly reckless thoughts among the others. To admonish the rest to behave and to recruit new powerful allies to fill the void. The Navy headquarters had issued a summons several days prior, demanding all active Shichibukai to convene at the Holy Land. However, not long ago, Myriad suddenly experienced an unexpected tremor, the cause of which remained unknown. To ensure the safety of the world nobles, the meeting location was hastily moved to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 52, Self-Recommendation. Marineford. In the spacious and well-lit conference room, a large round table occupied the center. Sengoku, donning a seagull military hat, sat at the head, flanked by Admiral Tsuru and 4 other Marine generals. He interlaced his fingers atop the table, his authoritative gaze fixed upon the 6 figures before him. Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria. Originally indifferent to the Navy summons, these 6 pirates had all unexpectedly answered the call to Marineford, the very birthplace of this era. Having missed the significant events of that fateful evening, their hearts surged as they arrived, still feeling as though they were bearing witness to the opening of a new era. With a chuckle, Doflamingo, clad in a pink feathered coat and sunglasses, lounged at the table, emitting a rebellious and distinctive laughter that enveloped the room with an undeniable aura of strength, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Sengoku, the gears of time are turning once more. The curtain raised by the Pirate King Roger is poised to rise again, stirred by the throne in the sky and the emergence of new spirits. Does the Navy still possess the strength to quell the waves of this new era? Doflamingo's laughter echoed with urgency as he continued. This call to gather us is merely a pretext, is it not? The matter of Crocodile is but a spark, while the discussions of successors blatantly reveal that the Navy is gradually losing its grip over the seas. The world is on the brink of a double king era. Sengoku remained silent in response. Tsuru, as Sengoku's longtime rival who had often interacted with Doflamingo, took the initiative to speak. Do not underestimate the Navy's determination and strength to exert pressure across the seas. In the past, the Navy headquarters was primarily focused on maintaining the balance of the world. The very existence of the Shichibukai system was designed to create a buffer zone between pirates and the Navy, a fact well understood by all present. Now, as the seas approach a period of chaos, Doflamingo and the others, should you fail to fulfill this mission, or if you overtly side with the pirates, the outdated system unsuited for this era will inevitably meet its demise. At that time, the Navy will actively shatter this long-maintained equilibrium, allowing the world to endure a brief period of turmoil that we will deploy all forces into the new world to eradicate all pirate factions. Do not question the Navy's resolve. Having all weathered storms, Doflamingo laughed boisterously, glancing at Tsuru, whose demeanor was calm and composed, a hint of trepidation flickering in the eyes hidden behind sunglasses, memories of being pursued by her flooded back. And he decided to show her some respect. Indeed, you speak the truth. Moria, towering at nearly 7 meters, resembling a demon, joined the conversation. I do not wish to lose the advantageous title of Shichibukai until I fulfill my revenge against a specific individual. I will choose to obey the Navy's orders. The battlefield is where I truly belong, provided the Navy does not hinder my efforts to gather more powerful shadows and corpses for the stability of the world. I am duty-bound. The sea hero Jinbei's unwavering stance was as noble as the clouds above. With a haughty snort, Hancock, often lauded as the world's most beautiful woman, displayed a disdainful demeanor, remarking, "Even if I obstinately refuse the Navy's request, I shall be forgiven, for my beauty is simply unparalleled." Kuma, sitting upright with a composed demeanor, nodded slightly. Beside him, Mihawk cast a fleeting glance at the notoriously unreasonable Pirate Empress, and, with his noble attire, returned his gaze, speaking calmly. "My original intention for joining remains unchanged. Should the Navy's request pique my interest, I shall gladly offer my services." As the declarations concluded, Sengoku, with a nasal tone, nodded thoughtfully and transitioned the topic, stating, "Crocodile has been removed. A position among the 7 warlords is now vacant. Let us begin discussions on suitable candidates for succession." Maynard, a muscular rear admiral, had been quietly listening and, upon hearing Sengoku's cue, promptly picked up a stack of bounty notices and began distributing them to the 6 individuals present. Each of these notorious pirates had carved their names into the annals of the sea. They could extend an invitation to one of them. Who do you believe would best cooperate with the Navy's endeavors? Just as Sengoku's words settled, a graceful voice permeated the air, causing all present to shift their expressions. In the midst of the Navy's stern atmosphere, an intruder had approached the marshal without a hint of detection from the various departments. In contrast to their surprise, Don Quixote da Flamingo and his associates were more intrigued by the prospect of the Navy's embarrassment. The Devil's Lieutenant, Lafitte, calmly, Vice Admiral Tsuru, fixed her gaze on the newcomer and named him. "Once a security officer, you became infamous for your brutal nature and excessive use of violence, leading to your expulsion. Have you come to invade the Navy headquarters to spend your remaining days in Impel Down? It is an honor that the esteemed Chief Advisor, Tsuru, knows my name," Lafitte replied, his demeanor exuding gentlemanly grace, twirling the black cane that served as his weapon. "And my sudden visit to the Navy headquarters is indeed a misstep. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Marshal Sengoku, you are discussing candidates for the new 7 warlords, are you not? Allow me to recommend a fitting candidate. Blackbeard, Sengoku, suppressing his rising anger, murmured in disbelief, his mind racing to recall the name that felt vaguely familiar. "Indeed, that is the name of our pirate cruise captain," Lafitte added with a serene smile. "Never heard of him?" Sengoku's narrowed eyes gazed toward the window as he continued. "A person of unknown origins cannot possibly intimidate other pirates." Before he could finish his sentence, Lafitte interrupted, tapping his cane against his palm. "I am well aware of this, that we're devising a comprehensive plan on our end, and it has already borne fruit. Our group is known as the Blackbeard Pirates, with Captain Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Please remember this." He. Doflamingo unleashed his powerful aura toward Lafitte, finding it amusing that even a nameless individual could exhibit such arrogance. "Remember? He. Though not possessing the Conqueror's haki, Lafitte felt a jolt of surprise under the immense pressure of Doflamingo's presence, yet maintained his composure, raising his hand to adjust his black hat, and smiling lightly. The moniker Nightmare was earned through effort. Our captain's previous covert operations were not suited for overt prominence. I believe that after this, Blackbeard's reputation will undoubtedly shake the seas. Hey, Sengoku, I suddenly find myself quite curious about the plan you claim has already succeeded. Perhaps you could share it with us?" Ignoring a rogue suggestion, Sengoku pondered for a moment before nodding, adhering to his own judgment. Chapter 53. Arrest on a certain expanse of ocean, a resplendent glass ship sailed forth, its captain standing tall at the helm, a cigar flickering in and out of view as he narrowed his indifferent eyes. Crocodile was infuriated. They actually left. Now I can relish my well-deserved vacation. Hey, I'll lend you these precious wind blades I've kept. With their power combined with the life paper in your possession, locating Shiki will merely be a matter of time. Thus, I shall depart, recalling recent memories. Crocodile clenched his cigar, fury boiling within him. He was in a mood to strike. Providing wind blades as a power source? Fine. Having life paper as a guide? No problem. But could you at least leave behind sufficient food and water? Gurgled tea that moment, his stomach audibly protested, and Crocodile's expression darkened. How many days had it been? He could scarcely recall how long it had been since he last ate. Marine Ford. Conference room what? Ace, my little brother. Jinbei slammed his palms on the table, astonished by the news he had just heard. Fire Fist Ace has been defeated and captured. He is being escorted near the Navy headquarters. Is Teach really so audacious as to request joining the 7 warlords as a token of allegiance? Does he not fear the retribution from the world's strongest? The whale shark fishman, adorned with the sun emblem on his chest and wearing wooden sandals, suddenly appeared before Lafitte, seizing his collar with his broad, light blue fish hands, baring his razor-sharp teeth as he demanded, "Where is he? Where's the pirate crew that is holding my brother Ace?" The sea hero Jinbei, faced with the grip of a fisherman whose strength surpassed that of a human tenfold. Lafitte felt cold sweat bead on his pallid face, yet his tone remained defiant. Renowned for his chivalry, your gallant spirit is indeed conspicuous in this setting. You wish to rescue Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Marshal Sengoku. His stance is concerning. Sengoku's expression darkened as he coldly fixed his gaze on Jinbei, sternly stating, 7 Warlord Jinbei, are you openly siding with pirates? I may overlook others, but Jinbei tightened his grip on Lafitte, his authoritative visage directed at Sengoku. Father is a benefactor to Fishman Island. I cannot stand idly by while his child falls into the hands of the Navy. The my sense of righteousness will not allow it. Taking advantage of Jinbei's momentary distraction, Lafitte unfurled a pair of pristine wings from his back, using his cane to leverage against the whale shark fishman's broad chest, escaping at the cost of a torn garment, and soared out of the window. Adjusting his hat, he jested lightly, "Father, Marshal Sengoku, you should understand the implications behind that title. Consider oneself a son of Whitebeard while being a warlord. What a character! He. Observing Jinbei's resolute stance, Doflamingo chuckled sinisterly. With such a character among us, it is indeed difficult to feel at ease. Sengoku, should we offer assistance? Capturing him now and detaining him would be preferable to later dealing with actions that tarnish the reputation of the 7 warlords. Moria's eyes glinted with greed as he rose from his chair. The shadow of the 7 warlords? I eagerly anticipate the formidable zombie subordinate it could provide me. Marshal, this individual is no longer fit to remain a warlord. Let us seize him together. Sengoku's face darkened as he solemnly issued a final admonition. Jinbei, are you truly willing to forsake the gradually easing ties between Fishman Island and the world government? The Navy, all for a pirate? Once you fully abandon the identity of a warlord, without that connection, the hunting actions that once occurred in secrecy will spiral into madness. Have you considered this? Whitebeard may protect Fishman Island for a time. But what then? In this world on the brink of chaos, the Navy is the enduring ally. Thank you, Marshal, for your care towards Fishman Island. Jinbei expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply, then lifted his resolute countenance. I must act to save Ace due to the benevolence shown to Fishman Island by my father and the bond one share with Ace. Without warning, Sengoku erupted in furious shouts, his entire being radiating a golden light as his devil fruit powers surged forth. In the presence of this divine and imposing brilliance, he raised his hand to unleash a shockwave. You have been blinded by your chivalry. You must first go to impel down to regain your composure. The 7 warlords under the Navy do not require a rebel who aligns with pirates. Boom! The shockwave struck, shattering the conference room's outer wall, and Jinbei was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as Sengoku leaped forth, delivering an even more powerful follow-up attack. Fishman Karate. Shark Scale Fist. Unyielding in his backward momentum, Jinbei steadied himself for the ensuing assault, channeling all his strength into a counterstrike with his fishman technique, bracing to meet Sengoku's shockwave head-on. Boom! The intense collision unleashed a powerful gust of wind, propelling Jinbei downwards at an accelerated pace, while Sengoku executed a moonwalk, leveraging the air to pursue once more that he unleashed a strike imbued with the flowing effects of armament hockey towards the pitch-black fishman who had just landed on the ground. Boom! Crackle! The ground, unable to withstand the force, was ravaged by shockwaves, creating a deep chasm that spread intricate fissures in all directions that a cough erupted as fish blood was expelled, despite the augmented defense from Haki. The savage impact penetrated Jinbei's defenses, causing his vital energy to surge violently, resulting in a spitting of blood from his injuries. With his hands tucked into his pockets and legs crossed, Don Quixote Doflamingo loomed over the broken wall, gazing down with a demeanor that lacked his previous arrogance. Even behind sunglasses, his austere mood was palpable. Remarkably powerful, he had wounded the exceptionally sturdy Jinbei with merely 3 strikes. Sengoku's oppressive presence was undeniable. Parasite line. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers, sending dozens of invisible threads scattered in the air towards Lafitte, descending like a meteor. However, this sudden assault misfired. Lafitte, flapping his wings, deftly evaded all the threads, soaring to a safe distance before coldly remarking, "How perilous. Indeed, one cannot afford a moment's lapse in the vicinity of you ruthless pirates. Being caught off guard by Jinbei was already a grave error. Now, Teyubito, are you seeking to instigate a conflict with the Blackbeard pirates?" Doflamingo chuckled, a smile stretching across his face with a dangerous curve. To invade the Navy headquarters alone and to self-nominate as the successor to the warlords of the sea. Such an intriguing feat you have accomplished. It piques my curiosity. If you could evade this attack, I can only imagine that the individual you regard as captain must be even more fascinating. The probing strike and a few exchanged words did not escalate the conflict between Doflamingo and Lafitte. Without clarity on the other's overall strength, it was unwise to provoke unwarranted enmity. He had a vast enterprise and a stronghold to protect. He was reluctant to forge enmity with unfamiliar forces. Most importantly, he was keenly focused on the battle unfolding below. Boom! Another colossal sound of collision reverberated as Doflamingo's observation through Kinbunshiko Haki revealed Jinbei's voice had weakened considerably, while Sengoku remained largely unaffected. It seemed victory would soon be determined. At that moment, the calm and composed Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up, her understanding of her old friend's strength profound. She knew that facing Jinbei alone, he could easily secure victory, especially with the numerous Navy soldiers below, rendering further concern unnecessary. Her astute gaze fixed on Lafitte, using Fire Fist Ace as a token of allegiance, could indeed attest to teach power, but he should also be acutely aware of the repercussions of striking against Whitebeard's family. Was the risk of pursuing the warlord position truly worth it? Casting a wary glance at Doflamingo, who appeared disinclined to act further, Lafitte cautiously approached, nodding politely and stating, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, there exists an information gap between us. It would not hurt to share. Is it worth taking such a significant risk?" That statement does not hold water. In truth, our captain was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not long ago, he eliminated the 4th Division captain, Sachi, due to a certain incident. A deep-seated blood feud has already formed between us. Given this, why not remain resolute and capture the 2nd Division Captain Ace as a stepping stone? One life is a burden. 2 lives are equally so. Even if we part ways with the Whitebeard Pirates, our bonds have not weakened. On the contrary, their sacrifices have solidified them. Have they not? Lafitte recounted the deeper truths with calm and poise, his words resonating within the ears of those present. Even Mihawk turned to glance at him. This bond, steeped in blood, was indeed a robust connection that would persist until death. Lafitte, is your captain, Teach, a swordsman? Seeing that his earlier remarks had drawn the attention of the world's greatest swordsman, Lafitte smiled broadly. Regarding himself as a swordsman as well, he bowed slightly, expressing, "It is an honor to receive your attention, but I must apologize. Our captain does not wield a sword." Upon receiving this denial, Mihawk's eagle-like gaze remained tranquil, and he simply acknowledged with a noncommittal grunt, dismissing further interest. "So, he is one of the traitors from the Whitebeard Pirates?" Strange, a traitor who even killed Captain Sachi. Such a grave offense should be utterly intolerable. Newgate. The repercussions are dire. Even if you were to intervene personally, the Navy would not be surprised. But why then? Only send one individual to pursue. Is it believed that Ace's strength can suffice alone? The outcome is evident. He was defeated and captured, or perhaps the true reason for not intervening yourself is that you have indeed grown old? As thoughts swirled, Vice Admiral Tsuru's mind raced with various reflections. Her eyes, tempered by time, displayed a dimming hue. Even the mighty white beard must eventually succumb to the passage of time, if my speculation holds true. Then Ace, as a token of allegiance, would have significant maneuvering room that a day later, the Dialsnake pirates, led by Captain Dialsnake S., emerged from the North Sea with a bounty of 72 million after enduring numerous trials. They successfully entered the Grand Line. According to their original plan, they aimed directly for the Sabeti archipelago to replenish supplies, coat their ship, and then descend to Fishman Island before advancing into the New World. Yet, mere days prior, the Sky King, Shiki, re-emerged, bringing with him a shockwave and a power contract with the spirits. In pursuit of greater strength, they resolved to postpone their entry into the New World, prioritizing the search for 100 record pointers scattered across the seas, leading to the permanent pointer of the Land of Celebration. Once we acquire the pointers and contract with the spirits, although the New World is perilous, we shall undoubtedly carve out our own renown. Echoing across the seas and making our homeland proud, they proclaimed, "Roar, we shall spread our name across the oceans, becoming notorious pirates." Suddenly, a light sound broke the atmosphere. The captain felt a heavy slap on his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. "Captain, don't dawdle. If we fail to appease that esteemed individual, we shall all end up as dried corpses. I refuse to accept that fate." Awakened by his crew, Captain S recalled the events of the recent past. Shivering involuntarily, lowering his head in despair as he began to diligently prepare the ingredients in front of him. Why? Oh, why? Just as I was enjoying a drink and singing, I was suddenly abducted by that formidable figure. To think that I, a captain with a bounty of 72 million, have been forced to become a mere sous chef? Crocodile. A quarter of an hour earlier, the famished crocodile stumbled upon this pirate ship. His eyes gleaming with greed, he boarded forcefully, draining the life from a hapless crew member who was merely a tool for intimidation, snatching the liquor from his grasp to quench his thirst. After replenishing himself slightly, he unleashed an overwhelming aura that terrified the entire crew. "You are all surrounded. If you do not wish to be turned into dried corpses, provide me with more water and food to satiate my hunger." Weak and helpless, the captain recognized Crocodile's identity and understood that even a collective rebellion from the crew would be futile. Prioritizing their lives, they complied with his demands, hauling bucket after bucket of fresh water while instructing the chef to hasten their cooking. Meanwhile, he too was compelled to assist in the kitchen due to the chef's overwhelming workload. Such as fate, he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Resolutely, the captain decided to lift his chin. He must not cry. As a man of the sea, what was this trivial pain? The sun always shines after the storm. Hold on. You can do it. Chef, I prepared the ingredients. Hurry, hurry. Lord Crocodile is suffering from hunger. We cannot afford to be slow. A distinguished guest has rarely graced our ship. We must impress him. In the galley, the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. As Crocodile's empty stomach yearned for the forthcoming delicacies, he had protested countless times, but held on. Food was imminent. However, he could not shake off the discomfort. A chilling, low laugh escaped his lips, sending icy shivers through the crew's spines. Their faces blanched from fear. Suffocating under the pressure, he radiated. "Captain, help! I truly cannot endure this any longer." This esteemed individual is far too difficult to please. He fixates on a small piece of moving paper, and I can't shake the feeling that he might unleash his wrath upon us at any moment. Once again, there have been changes, Laxus, running rampant everywhere. Does he think I'm a dog to be led about at will? This matter is far from over. Hey, where's the food? Bring it to me at once. Do you all think I'm easy to bully? Chapter 55. The Straw Hat Crew has Fire Fist Ace been delivered into the hands of the Navy. The instigator of Crocodile's predicament, Bartolomeo, floated in the air, holding the day's newspaper, which he had quietly acquired from a newshawker. Navy headquarters. The new warlord of the sea, captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Blackbeard Marshal Deep Teach, as he swiftly skimmed through the content beneath the headline. It became evident, just as Bartira had stated, that the article prominently detailed the notorious Fire Fist Porgas D.Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, whose bounty amounted to a staggering 550 million berries, now imprisoned by the Navy headquarters. Ace was in position, and the anticipated moment of great significance could not be far off. Whispering softly to himself, he glanced at the other articles, finding them rather similar to previous reports. Casually, he tossed the newspaper into the air, stretching lazily, savoring the leisurely moments of his holiday. Suddenly, a majestic and resonant chime echoed from the distant horizon, rich with a sense of historical gravitas. Reaching Bartira's ears, he could not help but display a look of rapture, as if this melodious tolling had cleansed his very soul. An utterly unique experience. The sound lingered, gradually fading into the intangible. What a curious sound. Is it the tolling of a bell? Wait, how could there possibly be a bell at such a height? Intrigued, Bartira meticulously recalled the general direction from which the sound had emanated, and then swiftly chose a path to pursue it. Such a wondrous phenomenon must be brought back to share with the young master. On Skya Island, Skya Island, as the prolonged chime gradually descended, the inhabitants of Skypea were moved to tears. After 400 years, the descendants of the past had once again ignited the light of Jaya. The residents of Angel Island were equally shaken by this soul-cleansing sound. In contrast to the Scypians, they bore smiles of enjoyment, healed by the chime. The colossal serpent of the Skya Island also listened intently, its massive body rearing up as tears shimmered in its eyes. This ancient python, having lived for centuries, had finally heard the beautiful sound from its memories once more. Underneath the grand golden bell, the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, erupted into hearty laughter, his joy infectious, illuminating his face with elation. How delightful! Do it again! Without hesitation, Luffy set his hand upon his brow, searching for the pure golden pillar he had just utilized, which had been propelled 30 meters away due to the force of impact. He found it. He dashed towards it, simultaneously extending his right arm to encircle the pillar, running another 40 to 50 meters before halting. Rubber, rubber, he shouted exuberantly, accelerating as he swung the pillar overhead, directing it towards the golden bell. Golden siege cannon. With force, the hefty golden pillar was hurled towards the bell. Boom! The light of Jaya revived anew, and the melodious and resonant chime once again filled the skies, reaching every ear, while also transmitting far into the heavens, benevolently illuminating the coordinates for someone who was on their way, beneath the soaring vines. The Straw Hat crew reveled in the sound, their smiles radiating relaxation, as the fatigue from their recent battle against the four gods seemed to dissipate significantly. With a clink, Sanji ignited another cigarette. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, tilting his head back to exhale a plume of smoke, a warm smile adorning his slightly disheveled face as he guarded the historical treasure. You've never attempted to let it emit such romantic radiance. How utterly sinful. Exhaling, Sanji strolled towards his comrades, passing by the collapsed, ball-shaped figure of one of the four gods, the guardian of the forest, Deo. A few minutes later, Sanji reunited with Zoro, Nami, and the others under the immense vine, awaiting their captain's descent. Ha! Nami! Luffy's joyous laughter resonated from above as he descended rapidly, his face alight with the thrill of discovery. Look at what I found. As he maintained his downward trajectory, Luffy began retracting his arms, a golden glint suddenly flashing above the clouds. Nami, acutely sensitive to wealth, instantly caught the scent of gold, her eyes transforming into dollar signs as surprise washed over her. Wow, gold! It's gold! However, after the initial astonishment, her expression turned pale. Luffy's collected gold must weigh hundreds of pounds and would come crashing down from such a height. Get out of the way. Luffy's trying to kill us, without needing to be told. Sanji and Zoro also recognized the impending danger, scattering in all directions. The next instant, a tremendous crash echoed, startling everyone. Nami swiftly returned to the scene where the gold lay strewn about. Bang! You idiot, Captain! She fumed, striking Luffy on the head, which immediately swelled, steam rising like a kettle. Ha! Completely oblivious to the peril of his actions, Luffy threw his head back and laughed heartily. Hey, Nami, let us quickly grab the gold and sneak away. With this money, we can get a bigger, faster, more comfortable ship. After a brief silence, Nami face-bombed in exasperation. This foolish captain was both infuriating and endearing. Yet upon thinking of the gold, Her demeanor shifted back to one of obsession. In an instant, she gathered all the scattered gold into a pile, cradling it against her chest, entranced. "Hey, Luffy," Zoro stepped forward, his voice resembling an ominous growl. "Are you out of your mind? If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I swear I won't let you off easy." Grinning, Luffy dismissed Zoro's words, his radiant smile unwavering. "It's great that no one got hurt. That's fantastic." The previously furious crew members, upon witnessing Luffy's healing smile, found their anger dissipating, replaced by faint smiles in response. Suddenly, a strange male voice echoed through the air, causing the Straw Hat crew to stiffen, except for Luffy, who blithely responded, "Ah, it's me. Who are you?" A ghost. A ghost is talking. Chapter 56. Heartfelt weariness beneath the colossal vines. "Who goes there?" Zoro demanded, immediately taking a defensive stance, his hands gripping his sword hilts. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Sanji shifted slightly to shield Chopper, who had used forbidden drugs, observing the surroundings with calm vigilance. What an unusual eyebrow shape. In a state of invisibility, Bartira let out a soft hum, gradually revealing himself as he floated several meters above the ground, contemplatively gazing at Sanji's spiraled eyebrows. So it's not a ghost. You scared me to death. I thought I was being haunted by vengeful spirits wanting to reclaim the treasure I secretly took. What a close call. Still unclear about the situation, Luffy sighed with relief, chuckling as he made light of the matter. Amused by Luffy's nonsensical remarks, Bartira shifted his gaze from Sanji's eyebrows to Nami, who was fiercely guarding the gold. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "You seem to be in need of money. While I am not entirely certain of your connection to Reiju, I am not unwilling to lend a hand." Reiju, the name struck Sanji like a bolt, his previously calm demeanor suddenly tense. After many years, hearing that name again brought forth memories of his childhood, as images long buried began to resurface. Telekinesis, the white, ethereal glow filled Bartira's eyes as he activated his dreamlike powers, enveloping the Skya Island. Golden vessels and ornaments, both above and below the ground, were ensnared by his telekinesis, either soaring through the air or emerging from the earth, quickly filling the sky with an abundance of gold, much to Nami's boundless delight. "Wow, how cool!" Luffy, starry-eyed, marveled at the spectacle of objects floating through the air, although he couldn't quite comprehend how it was being accomplished. "That is so awesome!" Chopper, hiding behind Sanji, peered out with his hooves gripping Sanji's legs, his entire body exposed, and echoed Luffy's admiration. "Oh, do good to the fullest, considering how much gold you have. It would be quite difficult to transport." That ship docked at the harbor. Is it yours?" "Mary." "The sheephead?" "Isn't that the Going Mary?" Usopp exclaimed in surprise, unable to grasp the meaning behind Bartira's words. "Oh, it seems so." Bartira waved his hand towards the harbor, and shortly after, the Going Mary, adorned with the Straw Hat flag, soared through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Luffy and Chopper. Using his telekinesis, the floating gold traced orderly arcs through the air as golden items flew into the ship's hold and landed on the deck. In no time, the Mary transformed into a vessel radiating a golden glow. Nami gazed at the figure in midair with admiration, but when she noticed the vast amounts of gold still floating around, which the Mary could no longer accommodate, her entire demeanor shifted to one of despair, as if she were turning to stone. No. Internally, a voice of despair echoed, as she could only watch helplessly as Bartira placed the remaining gold into a glass jar, creating his own little treasure chest. "Hey," somewhat agitated, Sanji called out urgently. "Reiju, where did you see her? Is she all right? What is your connection to her?" "Stinky cook?" Zoro's expression turned slightly cold as he cast a sidelong glance at Sanji, although the two were perpetually at odds and frequently erupted into conflicts. His agitation at this moment was intermingled with concern and trepidation. He was genuinely anxious. So, who exactly is Reiju to him? There's indeed a connection. Sanji's urgent voice confirmed Bartolomeo's suspicions as he gradually descended, placing the gilded Mary on the ground and scrutinizing the other party with a smile. "You must be Reiju's younger brother, considering your age? How intriguing. I never expected to encounter the future brother-in-law of the young master." Young master, brother-in-law, watching Sanji, who appeared deep in thought, Bartolomeo nodded amicably and continued. Reiju is living quite well now, freed from the life she once despised, devoid of the abominable killings. She spends her days sipping tea, reading books, and arranging flowers to cultivate her serene interests and hobbies. Her life is even more comfortable than mine. Freed from a life of slaughter, Sanji murmured, somewhat incredulous. Could this be true? How could that guy allow his tool to escape his grasp? No, no, no. Sensing Sanji's underlying implications, Bartolomeo shook his head in denial. There's no if about it. That fellow, Judge, is living quite well himself. The young master is a very benevolent person. The three brothers, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, are indifferent to his existence due to their character flaws. And Reiju harbors no affection for him. Nevertheless, upon confirming that Judge held no value, he still granted him the opportunity for a fresh start, providing him with a place to retire. After quietly listening to Bartolomeo's account, Sanji took a deep drag from a cigarette and exhaled slowly, his agitated heart finally calming. He gazed at the sky, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Had he encountered someone treating him with kindness? Sipping tea, reading, arranging flowers. Such a life must suit you perfectly. How wonderful, Reiju. Hey, Bartolomeo, you can call me Bartolomeo. Just as Sanji was about to say something more, Bartolomeo interjected, announcing his name. Yes, Bartolomeo. Who is the young master you mentioned? Did he save Reiju? And what is this about a brother-in-law? Explain this to me. As he spoke, Sanji erupted once more in excitement. Unlike before, there was no anxiety or urgency, only bewilderment. After years of silence, his sister was suddenly mentioned, and he was told she might be getting married. What on earth was happening? TSK. After venting his emotions, Sanji seemed disinterested in Bartolomeo's response, letting out a disgruntled huff and muttering, "Convey this to that guy. Whoever he is, he better treat Reiju well, or I'll leave my shoe print on his face. Make sure he remembers." Ha! Bartolomeo laughed inexplicably, pointing at the dazed Luffy beside him. What grandiose words. However, the challenge is infinitely more difficult than this kid becoming the Pirate King. Hee. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Suddenly prompted, Luffy reflexively shouted his dream. Bang! Sanji snapped, kicking Luffy on the head. His skull elongated due to his rubbery form, stretching away before retracting back to normal. Luffy, still confused, glared at the chef who was retracting his foot. Hey, Sanji, I will definitely become the Pirate King who conquers the seas. Idiot Captain, can't you understand what he means? Sanji roared, his heart weary. How did he end up with such a captain? Chapter 57. Pure of heart idiot captain. Can't you understand what he means? Sanji, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Well, there was no need to be hard on himself. If Luffy had that kind of intelligence, he wouldn't be the Luffy we know today. Bartolomeo gazed intently at Luffy, recognizing the unwavering determination and resolve. Perhaps there was indeed a chance for success, not an enemy. Huh. Observing the situation unfold, Zoro gradually relaxed his grip on his sword, no longer as vigilant as before, since they had acknowledged each other. A conflict seemed unlikely to. Just then, Luffy suddenly spoke up, glaring angrily at Bartolomeo. What do you mean it's infinitely more difficult than becoming the Pirate King? The Pirate King is the strongest and freest person in the world. You better not belittle the honor of the Pirate King again, or I will definitely knock you away, old man. Old man? Nami blinked in surprise, quickly glancing at Bartolomeo's astonished expression, then became furious. She rushed to Luffy's side and exclaimed, Idiot Captain, use your brain. If you offend my god of wealth, you won't get a single penny from me in the future. Bang! A bump reappeared on Luffy's head as he pitifully protested. I didn't say anything wrong. The Pirate King is the highest honor in the world. Why are you hitting me again? You missed the point. Nami shouted angrily, giving Luffy a fierce glare before turning to Bartolomeo with a bright smile. Apologizing, big brother. I'm sorry. Our captain is just an idiot. Please don't take it to heart that you're a magnanimous person. Haha, a magnanimous person. Hey, Bartolomeo composed his astonished expression, waving his hand to indicate Nami need not worry. He looked at the stubborn Luffy with curiosity. Shouldn't I be in my prime? Unlike this young lady calling me brother, Uncle is also acceptable. Why is it old man? Huh. I didn't say anything wrong. Luffy tilted his head. You look young, and your aura is powerful, but you give me the impression of an old man. The exterior may change, but the true age does not. Impression? Merely an impression. Bartolomeo couldn't help but scrutinize the Na'vi Luffy once more. Seeing through the exterior to the essence, this uncanny intuition, was his dream to become the Pirate King. I have higher hopes for you now. Huh. Laughing heartily, Bartolomeo silently praised Luffy, but chose not to disclose his true age. Skipping this matter, he inquired, could you tell me where those two magnificent sounds originated from just now? Big brother, do you also like the sound of the Golden Bell? Its location is right here. Nami began to respond, eager to point towards the top of the vines, but Luffy abruptly interrupted her. Nami. Nami was bewildered, unsure why her captain stopped her from speaking. However, upon seeing Luffy's unusually serious expression, she immediately silenced herself. Obeying his command, Bartolomeo elongated the sound, asking with great interest, did you sense something again? Can you share it with me? The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy. Taking a stance, Luffy declared solemnly, it's strange. Although this is our first meeting, I feel like I can always hear some peculiar whispers from you. The Golden Bell of Drum Island, I will not allow you to take it away. If you wish to make a move, try it. I will send you flying. Whoosh! Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a whimsical pattern illuminated, and a small sprite emerged as the contractee of the dream. Bartolomeo was astonished. It had appeared on its own. Dreams only manifest before those pure of heart. In an instant, Bartolomeo recalled the information Li Shu had once shared with him, and a wonder. In that moment, he understood the context. Bartolomeo squinted, earnestly scrutinizing Luffy, who was being affectionate with the dream that a person pure of heart. He is a pirate. The Sandians fought for 400 years to reclaim their dreams. This time, I will safeguard the Golden Bell of Drum Island that resides within their hearts, with unwavering determination and resolve. Luffy assumed a battle stance, ready for a decisive confrontation. How could this be? Nami, unable to accept the current situation, retreated towards the Gilded Mary, secretly beginning to stash away some golden vessels to mitigate her losses. Are we really going to fight? Having just relaxed his guard, Zoro swiftly entered a combat stance, biting down on a sword, awaiting his captain's command. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Sanji stepped aside. Encircling Bartolomeo with Luffy and Zoro in a triangle, he discarded his cigarette and extinguished it with his foot, silently responding to his captain's decision, despite the other party's acquaintance with Reiju. Surrounded in the center, Bartolomeo rubbed his head in distress that a so-called person pure of heart must be a derogatory term, while a stubborn fool would be more fitting. All right, I understand. Raising his hands in surrender, he declared, the dream has betrayed me. Why should I continue fighting you? Besides, when Laxus defeated that Thunderfruit user, she was also present. Since she didn't care about the Golden Bell of Drum Island, the young master would naturally have no interest in it either. Well, that makes sense. The sound was so loud. It's certainly not suitable to be hung in a courtyard for frequent ringing. Return, my ethereal pink sprite. Upon hearing the call, it gently brushed its slender tail against Luffy's cheek, transforming into a crimson light that surged into Batara's forehead, coalescing into a dreamlike pattern. Hee. The tension in the air dissipated like mist in the morning sun, vanishing with Luffy's innocent smile. Zoro and Sanji exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of relaxation in the other's eyes, for the pressure exerted by Batara had been overwhelmingly profound. What are you staring at, green algae head? What are you looking at, stinky chef? The two, engaged in a love-hate relationship, suddenly called out each other's nicknames, not knowing which nerve had been misfired, and then they began to tussle, blades and legs entwined. As if facing a mortal enemy. Such camaraderie. Batara observed the spirited antics of the two with a smile, yet felt a twinge of concern in his heart. Rubber, all tied up, two rubbery arms extended, grasping the nape of his neck as Luffy dashed into his embrace, his limbs stretching and wrapping around Batara, binding him like a serpent coiling upward. Old hag, hey, where's that little kitty from just now? Let out to play with us, Grandpa. Batara was utterly defeated. The tenacious, unruly demeanor of Luffy stripped away any semblance of the earlier adversarial stance. Truly a sprite. Huh, sprite. Luffy turned to see his new crewmates speaking. Robin, what is that thing? Let's catch one too and keep it on the ship as a mascot, Robin replied. Chapter 58, Beneath the Shadow. Shall we find one to serve as a mascot? Although Robin had boarded not long ago, she had already grasped Luffy's temperament. This time, she chose to ignore him and solemnly address Batara. Recently, the fourth-tier contract sprites have been stirring up the seas. If the intelligence is accurate, they should not have truly appeared before the world yet, correct? You have already contracted one, sir. What is your true identity? Or rather, who is this young master you speak of? Hee. Little girl, you should take a lesson from that gentleman with the curled eyebrows. Asking too many questions is not a good thing. Batara would never casually reveal information. As he jested, Luffy's bound form suddenly vanished, reappearing high in the air. Teleportation. I come for the tolling bell, since you won't allow me to take my leave. Very well. I shall also learn the young master's grace and respect your wishes. Allow me to escort you one last time. Telekinesis. With glowing eyes, Luffy, Robin, Zoro, Sanji, and the luxurious Mary were simultaneously enveloped by telekinesis, slowly ascending toward the border of Skya Island. Old hag. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, reveling in this extraordinary experience. Soon after, Batara descended from thousands of meters above to the sea, stuffing everyone into the Mary. Then, dispersing his telekinesis, he advised, "Here's a piece of advice. Do not rush into seeking adventure. Go and find the Banquet Island permanent pointer scattered across the SEA. In this new era of the ocean. Pirates lacking the power of sprites have no future." With that, he departed, leaving behind a Mary whose waterline threatened to breach the ship's railing, risking flooding at any moment. Wow. Nami, the ship is sinking. Let's toss some treasure overboard. Bang! As expected, Nami's iron fist crashed down upon Luffy's head, for she would not even consider losing their treasure, even if the ship were to sink. But I can't swim, Luffy weakly protested, clinging to his last shred of stubbornness. Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, you're the only ones without powers. Tie yourselves up and swim to the sea. If we safely reach the next island, each of you will receive a reward of 10 million berries. Oh, 10 million. That's enough for me to buy a better weapon. Zoro, blinded by greed, questioned the necessity of ropes, swiftly leaping into the sea to swim after the slowly sailing Mary. Hey, Nami-san. The lovesick chef jumped into the water as well, starting a quarrel with the green algae head, both swimming with fervor. Nami, I'm very light. I won't affect Mary's weight at all. Usopp was terrified, wanting to retreat, but was blocked by the golden treasure. He began to wail in despair. Usopp, as a future Pirate King-esque crewmate, how can you fear the sea? You can do this. He. Nami is right. As a crewmate of the Pirate King. Fear not the ocean. Nami easily manipulated Luffy, successfully securing herself a partner in crime. Under the persuasion of Luffy's rubbery arms retrieving ropes from the cabin, Usopp, resisting futilely, was tossed into the sea by his captain. How terrifying! Luckily, I'm a power user. The ship's doctor, Chopper, trembled in fear, hiding behind Robin. Robin chuckled darkly, activating her Hana-Nomi ability, an arm sprouting from Chopper's back, stroking his fur and saying, "You should not feel fortunate. If a wave crashes down, we will have no means to resist." Splash! Usopp landed heavily in the water, panic-stricken, flailing his limbs to swim towards the surface. Suddenly, his frantic hands seemed to grasp something, and he caught a glimpse of it. It was a permanent pointer inscribed with the words Banquet Island. Gulp! Astonished, Usopp sputtered a few mouthfuls of seawater, surfacing just before running out of breath. Luffy, look what I found! The captain will never submit. On the deck of the Dalatia pirates, Captain Dalatia stood silently alongside his crew, watching the imposing figure before them. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, now, with a bounty of 1.275 billion berries on the newly issued, wanted poster point 1.275 billion berries. Yes, it was clearly stated on the new bounty issued by the Marines. After careful consideration, it was entirely reasonable for Crocodile's bounty to soar to nearly 1.3 billion. Kneel! With a commanding shout, Captain S led his 20 crew members to kneel in unison, the atmosphere solemn. As he bowed his head, proclaiming, I, Delacia S, along with my 26 subordinates, humbly request to serve under your command, pledging our lives if necessary. To serve, pledging our lives if necessary. As the sea breeze blew, Crocodile listened to the oath behind him, responding with silence. He neither accepted nor rejected the proposal. For many years, he had never opened his heart to others. He believed solely in his own wisdom and strength. Subordinates? Were they not mere expendables to achieve some ulterior motive? In the past, he might have feigned kindness and accepted, but now... Gwaha! Crocodile laughed ambiguously, pledging our lives if necessary. What a laughable declaration that a person without their own dreams possesses nothing. To submit to another, risking your life for someone else's dream. What's the point? Even if you achieve success in the end, you will forever live in the shadow of a mountain, which may not even be the highest peak, as despair looms above. Is such an outcome worthwhile? Kid, ask yourself, is this truly the dream you seek? Rise and join my ranks. With your strength, you can only become cannon fodder. Rather than perish meaninglessly in my ambition, continue your own adventure. The sea is filled with infinite possibilities. One day, you will achieve your goals through your own power. I am not the destination where you should entrust your lives. Upon reaching the next island, I will disembark. Your voyage is set in this new era. Lastly, I thank you for your hospitality, leaving me with a memory worth savoring. Gwaha! Starting and ending with laughter, Crocodile harbored much resentment towards the careless Batara, yet felt a sense of delight towards them. However, was their submission due to the daunting bounty? Perhaps it was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. This cruel and wicked pirate found that solitude was the best choice. The once gathered subordinates faded into obscurity, and the past could not be reclaimed. Having been reborn amidst the waves of a new era, he preferred to reach the pinnacle alone, feeling the chill of heights rather than entangle himself with others. No. Lord Crocodile, Captain S passionately refuted. It is you who is truly worthy of our utmost loyalty. Success beneath the shadow. This captain is willing. Chapter 59. All shot down in the windless zone, amidst the skies between the Grand Line and the East Blue. A medium-sized Skya Island swiftly moved in a certain direction, followed by a dense cluster of red boulders of varying sizes. Gwaha! Shiki's booming laughter echoed through the heavens as he maneuvered the island group to a halt approximately 1,000 nautical miles from the marine headquarters. This will do. Raising his hand, the power of the float fruit immobilized the moving islands high above. Yaho-ho! The crisp laughter of Leaf rang out as she twirled in the air. Her gaze sweeping over the medium-sized island that had been seized by Shiki years ago, now repurposed as the center stage for a grand event. The banquet island. Let us begin the arrangements for the staircase. Shiki, understood. After enduring 2 devastating blows to his confidence, Shiki has now regained his former exuberance that he has come to a realization. The strength of that individual surpasses his previous understanding. Now that he has aligned himself under such a towering figure. With such an imposing peak to lean upon, there is no harm in embracing this alliance. Why dwell on past grievances? As for Laxus, who possesses an additional system of power, it is worth noting that the thunder fruit within the natural element is already renowned for its unparalleled destructive capacity. Following its complete fusion with the dragon crystal, it has undergone a remarkable transformation, making it inevitable for him to be outshone. There is no need to fret over transient victories or defeats. The future holds promise. With a resounding laugh, Shiki deftly manipulated his fruit abilities, sending countless red stones plummeting towards the sea below, some as small as a few meters, others exceeding 1,000. They scattered densely like a meteor shower, serving as a staircase for the impending grand feast. The ability to fly is not one possessed by all. Thus, it is essential to establish this stairway to heaven, aiding the numerous invited pirates in ascending to the Skya Island to partake in the festivities. Given the limited number of spirits, it is crucial to elevate the difficulty of ascending the island significantly, allowing each individual to rely on their own means. This adds an element of intrigue. Once the staircase was arranged, Shiki activated his observation hockey to make adjustments. ensuring that the stones positioned too closely were either moved apart or cast into the sea, maintaining a parallel distance of no less than 100 meters between each stone and a height variation exceeding 20 meters. To further enhance the challenge, he designated several dead ends where climbers would find themselves unable to progress any further upon reaching a certain height. Luck is also a component of strength, and I eagerly anticipate the expressions of those unfortunate souls when they find themselves with no path forward. May they delight me, you rascals of the sea. With a thumbs up, he expressed his approval of Shiki's scheme and suggested adding more excitement. Why not designate some of the smaller stones as passable by only one person? After being leaped upon with force, they would be propelled into the sea by the reaction force. This way, the scene of fierce competition will be even more captivating, with a smile of acceptance. Shiki added, to better stimulate their eagerness to compete and create a tense atmosphere, we can clearly mark these stones. Otherwise, no one will know which ones are designated, and we won't be able to effectively provoke their instincts regarding the advantages of being the first to move. With a snap of his fingers, Shiki unleashed his fruit's power, causing hundreds of stones to tremble, their bases shedding fine dust like an hourglass. Among the vast array of stones, the spectacle was particularly striking. All is ready. We await the day of the feast. As preparations concluded, Yi and his companions floated towards the Skya Island, hovering above to gaze down at the ocean, valleys, lakes, forests, deserts, and volcanoes, the transformed Feast Island. Courtesy of Shiki, boasted a diverse array of environments suitable for accommodating the spirits relocated from Skya Island. As time passed, with the final day approaching, the tension over the sea intensified, and any movement from either side drew considerable attention. Half a month later, above a certain area of the calm sea, a shadow whizzed past. A hasty glance revealed a tall, well-proportioned figure clad in dark garments, a long samurai sword hanging from his waist, and enormous wings sprouting from his back. This was Jin, the first of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, known as the Flame Calamity, Kaido's right hand, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 139 billion berries, and the user of the Dragon fruit, ancient type in its pterosaur form. Holding the permanent pointer to Feast Island, Jin sought to assess the situation ahead of time, aiming to gather more intelligence for his esteemed captain and secure an advantage on the opening day in 10 days. Allowing for the contract of more spirits to enhance the overall strength of the pirate crew and bolster their capacity to change the world. After an indeterminate duration of flight, Jin, with a contemplative hum, spotted his destination. A vast Skya Island floated silently within the clouds, 4 to 5,000 meters above him, beneath which lay a dense cluster of island fragments. No, that familiar red color. Such grand gestures. Astonished by the arrangement of stones, which surely must have been cleaved from the red land, Jin thought, Lord Shiki, the king of the skies. As his words echoed, he was met with the sound of a unique laughter drifting from the Skya Island. Though the day of the feast had not yet arrived, many had already come in advance. Were they intending to be unwelcome guests? Flame Calamity Jin, alongside the Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru. Wait, Kizaru? Jin's heart sank. Had he been followed without realizing it? In his darkening gaze, a golden beam shot forth from afar, gradually coalescing into the form of Borsalino, donned in sunglasses and a justice coat, who lazily remarked, "What a hassle! I merely wanted to track you, Jin, and see what you intended to do during this sensitive period. Little did I expect to stumble upon the feast site prepared by the King of the Skies. What terrible luck! Let's hope this tracking mission doesn't devolve into a troublesome encounter." Yellow Monkey. Jin glared at Borsalino, feeling humiliated. From the implication of his words, it seemed he had been tailing him since he passed through the Red Land, flying all this way without perceiving the presence of the other, a grave oversight he could not forgive himself for. Hey, Borsalino waved dismissively at Jin's apparent inclination to strike. His gaze drifted past Shiki, observing the extensive arrangement of stones. Oh, how considerate! This stone staircase indeed facilitates the arrival of various invited parties, although it is somewhat abrupt. Might I take the liberty of knocking them all down, Your Majesty, King of the Skies? Chapter 60. The Gemstone Ice Mountain, Your Majesty, King of the Skies. May I take the liberty of knocking them all down? With a pointed finger, a blinding laser beam coalesced at his fingertip. Borsellino addressed the floating stone staircase, stating, "This convenience is perilous. The Marines can only accept a few pirates to contract spirits. Too many would place us under considerable pressure. It is my duty, so allow me this convenience." With an unparalleled speed, a powerful laser shot forth, but Shiki, not even glancing in its direction, was determined to protect their meticulously arranged setup, that he agreed, yet they would not acquiesce without a fight. At that moment, as the laser was about to strike a massive red stone, a bolt of blue-gold lightning, equally swift, descended from the sky, perfectly intercepting Kizuru's attack. The clash resulted in a violent explosion. "Oh, lightning?" Borsellino exclaimed, surprised by the unexpected development. Seeking to gather more intelligence, he crossed his arms, and in a flash, numerous dazzling orbs of light erupted, covering a vast area. "Yada no Kagami," a cold huff resonated from the Skya Island. In the next instant, a magnificent magical array bloomed in the azure sky. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. A powerful roar erupted from the magical array, descending forcefully to once again intercept Kizuru's barrage of light. One can succeed, twice can succeed, but thrice cannot. With two failed attacks, Kizuru wisely chose to withdraw, his eyes betraying a hint of concern beneath his sunglasses. How frightening! Was that the long-lost natural-type devil fruit? And what of the intricate pattern that appeared in the sky? It could not simply be the ability of a devil fruit or a contracted spirit, could it? Different from the contracted spirits. Perhaps it belongs to a power system from a previous iteration, he speculated, glancing at Jean, who seemed equally contemplative. After weighing the intelligence he had gathered, he deemed it sufficient to report back. With that, he bid farewell. "Unwelcome guests are not welcome. We shall meet again in 10 days. Gradually elementalizing, Kizuru transformed into a beam of golden light and sped away into the distance. The hahaha, completely ignored. "Huh, yellow monkey, trying to leave? Allow me to see you off, king of beasts." Sunrise / with a cold smile, Shiki unleashed a radiant wave, composed of countless particles of light, which swiftly caught up to the elemental Kizuru. The elemental form, typically impervious to physical attacks, seemed to falter as the wave approached, and Kizuru was easily struck out of his form. How could this be? Crimson liquid trickled from his lips as he turned back in horror to see Shiki's weapon. Now returning to its original state, the sunlight particles dissipating. How terrifying! Can the contracted spirits manipulate the power of sunlight? What a troublesome ability! The yellow ape departed, bearing with him the intelligence gleaned through cautious probing and an unexpected minor injury, alongside a lingering sense of trepidation towards Shiki. Soja Kingu, capable of unleashing the solar radiance stored within him into sunrise mode, had developed a novel application of this ability to counter the yellow ape after forging a pact with Shiki, achieving remarkable success on his inaugural attempt. Observing the yellow ape, adorned with the shimmering fruit, retreat while spitting blood, Jean stifled his shock, and out of respect for the sovereign, lowered his proud head to utter, "I apologize for my presumptuous visit. As the appointed day has yet to arrive, I shall take my leave." "Huh." Shiki did not impose any hindrances, heartily laughing as he watched Jean depart into the distance. 7 days later, on a pirate ship resembling a flamingo, the pink feathered coat swayed in the sea breeze. Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in 9-point trousers and pointed shoes, stood with his hands in his pockets, raising his left leg upon the ship's railing, emitting a unique, swaggering laughter. His red sunglasses reflected the bright sunlight as he turned his head slightly to glance at the figure on the deck, exclaiming with surprise, "I never imagined a man like you would willingly board my pirate ship. Ha! Merely a matter of flexibility, bearing the world's strongest black blade. You." Myhawk sat composedly in a chair, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, his elegant demeanor complemented by his refined attire, exuding an air of nobility. With his right hand holding the glass and his left propping up his chin, his hawk-like eyes gazed toward the endless sea as he continued. "Our destination lies within the doldrums, where solo navigation is painfully slowed. I do not wish to miss this grand banquet gathering formidable talents from all corners. It promises to be quite intriguing. I eagerly anticipate encountering a swordsman of exceptional skill to alleviate my boredom." "Huh. Have you truly given it no further consideration? If you join forces with me, you would undoubtedly shine brightly at the feast, challenging the mightiest of warriors and amassing a plethora of treasures. The future ocean is stirring with impending tumult, a tidal wave poised to engulf the world. Go it alone. The times have changed. Only by wielding both strength and influence can one earn the right to pursue the throne above the ocean and sky. Let us form an alliance, Hawkeye. Endless ambition swelled within Doflamingo as he earnestly invited Mihawk to join his coalition. With the world's greatest swordsman rivaling the four emperors, alongside his meticulously cultivated power, they would fear no adversary, regardless of the tumultuous waves and stormy skies that lie in the pinnacle of the world. They would surely secure their rightful place. Not interested. With a calm sip of red wine, Mihawk's voice remained unruffled as he declined. In my life, I seek nothing but the path of the sword. Fame, power, merely burdens that impede my progress. You have mistaken the individual. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Furthermore, could you please quiet down? His piercing hawk-like gaze swept over Doflamingo, and even without releasing an oppressive aura, the robust figure of Doflamingo tensed, sensing the pressure emanating from the strongest swordsman. The source of mirth, the one responsible for another's tears, reveled in laughter. This is a face I can afford to show. Somewhere in the doldrums, a commanding aura of conqueror's haki radiated outward, as dozens of colossal sea kings were cowed by the majestic presence, all obediently submerging beneath the surface and dispersing in all directions. Such insignificant sea kings dare to obstruct the path of the 8 treasure water army? They truly overestimate their capacity, with a bounty of 542 million berries. The 12th generation pillar of the 8 treasure water army, the kindly elder with a concave skull, let out a cold snort, dissipating his aura of conqueror's haki. His eyes, adorned with the number 12 etched upon his brows, gazed at the tranquil sea surface, a fervent glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. This time, we must secure a contract spirit, harnessing their power to shatter the jade ice mountain and reclaim the treasures accumulated over generations. Chapter 61. 3 days. The conical green pepper, named for its skull resembling a cone, once easily shattered the ice layers of the ice continent to procure treasures hidden within. Yet all this changed 30 years ago. Kapu Green Pepper had once engaged in a fierce battle with a youthful Carp, and in the final clash of decisive blows, Carp's iron fist prevailed, flattening the proud, conical tip of his skull. Ever since, no matter how hard he tried, his once mighty skull could no longer break through the ice layers, and the torment of countless treasures remaining just out of reach afflicted him for 30 long years. 30 years. Indeed, as he recalled the painful past, tears streamed down Green Pepper's face in helpless sorrow. Grandpa, please don't cry. We will fight tooth and nail for the treasures of the 8 treasure water army. The new generation of the water army. Lao Kai and Abu, both grandsons of Green Pepper, spoke up to console him, utterly at a loss. Pillar, we will do our utmost to assist our 2 vice pillars. The treasures of the ice continent shall surely be reclaimed. Please do not be too sorrowful. Members of the 8 treasure water army chimed in to offer comfort, their collective weeping resonating with those who heard it, evoking tears from the listeners. The 12th generation pillar had endured far too much. And in this moment, there remained no trace of the commanding aura that had just repelled the Sea Kings. Somewhere in the doldrums, ha! A hearty laugh echoed, the architect of another's tears now reveling in triumph. Over 300 meters long, standing atop the corpse of a small Sea King, Carp shouted toward a fleet of more than 10 warships not far away. Send a few capable hands to help me deal with this Sea King. We shall feast on a full fish banquet today. Ah la 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 la. What a delightful mess, Mr. Carp. Unfazed, the Admiral Akiji chuckled, instructing the starry-eyed sailors behind him to lend a hand, simultaneously exhaling a breath of cold air to freeze a pathway for them to traverse. In a certain maritime region, swish, 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 2 pirate crews unexpectedly clashed, engaging in a fierce battle across the sea, cannonballs whistling through the air, igniting turmoil in the waters as they struck the ships, causing violent sways. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as a pirate ship, flying the pirate flag, was struck by a cannonball, engulfed in blazing flames. Return fire! Return fire! On the disadvantaged ship, the captain frantically organized the crew to extinguish the flames while raising his large sword to direct the counterattack. His tone slightly trembling. "Damn it! Our expedition has gone awry. We have encountered this venomous serpent. Swish, swish." Under the captain's command, 4 or 5 cannonballs were discharged toward the opposing crew. "You weaklings have no place in this new era. Meet your demise in the depths of the sea." Across from them, a towering man, approximately 4 meters tall, cackled with abandon. He sported a mane of curly white hair, dressed in traditional pirate captain attire. His yellow-brown eyes glinting with malice, with a serpent tattoo snaking across half his face beneath his left eye. Vassifuri's weight, captain of the White Phosphorus Pirates, known as the White Serpent, a user of the snake fruit. Mythical Zun, White Phosphorus form, adept in dual-color hockey, boasting a bounty of 966 million berries, and a free pirate unbound by any allegiance. Suddenly, a sweeping slash erupted from behind him, roaring through the air and intercepting all cannonballs mid-flight, creating plumes of black smoke upon detonation, yet lost none of its momentum as it sliced toward the enemy ship. Hardened axes of a Kusuru's heavy strike. A strike of a swordsman of legendary caliber was not to be underestimated. The captain gripped his sword, channeling hockey into it, and with all his might, he swung to meet the oncoming strike. With a resounding clash, a powerful wind pressure erupted, and the sheer force of the collision caused him to stomp through the ship's deck. For a moment, they were locked in a standstill. Puffed. In the end, the captain could not withstand the onslaught, and as he was sent flying, a deep gash was carved into his chest, blood spraying into the air. Cough! Thud! The captain, Aku, with a bounty of 200 million, fell heavily, his eyes rolling back as he tumbled down, unable to withstand a single strike from the vice-captain. Wenzi Kampu, vice-captain of the White Phosphorus Pirates, known as the White Ghost. A swordsman with the coverage of the armament hockey, 3 toes effortlessly shattered their weapons, swiftly twisting their throats, annihilating the last vestiges of resistance aboard the pirate ship in the blink of an eye. Here stood Sabo, having dispatched all foes, who then retrieved his transponder snail to make a connection. After uttering only a few words, the transponder snail simulated the furious visage of the other party. Bellowing with the voice of a girl, "Ah, Sabo, can you please adhere to the plan? Running off on your own is sheer chaos." The irate voice of Clara echoed through the device, expressing her frustration at Sabo's impulsive nature. As his partner, she was understandably incensed that he had ventured alone via an alternate route to Skya Island. Hey, this isn't how the plan was supposed to unfold," Sabo chuckled, his sunny disposition unchanged, as he earnestly explained that his actions were indeed well thought out, not mere reckless abandon. Clara's voice, tinged with hysteria, conveyed her exasperation. If she were before Sabo, she would undoubtedly seize his collar and shake him vigorously. Unleashing a torrent of scathing remarks, the tempest of a significant event had already commenced, with countless ambitious and dream-driven factions plunging into its depths, guided by the everlasting pointer of Skya Island, all heading towards the location of the Feast Island. The countdown stood at 3 days. Chapter 62. The heat of the Feast Island's crackle, the intertwining of gold and blue birthed an enormous, resplendent magical array that erupted in the void, unleashing countless awe-inspiring bolts of ferocious lightning, enveloping Feast Island and the surrounding stone staircases, effectively barring anyone from prematurely setting foot on the island, waiting solely for the moment the grand event would commence. The curtain of thunder descended from a height of 10,000 meters to the surface of the sea, reacting with the water to electrolyze vast quantities of hydrogen and oxygen, which were then ignited by the sparks generated through the friction of the lightning, causing the end of the electric curtain to blaze with a fierce flame, radiating scorching waves of heat, compelling the various forces that had already reached the area to retreat to a safe distance, silently awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, a resonant and powerful dragon's roar echoed across the eerily atmospheric sea surface, causing the myriad factions from a new world to gaze skyward in awe. There, soaring at a height of 10,000 meters, was an azure dragon, stretching several hundred meters in length. Its colossal body rolled and soared under the sun's illumination. Its scales shimmered like precious blades, reflecting a cerulean glow, proclaiming the dragon's formidable physique and prowess in both offense and defense. The four emperors Kaido. Gasps of astonishment arose in waves, feeling the overwhelming presence akin to that of Conqueror's Haki. The various factions below wore expressions of gravity, for the name of the world's strongest creature, upon its emergence, instilled a profound sense of pressure, causing some to falter in their resolve to challenge him. Ha! At that moment, as the dragon's might overshadowed the sea, a similar yet distinct pressure, not of Conqueror's Haki, surged forth. The sunlight itself seemed to explode into a more brilliant radiance, highlighting a golden figure emerging from the electric curtain. Separated by a distance of 10,000 meters, it has truly been a long time. Kaido, cackled Shiki, the once young lad under Captain Rox, has now ascended to the heights of the four emperors. Ha! Whitebeard, Kaido, Linlin. None have brought shame to the captain, indeed. Ha! Reuniting with former comrades after many years, Shiki laughed boisterously, representing two of the three legendary pirates. While the four emperors accounted for three, the era of Rox had passed. But the era belonging to his crew continued, for the sea is a realm of infinite possibilities. The Sky King Shiki, the fierce and fearsome dragon, had regarded Kaido with its current form, as Kaido, embracing the dragon's might, countered the lion's pressure with a resounding declaration. After disappearing for so many years, your return has certainly brought me immense surprise. The throne above the sky, that is the seat best suited for me. The dragon's chair, yield it to me. No matter how the aging lion attempts to reclaim its youth, the dragon shall undoubtedly be the true sovereign. Ha! The boisterous laughter of Kaido rang out, as Shiki's eyes narrowed, a haughty smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki emanated from him, stirring the clouds into a tempestuous swirl, pressing down upon Kaido, who had just spoken provocatively. The dragon is the true ruler? Kaido, you fool. The four emperors are nothing but a crumbling facade. Do not be blinded by the glories of the past. Listen to the voices of the sea below, those sounds reaching for the heavens. Those burning ambitions, when the spirits scatter across the ocean, they will surely unite to incinerate the name of the four emperors, ushering in an era of chaos where your authority shall crumble under the challenges of the new age. Under the weight of Shiki's Conqueror's Haki, Kaido remained undeterred, retaliating with the ferocity befitting a king, their colossal auras clashing violently in the air, unleashing torrents of black lightning. "Oh, not underestimate me, Shiki," he roared. "Am I to be challenged by these upstart aspirants of the new generation? I have long grown weary of such trivialities. The fate of those weaklings, unaware of their own insignificance, shall not change with the tides of time. I am the king capable of altering the world. This so-called new era is merely a new stage to aid me in reshaping the world. So, Shiki, relinquish the throne of the sky and inform me of the whereabouts of Skya Island. Hand over the subsequent iterations of power to me, and retreat to the shadows, for the lion returning to its prime is but a relic of a bygone legend." Ha! In the midst of Kaido's domineering declaration, Shiki laughed maniacally, though his laughter was laced with ire. His indifferent gaze was as cold as ice, emanating a dangerously potent light. Indeed, such arrogance lacked the tempering of reality's harsh lessons. "Hey, Laxus, would you be interested in bestowing a baptism upon your four emperor-level opponent, solidifying your own reputation while also intimidating the restless factions below?" Having undergone his own transformative trials, Shiki intended to uphold the oath of sharing in adversity with his former comrades, calling out Laxus's name with a sardonic smile. He believed that Laxus's strength could certainly bring Kaido to a clearer understanding of reality. The four emperors? Are they truly formidable figures? Can they withstand even a few full-force attacks from the Thunder Dragon God? "Hey, I'm quite curious about that," he mused, secretly planning to shake Kaido's confidence. However, the response he received was one of disappointment. "Yeah." The electric curtain suddenly opened a gap, revealing the enthusiastic voice of Yi, who said, "Stop messing around, Shiki. It's rare to encounter an exceedingly amiable fruit form. Come back. For Emperor Kaido, you should join us too, but you must maintain this form at all times. The Azure Dragon. The dragon clan of my memories." Two surprised murmurs rang out simultaneously. Shiki felt disheartened. Was this treatment not too disparate? However, considering the dragon clan of his memories, compared to the lion subdued under his might, Kaido the Azure Dragon seemed far more reckless. With his observation haki spreading, he instantly sensed a uniquely vibrant life force emanating from a tree spirit. With an arrogant tone, he pressed, an amiable fruit form. The dragon clan of my memories? Hey, you must be the fabled island spirit, right? Clarify this for me. What do you mean by the dragon clan of my memories? Did traces of the dragon clan once thrive in this world during some buried historical iteration? What exactly is going on? Answer me. Yah! Accompanied by an ethereal chuckle, you floated out from the gap, landing lightly atop Kaido's head under the scrutiny of his piercing dragon eyes. Curiously, she touched his horns and scales, expressing her desire for answers. Sure, you can be my mount. Let me experience what it feels like to be a dragon knight. Be my mount. Kaido, in dragon form, instantly erupted in fury, raising his head high to throw Yi off, unleashing an unrestrained air of brutality towards the insulting island spirit. What do you take me for? A king cannot be humiliated. You shall pay the price for your flippant words. With his jaws agape, a blazing orb of energy coalesced within as he adjusted his dragon form, closing his mouth before unleashing a powerful, compressed breath attack. Heat breath? Boom! The searing heat of the dragon's breath surged forth, illuminating Ye's small face in a fiery red glow, when suddenly a calm and masculine voice resonated from a void. Butra! Butra appeared before Yi, raising his hand as his palm melted into the shape of a jade bottle, aimed directly at the dragon's breath. The small opening of the bottle possessed infinite absorbing power. As Butra transformed his hand into a jade bottle, firmly withstanding the onslaught of the dragon's breath without budging an inch, deftly swallowing it into the bottle, as the dazzling light faded, he activated his fruit's ability once more, doubling the attack's force. Super energy rebound. Boom! The blazing dragon's breath lit up the sky once more, now enhanced with an additional layer of super energy, striking the astonished dragon form with greater speed. Erupting into a thunderous roar, Kaido's colossal dragon form was violently propelled over 100 meters before he managed to halt his backward motion through sheer physical strength. The dual dragon breath attack had left scars upon him, which rapidly healed and vanished. His dragon eyes were clouded with gloom. Unfazed by the discomfort of being struck by his own attack, Kaido's aura remained formidable, and his imposing gaze fixated on the suddenly appearing Batla. Concentrating on the ethereal pattern upon his forehead, that a contractor. Is this the mysterious beast contractor mentioned in the intercepted intelligence from the Navy headquarters? The one who rescued Crocodile? With a playful tilt of his head and a light chuckle. He teased, Batla, such an eager display. Are you hoping that when we meet Sussy Bewley later, I might assist in diffusing any potential conflict? You ought to sort out the mess you've created yourself. Batla turned in confusion. What do you mean by mess? TSK. He still hasn't realized. Observing Batla's bewildered expression, Yi shook his head in exasperation. Had he forgotten the nonchalant departure when he abandoned Crocodile? He nearly starved to death due to your negligence. That has quite a grudge. Batla's eyes widened in astonishment as he recalled the moment. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It seems he might have been a bit too eager to enjoy his vacation and completely forgot to leave survival supplies for Crocodile. Silently, Batla awkwardly scratched his head, avoiding the direction of the gap in the electric screen, where an intense chill was advancing, bearing down upon him. He feigned ignorance, whistling as he averted his gaze. Dark clouds. The enormous form of Kaido soared above the two, casting a shadow that blocked the sunlight before he flew towards the breach in the electric screen, effortlessly gliding through it. Invite me in. Bring out your finest drinks. I am in the mood for a drink. In a mere moment. The seemingly reckless yet shrewd Kaido had his own calculations, unfazed by the potential dangers lurking within the territory occupied by the other party. He set aside his recently bruised pride and chose to accept the invitation in his dragon form. Dragon race? Beast contractor? Matters of my concern must be clarified, with a countdown of 4 hours remaining. On the morning of the feast, the morning sun cast its rays over the sky, island, and the land, warm and bright, heralding the dawn of a new era. Wayno, hovering atop black thunderclouds, wielding a serrated blade, transformed from Napoleon. Big Mom's face, no longer at its peak beauty, bore a fierce and wrathful expression. Channeling strength surpassing that of giants, she unleashed a colossal shockwave directed at the electric screen enveloping the entire island. Boom! The powerful assault instantaneously crashed against the electric screen, distorting it into a concave shape as if it were about to be breached by sheer force. Just then, Laxus elementalized and, with a calm demeanor, raised his hand to release more thunderous might, nullifying Big Mom's attack entirely. Without permission, no one is allowed to enter the feast venue prematurely, not even the four emperors. The cold warning from Laxus caused Big Mom's fury to intensify. Her face becoming even more sinister, "Do not challenge the dignity of an emperor. Kaido may enter, but so cannot it would be wise to open the gap. Otherwise, this troublesome barrier may no longer be necessary." With eyes marked by lightning, Laxus cast a disdainful glance at Big Mom, a hint of a combative smile gracing his lips. "You choose not to heed my warning? Very well, since someone seems to harbor peculiar sentiments towards the Azure Dragon. I am forbidden from humiliating him. TCH, let the displeasure of the Thunder Dragon God befall you." Zing! In a flash of electricity, Laxus transformed into lightning, darting towards the barrier, unleashing the combined might of the Thunder Fruit and Dragon Crystals. His eyes gleamed, one golden and the other blue, radiating brilliant arcs of lightning. Point for emperors. "Come, let me measure your worth. As for the so-called emperor, how many of my attacks can you withstand?" The roar of the Thunder Dragon God. As he spoke, Laxus inhaled deeply, streams of golden and blue electricity flowing from the corners of his mouth. He unleashed a dazzling magical array interwoven with gold and blue, releasing a thunderous impact that surpassed even Big Mom's. Challenging an emperor is a gamble of life. Even as one of the four emperors, Big Mom, despite feeling a daunting threat from Laxus's roar, charged forward without hesitation, flames surging from atop her head. The flames enveloped her serrated blade, transforming it into the Emperor's sword, wielding it with a formidable presence as she descended upon the black thunderclouds. Destructive blade, the fire-wreathed Emperor's sword clashed against the roar of the Thunder Dragon God. The two forces colliding with a thunderous intensity. Big Mom cleaved through the roar with an unstoppable momentum, yet Laxus's assault was relentless. After several breaths, her offensive began to wane, and the unyielding waves of thunder shifted the trajectory of the Emperor's sword, crashing heavily against Big Mom's massive form. Crack! The resounding roar sent Big Mom hurtling through the air, accompanied by a faint sound of bone fracturing. With just one strike, Laxus had managed to breach Big Mom's pride in her steel-like resilience. Inflicting damage to her ribs, the roar propelled Big Mom sideways as she swung her sword once more, successfully intercepting the roar with the fire-enshrouded Emperor's sword, allowing the thunderclouds to evade the attack and finally escape its range. Soul infusion. Gasping for breath, Big Mom summoned a sphere of soul in her palm, pressing it against her abdomen, by infusing her bones with this essence. She healed her injuries with remarkable efficacy. Mamma, ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Big Mom let out a savage laugh, her expression dark and foreboding, her eyes filled with a stormy rage. "You have thoroughly enraged me. Insignificant whelp." Chapter 64. 3 hours you have thoroughly enraged me. Insignificant whelp. Buzz. The Conqueror's haki erupted, entwining around the blade as flames blazed even more vividly, seemingly encased in a viscous substance. Ming Guang's sword. With a ferocious expression, Big Mom summoned powerful lightning from the clouds beneath her feet. Continuing to envelop her sword, a combination technique merging lightning, flames, and the serrated blade, channeling all her strength to the tip of the sword, she unleashed one of her ultimate moves. Mother Visit Cannon, 3,000 miles. Boom! In a frenzy of bloodlust, Big Mom, with a vicious expression, swung a massive wave of slashing energy towards Laxus. The wave surged forth from the blade, morphing into a colossal female figure, seemingly possessing its own consciousness. Wildly pursuing its target, the advanced application of Conqueror's haki, Laxus's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a fellow wielder of Conqueror's haki, He was aware of his own capabilities. While he had mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki to eliminate minions, he still lacked understanding of more profound techniques. Lightning Cloak. Resolute in his intention, he enveloped himself in golden and blue lightning, intending to personally experience the advanced applications of Conqueror's Haki and seek inspiration. Ziz! The furious lightning cloaked Laxus as he accelerated with anti-gravity, charging toward the female. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Laxus drew near the female. An invisible force struck his body, disregarding his lightning cloak. The impact reverberated through his internal organs, overwhelming strength causing his blood to surge, a trickle of crimson escaping his lips. Ignoring my defenses? Again. Perched atop the head of dragon form Kaido, he shielded his eyes with his hand, peering through the barrier at the battlefield beyond, feeling somewhat overconfident. Laxus, compared to these monstrous four emperors, your diverse power systems grant you an advantage in offensive capabilities, not in physical resilience. Well, if this exploration into the advanced applications of Conqueror's Haki comes at a cost, so bit.my body, transformed from magical energy, may not match up, but enduring a few days of beating isn't a significant issue. Experiencing it could be quite enlightening, truly deserving of being the first generation. Quite courageous indeed. Dragon form Kaido echoed this sentiment, marveling at the lengths taken to further develop Conqueror's Haki by willingly taking hits to feel its effects, seeking inspiration. Batla felt fortunate. Lacking Conqueror's Haki wasn't such a bad thing after all. He certainly did not possess a masochistic nature. Hearing Batla's jest, Yi feigned ignorance regarding the meaning of first generation, extending his small hand to pat the dragon's head. You may revert to your original form now. I suspect that if you continue to so brazenly ride atop his head in front of the main body, you will inevitably provoke another conflict with yet another four emperor. Kaido, now reverted to his human form, wore a fierce expression, his gaze fixed intently on Batla, who was slowly returning to his original appearance, his thoughts racing. The palm transforms into a vessel to contain and return heat breath. That is the ability of a paramecia-type fruit. The replication of such skills is likely due to the ethereal pattern on his forehead, that a beast contractor, a divine beast. What a peculiar ability, perfectly replicating another's fruit. Even in the pre-iteration power system, a divine beast-level contracted spirit. This effect is exceedingly insidious. A divine beast, it seems it is about to... In the presence of those assembled, the duplicity of intentions was palpable. Among them, Kaido could not help but covet the extraordinary abilities of Dream, while Crocodile, seated quietly in his chair, felt a stirring within. His indifferent gaze flickered towards the pattern emblazoned on Bartolomeo's forehead, before casting a sidelong glance at a diminutive sprite standing beside him. Towering over 2 meters, adorned with a tail, and encased in an armor-like green shell, this creature bore 2 rows of sharp spines protruding from its exterior. Its chest was punctuated by several triangular apertures, evoking the visage of a malevolent specter. This was no ordinary sprite, but the semi-divine entity known as Banjara. It stood resolute, its muscular form seemingly impervious to any assault, while its eyes, devoid of regard for its surroundings, radiated an overwhelming confidence that, in a frenzy, it could effortlessly reshape the terrain, obliterating mountains and flattening forests, and with its sandstorm ability, it could conjure tempestuous sandstorms in the wake of destruction, crafting an advantageous environment for itself. Recalling the information received after forging a pact with Banjura, Crocodile diverted his gaze. Although the sprite contracted days prior was not a divine beast, it was more attuned to his fruit's capabilities. Rendering any comparisons unnecessary, he resolved to fully explore its mega evolution form, as the intelligence imparted by Yi indicated that Banjira's ultimate evolution would rival even some divine beasts in strength. Boss, Tis, the captain, approached Crocodile with utmost respect. Bowing slightly as he presented a cup of tea he had personally brewed, he had indeed realized his wish, being brought to the island of feasts. Crocodile accepted the teacup, his expression serene while his gaze drifted towards the other 5 steaming cups on the tray beside us. The company was composed of significant figures. One must not neglect them. Yes, boss. S responded promptly, his voice tinged with excitement and gratitude. His new leader commanded great respect. His interlocutors were either kings or emperors. And the warmth of the moment alleviated his earlier trepidation about serving tea. I truly am clever. What do kings and emperors matter? The first cup of tea must be offered to the boss. Pleased with his own thoughtfulness, S approached Shiki, once again bowing deeply as he presented the tea, saying, "Great one, please enjoy this tea." Cackling with laughter, Shiki appeared quite pleased. He raised a finger, and S's teacup was lifted into the air by the powers of the float fruit. Finding its way into Shiki's grasp, he took a delicate sip and declared, "As a subordinate of Crocodile, once the feast concludes, should any sprites remain uncontracted, I shall grant you the opportunity to select one at your leisure." Ah, the unexpected delight left S momentarily speechless. This is quite the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo immediately recognized it as a breakthrough to ease the tensions between himself and Crocodile, with a beaming smile. He remarked, "Due to my own oversight and the fortuitousness of your encounter, acquiring a sprite is a trivial matter. Is it not, Mr. Crocodile?" Humph! With a disdainful grunt, Crocodile cast a glance at the visibly excited S, saying little more as he lifted his teacup and continued to sip. "Then it is settled." Seeing that Crocodile did not refuse, Bartolomeo promptly made his decision, beaming a friendly smile at S. "Thank you." Esteemed ones, with a giddy smile, S quickly distributed the remaining teacups, ensuring that no notable figure was overlooked, even extending his courtesy to the vacant seat of Laxus, who was engaged in battle with Big Mom. An hour later, 3 hours later, Chapter 65, proceeding with discretion in the courtyard, the sound of a knife meeting a cutting board resonated as Reiju, clad in a pink home outfit, busily prepared a variety of vegetables and meats. Skillfully slicing them and arranging them on empty plates, "Mr. Su, the preparations are complete," Reiju said with a serene smile, glancing at Susanoo beside her. "Shall we proceed to heat the oil?" "Indeed," Susanoo replied patiently, nodding. "Once the oil reaches an optimal temperature, add the seasonings to release their fragrance, and then you can introduce the meat for stir-frying." "Understood." Reiju nodded cheerfully, her smile transforming into a more serious demeanor as she prepared herself for her inaugural cooking endeavor. Half an hour later, at the dining table, Li Shu gazed at the 4 dishes before him, pleasantly surprised by their appealing presentation. He cast a sidelong glance at Reiju, his lips curling into a smirk. "Well, your talent is commendable. I've been preparing myself for a lengthy psychological battle, just to avoid discouraging your culinary aspirations, even if I were to be served a pot of charcoal. Who do you look down upon?" Reiju raised an eyebrow, contemplating her own thoughts, but deciding to overlook his remarks. She offered him the chopsticks with both hands, stating, "Please give it a try. The flavor has received Mr. Su's approval dough. Is that so?" As he accepted the chopsticks, Li Shu glanced at Su, standing behind Reiju, noting the slight stiffness in his otherwise stoic expression due to her words. "Understood." Perceiving the underlying message, Li Shu, under Reiju's expectant gaze, picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The flavor is surprisingly delightful, reminiscent of Mr. Su's culinary style. "Let me try this dish." Having tasted the essence of Susanoo's cooking, Li Shu felt emboldened and, instead of cautiously selecting a piece, he began to devour the dishes voraciously. Before long, he had cleared the 4 plates entirely, setting down his chopsticks with satisfaction. "Not bad, you've passed. Now, answer me this question, Reiju. Why do you desire a second seat of life?" "From my observations, the first one has yet to be fully absorbed." Time passed quietly, the sun climbing steadily toward noon. On the island of feasts, 3 minutes prior, Mama's coming in hot. With a tempest of lightning enveloping her sword, Big Mom leapt from the clouds, executing a rapid spin as she aimed to strike at Laxus, her speed rivaling that of lightning itself. After a prolonged battle, Laxus remained composed, his breath steady as he prepared to counter yet another wave of assault. He raised his hand, summoning a massive surge of golden blue lightning, his palm glowing with a crimson radiance. Compressing the red light to its utmost limits, he infused the golden blue lightning within, forming a tricolored orb of energy that erupted with blinding brilliance at the instant the magic circle ignited. Launching a formidable attack that illuminated the sky, destructive ray of the Thunder Dragon God. Boom! The powerful assault collided with Big Mom, creating a violent shockwave. For a brief moment, the two forces clashed, but ultimately Big Mom, drained of strength, was forced to retreat, landing on the clouds as her menacing visage radiated fury. This ends now. Shiki flew between the two, seeking to halt the escalating conflict. Laxus, it's time. Do not allow your eagerness for battle to impede our agenda. After a moment of silence, Laxus understood the gravity of the situation and nodded, preparing to fly toward the electric veil in the rear. Shiki, with fury, Big Mom commanded the clouds to draw nearer, her overwhelming conqueror's haki pressing down ominously as she snarled, "You old lion, step aside. How dare a mere unknown brat impede me for so long? If I do not eliminate him, what face would the four emperors have?" Exceedingly conscious of her reputation, any individual who threatened her honor would be pursued relentlessly. After all, she was Big. How could she ever be reduced to a mere stepping stone for another's fame? Brat, disregarding Shiki's plea for a ceasefire, Big Mom defiantly provoked Laxus. "The warm-up has just begun. Are you planning to tuck your tail and flee?" Laxus furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at the obstinate Big Mom. Arcs of violent electricity crackling around him. Suddenly, from the surface of the sea, multiple waves of Conqueror's haki surged forth, all converging upon Big Mom high in the sky. The powerful energies intertwined, creating a cacophony of friction in the air. Even as Big Mom attempted to counter with her own haki, she struggled against the overwhelming pressure, barely managing to hold her ground. "Whitebeard, red-haired, Rayleigh, dragon, are you formally declaring war on the Big pirates?" Furious beyond measure. Despite the thousands of meters separating them, Big Mom fought to withstand the onslaught of Conqueror's haki, her voice rising to a frenzied roar. One by one. "Why does it seem like every one of you has it out for me?" At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stood proudly, wielding his naginata, his own formidable Conqueror's haki radiating outward. He gazed disdainfully at Big Mom above. "Do you believe this is a declaration of war? If so, I accept, but that will have to wait until the feast concludes." Aboard the Red Force, Shanks stood shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh, each emanating their own powerful Conqueror's haki directed toward Big Mom. They exchanged casual remarks. "Vice Captain, your presence among the fray is somewhat unexpected. After years in seclusion, to manifest in this tempestuous moment, there must be compelling reasons behind it." "Haha," Rayleigh laughed heartily, without responding to Shanks' question. Yet, the eyes behind the lenses flickered with helplessness. What could he do? The sea was about to become even more tumultuous, and the storm was brewing if he did not seize this opportunity to strengthen his power. He genuinely feared he would fail to fulfill Roger's dying request regarding that power. It must be safeguarded. Casting a sidelong glance, Shanks noticed the worry in Rayleigh's eyes. Indeed, there were burdens of his own. Being considerate, he refrained from pressing further on this matter. Instead, Shanks unleashed his observation haki, instantly pinpointing the origin of another wave of Conqueror's haki that on a certain pirate ship, a middle-aged man draped in a dark green coat, adorned with multiple red tattoos on the left side of his face, devoid of eyebrows and bearing a fierce expression, gazed skyward. His Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave. This man was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, deemed the world's most notorious criminal by the world government. "Chief, why are you joining in the chaos?" Someone remarked, "Shouldn't we be keeping a low profile?" Chapter 66. Soaring, we must keep a low profile. Clara exclaimed anxiously, clenching her fists. After all, they were the Revolutionary Army, wanted criminals by the world government. Was such a public display truly appropriate for them? Why was everything so reckless? Ha! Sabo, having reunited with the main forces of the Revolutionary Army, couldn't help but laugh, clutching an iron pipe in his hand. "Worry not. The myriad forces present are intertwined. Even if discovered by the government and the Navy, it matters not. No large-scale battles will erupt." "Shut up." While Clara was in a frenzy, Sabo remained carefree, laughing boisterously. Instantly, Clara's expression twisted in fury as she transformed into a fierce figure, tearing at his mouth. "Skya hahahaha." At that moment, the resounding laughter of Saint Jamie echoed from the sky, rescuing Sabo from his predicament. "Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed loudly, releasing his conqueror's haki upon the sea, which helped alleviate some of Big Mom's oppressive presence. Everyone, cease your unnecessary rivalries. The time for the feast has arrived. With St. Jamie's declaration, the entangled conqueror's haki in the air momentarily paused, then dispersed into nothingness that, on the surface of the sea, all fell into an eerie silence. Their gazes fixed upon the golden figure high above. Skya hahaha. Are you all so eager? Without further ado, I, St. Jamie, as the king of the sky, hereby announce that anyone who can reach the island of the feast may select their desired spirit. Rejoice, dance, to all the powerful individuals from around the world. Come forth with all your might to ascend the island for ambition, dreams, and power. I await your arrival. The moment has come. The feast begins. Boom. As St. Jamie's words faded, the colossal lightning barrier enveloping the island and the stone steps trembled gently. The splendid magical array at the pinnacle contracted and then vanished, revealing the true form of the stone steps. In an area thousands of meters high, countless stones of various sizes floated, each at differing distances. Among them were hundreds of conspicuous small stones, their bases shedding powder like a sandglass. Roar! As the lightning curtain dissipated, and the flames burning upon the sea gradually extinguished. The eerie silence was shattered by a chorus of exhilarating shouts, heralding the commencement of the chaotic scramble for the steps. All hands, set sail for the island. Charge, charge, charge! The contract spirits await. Your captain has arrived. Hahahaha! A new era shall surely have a place for me. Countless pirate ships surged forth, competing fiercely against one another, their uncontrollable ambitions burning fiercely as they raced towards the stone steps. Eager to seize the powers of the contract spirits, the curtain of a new era had already risen. The wheels of history were turning once more, and the opportunity to reign supreme lay before them. Those who did not wish to become the cannon fodder of the old era could only fight for a brilliant tomorrow. On the Flamingo ship, Don Quixote da Flamingo adjusted his sunglasses and laughed heartily, recalling the memories of the pirate king Roger ushering in the age of pirates. The air was thick and sweet. This was the essence of the times, while he greedily inhaled the atmosphere brimming with desire and ambition. Other formidable pirates were already employing their strategies. Tracks. On a certain pirate ship, a man in his 30s appeared anxious, witnessing several ships surpassing him, that he immediately ceased to hide his abilities, raising his thumb toward a stone block 100 meters high. Straight line dash. Whoosh. The man's body became enveloped by the powers of his fruit, bolstering him with immense force as he shot from the bow of the ship towards the target stone block. Reaching it in the blink of an eye, he became the first pirate to stand upon the stone steps. The man was Chark, captain of the chariot pirates, known as the undamaged captain, adept in observation and proficient in armament. A paramecia type, Trax fruit user, with a bounty of 465 million. Leading the way, Chark became the first to step upon the stone steps, yet also the prime target for attack. Immersed in the joy of being ahead, he suddenly, swish, bang! A series of attacks came hurtling towards him. Slashes from swordsmen, shots from snipers, and various assaults from other fruit users, all whistling towards him, detected by his highly trained observation haki. Hey, with a smirk, Chark turned around, unperturbed at being the first target. Clapping his hands together in front of his chest, he then drew them apart, outward, and one can halt the steps of this captain. Tracks, the barrage of attacks, surged towards him. Yet their trajectories were altered by his fruit ability, veering off to either side of Chark. Struggle all you want. This captain has taken a lead, skillfully evading the concentrated onslaught. Chark laughed heartily, once again activating his fruit ability to propel himself towards a higher stone block. Perhaps I should leave you all behind. Suddenly, a marine rear admiral, stepping upon his mooncloth, pursued him, delivering a formidable kick aimed to thwart Chark's ascent. Swish. The sweeping kick came forth like a swordsman's slash. With his observation haki enveloping him, Chark had long detected the opponent's presence. As the kick approached, his expression turned cold. He raised his hand to trace a circle in the air, activating his fruit ability, causing the kick to reverse and charge straight back at the rear admiral. Tsh, the strike returned, and the rear admiral, displeased, snorted coldly, raising his leg once more to execute another kick to nullify the attack. Boom! With the sound of a collision, in that brief moment of delay, another figure soared past Shark, claiming the lead. Hee, take your time battling. I shall take the lead. Whoosh, with wings sprouting from his back, a Zoan-type user transformed into a hybrid form. Soaring above the crowd, aiming to utilize the flying capabilities of his fruit to dart straight towards the island of the feast. Climbing the stone steps? No, he intended to ascend directly to the peak. Whoosh! A massive cannonball hurtled towards him, striking with tremendous force before he could react. Boom! The cannonball exploded, engulfing him in searing flames, sending him crashing into the sea. What a useless ability, better suited for a barbecue. On the marine ship, Garp disdainfully picked his nose with his pinky, exuding an air of contempt, while beside him stood a rack filled with cannonballs. Just moments ago, he had manually launched a cannonball, sending that fruit user plummeting. The cries of anguish echoed in his ears, yet the chaos upon the stone steps showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, leading to a sharp rise in casualties. Chapter 67. Mind your identity. Observing the battle at the highest point had ascended to 500 or 600 meters. The formidable forces and individuals finally began to partake in the fray. Golalalala, children, it's your turn to act. Ascend the island of the feast and select your spirits. Always standing at the forefront of the era. All hands of the Whitebeard pirates, set sail? Yes, Dad. At Whitebeard's command, the previously stationary captains echoed in unison, leaping from Moby Dick in their own unique ways to attempt their ascent. Puff! The immortal bird Marco activated his fruit ability, unfurling a pair of wings imbued with undying flames, soaring high towards the island of the feast. Along the way, many pirates scrambling up the stone steps noticed his figure, awed by the strength of Whitebeard and Marco, choosing to watch silently without intervening. The identity of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates warranted a contract spirit. The Flower Sword Vista leaped down, using the sailing pirate ship ahead as a springboard, leaping several times to reach the base of the stone steps. With his mustache slightly raised, he gathered his strength and shot toward a stone block 100 meters high. Joining the fray for the ascent, Splash, Shark Fishman, the captain of the 8th Division, Neo Air, leveraged his racial advantages to infiltrate the depths of the ocean, swiftly gliding through the water. Upon reaching the base of the stone steps, he propelled himself out of the sea with inertia, creating a soaring column of water that allowed him to catch up with Bista's pace. The other captains were not far behind. In an instant, they had all joined the chaotic struggle for dominance on the water, following closely with the numerous captains of affiliated pirate crews and their crew members. Oh dear, the somewhat lecherous-looking yellow ape, adorned with sunglasses, remarked lazily as he observed the figures of the Whitebeard pirates' captains rapidly ascending the stone steps. His gaze eventually settled on Marco, who was engulfed in flames. Vice Admiral Garp, it seems Whitebeard's side has begun to move. Should we not also take action? Additionally, do you require my assistance to intercept the immortal bird? Garp chuckled heartily, revealing his rows of gleaming steel teeth. Let everyone ascend based on their own abilities. Sengoku has instructed us to act according to the situation. It would be unwise to spark conflicts at this stage of our island landing. Let us remain at peace for the moment. With that, he signaled the sailors to launch 2 more cannonballs. Rolling up his sleeves, an impulsive thought surged within him that he could not suppress. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed loudly, "All you little brats in the Navy, take to the air. Allow me to lend you a hand." The vice admirals aboard a dozen naval ships were momentarily taken aback, but knowing it was Vice Admiral Garp's command, they obeyed without question, leaping into the air and positioning themselves above his ship on the moonlit surface. Fist of the Meteor Shower! With swift motions, Garp hurled cannonballs into the air towards the vice admirals. The speed was so tremendous that it produced a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Vice Admiral Garp? As the cannonballs zoomed toward them, the stunned vice admirals were left wide-eyed in shock. Suddenly, with a loud thud, one of the bewildered officers was struck in the midsection by a cannonball that, rather than exploding, was imbued with a gentle force that instantly contorted his body into A shape, propelling him toward the stone steps with tremendous kinetic energy. In a way, right? To attain the rank of vice admiral, they had to possess at least competent reasoning skills. Witnessing the fate of the first victim, they broke into a cold sweat, clearly realizing the true nature of Garp's assistance. It was indeed a raw display of arm strength. No. Thud, thud, thud. With horrified expressions, one vice admiral after another fell victim to the cannonballs, gasping as they were struck, their bodies propelled skyward in a myriad of peculiar postures. Alas, Akiji, rolling his eyes in exasperation, found himself at a loss for words. The esteemed Vice Admiral Garp truly has a penchant for chaos, making the Vice Admirals look foolish in front of so many pirates. Whatever, let him have his fun, Kazan muttered, shaking his head as he leapt into the air. When Garp hurled cannonballs once more, he adeptly adjusted his position, soaring gracefully atop the projectiles as golden light shimmered. The yellow ape's figure gradually materialized. He elegantly stood atop a cannonball, advancing alongside Kazan on the other side. Still so carefree, old man, Drago remarked, noting the commotion among the navy. The carefree antics of his father had not diminished with age. Kalus, no longer concerned with the antics of his father, turned his back to the crowd and beckoned the commander of the Northern Revolutionary Army. Kalus, let's move. Understood. Kalus, bald with a shadowy exterior and wearing metallic beak mask, spoke in a raspy voice as he activated his devil fruit powers. Quack, 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 quack. Suddenly, the once quiet pirate ship was filled with a cacophony of cawing crows. One by one, massive crows burst forth from the ship's hold, swirling in the air above. Captain, I shall take the lead, the Southern Commander Lindbergh, resembling a cat mink, cheerfully announced as his jetpack provided propulsion, soaring freely toward the island of feasting. Onward, with a flurry of movements, Sabo, Karer, Haku, and Mori leaped into the air, landing on the backs of the crows, which carried them toward the island of feasting, leaving Drago standing still, unhurried to depart. Quack, quack, quack! The raucous cawing of the crows drew the attention of many. Drago! A furious roar echoed, and Drago's expression stiffened. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to face the source of the voice. Long time no see, father. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dozen black cannonballs came hurtling toward him. This is my father's affection. Boom! Before even nearing Drago, the incoming cannonball seemed to strike an invisible wall of wind, resulting in a tremendous explosion that dissipated into a cloud of smoke carried away by a gentle breeze. You little rascal, you've certainly made quite the ruckus, haven't you? The world's most notorious criminal. I declare, you are under arrest. Surrender immediately. The words were formal, but Garp, casually pinching his nose, hardly seemed intent on executing a grand paternal capture. Drago remained silent, utilizing his devil fruit powers to ascend into the air, leaving behind a taunting remark, "Old man, if you wish to catch me, then come after me, don't run." Witnessing Drago soaring away on the wind, Garp bellowed, seizing the remaining cannonballs and hurling them all at once, only to have Drago effortlessly evade every single one. Unscathed, Tisich, with a displeased smirk, Garp murmured, "Looks like you've grown wings, daring to oppose the world government. Truly, you are my son." The surrounding sailors, seemingly oblivious, exchanged glances, their minds screaming, "Mind your status, Vice Admiral Garp. This is not something we should be privy to." Chapter 68, CP9 on the surface of the sea. Aboard the Flamingo ship, only Myhawk remained, observing the chaotic struggle for dominance upon the stone steps ahead, his hawk-like eyes reflecting utter disinterest. Suddenly, he let out a soft sound, leaping to the top of the pirate ship to gaze back at the ocean. There, he sensed a distinct aura of swordsmanship, with short black hair, a beard at the corners of his mouth, and an X-shaped scar extending over his forehead to his eyes. The newcomer donned a light purple kimono, secured with a black-purple obi, and wore a purple scarf around his neck. He wielded a long sword and floated gracefully upon a drifting stone. With his eyes tightly closed, he navigated fluidly between the anchored pirate ships, soon arriving before Myhawk's Flamingo. "May I pass, if you would be so kind?" 700 meters away, crackling sounds echoed as a figure with pink pigtails, adorned with a crown and holding a wine-red umbrella, floated in the air. Perona's spirit drifted alongside for negative ghosts, and with a wave of her hand, the four spirits surged toward a particular pirate, sweeping past him. "Why apologies? I am but a wild weed. Unworthy of spirits, if you would be so kind, please tread upon me." Overwhelmed by despair, The pirate was engulfed by an immense aura of despondency, kneeling upon the ground, utterly devoid of ambition, lost in an abyss of hopelessness. In an instant, the despair-ridden pirate suffered a fatal attack as a long blade pierced through his back, impaling his left chest, claiming his life on the spot. A figure gradually materialized. It was Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit. Do not waste time. We must hurry and catch up to Lord Moria, aiding him in clearing the obstacles and ensuring a smooth passage to the island of feasting. Withdrawing the long blade, Absalom, with his stitched leopard face, gazed upward towards the stone steps, where their captain was engaged in battle point 1,400 meters away. Two-sword style, heavy one slash, with his waist-length beard swaying and a tall hat upon his head. Vice Admiral Stolo Berry drew his twin swords in unison, unleashing a massive attack toward the pirate before him. Whoosh, 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 seeing the menacing attack bearing down upon him. The long-legged pirate grinned widely, his agile legs moving gracefully to evade the strike as he advanced toward Vice Admiral Stolo Berry. His right leg shimmering with a dark sheen, enveloped in potent haki. Armed, 4 strikes, like lightning. The long-legged pirate unleashed a flurry of 4 kicks. Stolo Berry, wielding his own sword laced with haki, parried the blows, the clash producing sparks of fire. Clang, 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 with a downward strike, the long-legged pirate aimed for Stolo Berry, who stood firm with his sword raised in defense. The two locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Black Chloron leg. With a bounty of 550 million, a brutal character who has slaughtered an entire town. If such a fiend were to obtain a contract spirit, the world would face even greater peril, for the sake of justice. I shall eliminate you here. Calm and composed, Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, who had kept his eyes closed throughout the confrontation, slowly opened them, revealing a chilling intensity. Channeling his strength, he forced Ronleg back before pressing forward. Two-sword style, extreme intersecting slash, with his swords gripped in reverse. The muscles in his arms bulged as he summoned greater power, lifting the black blade and executing a cross-shaped slash aimed directly at his foe. Armed, twin claw vortex. In the face of a lethal strike, Lage remained unfazed. With a backward lean, he supported himself with both hands on the ground, channeling the power of his formidable armed color through his long legs. In the gleaming darkness, he resembled a steel clamp, ready to ensnare his opponent. Clang, clang, boom! Sparks flew as an explosion erupted, the shockwave forcing both combatants backward. Lage deftly flipped away, but before he could regain his footing, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, dual blade style. Instant. 100 slashes. What? His pupils constricted as he confronted the onslaught of slashes now upon him, with no avenue for escape. Lage drew upon his extensive combat experience to react. He stumbled backward, arms raised defensively, reinforcing himself with armed color. Clang, 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 but with inevitable failure, one slash broke through his defenses and struck his chest, the force propelling him backward, crashing into a nearby stone. Boom! Fortune smiled upon Lage as he landed heavily on another stone, narrowly avoiding the peril of plummeting into the sea, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lage disregarded the continuous flow of blood from his chest wound and sneered at Stolo Berry, who stood at the edge of the stone, challenging him. Come on, continue. Let me see how steadfast your sense of justice truly is. Do you wish to kill me here, or are you merely hoping to stand firm in the new era, yearning for the power of the elves? Stolo Berry narrowed his eyes, assessing the severity of Lage's injuries. He realized that defeating him here would not be accomplished in a short span of time. Lage chuckled darkly, casting one last fierce glance at him before propelling himself upward, choosing a different route to continue his ascent up the stone steps. Meanwhile, he felt a subtle sense of relief. There was no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle at this moment. The primary goal was to reach the summit. Next time we meet, I shall surely bring you down beneath my blade. Stolo Berry chose not to pursue, recalling the words of caution from Sengoku before his departure. In the turbulent waves of the new era, all actions must center around acquiring more contracted elves. At an altitude of 2,200 meters, the icy, bone-chilling air swiftly encased a notorious pirate, freezing him into a statue of ice in an instant. Nearby, Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, raising his hand to conjure an icicle that shattered the pirate's skull. Ha! What terrifying power! A pirate with a bounty exceeding 600 million was dispatched in under a minute by the Admiral Akiji. Truly one of the three highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. La. With an indifferent smile, Kazan's languid eyes swept toward a distant stone, where he spotted Doflamingo, his lips curled in a smirk, standing with a nonchalant posture, flanked by members of the Don Quixote family, Toripole, Pika, Laoji, Buffalo, and others. What a commendable leader! The user of the string fruit, despite being capable of ascending more swiftly, chose to slow down to ensure their safety. Doflamingo remarked, "Of course, our young master is the most worthy of our lives." Durinji and Mabais, in awe of Kazan's strength, could only silently praise Doflamingo. After all, they were family, and abandoning any one of them was unthinkable. Ha! Doflamingo chuckled lowly, shifting his gaze upwards, where several figures had already arrived. Kazan also looked up, his calm expression slightly rippling. Although the figures wore masks, he still sensed familiar silhouettes from their forms and auras. Members of CP9, Chapter 69. Comrades, CP9, Kazan and Doflamingo gazed skyward, spotting a burly man with horn-like hair who, with a gesture, conjured a door from thin air. Once the others entered, he stepped through, closing the door behind him, vanishing without a trace. He expanded his observation hockey. He sensed their presence again, now atop a stone that had risen to nearly 5,000 meters. Ha! The superhuman door fruit, a cheat of a power. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, no longer wishing to waste time with Kazan, and utilized his string abilities to pull the group upward, leaving Kazan pondering. That fool Spandam would send all of CP9 on a secret mission just to capture a single elf for the world government. Would he? La. What a headache. At 5,000 meters, a woman wearing an ogre mask to conceal her identity, with flowing golden hair, called out nervously to the leader, "Is it really all right? We clearly have the whereabouts of the son of the devil. Yet instead of apprehending her, we are following that fool's orders to capture an elf, even putting aside our long-standing secret mission. Is this truly acceptable?" "Enough, Khalifa." The leader turned his dove mask facing the group and coldly replied, "We are agents, born solely to execute orders, and no matter how foolish the command from our superior may be, we are bound to obey. Absolute obedience. Such doubts should not arise again." "Yes, I understand." Khalifa lowered her head, choosing to heed Lucci's words, though her discontent lingered. Having been undercover for years with little to show for it, she found it infuriating to watch a rare opportunity slip away. Still, with so many of us disappearing simultaneously, wouldn't the iceberg begin to suspect? A quarter of an hour had passed since the lightning barrier dissipated, and various factions began their ascent up the cluster of stone steps. Countless ambitious souls either just embarked upon the chaotic stage of battle or had already climbed to considerable heights. Fierce competition pervaded the atmosphere, with weaker individuals succumbing to their inadequacies, becoming stepping stones for the stronger. At that moment, on the distant sea, 30 to 40 pirate ships resembling Navy warships, lined up in formation, rapidly approaching. The flags they bore were peculiar. The Navy emblem was inverted, and a skull was pierced by a sword. "In Yo Navy, in this new era, there's no soil for you cowardly scoundrels to thrive. The future of the world lies with the Inyo Navy. Perish here, wearing black sunglasses and sporting a right arm equipped with a sea prism stone crusher." Former Admiral Zifa's aged face was etched with hatred and madness. The times have changed. He would define the Navy of the New World. Explosive rock, a special type of energy stone, harmless in itself. But upon contact with oxygen, it unleashed tremendous power capable of sinking islands if enough were present. About a meter long, within a transparent glass, casing flowed a pink liquid, now hoisted high by a crushing arm. It was hurled with force toward the cluster of stone steps. Whoosh! Boom! The explosive rock collided with a stone at the lowest point, shattering the glass casing and releasing the liquid. The moment the internal energy stone met the air, a deafening explosion resonated, engulfing a radius of 1,000 meters, instantly obliterating the stone steps and claiming the lives of many unsuspecting pirates and Navy personnel. but a blinding light and searing heat erupted. The explosion evaporating vast amounts of seawater into vapor. As the white smoke cleared, the pirate ships lingering on the nearby sea were either consumed in flames, slowly sinking, or disintegrated into wreckage. Meanwhile, among the stone steps, within a range of 700 to 800 meters above the sea, only a few sufficiently large stones floated isolated, while the rest had been shattered and vanished, starkly contrasting the dense cluster of steps above. The commotion was so great that all climbers abruptly halted, countless gazes drawn to the scene, scanning the desolate stone steps and the churning sea below, ignoring the anguished cries of certain survivors who had fallen in. Their astonished eyes ultimately focused on Zepha's location. Old teacher. Many rear admirals and captains widened their eyes in shock, taken aback by Zepha's arrival and the chaos he had caused, according to Sengoku's arrangements. Zepha's name was not among those selected to participate in this grand gathering, not to mention the vast fleet now present. Teacher, Kuzan's expression darkened. Over the past half-month, he had sensed some abnormalities. Now, looking at the distant fleet, which had acted independently without orders and was attacking the stone steps indiscriminately, he recalled the explosive device that had just detonated. He was aware of the existence of explosive rocks and, witnessing the unfolding events, had already surmised the general situation and the impending consequences. No, my comrades, this is unacceptable. Navy, you have gone too far. You are inciting the wrath of all pirate crews. Prepare to pay the price. Navy, this captain will not rest until our fates are intertwined. To the powerful figures among the pirate factions, the Navy's blatant betrayal of trust and destruction of the stone steps was an invitation to unleash a massacre. Lord Skypea will not tolerate anyone disrupting the celebration he has prepared. We shall teach the Navy a lesson in his stead. An elite-level elf is within our grasp. Indeed, strike, kill, kill. The battle raged on. A fierce clash between pirates and the Navy, ignited by a few provocative words that plunged them into a brutal melee. Swords clashed, cannons roared, and martial prowess was unleashed in a fervent frenzy. With the bewildered Navy forced into a defensive stance, Carp, the Navy hero who had fought alongside Zephyr, wore a grim expression as he fixated on a familiar figure in the distance, that he could hardly believe that the intelligence previously shared with him by Sengoku had come to fruition. Zephyr had indeed betrayed the Navy and established a new faction. Zephyr, how could you? Heartbroken and despondent, Carp struggled to accept the reality before him. A comrade who once fought by his side now stood against him. Navy, come forth. At that moment, an audacious pirate lunged at Carp with a blade, becoming an outlet for his pent-up rage. With a fierce glare, Carp clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful straight punch that shattered the long sword and struck the pirate's chest. The impact resounded with a thunderous blast, ending the pirate's life instantly, his body hurtling backward to collide with the stone, which shattered upon impact, sending debris flying further afield. Zephyr's fury momentarily abated. Carp's anguished roar echoed across the battlefield. Why? Why have you taken this path? You were once honorable and selfless, aspiring to be a hero, nurturing countless talented individuals for the Navy. How could you betray us? We were comrades who entrusted our backs to each other. Chapter 70. An opportunity created. Reluctance, unwillingness, and sorrow. Carp's cries resonated in the ears of all present, casting a pall over the Navy commanders who, in that moment, seemed to be transported back to the time when Zephyr had been their mentor. A sudden wave of pain jolted them back to the present, and they refocused on the pirates before them. Betray the Navy? Some pirates engaged in the skirmish paused at Carp's words, contemplating a retreat to observe the unfolding situation. The chaotic melee between the Navy and pirates softened in response to Carp's voice, with most pirates opting to halt their violence, save for a few who remained resolute in seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Carp stood upon the distant warship, while Zephyr's aged visage reflected madness. Why have we reached this point? Simply due to the Navy's ineptitude. You are all too cowardly. Balance, balance. Always emphasizing balance, speaking of stability for the world order. Claiming that as long as we maintain control over paradise and curb the living forces of pirates, one day we can sweep the seas clean. This is merely the self-soothing of the inept. Very well. Since the Navy proves so useless in this new era, I hereby declare that the pirate guerrillas shall be officially renamed a Neo-Navy, sweeping across the seas to crush evil and truly enact justice in name. Laughter erupted from Zephyr as he proclaimed, "The incompetent Navy and the wicked pirates. A perfect arrangement. Let a Neo-Navy under the command of bury you all here." With a roar of declaration, another explosive rock materialized in Zephyr's right arm, and he hurled it towards the stone steps like a cannonball. Shocked by his declaration, everyone instinctively reacted to Zephyr's movement. Many were unsure of the nature of the object, but the recent explosion was fresh in their minds, and they could not allow it to approach again. Bang, bang, bang! Gunfire erupted, and slashes filled the air as the onslaught of bullets and blades aimed to intercept the incoming explosive rock. With a resounding boom, the rock detonated mid-flight, unleashing a powerful shockwave and searing heat. A Neo-Navy, the one-armed red-haired captain, leading his crew from a large stone high above, stood resolutely against the heat, gazing regretfully at Zephyr, the former admiral, who had endured too much suffering to be transformed thus. Consumed by hatred for pirates and discontent with the Navy's weakness, he had chosen to take an extreme path in this tumultuous era. Opting to confront the world with his own ideals, he should not have come. Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke, looking skyward as he publicly declared his departure from the Navy, initiating indiscriminate attacks on all. It was evident that the Navy, concerned for its reputation, would take action, and the gathered pirates would not let Zephyr escape unscathed, especially given that he had disrupted Shiki's long-planned feast. No, here gathered nearly all of the mid to high-tier strength of the pirates. And for Zephyr, who had dedicated his life to eradicating piracy, there were compelling reasons for his presence. Surely, the massive fleet was fully mobilized, and with such powerful weaponry, he likely had no intention of leaving alive. Shanks narrowed his gaze, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, resolutely leaping to a higher vantage point. Let us go, mates, fulfill his resolve, and let the final bloom of dreams flourish, choosing to honor Zephyr's will. The red-haired pirates hastened their ascent, each formidable crew member following Shanks in rapid ascent. Zephyr's lenses glinted as Rayleigh observed him with complex emotions, recalling their past encounters with the non-lethal admiral. The unpredictability of fate was evident. First family, then students brutally slain by pirates. Such anguish had irrevocably altered this man. One had never endured the suffering of another, and the other stood on differing sides. Rayleigh silently turned away, unwilling to confront Zephyr in battle. He would leave it to the Navy to handle. Dragon watched Zephyr for a long moment, but ultimately refrained from inviting him to join the Revolutionary Army. It would be futile. His aspirations no longer lay in liberating nations or bringing peace and stability to others. Now, he was likely in intense turmoil, at over 70 years of age and in declining health, openly betraying the Navy with a readiness for a grand, heroic demise. Another old friend approaches his curtain call, Whitebeard murmured, a deep chuckle escaping him, his eyes flashing with inscrutable emotions as he turned to depart. Swish, golden light flickered as Kizar descended beside Carp, holding a phone snail that was already dialing. Upon seeing it, Carp's fists clenched involuntarily, veins throbbing on his forehead as he wrestled with the impulse to intervene, yet found no justification to do so. Click! The phone snail connected instantly, transmitting the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was stationed in his office in Marineford. What has transpired? Ah, a grave matter, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru's languid tone concealed the severity of the situation. Regrettably, I must inform you that Zephyr-sensei has confirmed his rebellion against the Navy. Sengoku's shocked voice rang out, his incredulity and anguish palpable even through the phone snail's simulated expression. Carp, you're right there. What on earth is happening? Faced with Sengoku's inquiries, Carp fell into silence. How could he respond? Confirm a truth of Zephyr's betrayal once more? No, he could not utter those words, for he still refused to accept the reality. Oh, Fleet Admiral, do you not believe my words? Seeing Carp's silence, Kizaru took over the conversation. From the current circumstances, it appears that Zephyr-sensei has not only betrayed the Navy, but has also seized explosive rocks, making an appearance at the Festival Island. Intending to annihilate all participants, including us in the Navy. Explosive rocks. How could Zephyr? Sengoku's voice faltered in disbelief. Before he could finish, another phone snail emitted a request for connection. Kizaru lowered his head slightly, sunlight reflecting off his lenses, obscuring the shift in his gaze. Click, Sengoku. Zephyr has betrayed us, that we now command you to immediately inform the Admirals on site to eliminate the traitor. Click, hearing the resolute command from the other phone snail. Carp closed his eyes and sat down, arms crossed, unwillingly voicing one last plea. Sengoku, is there truly no other option? Silence. Sengoku on the other end remained quiet for an indeterminate time before finally uttering a weary response. Carp. Respect the opportunity he has created with his life. Chapter 71. The Real Deal. Carp, respect the opportunity he has created with his life. Sitting atop Laxus' shoulder, listening to his recounting of the intercepted information, Yi Xiaoxiao's face flickered with sentiment. Who would have thought that due to the emergence of the contract spirit, Zephyr, who had resolved to leave the Navy and establish himself after recruiting a certain pirate into the warlords of the sea, would take this step now? Though she felt a twinge of regret, Yi inexplicably smiled, raising an eyebrow in jest. An opportunity created with one's life? Publicly declaring his departure from the Navy, demonstrating that he has severed all ties with them, and all subsequent actions are merely a manifestation of his own will. Given his past experiences, many pirates may well resonate with his resolute intentions. However, how fortuitous it was that he chose to announce this before the Navy. A slap in the face, a resounding blow to the Navy's dignity and discipline in front of countless witnesses. The Navy would undoubtedly take measures to uphold its reputation by resolving to eliminate the rebel. And a great conflict was now unavoidable. The clash between the former and current admirals would undoubtedly be intense, and the destructive power of those with nature abilities was well known. Thus, in the heat of battle, it was only natural that they would be unable to consider the safety of those nearby. The concept of opportunity dawned upon Yi as he shook his head lightly and chuckled. He grasped that Zepha's public declaration of rebellion was entirely aimed at the pirates present. The once-held notion of sparing the admirals was about to be sacrificed as he prepared to create a rebellion in his final moments. Meticulously plotting against the pirate faction, Laxus understood that Zepha had defected from the Navy. Even though his objective was a direct hunt of pirates, it bore no relation to the Navy. The Navy, in its pursuit of the traitor, was inadvertently entangling the innocent, a predicament that was unavoidable. After all, as a former admiral, Zepha possessed formidable strength, and accidental injuries were a likely consequence. Understanding, one must empathize that you require my intervention? Laxus inquired, his brow furrowed, while he tilted his head in confusion, questioning the necessity of intervention. Every pirate embarking on the seas was prepared for the imminent possibility of death, especially those arriving to partake in the feast. Each one brimmed with ambition and lofty aspirations. Moreover, Zepha was profoundly aware, willing even to sacrifice his life to enhance the spectacle of the gathering. Respect. One should learn from the Navy and honor this elder who devoted everything for justice. Respect, my foot. You're just reveling in the chaos. Laxus muttered silently, turning his gaze toward the 30 or so new Navy vessels. Utilizing his observation hockey, powered by the Thunder Fruit, he found the sounds emanating from the ships alarmingly sparse. Each vessel housed fewer than 10 crew members. Indeed, they come with a resolve to die. On a stone block towering over 2,000 meters, Kazan, the former admiral, cast his eyes downward. Through his observation hockey, he sensed Zepha's unwavering resolve to perish. The realization washed over him. Does he wish to, at the dawn of a new era, sacrifice his life to help the Navy significantly diminish the mid to high-tier combat power of the pirate faction? The so-called treachery is merely a catalyst, a prerequisite for this very act. Sorrowful, mournful, and tragic, Kazan let out a subdued laugh. Gazing intently at the figure he revered below, he leaned forward and plummeted straight down. Such a noble resolve. Indeed, Zepha-sensei, with a swift descent from 2,000 meters, the word justice emblazoned on his back resonated in the wind, capturing the attention of every Navy officer who beheld him. The Ice Age, upon contact with the sea, Kazan transformed into frigid ice. The capabilities of his frost fruit swiftly spread, freezing the surrounding waters and creating a battleground upon which to stand. as the cold air rose from the ice surface. Kazan's figure gradually materialized. He solemnly surveyed Zifa, who wore a sinister grin, before lowering his gaze and turning away. Oh, the languid Borsellino, the yellow monkey, observed Kazan's reluctance to engage, glancing at the silent carp nearby, as well as the returning Navy commanders who descended from the skies. With a soft sigh, he remarked, in open rebellion, "For the honor of the Navy, let us bid you farewell here, Zifa-sensei," in a flash of golden light. Borsellino surged toward Zifa's position. "Borsellino, you dare to take my life?" Zifa's sunglasses glimmered with a yellow hue as he unleashed his full might, raising his right arm, the sea stone crusher, to meet the incoming golden light with a powerful blow. Not harbor illusions. Weakling Admiral. Boom! The crusher collided with the golden light, and due to the sea stone's effects, Borsellino was easily repelled, hurtling backward while preparing to launch a laser beam with his raised finger. Still so merciless. "I'm no longer the small fry I once was." Sizzle. The laser shot forth, akin to a ray of light, aimed at Zifa, who leaped to evade the attack. With a resounding explosion, the Navy vessel beneath him was obliterated, engulfed in flames. Crusher blaster. Zifa charged toward Borsellino, the crusher rattling as it unleashed a devastating barrage. 8-foot mirror. With hands overlapping, palms facing each other, a burst of golden light erupted as Borsellino's body reformed behind him, launching a powerful kick that unleashed a mighty laser shockwave. Light speed kick. Whoosh! Despite wielding the heavy crusher, Zifa's speed remained remarkably agile, evading the laser and continuing his assault against Borsellino. Boom! The laser missed its target, crashing into a nearby stone block, obliterating it in an instant. The shockwave swept toward the pirates who had halted their skirmishes with the Navy. Witnessing the scene, some perceptive pirates inhaled sharply, sensing an underlying tension, their glances shifting to their comrades. Many were captivated by the fierce clash between the admirals, oblivious to the lurking danger. "Hey!" A cold chuckle escaped from the lips of some crafty pirates as they discreetly retreated, abandoning the rare spectacle of the Navy's internal conflict. They climbed higher, suppressing their desires for combat as they ascended. Crusher tornado. Zifa reached Borsellino, striking the ice surface with the crusher, sending up a flurry of ice shards that obscured the view. In an instant, he appeared behind Borsellino, compressing the crusher as he activated its hidden explosive contents, targeting his foe. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Borsellino was struck, his body transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling toward the stone block where a pirate lingered. Before a scream could escape, the pirate evaporated alongside the stone, inadvertently halting Borsellino's backward momentum. What a heavy blow! Zifa-sensei. TSK, are we getting serious now? Chapter 72. A rare consideration, are we getting serious now? Whoosh! The golden light returned to the scene as Borsellino unleashed a light-speed kick. Zifa raised the crusher to block, exchanging blows that sent him crashing backward into a Navy ship. Boom! In the next moment, a figure burst forth, but Zifa now held 2 pink glass containers. Explosive rocks. Borsellino smirked, emitting an unexpected tone. Explosive rocks. Being struck by those could be fatal. Transformed in a golden light, he swiftly soared into the sky, seeking distance to momentarily evade Zifa's onslaught. However, Zifa bent his knees, gathering strength to leap, creating a massive crater in the frozen sea and using sheer physical prowess to catch up to Borsellino. "I warned you, do not rely too heavily on your devil fruit." Borsellino. Crack! Zifa's mechanical right arm exerted force, easily shattering the glass container, seizing the explosive stone within, and hurling it toward Borsellino's direction. Whoosh! The explosive stone rapidly approached, and Borsellino's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. "You are truly serious?" In a life-or-death moment, he unlocked his latent potential to dodge. Whoosh! The wind whistled past his ear as the explosive stone grazed his head, landing amidst the stone blocks a kilometer away. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed numerous curious pirates, their anguished cries echoing as some perished instantly, while others sustained life-threatening injuries. Those caught in the aftershock were sent tumbling into the sea. Navy, this is deliberate revenge. Hurry, we are too close. Without sufficient strength as a safety net, the aftershocks could obliterate them. Even the dullest of pirates recognized that they were not qualified to observe the Admiral's battle up close, with danger lurking at every turn. Have you come to realize it? Dodging the explosive stone-s attack, Borsellino heard the inquiries behind him. He once more transformed in a golden light, reappearing behind Zephyr. His eyes flicked toward another explosive rock, and with a sweeping kick, he unleashed tremendous force aimed at Zephyr's waist, propelling him upward toward the stone blocks. Whoosh! Boom! Crack! Zephyr was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive stone block, embedding himself deeply within. Perhaps due to the sudden impact, the grip on the explosive rock tightened, and unbeknownst to him, he had shattered another glass container. The Navy and pirates alike shall perish, realizing the explosive stone was about to detonate. Zephyr swiftly extracted himself from the stone block, hurling it toward the higher stone blocks, where it detonated with a thunderous explosion, sending violent shock waves and searing heat radiating outward as he seized a momentum to charge down toward Borsellino. Oh dear, the Navy and pirates treated equally. And yo Navy, how frightening, reflected in his eyes was Zephyr's approaching figure. Borsellino crossed his arms, gathering dazzling light at his fingertips, and unleashed a wide-range area attack that 8-foot Cheongjade. Whoosh, 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 a multitude of rays enveloped the battlefield. Amidst the clashing sounds, Zephyr used the resilient sea stone crusher to block the true laser beams aimed at him, while the remaining rays targeted the foes behind him. Boom, boom, boom! The echoes of explosive detonations reverberated in succession, and the stone staircase, situated 4,000 to 5,000 meters away, bore the brunt of the chaos, erupting with intense shock waves, reduced to fine dust by an unrelenting barrage of lasers. Scattering with the wind, losing their foothold, the affected pirates were hurled into disarray. Cursed be this conspiracy. This is the Navy's treachery. With a swift stroke, the 8-foot Cheong hook was drawn, and the dense array of laser beams obliterated a multitude of stones. Many pirates, just now realizing the dire situation and preparing to ascend to safety, found themselves ensnared, losing their points of support. In their fury, they cursed the Navy, while desperately seeking new perches they could not afford to plummet. For below lay a treacherous expanse of solid ice. Damn it, what a trick to play! Feigning harmony on the surface, they had the audacity to employ a traitor as assistants. Your schemes have been unraveled, you scoundrels of the Navy. Unfazed by the pirates' uproar, Kizaru focused his gaze upon the advancing Zephyr, retracting his crossed arms to rest them upon his chest. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a resplendent sword, the Amatsukami, with a clang. The Amatsukami cleaved toward Zephyr, who met the attack with his own pulverizing counter in the blink of an eye. The two became mere phantoms, engaged in a rapid exchange of martial prowess, battling from the skies down to the ice above. Suddenly, Kizaru feigned to strike, his leg connecting with Zephyr's chest, sending him flying toward a pirate ship trapped in the ice. Boom! Zephyr was propelled backward, crashing through several pirate vessels before finally halting, breathless and gazing upward at the stone staircases. A flicker of resentment crossing his face. I have failed to achieve the anticipated outcome. Kizaru, has the title of Admiral clouded your judgment? Have you grown complacent in your martial skills and devil-fruit abilities? Enraged, Zephyr surged forward with newfound speed, his right arm of the pulverizer creaking ominously as it unleashed its stored explosive material. Faced with the accusation, Kizaru innocently tilted his head, then charged forth, sword drawn against Zephyr. But do be gentle, Zephyr-sensei. With a rush, the two collided, generating a fierce wind pressure. Clash. The sword met the prosthetic arm in a violent confrontation, as Kizaru and Zephyr engaged in a close-quarters clash, the pulverizer erupting with explosions while the Amatsukami sliced through the air. They showcased their martial skills in a dance of destruction, the battlefield shifting from one vessel to another, leaving devastation in their wake. How terrifying! The once-renowned Zephyr, celebrated for his combat prowess and hockey, already displayed signs of fatigue after such a brief skirmish. Was it the relentless passage of time, or the toll of his physical condition? Sweat poured down his brow, breaths ragged, as he silently matched Kizaru's movements. his strikes growing increasingly fierce. Clang. Another clash ensued, the Amatsukomi pressing down toward Zephyr, who trembled as he defended with the sea stone pulverizer. Suddenly, the pulverizer emitted a red glow, igniting its explosive materials that Kizaru's gaze sharpened. Retreating in a flash, raising his finger to unleash a laser shot. Boom! A powerful explosion engulfed Zephyr's figure, the shockwave propelling him through several pirate ships. Gasping for air, Kizaru, slightly disheveled, faced the weary Zephyr, his eyes drifting toward Carp and the other high-ranking officers stationed nearby. Carp, at that moment, Zephyr, bracing his exhausted frame, howled to the heavens, "In these final moments of my life, will you not intervene? Do you wish for me to be slain by my own student? Come now. As my once dear friend, send me on my way." Slowly, Kivu dissipated the Amatsukomi, his expression solemn, the sunglasses obscuring any hint of sorrow in his eyes. "How considerate of you, Zephyr-sensei." Behind Carp, the officers stood in silence, an air of mourning enveloping them. Many closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. Seated in meditation, Carp, resembling an ancient monk in deep thought, opened his eyes, his jaw clenched, pupils trembling. His heart was anything but tranquil. He did not wish to act, did not want to lose a friend he had known for half a lifetime. Yet, Zephyr's blatant defection from the Navy, compounded by the chaos he had wrought upon the pirates, demanded a response. If the Navy did not provide accountability to the pirate faction, they would surely become the prey of the vengeful pirates after the feast. Why, Zephyr, why must you go this far? Chapter 73. Son at last, Carp took action. Half an hour later, the old man fulfilled his intentions, igniting the final flame of his life for the Navy, leaving behind a legacy of extraordinary contributions, even if it meant bearing the burden of being labeled a traitor. Laxus, with a wistful expression, sensed the fading sounds below through his unique observation hockey, bowing his head in silent tribute for a moment. However, he soon turned his gaze toward the approaching figures of the pirate faction behind him. Anxiety creeping in. Would they arrive in time? The Navy, representing justice, oh not worry. Ye gently reassured, the era will not forsake those who stand for justice. Zephyr's brand of justice may have reached its end. But look, a new form of justice is already rising. Oh, Laxus, taken aback, suddenly sensed an unexpected presence. He recognized the approaching voices of Carp, Kazan, and other Navy officers. Before long, a massive stone block came into view, upon which stood a number of downcast Navy officers, identifiable by their justice cloaks. His focus quickly settled upon a man clad in a purple kimono, a familiar sensation. Gravity. Jekyll had granted Laxus the power of anti-gravity, making him exceptionally attuned to the fruit powers wielded by Ishao. As the stone ascended rapidly, it reached the same level as the Feast Island. Carp led the way, followed closely by his fellow officers. Their steps synchronized, expressions grave, exuding a fierce and unyielding aura, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I am truly grateful to you." Ishao Kazan, arriving afterward, politely bowed his head in appreciation. "Admiral Akiji, you are too kind. It is I who must express my gratitude for your willingness to heed an old man's impudent request and join the Navy as a comrade." Ishao responded amicably, inadvertently making Kazan feel as though he was being treated as an outsider, prompting a chuckle as he scratched his head and followed suit. Not at all. Upon seeing Carp and the others ascend the island, Yi flew over with a beaming smile, extending her greetings, the spirit of Skya Island. A multitude of gazes fell upon Yi. Their expressions varied. Carp responded heavily, then turned to survey the uneven silhouettes nearby. Scanning the crowd, he recognized most as familiar figures of repute, with only a few unfamiliar faces among the newer pirate supernovas. How cold! Yi pouted, considering the emotional toll of the loss experienced by the others, deciding to let it go for now. Hahahaha. At that moment, Shiki burst into laughter, utilizing his fruit ability to soar into the air. Gazing down at the approaching factions, first and foremost, congratulations to everyone. You have successfully reached the summit and gained the opportunity to contract with spirits, leading the charge into a new era. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the stone staircase had suffered severe damage, and it seemed unlikely that any further challengers would ascend the island. if that is the case. Suddenly, just as Shiki was about to announce something, joyous laughter echoed from the distant horizon. The laughter was pure and innocent, and as it reached the ears of all present, a chorus of gazes turned in unison. A lion-headed ship soared through the sky, and at its bow stood a pirate adorned with a straw hat, laughing heartily against the wind. His carefree demeanor caused several onlookers to widen their eyes in disbelief. As the Thousand Sunny sped toward the ground, just before a violent impact could occur, it was enveloped in a powerful psychic force, which cushioned its descent, ensuring a smooth landing. Hee hee hee. Luffy adjusted his hat and chuckled. That was close. I almost thought I was a goner. Luffy. Carp's eyes bulged in astonishment, utterly incredulous as he beheld his grandson. What was happening? How did Luffy suddenly arrive? It was utterly unexpected. Luffy. Shanks, too, was caught off guard, staring at Luffy in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how he had made his way here. Dragon raised an eyebrow in surprise, momentarily at a loss, while Sabo beside him, his pupils widening, felt long-buried memories stirring to life at the sight of a familiar face. Luffy. Bartolomeo, having dispelled his superpower, chuckled at Luffy's unconventional entrance. You really know how to make an entrance. Don to you. But hey, at least you didn't miss this grand feast. A chorus of astonished voices reached his ears, yet the dazed Luffy remained oblivious. He first turned his gaze towards Bartolomeo, who had aided their safe landing. Hee hee, old man. Thank you for saving us. That was perilously close. We nearly crashed the new ship built with the gold you gifted us. With a warm smile, Bartolomeo waved his hand dismissively, reminding Luffy, no need for thanks. However, you should take a good look at the scene. Grandfather? Luffy, who had never known the meaning of stage fright, glanced around and was immediately struck by the sight of Carp. He recoiled in shock, instinctively shrinking back, fearing the imminent arrival of a wave of loving iron fists. Shanks. But as his eyes fell upon the red-haired figure, his trepidation vanished, replaced by sheer delight, as if he yearned to rush over at once. His gaze swiftly bypassed Dracula, fixating instead on Sabo. Disbelief etched across his face. Yet an undeniable clarity washed over him. Tears, uncontrollable, brimmed in his eyes. Sabo, you're alive. That's wonderful. With the elasticity of his rubber body activated, Luffy's arms elongated. Wrapping around Sabo's neck, he propelled himself forward, crashing into Sabo's embrace, bursting into heartfelt tears. It's been so long. Luffy, Sabo called out gently, his own eyes glistening with tears. The joy of brotherly reunion eclipsed all else as he tenderly caressed Luffy's cheek. I'm sorry for forgetting you, as your older brother. I swear it will never happen again. I vow it with my life. Dracula, who had been completely overlooked, felt a pang of jealousy. What did this mean? Not recognizing his own father, yet seeming closer to his chief of staff? Sabo, do you know my son? A wave of astonishment swept over everyone. Son? Did he just say Luffy was his son? Chapter 74, The Courtyard. The bright, yet gentle evolutionary light enveloped the six-tailed creature, its body transforming into a radiant source, appearing almost liquid as it began to rapidly expand. Ishu, Legio, and Susu gathered around, intently observing the evolution process of the six tails in a short while. The brilliance faded, revealing a brand new evolutionary form of the six tails before their eyes. 9 tails. The number of tails had increased to 9, which was expected. However, what was not was its color and attributes. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the 9 tails evolved through the Firestone. Yet its fur was a vibrant green, radiating vitality and an abundance of life force. The tuft atop its head was golden, and embedded in its forehead was a gem of emerald green, pulsating with life essence. The tips of its 9 tails gleamed golden, appearing as if they were flames dancing, casting forth a bright, fiery glow. It has evolved uniquely, tentatively named Life Fox. Attributes: Fire Grass Psychic. Classification: Dream Pokemon Divine Beast. Li Shu exclaimed, admiring the little creature before him. Well done, Legio. The second life seed you so earnestly procured was not wasted. After bestowing it upon the Six Tails, it has evolved into a brand new Pokemon. What a gamble well played. Humph. Lei Jio replied proudly, reaching out to stroke the live fox's cheek. Its soft green fur felt incredibly pleasant. Let us give you a name. How about Qinghu? Qinghu. I love it. Thank you for the name, my master. Huh. A celestial voice echoed in her mind, causing Lei Jio to widen her eyes in astonishment. Qinghu. Is that you? You can communicate with me now? Yes, my master. Now Qinghu can communicate with you through telepathy. Really? That's wonderful. Receiving affirmation, Lei Jio excitedly embraced Qinghu, rubbing her face against its soft, slightly cool green fur, feeling utterly content. Telepathy. Huh. Li Shu smiled. That is quite splendid. With her company, I anticipate your days ahead will be far more interesting. Supreme One, I am immensely grateful for the treasure you have bestowed. Qinghu will do her utmost to protect you, that you've mistaken your gratitude. That was merely a reward earned by Lei Jio through a meal that he chuckled softly, shaking his head, indicating that such thanks should not be directed at him. Even if that meal was primarily due to Susanu's assistance. Yes, yes, master, let us forge a contract. The feast island, the atmosphere grew peculiar, as Dracul and Luffy recognized each other, coupled with Carp's nod of acknowledgement. The ambience shifted abruptly, becoming oddly tense. Hundreds of eyes flitted back and forth among Carp, Dracul, and Luffy, observing the peculiarities of the monkey family. Gwaha! At that moment, having calmed the unusual emotions arising from the sight of old foes, Crocodile chuckled coldly. Your grandfather is a naval hero, your father a leader of the Revolutionary Army, your sworn brother the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Shanks, a dream guide, who is also familiar with Bartolomeo, Straw Hat, Kid Luffy. Your web of complex relationships is truly remarkable. Unless one encounters a reckless fool, any force or individual aware of your background will need to carefully consider the consequences before acting against you. Can they withstand a retaliation? How many waves of retribution can they endure? Luffy did not turn to the speaker. Otherwise, he would surely recognize Crocodile. He grinned foolishly. Ace. I have another sworn brother. His name is Ace. Ace. Another name slipped from Luffy's lips, eliciting a myriad of expressions from the crowd. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, while the captains behind him focused intently. This reckless Straw Hat Kid who had just landed on the island was also Ace's sworn brother. Crocodile's eyelid twitched, his expression darkening. This was never-ending. He was entangled with the Whitebeard pirates as well? Oh, Bartolomeo couldn't help but draw out his tone. Glancing at Luffy's beaming face with mild surprise, he recalled the intelligence about Ace being imprisoned by the Navy. But seeing Luffy's current demeanor, it seemed he was unaware of his brother's plight. How intriguing. Hahahaha. At that moment, Shiki burst into laughter, simultaneously releasing his aura to draw everyone's attention. After casting a few glances at Luffy's straw hat, he redirected the conversation. That amusing little interlude ends here. Congratulations to everyone on successfully landing on the island. He surveyed the factions below, the Navy occupying one side, the four emperors and their affiliated pirate crews on another, while the remaining free pirate crews either grouped independently or formed alliances, the divisions starkly apparent. With a total of 17 attributes, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, each following their own will to seek out Pokemon that resonate with their essence. A friendly reminder, Pokemon with compatible attributes will maximize strength enhancement. Remember, by sundown, regardless of whether you have successfully formed a contract, no one is permitted to linger. Otherwise, you shall forever slumber here. I advise you all not to attempt to provoke my authority. With that, time is of the essence, and you all must choose and compete, the old man declared. The main course begins, following the interlude. The feast resumed, and, as Shiki's announcement echoed, the crowd reacted instantly. The throngs that had clustered moments ago vanished in an instant, each rushing towards their chosen direction. Maximal enhancement from Pokemon that align with their attributes? They needed no reminder from Shiki. Their intellect allowed them to envision this. Thus, when certain abilities were restricted upon landing, they had already surreptitiously sensed the island, each locking onto the essence most akin to their abilities. Zoro, Sanji, let us set off to find the ship's mascot. With a flurry of movement, Several figures leapt from the sunny as Luffy's crew made their way behind their captain. Luffy, you all go ahead. I'll stay here to guard the ship. Leave it to me. I promise I won't let it suffer even a scratch. Trembling with fear, Usopp felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the potent aura emanating from the renowned pirates surrounding them. Competing for Pokemon with them? No way. The great Captain Usopp could never bully such weaker beings. I am staying too. Nami hid behind Usopp, refusing to vie with those who appeared dangerously formidable. It's so scary. People could die. Chopper. Zoro, his expression grave, acutely aware of the potential dangers they might encounter, turned to the trembling Chopper and inquired, "Do you want to stay here to guard the ship?" "Huh. Is that okay?" Chapter 75 Outburst.